Well, it is Christmas morning for us draft enthusiasts. It's the Athletically Declined annual NFL Draft live stream event, guys. We are here at Dave & Buster's and City Center in H-Town.
Bum, bum, bum.
I'm joined by my fellow brethrens of AD, Waterboys Sports. I got my boy, Mr. 713, as you know him. We know him as Ruby. Ruby, you ready for this, bro?
I was born ready for this. I'm
God,
excited.
you look ready.
I need this.
And then the man from South Dallas, as they say, the Oklahoma Sooner Boomer, Mr. Waterboys himself, my boy, Aaron Inman.
This is the greatest day for college football. All of our guys we've been watching for 3 or 4 years, taking this step into the league, seeing where these guys go. This is one of my favorite parts of any time of year.
Yeah, and I just go headfirst into watching film the moment that January hits. And guys, we're going to be breaking this down for you. We're going to be live 1 to 3 doing this show. We're going to have some exclusive interviews and mock draft breakdowns between 3 and 5:20. And then 5:30 is your Texans 30-minute before the 6 o'clock NFL full streams kicks off. But we have very special guests. First off, one of my good friends, friend of Athletically Declined, and your Houston football man, Cody Stoots.
You guys are so kind with the intro. I get applause. Wow, that's great. That's great. Those are real applause too for everybody watching. Those are real people clapping. That's not piped in. Okay, they actually like me.
Yes,
We love you.
My favorite person. Me and Cody have been on the phone for hours over the last 3-4 weeks just talking freaking draft.
A lot of it's been me listening to you.
Yes, it's true.
Sometimes you don't let me get a word in, but that's why you have me here to get the words in today. So it's good. It's beautiful. It's the conglomeration, the smashing together of the two best sports in America, which is the NFL and college football, and they all convene at a draft stage in a parking lot. Which sounds funny, but it's a parking lot right outside one of the most legendary football stadiums ever at Lambeau Field up in Green Bay. So I don't know why they put the draft in Green Bay, but that's fine. We'll all watch it from the sweet confines here in Houston. You guys will be here at Dave & Buster's. It's great, man. You guys are going to have a blast. Let's talk some draft.
Yeah, dude. Well, let's get right into it. Let's. I'll save the Texans for Ruby. Let him talk that. One thing that we've been talking about a lot, Stootsy, me and you've been going back and forth on what these quarterbacks are going to do, who's going to fall, who's going to maybe make a move. One thing that we have kind of gone through multiple times is this Ole Miss quarterback, Jackson Dart. And one of the things that we have both agreed on is this guy is 3 weeks ago we were saying this. This is Dable's dream guy to really, since he's been there, grab. And now you're starting to see reports that the Giants could be moving into the first round again.
Sure.
Potentially similar to what we saw the Texans do last year, having a high draft pick and then trading back in. What are you hearing? What do you think as it stands now, the morning of draft on April 24th? Do you think that it's going to be the Giants, or do you think there's going to be another team coming to the fold that are going to maybe move up? Because now it's saying 2. They're saying there's 2 quarterbacks to be taken in the first round.
Man, I'd be surprised if you don't see Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart come off the board in the first round. I don't know exactly what order, but I would be surprised. I don't know that teams really want to move too far back from the early 20s, but if you get past the Texans at 25 and you're sitting there anywhere from 26 to 32, the Giants absolutely have to be on the phone trying to come up and find themselves a quarterback, and I would think they're going to end up liking Jackson Dart. You don't have all these meetings and conversations and workouts and private workouts and stuff like that with Shedeur Sanders and then not be more heavily linked to him. You know what I mean? They had all that, they didn't do all that work on Shedeur Sanders to trade up and get Shedeur Sanders. They did all that work to make sure they didn't want to pick him at 3. And so now I think, to me, for Jackson Dart, you're Brian Daboll. You got options for this year. Both these guys, Daboll and Joe Shane, the general manager, they're going to be trying to save their jobs. Yep. Okay, so how do you save your job? Well, you get Abdul Carter, and then you try to placate the owner, because we know the owner listens. We know the owner listens to the chirping of the fan base. We saw it last year on the offseason Hard Knocks when he talked about how popular Saquon Barkley is. Well, if you could placate the fan base by getting them a stud edge rusher early on and then getting a quarterback of the future, you could maybe temper the heat that's on the hot seat for both of those guys, and you keep your job and you give yourself a chance to succeed. It's not like you just draft those guys and then you just get a couple extra paychecks out of it. You draft those guys and you give yourself a chance to put something in place. So I like Dart. It's kind of weird because I think 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we'd have treated him like a Texas Tech quarterback, where it's like everything's offense friendly, everything's easy. But he went to the Senior Bowl in just a few days. He impressed in the Senior Bowl. He's one of the better quarterbacks there at the Senior Bowl. And I like some of the playmaking ability that he showcased at Ole Miss, even when it didn't look easy, and some of the success he had with the Rebels. So it'd be a solid move for the Giants. And if you're Minnesota at 24 all the way back to Philly at 32, you listen if the Giants want to call up and trade for that quarterback.
Yeah.
Cody, everyone's wondering what the Houston Texans are going to do with pick 25. Over the last 24, 48 hours, we've been hearing so much rumors about them potentially trading up for offensive tackle out of Texas, Kelvin Banks. What are your thoughts on the Houston Texans' plans at 25? Do you see them trading up? Do you see them trading back?
Kelvin Banks would be the player I'd trade up for if I was the Texans. That'd be the guy I'd try to make the move for. I believe he's one of the best tackles in this class. And I say tackle because he's going to eventually play left tackle for the team that drafts him. He might start at guard for whoever drafts him, but then he's going to eventually be that team's left tackle. It feels to me like he's going to be a top 10 pick, and I understand it. I get it if he's a top 10 pick. I know a lot of the most recent mock drafts, Todd McShay included, have him going 6 to the Raiders, which is a lot higher than he was 6 weeks ago in this process when he was making it to the Texans in every mock draft that you went through. If he's off the board in the top 10, there's not a player to me that warrants a big move. Now, if Banks gets to, say, 15, Atlanta's got just a handful of picks in this draft, they want to move back, you want to go make that big move for Banks, I'm not in love with the idea, but I certainly understand it. Answer 2 questions with one player. Who's helping us at left guard this year or right guard this year? That's Banks. Who's our left tackle next year? Well, that's also Banks. So you want to answer 2 questions with one guy, be my guest, but that's expensive. It's going to cost you one of those extra day 3 picks, or day 2 picks, and it probably costs you some of that extra capital that you have in next year's draft. So sticking and picking to me still feels like what they're going to do. Maybe if that quarterback trade that we just talked about came across their desk at 25, they do that and then have just really a loaded day 2 of this NFL draft. But it feels to me, stick, pick, 2 guys I would think that feel like the right kind of Texans player is Tyler Booker from Alabama. I mean, Alabama player, people describe him as the Will Anderson of offense. Okay, well, that's a super clean profile for outside of the football. And then you look at the football, and he's been really good for Bama for 2 years, played a ton of left guard for them. And the other guy would be Donovan Jackson, local kid, actually, played guard at Ohio State, and then bumped out to tackle. So he's kind of like, he's the same as Banks, but with maybe a little bit less pizzazz to him. He plays guard for maybe a year, then you give him a shot to be the left tackle of the future. And he actually impressed a lot of people more at tackle than he did at guard, and he was a big-time tackle prospect when he was headed to college. He started playing guard just to get on the field because they'd had so many different tackle options at Ohio State. Jackson probably feels a little early at 25. Booker maybe even also feels a little early at 25, but I feel very strongly they're going to take an offensive lineman early and then also take another offensive lineman on day 2.
All right, so as far as this draft goes, I can't think of a player catching, let's say, more stray bullets since maybe a Johnny Manziel than Shedeur Sanders. And, you know, you've got a tale of 2 tapes when it comes to Shedeur. We've got teams right now talking about the meetings went terribly. He's overconfident, bordering on cocky, doesn't seem interested. And then you've got people like Mike Tomlin coming out and saying that he's exactly, you know, what you think he is, singing his praises. How much of this, in your opinion, is smoke and mirrors from teams hoping that he's going to fall similar to maybe an Aaron Rodgers coming out of Cal back, you know, years ago?
I mean, in that beautiful, if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, and yet again, you don't have to trade up for a quarterback. He just falls into your lap like Kenny Pickett did a couple of years ago. That worked out, right? No, wait, it actually didn't work out. Now, Shedeur, I like him more than Kenny Pickett. I never believed in Kenny Pickett. I could see where Sanders could work in Pittsburgh, I don't know that I'd feel really good about starting him right away. So I certainly understand why the Steelers would still maybe flirt with Aaron Rodgers or another veteran quarterback in some way, shape, or form. Remember, Kirk Cousins is not going to play for the Atlanta Falcons this year. Like at some point, Kirk Cousins is going to be on a different team, and maybe he gets there via draft day trade or something like that. But if you told me the Steelers walked out of the first round with Kirk Cousins and Shedeur Sanders, like I could probably live with that if I was a Steelers fan, because they're right there on still competing. They're in a tough division, but they got to figure that out. And if you didn't pass the Steelers, then it's like, okay, is Cleveland going to try to get the Colorado double up? Are they going to make the move? Cleveland's got a lot of extra draft capital. They got that top pick in the second round that you kind of own day two, the start of day two if you have it, if you trade with Cleveland. So, I mean, if you're thinking Cleveland and you're thinking their ownership and you're trying to think about transforming things, okay, you draft Travis Hunter at 2. You trade up for Shedeur Sanders. If you're not good, which you won't be probably, if you're not good, you can a really good coach in Kevin Stefanski, and then you walk over to Boulder with a blank checkbook and you say, hey, Dion, you want to coach your sons? And then you can make headlines and everyone's like, oh, look, the Browns have finally figured it out. They finally got it going. And then you realize Dion doesn't want to go to Cleveland, and then you got to figure it out there. But Shedeur Sanders, it feels to me like he's going to the AFC North. It's either going to be a Brown or a Steeler. And if he doesn't, and if he's got that Geno Smith thing going where he's sitting around going into day 2, all bets are off. I think that's maybe the Saints. I think that's maybe the Raiders getting back into the conversation with him. And there's no telling if he has to make it to day 2. But I feel confident at the end of day 1 he's in the AFC North.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, Aaron, me and you talked about this. Cody, we've also talked about it. I think with Shedeur, you're going to see him fall a lot lower, but do not be mistaken. He's not – I don't think either he's going to fall outside of the second round. What I do want to know, Cody, before we let you go, is one thing that I've looked at, just kind of sitting back looking at this draft class and some things, a few other guys that I've listened to. There's only about maybe, let's call it 3, maybe make a case for 4 real, nothing's for sure, but more for sure than some of these other guys in this class. Is it fair to say that there's going to be quite a bit tonight of guys that should probably not be first-round picks and are going to maybe just be completely scattered of where they're getting selected due to more team needs versus the actual, be best player available mindset, because there's a bigger drop-off from those guys as in maybe the later years?
Man, I do feel like you get to about 10, 12, and players 13 through 45 might be roughly the same on everybody's board. Just because a guy gets put on a board above a guy doesn't mean that he's not in the exact same range as him. So I got to imagine there's a lot of teams that have pretty big groupings from the teens to the 40s. And, yeah, you may see somebody tonight that some draft expert's going to say, I never thought he'd be a first-rounder. Well, that's fine, because that team wanted to make sure they got him. They didn't want to do any moving around, or they couldn't find the right move. But, yeah, you're definitely going to see some guys where in most years they would have been first-rounders, and in this year they probably shouldn't have been a first-rounder, but they're only slightly worse or slightly better than the guys who are going to be, picks 33 through 45 probably.
Yeah. Cody, moving back to the Houston Texans, there's been a lot of talk about trading in the first round, but what about round 2? There is going to be a lot of receivers that the Houston Texans might find themselves wanting. They have 2 third-round picks this year. They have extra picks acquired from the Laramie Tunsil trade that they can use next year.
Sure.
What about round 2? Do you see the Houston Texans making a move? I really like Trey Harris.
Trey Harris from Ole Miss, one of my favorites. I'd love to get him at 79 if I was the Texans. You may not be able to wait around that long. I like Jaden Higgins from Iowa State for the Texans as well. Can play a little inside, play a little outside. Pretty similar to Nico Collins from an athletic profile, kind of the same size, height, weight, workout numbers. And now, if you told me 2 Nico Collins, that's better than any appetizer, plate, and entree you could get here at Dave & Buster's. Okay, give me 2 Nico Collins. All right, and they got great food here. All right, that's probably what I'm going to do when I get done talking draft with you guys, is get me some food and maybe go play some games, try to win me some tickets. But Jaden Higgins would be fun. Jalen Noel, his teammate at Iowa State, feels like a top end of he's like a top end of your depth chart as a 3 guy to me. Like that's his most likely outcome. So I don't love him. If you don't get that wide receiver in the second round, it might be slim pickings by the time things roll around into the third round. And I would say for the Texans, I wouldn't put anybody off the table. Like if it's a slot-only guy or it's an outside-only guy or it's a versatile guy, they'd be on board with just about anybody that can play just about any position. So.
Well, Cody, as always, man, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for taking time out. Let them know what you got going on because you've got some stuff going on today as well.
Yeah, I got the Draftomania with my co-host Landry Locker on the SNL Texans Talk channel. We're going to be live for the entire first 3 rounds. So the first round tonight, set rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow. Have a ton of stuff on Houston football where I do all my writing. HOUfootball.com is where you can find it, or you hit the Twitter machine or the Google machine. You'll figure it all out. That's an easy way to find all the stuff. And of course, I'm going to be snarky and mean on Twitter about all these guys. Thumbs down, Tetero McMillan. Thumbs up on Tate Ratledge, the guard from Georgia. If your team drafts Tate Ratledge, you're going to be very happy. I just hope the Houston Texans do.
Cool. Well, Cody Stoots, everybody, make sure y'all go give him a follow and check his stuff out. Absolutely one of the best in the business in general. Also, better person. It's always great. So, coming up, guys, we've got Laquon Treadwell. Going to be hearing from him. But let me ask you something. One guy that you didn't talk about offensive lineman. I know you've got a difference in opinion, Ruby. I'm big on Josh Simmons. I really think Simmons has a lot of upside. There's a lot of guys that are making the case that he could be in that same area as Mimbow, as your Banks. And again, I think that there's maybe one other guy that you could look at, and as far as floor's not as high, but ceiling-wise, the dude's an athletic freak at that position.
The only thing that scares me about Josh Simmons is that injury. And that injury, it has a winning record against if you're able to come back and be the same player. And, the answer is no. So that's what I think is scaring a lot of Houston Texans fans from, wanting Josh Simmons at 25. But I feel like if it did happen, we would understand why. Offensive line is a huge need. I've seen mock drafts where Josh Simmons falls even past the Houston Texans, and they have an opportunity to select him, going rather for guard Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State.
Love Zabel.
With Josh Simmons, it's just that injury that concerns me. And why I am feeling that way is because you need these picks to work out for the Houston Texans. C.J. Stroud cannot be running for his life once again, the same that he was this past season, second most out quarterback in the league, by the way. I do think Josh Simmons can become a fantastic prospect, but right now I need to go for the for sure thing, the day one starter. And if it's someone like a Gray Zabel, then I'm there at 25.
Aaron, one thing that this kind of reminds me of, we talk about injuries, talking about, an offensive lineman. The misconception is with this draft is we're not, in my opinion, kind of going back what we were talking about, it's not a lot of first-round guys. There's a lot of, second-round guys getting pushed into a first round. And we've seen situations like this, on a more, can't-miss prospect in terms of Mekhi Becton out of Louisville. And we've seen him have those same issues coming off that injury into the league. What do you think? Do you think Josh Simmons' situation, any difference, some similarities there that maybe not for concern?
So, and I love Ruben, but the Houston Texans and the Chicago Bears, my team, are in very similar situations. We need a very boring draft. We need a draft that's not going to be skill position heavy.
Not sexy at all.
I need Bears fans to want to take a nap in the third round because nothing exciting has happened. But what I will say, and disagree with Ruben a little bit on, what I do like about Josh Simmons is, first of all, the difference between Mekhi, Louisville to Ohio State. Ohio State last year, best roster money could buy. And if that guy was able to stay on the field as much as he was over 4 years, 6'5", 311, and knowing that as far as the best team built on the football field last year, Ohio State had that, and that guy was able to stay out there. So if you're looking at it from a Texans perspective, you're looking at a guy that you're getting a lot of experience out of. He's been coached at a very, very high level, and he's ready to play. So you got to decide for the Texans, is it worth the risk and maybe the injury does become a problem. But what you're talking about right now is this is not a value draft. In fact, you're going to have to overspend, quote unquote, for guys that maybe 2-3 years ago would fall to the second or third round, and that's where it does put the Texans in an awkward position. Are you going to have to take this guy higher than you want to take him and think, are we getting finished product, guy that can start right away? We know the program he comes from. We know the caliber of coaching he's under. And like I said, the Bears are in a similar position. We both have what we think as Bears and Houston fans are quarterbacks of the future. The problem is both of them have spent a season running for their lives and trying to run an offense while on the run. And both those teams need a lot of help. I'm excited for the Texans because I do think that kid is really, really good, and I think you guys have the quarterback of the future. And if I get behind center and that guy is on the offensive line, I feel pretty good about it.
You know, I do think the situations are similar, but I do think they are different. The Texans they did invest into their offensive line, making Laramie Tunsil the highest paid left tackle in the NFL, giving Titus Howard a 3-year contract, giving Shaq Mason a 3-year contract, and the result was the second most sacked quarterback in the NFL. This offseason, the Chicago Bears, they got them the guard from Kansas City. They got them the center from Atlanta. They rebuilt their offensive line. The Texans, they're not in a position to do that. They weren't in a position to spend highly in free agency because of what's going to happen in the next 2 seasons. And that is Will Anderson Jr. being a top 5 paid defensive player and C.J. Stroud being the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. They made decisions this offseason looking at the cap, looking at what they're going to, have to spend on in the future. And unfortunately, you didn't do a lot. You brought in Laquon Tomlinson. You brought in Ed Ingram, Cam Robinson. Right. So much like you said, we're going to have to be trading up for someone where 2 drafts ago they're falling to the second round. This is a situation that they put themselves in, trading away Laramie Tunsil. Now you have to go get a offensive line help. And not only do we know that, the other 31 teams know that as well.
Yeah, and so with that being said, we're going to get to a little bit more of that here later on, but we have got current Indianapolis Colts receiver and former Ole Miss wide receiver great, Mr. Laquon Treadwell.
How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Laquon, how are you, man?
What's going on?
I'm doing well. In the middle of OTA, so we're just getting out there right now.
That's awesome. Man, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us a little bit here on draft day, brother. So
I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, so we're going to keep it real easy on you, Laquon. We'll just kind of start off. What was your pre-draft process like? Coming off of out of Ole Miss, obviously, you guys go immediately into training for that. Talk about what it was like, kind of getting your mind out of the regular season, bowl season, and then going directly into basically you're training for a job interview essentially for the next however many months.
Yeah, man, it was dope. It was really cool. You work your whole life to get this opportunity to make it to the NFL, and it's happening right before your very eyes. And you listening to your age, and you listen to the guys that you're training with, and you just remember those days. Like I remember it like it was yesterday, out in Florida, and you just training every day. Just waiting to hear your name called, and then. That day comes around, you wake up that morning and you get dressed and you like, this is happening. And then the second you're drafted, you're on a flight the next morning heading to the team, and it's like you're in the locker room meeting all the guys and going to camp and just learning the playbook. I mean, it was all surreal, and it was one of the best times of my life.
Yeah, I'm interested in, first of all, thank you for joining the show. It's a huge honor to talk to you. Those moments where you were alone, after the party was over, all your family left, what was that like for you? I'm pretty sure you had a small conversation with yourself like, I did it, but what were those few moments like after hearing your name?
It was pretty dope, man. It was surreal. Everything was. I mean, it just happened so fast. You hear your name called, and a blessing for me. I walked across the stage and I was able to, have my moment. But right after that, you're thinking about, goals, and you're thinking about things that you want to achieve and, what it's going to take. And so you know, you snap back into like reality really fast. And like, you gotta put your head back down and go back to work. And there is a time where you just like, it's about football at the end of the day, and it's about, preparing and trying to get ready to achieve the next goal and whatever that may be.
Yeah, first of all, I got to give a big shout out because our boy here is from Chicago, which, if anybody knows me, it's my favorite city in the entire world. Shout out Portillo's. Hey, brother, obviously, your college football experience at Ole Miss in the SEC. I'm an Oklahoma Sooner. We're brand new to the SEC. When it comes to getting prepared for the draft, what does it mean to be able to line up every week across from competition that the SEC has? And do you think that does did prepare you better for the next level?
I think it means a lot. Obviously competition brings out the best in everyone, and so when you're able to do that on a week in and week out basis, you always have to you always have to prepare um, to the best of your ability, and so um, and you see the difference when you might get a team that might sneak in and play you really well that you didn't expect. And you can always revert back, say, okay, well, I didn't prepare as best as I did, or I could have underestimated them in certain ways. So when you always got competition, it's pretty good to have, and it keeps you on your details. So that just prepares you in anything in life. And when you walk into the NFL, that's what it is every week and every day, honestly. So you just preparing every day to go against the best of the best.
Laquon, one thing we got to ask, we got to talk to one of your friends, fellow Ole Miss, Mr. Patrick Willis, and talk to one of our mutual friends as well,
Yeah.
Trayvon. Everyone's got a draft story. Everyone's got a story between preparing into the combine. Do you have anything that kind of sticks out to you, kind of like maybe an interview question situation, or just a funny thing that went on, or a memorable moment in the combine or pre-workouts?
A draft story. Honestly, I didn't have really. It wasn't nothing that really stood out outside of like it being in my home city. I mean, that was
Okay.
probably a once in a lifetime opportunity. I couldn't have imagined that as a kid that the draft would be actually in Chicago, and I grew up playing in Chicago. So I was pretty satisfied, man. I was at peace with everything that was going on, and yeah. I mean, oh, I do have one. After I got drafted, I tried to get in the club, and they didn't let me in. They didn't let me in. They was like,
Oh, I would have been so mad.
in Chicago. Yeah, yeah. They seen my ID. They knew I had just got drafted, but they were like, "Man, you still 20, so you can't get in."
Hey,
That's rough because where he went to
Yeah,
college,
that was.
I'm sure there wasn't any problems getting in anywhere.
that's true.
To go to your hometown, and they're like, "Nah, man,
Yeah.
sorry."
Yeah,
Wait a second. We're not in
yeah.
Oxford. This is my hometown right now. Come on, guys.
Is there one piece of
Chicago, tough
advice
city.
that you could give the men tonight as they are walking across that stage and hearing their name called?
Yeah, just man, continue to believe in yourself, man. You put in the work. Everything's gonna work out as it's supposed to. Just continue to believe in yourself, be you, and just have fun with everything, man. Have fun with the process. Know when to work and know when to, let yourself have a break or two.
So, Aaron, I know typically, like we've been asking them, at this point, hey, who's someone you're excited about? But we got to ask him about the fellow Ole Miss, Mr. Trey Harris, who I think is one of the best receivers in this draft. Laquon, what do you think about some guys like GMs around the league that may be thinking about taking fellow Ole Miss wide receiver Trey Harris in this draft? What kind of guy are they getting?
They're definitely getting a playmaker. Great body control. Um, I mean, I've actually watched him work with some of the trainers that he trains with, and got a great work ethic. And I think he'll do well at this level. I mean, he can run every route in the tree. And when you got the work ethic and can run every route, the rest will take care of itself. And so, he put up a lot of numbers at Ole Miss. Kind of glad he's leaving because them records would have started coming down. So, so I'm pretty excited to see him at the next level. So I'm sure he'll do great wherever he lands. I wish him the best, and I hope he lands with a great opportunity and a great situation. with either a veteran quarterback or a nice young quarterback that can get them the ball.
Yeah, Indianapolis Colts this year. Are you getting excited? Are you already like is your brain already switched to like it's football time and ready to run it this year?
Absolutely. The off season is long for me. I love being around the guys. I love coming in and putting in extra hours and just, getting to learn the offense and just being detailed about, football. That's what we love to do. That's what, I feel like I was born to do. So I just get excited when we get back in the building and we get to talk crap in the locker room, the saunas and just go work hard together and put a vision and put a goal together and try to achieve it together.
And last one for me, Mr. Treadwell. Once again, dude, it's an honor talking to you. What was like scoring your first touchdown in the NFL? You were leading up to this moment your entire life. What was it like?
It was unreal. I think it was Green Bay, and so I think it was a short post, and the guy kind of slipped or fell or something. And it was kind of like a walk-in, so it was kind of like, oh my God, like I'm in, like I'm here, like I made it, like But yeah, it was cool, man. It was cool. Celebrate with the guys. Um, yeah, it was just a dream come true, and just look forward to doing many more times.
And Laquon, one thing that I want everybody to know, like that is so impressive about you to me is, number one, just an unbelievable human being, great person, but also like the epitome of what you think about when you think about a true veteran figure in the NFL. What these kids, I think, should be modeling themselves after, like just Mr. just role model. I mean, you know what I mean, Aaron? Like that guy that it's
Nah.
hey man, that's how I look at it, bro. Hey, that's my tell me what it's
I appreciate that.
No, 100%. What is it like going in this year and going into year nine this year 10? Year 10?
10. Year 10.
Going into year 10.
Year 10.
Decade in the league.
Yeah.
How awesome does that feel to know that here we are, and man, coming to camp, like I don't know about you boys, but this gonna be one of the starting wide receivers on the Indianapolis Colts this year, right?
Yeah.
I'm just telling you.
Yep.
Respect.
That's gotta feel
It's just,
good.
it does feel good. Honestly, it does. It's funny. Last year I was when I got here. I'm thinking that was year 10. So which was crazy. I don't know how I got my years tied up, but it was like I skipped a year or something in my head. But anyways, I got to the end of last year and I was like, wait, that was just year 9. So I got another year to hit 10. And so um, coming in this year, going into year 10, honestly, it's a blessing. It's truly a blessing. It really is. We all know the stats, we all know the average, and I haven't had my best performance on the field every year. So just to be able to come in year 10 and still have an opportunity, I think God has lead me in this. So I just try to sit back and do my role, do my part. Honestly, just keep putting my best foot forward, and then good things will happen. I truly believe that, and so I look up, and I've had my years of fighting things that I probably shouldn't have been fighting in my head. The whole mental health thing, but I look up and I'm like, wow, it really didn't stop God's plan for my career. I got 10 years in the league, and it's not many people that can say that. And I'm just very appreciative and very grateful every morning that I'm still healthy, still able to do everything that I like to do at a high level. So I'm just gonna keep doing that and just keep trusting it and keep working hard and just keep showing up and being the best version I can be.
You know what's so funny about this is we're talking about year 10, and I'm looking at when you were coming out at some of your draft profile. This just tells you how much, like, we really have absolutely no idea what we're doing when it comes to draft, because right here on the board for his draft analysis, 40-yard time was a bit of discussion and might be a weakness. He's played 10 years. So it just goes to show you, like, at the end of the day, with all of the mock drafts and all of the talking heads talking, we still really have no idea. And a lot of guys that are going to be taken today are supposed to, be a can't miss guy. And then a lot of guys that are going to be taken are going to get in there and put in a lot of hard work, and they're going to play 10 years. Laquon, when you look back at your, coming out of college with all of those numbers, how did you or were you able to shut off the voices of people saying what you could and couldn't do and know, hey, I am self-assured that I know what I can and can't do?
Yeah, I was able to. It's tough when you want to go higher in the draft, right? You run faster, you go higher. So for me, that was a huge challenge for me because I wanted to run fast. I want to, do whatever I want to, the time I want to have. But at the end of the day, I was like, I can play football. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never looked at myself like slow on the field. So I was never too really worried about it. I knew it was going to be, here he say, she say when it came down to it. But at the end of the day, once you're done with all that, you got to line it up, get open, and catch the ball and score. So when you simplify it all, that's what I was focused on. I was like, man, I still have to play football. You're like, I can't let my strengths, go away from the spotlight of what's actually going on, and that's playing football. So I lean more into myself on that during those times. And once you get into the building, guys not really checking you on like, okay, how fast you are. Obviously, if you're fast, like it's going to stand out. But outside of that, guys are going to try to figure out how to stop you, what routes you can and can't run and what's your strengths, what's your weaknesses. So it's always good to focus on yourself and try to and bet on yourself more than anything and just keep doubling down on your strength until, you come out on top.
And for a guy that, quote unquote, didn't have a great 40 time, 202 receptions at the college level, almost 2,400 yards and 21 touchdowns for a guy that, quote unquote, had speed, question mark. So you can be as fast as you want, but if you can't get open, it doesn't help anybody. And it just shocks me when this happens every year. Somebody comes along and they're like, it's like, I don't know. Look at the college stats. And this was in the SEC. He's not, no offense, he's not playing in the American Conference here.
Right. And that's just kind of go to show, Laquon, one thing that we kind of talk when I look at wide receivers is like your body type, like intangibles, Trey's another one, like, 6'2", 6'3", big body guy. Because to me, when you can move like that and you release off the line, that's what it tells me. Like, I'm looking at, can you run a route? Can you get off the line of scrimmage and beat your guy? Because speed's one thing, but to me, like, what keeps you in the league and you're a living, example of that is your ability to be crafty as a receiver. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what the game is right now. It's a passing league. So you got to continue to evolve with the game. That was always something I paid attention to. Like what's new, what's trendy. Not trendy in the sense of like it's here today, but like where is the game going? And so that's allowed me to, get some years on my back end. Because when I first got in the league, it was the jump balls, the Dez Bryants, jump ball, make a play. And then the league switched to real route runners where it's like, can you actually get open? Because we're going to throw the ball 40 times a game, 50 times a game. And so I just started working on my craft more and more and more, using more trainers and stuff. And so that allowed me to adapt with the game and allow myself to create more separations. And so that's a huge key with everything. You just got to stay aware of what's going on, stay aware of, what the offenses are doing and try to learn as much as you can once you get in and then basically form yourself into what that'll look like. And so that's been my game plan, to just continue to adapt with the game and learn the game as much as I can.
Laquon, one more question, man, before we let you get out of here.
Yeah.
I gotta ask, because one of my favorite head coaches in the league, I think is an offensive guru, is your head coach, Mr. Shane Steichen. What is it like playing for that guy every day?
Very detail oriented. Just mastermind in the offense, allow guys to do their strength at the best of their ability, put guys in the right situation. So it's always fun coming to practice because we know we're gonna throw the ball. So it's always fun coming to practice, and so I mean, he's a big energy guy. He wants you to play with energy. He wants you to be yourself and have swag. And just very, very, very like passionate with the game. And you could just tell that coach wants to win at the highest level. And so it rubs off on all the guys.
Guys, just saying, like, and I'm calling it now. I told you, like, I'm calling for the Laquon Treadwell, like, big breakout year this year. Because, streets are talking, all right? Shane Steichen's got some experience with some big body Ole Miss receivers.
He does. He does.
That last one was pretty successful. And, all I'm saying is he ain't hold the same records that this Ole Miss receiver has. That's all I'm saying. But, hey, Laquon, we appreciate you, man. We really thank you for taking time out of your workout plan. I know that is super important right now, getting it ready for off season. And is anything that you want to kind of call attention to that you got going on right now other than getting ready for the season?
Man, life is good, man. I'm blessed, man. I just had my beautiful baby daughter. And,
Hey, there we go.
That's priority number one. And just shout out to all the guys getting drafted tonight, man. It's truly a blessing. And just being that moment, camp will be there. Promise you for the rest of the year, and season. So just enjoy the moment, man. Embrace it. You worked your whole life for it, and it's a blessing.
Man, that's awesome. Thanks again, Laquon. We will definitely have some of your biggest fans here with the AD crew watching extensively and making sure you get that attention you deserve, bro. And good luck on the season this year.
I appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
appreciate it. Thank y'all for having me.
Absolutely. Man.
All right.
Ole Miss legend. We talked a lot of legends this week, Aaron, we can talk to.
We're about to see him twice a year. Houston plays him.
That's true.
Yeah.
Hey, good luck.
I know. I'm kind of nervous. 2 outside wide receivers. Michael Pittman on one side, Laquon on the other. Then you got Alex Pierce eating up the middle. It's going to be dangerous.
That's when we're in meetings, you go in and go, all right, so we got to slow one of these 3 down. Which one are we picking? Because
then you got to worry about Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
It's Indianapolis, man. I think maybe it's because they're in Indy that they don't get maybe the shine that some of the
it's the quarterback situation.
They haven't won a division in 10 years.
But it's the quarterback deal.
Yeah.
I mean, just think about it. When Andrew Luck was there, because it was kind of the Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers thing. You went Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck, and then out of nowhere, and then it's scrambling since then.
Sometimes I think it's the football gods go when you get to go from like a Peyton Manning to an Andrew Luck. The football gods go, okay, now we're going to give you about 10 years of decent quarterback play. You don't get to have like a 3-part run with that. Like look at Green Bay, same situation. Favre, Rodgers. Now I think they probably figured out maybe something, but sometimes like football guys go, nah, you don't get to. And then I say that, and then New England has like 20 years of winning.
And then you think they're done, and all of a sudden they get May, and then like, oh yeah, by the way, like, they don't have the coach. Well, here's Vrabel. It's like, all right, whatever. Screw you guys.
He's already doing the Belichick stuff. No phones.
Yeah.
You can have them on the aux thing on the treadmill, but no phones in the building. Call if you're going to be late. Like,
did you hear what he's talking about with? So they're pretty locked right now, from what I'm hearing, that they're going to be taking Will Campbell.
Yeah.
And the reasonings is just like the tape, like the player, love the person.
Yeah,
that's such a Bill Belichick.
He's a Babes guy. Like, you want to see if someone doesn't get some content of Mike Vrabel coaching Will Campbell in like OTAs. That guy, he'll be just like when Dan Campbell was up at Detroit. He'll be out there on the field sweating, hitting guys with no pads on. He loves having a guy like that in the building.
But see, I want to see the off-season stuff with them. Like you could make a show probably. I want to see Will Campbell and Mike Vrabel duck hunting somewhere in Louisiana.
Duck hunting, going, just doing just crazy things together. Because Vrabel strikes me as that guy. As I know, he'll low-key hang out with his players. No phones, no nothing. Let's just have a great time. It goes back to that clip where, Bussin, just started it. And they were like, would you cut off your pecker for a Super Bowl? He was like, yeah, I'll cut it off.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you're getting with Braves. I mean, I got to ask you guys, though, because we got a lot of rumors going on this morning. And I'm going to just kind of get your thoughts on a few of them. One of the ones that's really interesting that I saw last night, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you've got a new head coach who comes in and kind of puts his foot down and is like, I need weapons. You want me to fix Lawrence? I need weapons. And so what I've been hearing, what's being reported, is that they are trying to either one, move up one spot because they're at 5. But if Ginty is on the board, that is the pick.
Yep.
And I've also read that if they don't get an offer from somebody else that is also crazy for Ginty, because like the rumors are going nuts. Like the Cowboys are apparently now all of a sudden, after not really giving a lick of interest to Ginty for the last few weeks and months, now all of a sudden they're interested.
It feels like yesterday all of a sudden it was like Ashton Ginty to the Cowboys.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and you've got, Trevor Lawrence and you've got Justin Herbert, similar situations. These guys, both of these teams have either got to figure out a way to win with these guys and win something substantial, or you're going to have to start looking at it. And I understand with Lawrence, there is a lot to like. Like when you watch his highlight tapes from college, when you watch him in workouts, there's a lot of things to like. A lot of things to like. The problem is the parts of it I don't like, they'll cost you ball games. And you got to figure it out. If you can't put enough weapons around him, you need to figure something out while he's still got some trade value. And he's in a situation in Jacksonville. I mean, we've seen it. Not a great run organization.
Nope.
Made some really weird moves, like bringing Urban Meyer. I mean, they've had some weird things happen. They got to figure out what to do with this guy, and if not, you're going to have to move him.
And I agree with you. I mean, Ruby, you've firsthand knowledge watching them, twice a year. But, like, I don't believe in Liam Cohen as the head coach.
No.
I just don't. I think that this guy, if you look at his resume, he's bounced around a bunch of spots, had some decent success with lower schools in college, and then basically got brought in here and was like, hey, you need to fix Baker Mayfield. And he did. But I think he's one of those guys that when it's all said and done, and I hope I'm wrong, like but I just don't have that same feeling as I do like a Shane Steichen going into Indianapolis, or insert any of the other guys like McVay when he went to the Rams, or Shanahan. But Liam Cohen doesn't seem like that kind of a guy. Like he's some offensive guru to me that's going to be able to take that step into a head coaching role. And for me, I was never a Trevor Lawrence believer. I mean, that was my draft class as a Jets fan, where we were going for quarterback, took Zach Wilson, and all of a sudden now apparently it should have been Justin Fields, so we're righting the wrongs. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But I think there was a lot of expectations on that draft class. I think there's a lot of things you could point to that maybe that could be one of the biggest letdowns of a draft class, because I think a lot of those guys went places where they weren't able to be developed the way that they should have because of this microwave generation we're in with the NFL. However, I feel like Trevor Lawrence's biggest issue is that, and y'all give me your opinion, but it seems as though whenever he faces good defensive lines, a good rush, that dude has no idea how to navigate a pocket to where he can, like what we see this new age of quarterback play that makes these kids coming in successful, is what I like to call the improviser, right? Like I feel like kind of like, the more perfected version of like the good years of Russell Wilson. Like he's not going to burn you with speed, but he's elusive, a Baker Mayfield type. Do you guys feel like that's more on the inability of development of Trevor Lawrence, or is that the inability for this organization to put offensive linemen around him that can actually keep him clean?
I would think it's a little bit of both of them, but more towards the latter. We've seen it with C.J. Stroud now, running for his life. You can't have anything going for you, right, if as soon as you snap the ball, you got a defender right in your face ready to sack you. And it's been like that for Trevor Lawrence. And I don't want to give the Jacksonville Jaguars excuses, but I'll be blind not to talk about some of the things they went through because, of course, we are on with our friend UCF Jaguar, who is a Jaguars fan, diehard Jaguars fan. They just haven't had a roster around them. They did something right last year. Brian Thomas Jr. in the draft goes off for 1,000 yards.
Yep.
They get an offensive-minded head coach in Liam Cohen. Yes, we don't believe in him, but those Jaguars players do.
Right.
And if you saw the way that they were talking to him, they looked like they were bought in. Ashton Ginty, that should excite everyone in Jacksonville.
Absolutely.
It really does, because a lot of people consider him a potential Hall of Fame player. Ashton Ginty would change immediately what people think about the Jacksonville Jaguars. And look, offense sells. And you have a number 1 wide receiver. You have a quarterback who you think is your franchise. Well, they think he is a franchise because they gave him a quarterback. They gave him a contract not too long ago. You just got to build around your guy. And some organizations, they don't do that. Jacksonville hasn't done that. Maybe they get it right tonight at Ashton-Ginchi.
Okay, let me move on to another one for you guys. So, Aaron, your favorite guy in this draft, Shedeur Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all of a sudden, you alluded to it, it's heating up. And one thing me and you've talked about offline a lot is we really like the Raiders for a multitude of reasons, but one of them is we feel like that for Shedeur to have a chance at turning into something, he needed to be able to be in a position to where he had no choice but to respect the leadership. And that's when we kind of pointed to the Raiders and all the other things that went with that, but one of them was because of Pete Carroll and his pedigree. Another one be Mike Tomlin, who at 21, they also need a quarterback. And apparently the reports are now is that there is a lot of love between Mike Tomlin and Sanders.
Well,
What do you say to that?
So, when you look at Shedeur Sanders, unfortunately, right, wrong, or indifferent, you're looking at a lot more than just the player. You're looking at what, and I don't like using this word, but the circus that comes along with it. And you've got to be an organization that has the right culture that can take that and deal with it. We've seen stuff with Johnny Manziel to Cleveland.
Right.
They're not set up or weren't at the time to take that type of craziness that comes into the building. And if you start looking at the landscape of the NFL, you've got what you're talking about with, the right team, the right fit, but it's got to be the right culture and the right coaching staff that can come in and get through to a guy like that. You got to remember that Shedeur Sanders has been, for probably since he first time stepped on a football field, been told he's either amazing or he's terrible because of the name.
Yep.
He's never, unfortunately, and even when you look at draft boards, there are very few that have him down the middle. You've got people that bust, and then you have people that go, game-changing player. He doesn't have a whole lot of that right down the middle stuff.
Either boom or bust.
Yeah, and it has. If you took the name off of him and gave him Smith, I think these questions are not coming up, and for whatever reason, people think, oh, he's going to be a problem. He's not going to work hard. He's not going to. Well, maybe you might be right, but I think the right fit, I think the right head coach, I think the right culture changes a lot of that. And I do think Pete Carroll has the pedigree to be able to get the best out of Shedeur Sanders. And I think the trump card in all of that is when he gets into the building, the greatest player to ever throw a football is in the building.
Who is his mentor?
Yeah, I mean, how do you not look at that guy who has a lot less athletic gifts than Shedeur Sanders has and dealt with a lot of adversity to be able to look at him and go, here's what happens if you can work hard. And I think if you're his dad, if you're Dion, you want the best for your kid. At the end of the day, yeah, that's his coach, and yeah, he's a head coach at Colorado, but he's also a dad, and he wants the best for his son. And I think Pete Carroll is, if you're a dad looking at it, that's a great situation for your son.
And I love that you bring up, the fact that Pete Carroll is the right person to mentor Shedeur because, nowadays, us, and I mean us as, someone who's 27, and of course Shedeur is younger than me by far, but when it comes to an adult figure, there's always this, if we don't feel like you know what you're talking about, if we don't think you know ball, we're not gonna pay attention. We're going to shut you out. And I think a coach like a Pete Carroll, like a Mike Tomlin, who have been there, done that, Super Bowls, coach Hall of Fame players, they're gonna demand that respect from a Shedeur Sanders. And that's where I think a lot of teams are kind of worried about drafting him. His ego is high. He has a lot of confidence. Of course he does. He is the son of Deion Sanders. He's been around the NFL since a child. He knows how to operate And I just think a coach like a Pete Carroll, a coach like a Mike Tomlin will do wonders for Shedeur. And if he's in Vegas, that's money.
And see, I'll give you.
Well, and think about two players along that line that he's coming into to play with.
Yeah.
Geno Smith, Max Crosby.
Yep.
So let's say something does go down at an OTA one-on-ones and you showboat a little bit. Well, there's a guy on the other side of the football that will absolutely knock you into next week. And there you have a Max Crosby is the type of guy that can pull a young man aside in a locker room and say, this is how things are done at this level. This is the way we play football here. Here's how we work. Those are important things that a coach is going to put a culture in place, and then there are veterans in that locker room that are going to reinforce that culture. And I'm hoping he does not play immediately. I'm hoping he sits behind.
And see, that's another reason, Aaron, why I want him to go to the Raiders, because one thing that the general manager of the Raiders and that Tom Brady, who has been very involved in this draft process, I've agreed on is a big reason why he want to get involved the way that he has been, other than just being, an owner, is because they agree that these young kids are starting too quickly. They're not given a chance to be able to come and essentially marinate under a vet. And that goes back to my just, soapbox that I have whenever we get into these conversations of we have got to get out of this microwave generation to where we are so focused on the first 4 years because of these quarterbacks getting paid that guys like, the Sam Darnolds, the Geno Smiths, right? The Baker Mayfields. I mean, you could even take the same. I mean, Lord, even like for you, and we're going to get into it here in a second with Joe, Caleb was kind of given the same thing.
Yep.
You have people saying like, oh, you got rid of Fields for this. Like, Fields, like, you can't expect these kids to come in here when you haven't set up a personnel, an environment for them to be successful. The same thing with Darnold, Zach Wilson for the Jets, Justin Fields and then Caleb, and now they're finally able to do that. But like we've talked about this, it was insane that you basically had your head coach for the Bears, like knowing he's not going to be there, and you decide you're going to draft a quarterback. Like that's going to save your career. No. You're going to ruin another kid's life, potentially. I mean, that's just real. That's real.
Yeah, it happens all the time. And, one last thing on Shedeur with the Raiders, they have got a lot of weapons that could be a big help to a young player learning. And one of those I'm looking at is Brock Bowers.
Boom.
Unbelievable rookie year at tight end. And when you are a quarterback learning to play in the NFL, there is nothing better than having that check down tight end that if stuff does not go well and I can't process it quick enough, I got a guy that I can throw the ball to and build a little bit of momentum and some stuff inside of you that says, hey, I can do this. I can play at this level. They've got a lot of that there. There are other teams that he could go to that do not have stuff to help
100%.
him get confident. And confidence is so key when it comes to playing quarterback in the NFL, and it has to happen early on. We've seen it too many times where a guy's got to move to 2 or 3. I don't want to keep talking about Baker, but I'm wearing OU stuff. Baker had to move around from one team to the next to finally get somewhere with some stability where he could have the same coach year in, year out. And if Baker wasn't wired the way he is, and this is the, grabbing his nuts on the sideline at Kansas, this is that guy.
Yeah.
If he didn't have that chip on his shoulder, he may not be in the league.
Yeah, and you say, talk about how important a tight end is to a young quarterback. Just ask Lamar Jackson how important Mark Andrews was. It still is, right?
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah. So we got one of our good friends from ESPN 97.5. And also host of Locked On Bears, our boy, Mr. Joe George.
I'm doing pretty good right now. No complaints at all.
Bears are probably going to be doing, yeah?
Yeah, man. It's going to be interesting to see what the Bears do tonight. It really feels like a lot of it, is Genty and Tyler Warren focused on who they're going to take at 10. I think, unfortunately, I don't think either guy is going to be there for them at this point. And when they get to 10, like I just think both guys are going to go in front of them. Maybe Tyler Warren's there. And I struggle with Tyler Warren because I am a Notre Dame fan. I am a Cole Kmet believer. But it was not good last year. It was not good. Like, he was not really used in the offense. But you guys were just talking about, what they did last year with Eberflus, 2 different offensive coordinators, 2 different head coaches throughout the season. And it's like Cole Kmet wasn't really used in a way. But, like, if you think back to the London game, like, he was fantastic against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So I'm not super wanting them to draft Tyler Warren. But at the same time, I think he's an awesome weapon. And adding him to Rome Odunze and adding him to DJ Moore and Cole Kmet, I think just kind of shows like what kind of offense they're going to run next year, where they're going to be in a lot of 2 tight end sets, and they're not going to be running 3 wide receivers out there. It's why they haven't replaced Keenan Allen. So I'm fascinated to see what happens at 10 tonight.
Go ahead.
I have to go get something because we have to do this correctly.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay.
Y'all,
Okay.
give me 30 seconds.
Yes.
I'm
know-
nervous.
I know exactly what he's doing right now.
Well, I see a Cubs thing on the laptop, so I'm confident it's not a cheesehead.
It is
So-
not.
Okay, good.
Yes.
As long as it's not that. Yeah.
So let me ask you this. So one thing that I look at for Johnson and what I think that their biggest, I don't feel like that first year we're going to see a big trade up. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but I feel like that the Bears are in such a unique position. They can let the board come to them. And I think you're going to have a lot to pick through for what's there. I mean, let's just say Genty isn't there. You want to go running back. I mean, you want your Gibbs, go Travion Henderson, right? You want to
go Hampton, whatever you want to do.
Go Hampton. Pick your poison. You've got 2 guys there that, to me personally, I don't feel like the gap between Genty is that crazy compared to like, a Johnson from Iowa, right? Like a Caleb Johnson. I don't feel like those gaps are a lot more between him and Genty than those 2 guys. And I agree with you on the Kmet thing. Like, that's tough. But we have seen a lot of this thing recently where they're getting more into these twin tight end sets again.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, you think about what they could do, and a trade-up's interesting because the rumors are crazy. Like, the rumors are that the Bears are going to trade in the top 5, that they're going to try to trade up, maybe as high as 4 with the Patriots, and try to take Genty. And I'm fine with drafting a running back with where this roster's at. They addressed their offensive line. They brought in 3 new offensive linemen. You have your right tackle of the future. You have 2 guys at left tackle that you think you can develop. I know Kieran, the kid from Yale, was a disaster, but like they drafted him in the 3rd round last year to be a developmental guy. So like that's not over. You have Braxton Jones. Like you're okay at left tackle. So like you don't have to take Membu or Will Campbell if he's there.
Right.
You don't have to take Genty. You can take a different running back. Like the Bears have a ton of options, but I do think they could be aggressive. I agree with you, Tyler. It's not going to be from 10 to 5. I think it is those other running backs you mentioned. They still are getting the fruits of the Carolina Panthers trade labor. Like, all of that's still happening. You have 2 second-round picks. I think that's where the trade comes in. I wouldn't be shocked if the night ends with the Bears with 2 first-round picks because they're trading back into the late 20s and taking a running back. You take Tyler Warren or Jalen Walker or the best player available. Mason Graham seems to be slipping like crazy.
Yes.
I'm all in on him, too. You take the best player on your board, tight end, running back, whatever it is. Just take the best player, and then if you want to go get a running back and you have to trade back in, fine. If not, cool. Take Caleb Johnson. Take him in the 2nd round. Take one of these other running backs. I mean, like, there's people like who have been talking about this running back class. I think it was on NFL Network. They said there's like 18 guys who could take carries from day 1 as a starting running back in this draft class, which seems insane to me.
I mean, you can you can go all the way down to Dylan Sampson for Tennessee. Like, I love that kid. I mean, you want to go farther down, you go look at Devin Neal from Kansas. I mean, some of these guys, like, we may be looking at them, well, they're graded down below these guys. Yeah, but this draft is so unique.
So different.
So different. This is not a go get your franchise, like, walk in. Like, there's no Patrick Mahomes here.
No.
There's no Patrick Willis, Darrell Revis. Like, there's no Bijan Robinson other than Genty. And even still, like, there's a lot of discussion of, well, if it's Bijan or Genty, where'd you go? This is your depth. Like, the most epitome of this is the nucleus draft, right? And I think that's where people are going to see it. But fellow Chicago Bearian.
Let's go.
Yeah, so for those of you that are watching these, I'm new to all of this. I was born in 1985.
Great year to be born.
So, unbelievable year. Jordan was drafted the year before, 85 Bears. I don't want to get my hopes up. I don't, but here's what I'm staring at. I'm staring at Ryan Poles showing that he could be a good GM. I'm looking at Ben Johnson coming in. I'm looking at Caleb Williams. I'm looking at the most perfectly boring offseason that the Bears could have, drafting a bunch of guys that casual fans have no idea who they are, and they're going to play on the line. I feel like we're making the right moves, but I'm still feeling a little bit like we're like one bad move away from the Cutler years again.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to take the fan part out of it. I'm trying to go into it with trepidation and not get overly excited. But am I crazy? Are we making the right moves for the first time since 1985?
I'll tell you though. First of all, if it gets back to the Jay Cutler years, I'll take it. It's
100%.
It's been so bad. Like if they get back to the Jay Cutler years, like I'll be a happy person on Sundays. Yeah, no, they're making the right moves for the first time in forever. I mean, since you had the team obviously with like Urlacher and Briggs and those guys, since you probably traded for Jay Cutler and you got Brandon Marshall, like this is Alshon Jeffrey, like this is the best offseason they've had where it doesn't feel fake. Like we all knew last year, like you get Caleb, you get Rome, you get Keenan Allen, it's awesome. But Eberflus was there. Like Tyler, you mentioned it, like the quarterback thing with a coach that's about to get fired. They've done that 3 times in a row.
Yes.
They had John Fox for a year. He drafted Trubisky. He got fired. You have another coach in Matt Nagy. He drafts Justin Fields. He gets fired at the end of his rookie season. You just did it again with Matt Eberflus. So for the first time, you have a coach who is highly paid. The Bears have never done that. They got a great offensive line that is well respected across the NFL. They've never done that. Like people like Matt Nagy, but like he wasn't Ben Johnson because he wasn't calling plays in Kansas City.
Right.
So yeah, I agree. I think this is the first time where it feels like they are making the right moves by investing in the offensive line, by investing in defensive guys, by paying guys like Kyler Gordon, TJ Edwards. Like it just finally feels like they're heading in a direction where all of us can feel positive and not have the overhype that we did last year where like Nick Wright is predicting Caleb Williams take the Bears to go to the Super Bowl in his first year, which was a stupid take from the beginning. But like now we all feel like, okay, they can win the division. You have a great head coach, we think. You have a defensive coach in Dennis Allen, who we know is great as a defensive coach. It feels like the building blocks are finally there. They just got to get Caleb going in the right direction, and I think the Bears are going to be good. And I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs this year because the schedule's brutally tough, but I think they're going to be at least knocking on the door this year. For sure.
Joe, the Bears made an emphasis on fixing their offensive line, making trades, making moves in free agency, and of the notion of a very boring Chicago Bears draft. I've seen some mock drafts with a Kelvin Banks there at 10. What if the Bears stick to what they did in the offseason, rebuilding the offensive line, which, I mean, I wouldn't mind that. My quarterback's running for his life. I wouldn't mind to go offensive heavy. But if you saw the Chicago Bears spend their first-round pick on an offensive tackle, what would be your reaction to that?
Cool. Like that means they don't like their left tackle, and Calvin Banks is going to be the guy. You have 4 new offensive linemen. You need it. I mean, you guys introduced me like, I work at ESPN Houston, and I cover the Bears. I watched C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams get sacked like 130 times last year combined.
Yeah.
Something like that. Like, all I've watched is quarterbacks running for their life. So, like, you want to add a tackle to the Chicago Bears, like, that's fine with me. Now, Ryan Poles, the former, offensive lineman himself, like, hasn't been great, it seems, at evaluating the later round guys. But Darnell Wright has been a phenomenal player for the Bears. I mean, there's a reason why he'll be the last man standing of last year's offensive line if they take Banks at 10. So I'm fine with that. Like, if you want to take a left tackle, it probably means that Warren and Genty are gone, but also it might just be the right football decision to just take an offensive lineman, because Caleb was running for his life. He's been running for his life since he was at USC, and like They're going to move to more – he's supposedly going to be doing more under center stuff this year, which is going to be new for him basically for the first time in his life. So I'm cool if they take a left tackle.
Let me ask you guys this. I'm kind of directed at you two, Aaron. Joe, the Bears last year, I believe, were they the second in most allowed rushing yards in the NFL. Obviously, their biggest thing was trading away your one good, edge.
Mm-hmm.
What does it look like if you get to 10? Do you feel like there's going to be conversations if a Mason Graham falls, or if let's say a Shamir Stewart is available? Is that something that as a Bears fan you guys would be excited about? You feel like that would fix something, or would you be like more, well, I wish we could have gone up and got Genty?
I'll tell you, and you tell me if I'm completely off. If I have to listen to one more Bears fan tell me to rebuild the monsters of the Midway, I can't. I am so, and I'll get heated. I am so tired as a Bears fan of us talking about that we could rebuild the defense from 85 and the defense from those 08, 06 to 08 year.
Peppers, Olacker.
I understand we have history as an organization. We invented a position. I get it. We think that the football can be won by bringing in a game-changing linebacker and having edge rushers and all of this. Here's what happens, though. We become so locked down to nostalgia as a fan base that we think if we're the Bears, that means that we got to hit people in the mouth. And we have watched football change while we have refused to change with it. Urlacher could do things to a quarterback and to wide receivers coming across the middle that these guys cannot do in this era. I am tired of trying to relive the monsters of the Midway. I want a football team that can put the ball down the field and score points. I want a game. I want us to change the way that we look at the game as Bears fans.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. They're the only team in NFL history without a 4,000-yard passer. That's pathetic.
It's wild.
I mean, it's the only team in the NFL. And you've spent 3 top 10 picks or 3 top 15 picks, whatever it is, on quarterbacks, and you haven't had a guy throw for over 4,000 yards. Caleb Williams is breaking records left and right that are from guys in the 60s and the 50s and the 40s. So they're not even competitive in terms of throwing the ball. Mason Graham, you could sell me on. You could sell me on Mason Graham. But they already added Grady Jarrett. So, it's not a huge need. I think you have to go offense here. It's the play. Now, if it falls, unfortunately, I was just listening to Todd McShay's podcast. He has Kelvin Banks going 6th in the draft. So if Will Campbell, Kelvin Banks, Ashton Genty, Tyler Warren are all gone, well, I'd rather the Bears trade that pick at 10. And that's honestly, it's been my biggest offseason take. I don't know if it's because I cover both these teams, the Texans and the Bears, but I've been pounding the table that the Bears are going to trade the 10th pick to the Houston Texans, and they're going to move back to 25. That's been my go-to take for the offseason. But if they take Mason Graham, Shamar Stewart, I mean, it's fine. I just know I won't love it as much. Now, the only positive here is I'm gonna try to trust Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
And if Ben Johnson says we don't need to add an offensive lineman, a tight end, or a running back at 10, and we're going to add a defensive player, that means that through film study, through offseason acquisitions, he's confident that the Bears are headed in the right direction offensively, and they don't need to do that. So that's the only – I got to just trust this guy, that he is the wizard that we all think he's going to be. And if they take defense, I'm going to have to give him the benefit of the doubt with this new regime. And
I'm really hoping that Caleb Williams got bought and converted a lot of Bears fans last year. Because here's what I heard, and he probably heard the exact same thing. Dresses weird.
Yep.
Paints his fingernails.
Yep.
We act like we didn't win a Super Bowl with a guy with one eye and was one of the craziest personalities to ever be in the NFL. But all of this stuff, and here's what I saw game in and game out, pulling himself up off of the ground, patting his offensive line on the back, going into media and talking about how he's got to play better and the things that he's got to do better as a player, when I know he's going home, when he's sitting alone and going, I'm doing everything I can do But you know what he didn't do? Go out to the media and say any of that. He's been a team guy since he got in the building. Is he weird? Is he quirky? Yeah. Well, you know what? Chicago's a weird and quirky city and a weird and quirky organization, and I'll take a guy who's willing to be a team guy, even with the adversity, and I'll take that 9 times out of 10.
I'll tell you this much. I'm not a Caleb Williams believer. I haven't been. But what I will say, and I've given him a lot of crap, because I do think that he is one of the most overhyped quarterbacks coming out of college. And I think that has a lot to do with Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
I think it has a lot to do with the fact that he moved from, Oklahoma with him to USC. There's a lot of expectations there. And like Shedeur Sanders, he did not meet any of them in college. Now, a lot of that had to do with the team, but it's funny, because if you think about it, we were talking a lot last year about, his draft process and his attitude. And all of a sudden, that's kind of gone away, because now there's another one. And really, he can kind of, I think Shedeur Sanders of taking that.
Yeah.
Because honestly, that was one of my biggest knocks on him. I thought that he thought he was just going to be given, the position. And we were talking about him in the same conversations as Andrew Luck and Trevor Lawrence, who, again, a whole other situation we've already discussed. But respectfully to him, he hasn't been given the opportunity.
No, and I think when you look at last year, the statistics and the win-loss record doesn't say what the season really was. Think back to the worst moment of the season. It's the Fail Mary, right? But what happened in that game? Caleb Williams was atrocious for the first half. But then in the second half, he led his team down to the field. Their moron offensive coordinator handed the ball to an offensive lineman on the 1-yard line, and they fumbled. And then he led 2 more scoring drives and gave the Bears the lead before that play. He led the Bears down the field, gave them the lead against the Green Bay Packers before the field goal got blocked to win that game. He did it again in Week 18. He led them down. He led them down the field against the Detroit Lions on Thanksgiving, right before Matt Eberflus got fired. Every single time they needed Caleb Williams, he stepped up. His stats might not have been great, but he made clutch play after clutch play last season. And to me, I walked away last year firmly confident that if you just put a competent coach around him, that he's going to be a superstar. I get the reservation. I had it at USC. I was all in at Oklahoma when he was there and when he took over. But when he took over last year, really started to get this thing moving, and they kept losing the games, and he would start slow and start bad, but they kept being in position to win the games. But it's everybody else around him that would let him down. I was like, this guy's got it. I'm fully convinced that the Bears have their quarterback. He's doing things we never saw Justin Fields do. We never saw Mitch Trubisky do.
Because he can throw it.
He can throw it.
Yeah.
And he can use his legs and again, just to get sacked that many times and just to keep getting up and getting up. To me, it says a lot about him.
And that's to your point too, Aaron. It's the mental, it's the confidence thing with this kid. And I'll say this, I was a big Jaden Daniels fan. I called him in January. I said, this is not only going to be the best quarterback in the draft, I said, this will be your offensive rookie of the year. And he was. But difference is, he had an offensive line. Again, Eberflus was, it was a Caleb, and you had, what I consider the absolute perfect personnel setup I've ever seen, any team or head coach put together his first year for a rookie quarterback ever.
And he's just tough, man. Joe, I don't know if you remember Week 2, Sunday Night Football at Houston. Caleb Williams got the hell beat out of him.
Yep,
but
I was there.
He got up every single week. And I think that's where both teams realized their offensive lines were going to be a problem throughout the year. And much like C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams just kept on getting up. And I think that's where it kind of won me over. You bring up those 3 games where Caleb Williams put the Bears in position to win the game. Unfortunately, didn't go that way. Yeah, I'm with you. I like him. I'm bought in. Is he a little weird? That's fine. But this is 2024. Yeah. There's going to be weirder kid coming out in 2 to 3 years where we're going to say, dear God, how is this guy a football player?
Yeah, it's just that's where the whole painted fingernails thing, and obviously here in Houston, we hear about Jalen Green all the time.
Yes.
It's these kids are different. And the older generation that watches the game is going to struggle with it. None of us here are old, really. I'm 32, but it's kind of weird. Like it's kind of weird, and it takes some getting used to. And I think that's what you have to win fans over, especially in a city like Chicago. Like they're gonna judge more than they're gonna be, 85 Bears, not painted fingernails. Like that is like the reality of it. So I think he's done a good job, and I think that I hope they just get it right tonight.
And, one last thing is you can't forget how good that game was when Washington and Chicago played each other.
Yeah.
That was an incredible game for both of those quarterbacks.
Yep.
And I think, he showed you last year that he can do a lot with very little.
Yep.
And he can give you everything you need. And now as an organization, I'm seeing in the offseason you stepping up and saying, all right, we're going to give you – you gave us everything you had, and we gave you very little to work with, as far as protection goes. This year, we're gonna take that part of it off the table, and we're going to give you as much protection as we can. God hope a running back that can help a little bit, because if I have to watch Forte run I'm going to throw up with that. But if he's going to give you everything he needs – or everything you need to give him everything he needs. And
right.
And the Bears typically used to be an organization that just said, you're playing for the Chicago Bears, this is the way we play football, figure it out.
Yeah, I do think that like the running back thing with DeAndre Swift is why the Genty stuff makes so much sense. Like if you look at DeAndre Swift's career, he has well over 100 carries in every single season, except for one. His one season with Ben Johnson. It's when Jamal Williams had 17 rushing touchdowns. DeAndre Swift became not as important part of the offense, because the one thing that Ben Johnson has said time and time again this offseason is why DeAndre Swift will not be a Chicago Bear for very long, or not be a huge part of this offense. No block, no rock. That's a saying. If you're not going to block, you ain't getting the ball because you can't be on the field. And that's what DeAndre Swift does not do. So like that's why whether it's Caleb Johnson, Ashton Genty, Junkins, anything like that, like I think they're going to definitely draft a running back with their first 3 picks, and probably a tight end too. So I don't know if it's going to be at 10, which is going to be tonight's going to be fascinating.
Arroyo in the second round would not be bad.
Man, if you went like Genty and Arroyo,
I'll buy.
Speaking my language,
I'll put a flag on my front door when I get home.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you, dude. Arroyo out of Miami is going to be an absolute problem for people, and you're going to be looking at the Warrens and the Lovelands, and you got the kid from LSU, and people are going to forget about Arroyo. That's for all you guys out there. Watch them. Well, Joe, we appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for taking your time out, guys. Make sure you're going to be streaming. You guys are on Locked On, correct?
I think we're doing a live show tonight, Locked On Bears, on their YouTube channel with the main host of the podcast, and then we'll be going on for probably like an hour. I think as soon as the Bears pick is done, pretty much we'll go live for about an hour afterwards. So check us out there, hit that subscribe button, all that fun stuff.
Awesome, man. Appreciate you. You can find Joe too. Y'all got some stuff you're working on for the radio show coming up.
Yeah, so with ESPN Houston, let's launch a new Astros podcast. You can find it ESPN Houston's YouTube channel called Inside the Icebox. Myself, Jeremy Branham. We also air it as a radio show. And a little teaser, I'll probably be back on the air in some capacity in the next 2 months.
There we go.
Heard it here first. So, hey, man, appreciate you. Thank you for everything you do. And, man, looking forward to hopefully you getting a smile on your face at 10.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully. Cool. I need it.
All right, guys. So, did that make you feel good getting to talk about your Bears?
It did, because, normally draft season for the Bears is not like my favorite thing in the world.
Yeah.
We're just not. We don't do the right things.
I mean, I can relate to you. I'll say this though, I've at least the problem for me in the last 4 years has not been what the Jets do in the draft. It's what the Jets do to coach the players out of the draft.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, another rabbit hole, but it is going to be interesting to me to see how Mogi approaches a draft. Because I am such a fan of how Joe Douglas looks at a draft board and how he breaks down who's going where, and to not have him this year, it worries me, because when it comes to drafting guys, we've at least had to, look back on the guys that we have on the team. There's a lot of studs there that they've grabbed, and I'm not even talking about the ones that are easy, right? To me, first round, that's easy to me. It's easy to take a guy first round. What's hard is finding a Max Mitchell out of La Tech, right, in the 3rd round, or getting a Jeremy Rucker in like the 4th, 3rd round, getting guys like that, and I think that think Texans, with what y'all have been able to do, that's one thing. Obviously, Howie and what he can do with the Eagles. It's going to be interesting to see how those minds convert this year with this draft.
Well, yeah, you see Nick Caserio in his later rounds, Nico Collins,
right,
one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. Jalen Petrie in the 2nd round gets his 2nd contract with the Houston Texans. Just last season, Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock. The 1st round also is pretty good for Nick Caserio, but it's his later rounds is where he makes the most money. I am excited for tonight because this is the first time in a while where I really don't know what the Houston Texans are going to do. It's not like the drafts of before where you're taking C.J. Stroud, you're taking either Sauce Gardner or Derek Stingley. Thank God we got the better of the two in Derek Stingley. And with this one, we've seen defensive tackle, wide receiver, offensive lineman. I even saw Marion Hampton at 25 to the Houston Texans. Oh, my God, that would shock the world. But I am just excited. Golden is the one that's on a lot of Houston Texans fans' mind. Yes, we want Kelvin Banks. Yes, would love to fix the O-line. But if there is
if he drops, are you taking him?
If he drops to like the teens, if he's in that 13, that Miami Dolphins area, it's going to be very hard for me not to look at my phone and say, let's go get Matthew Golden.
Yeah, all right. And put up a lot of numbers at Texas, playing for an offensive guru and Sark. And, had the ball thrown to him by 2 different quarterbacks during the season. So, he's, which is 2 different types of, 2 completely different players.
2 different, the way the ball comes out.
Ewers and Manning, not the same.
No.
The way that they play the position. So it's very, very interesting. I also think it's fun that when you look at the Houston Texans, if you're a Houston Texans fan, you're getting like upgrade positions. Yeah. That's a fun place to be in the draft when you're upgrading positions. You got a guy that you like, but maybe you can go out and get a guy that potentially in 2 or 3 years could be the guy that replaces that, rather than some teams like my Bears have been in the past where you're drafting out of necessity.
Yeah.
And that's what Nick Caserio said. D'Amico Ryans on Monday, he said, we're not going to pass up on a prospect just because we have needs somewhere else. It sounds like they might go BPA, but in the recent 48 hours, Texans are going to trade up. They want Kelvin Banks. They told Kelvin Banks, if you're there, we're taking you. Really don't know which direction they're going in.
And I'll tell you this much: I've got Golden. He's the number 1 receiver on my board, and the reason is because he is the perfect person. He's a perfect player that you want on your team as an offensive coordinator for this generation of offense in the NFL. He is, in my mind, he is the closest thing. And I'm gonna put it out here. We're gonna get you your first hot take. Closest thing that you have seen potentially to a Tyreek Hill.
Matthew Golden.
I think so. Because of the way he moves with the football in his hands. I don't think this is not an Xavier Worthy guy. This is not a guy that's just going to hit you on a burner. Because to me, that's what Xavier Worthy is. That's one of those picks that you got him because of the speed. He's going to be asked to do one thing: run straight, run fast, and beat that guy. But with Golden, he's a crispy route runner. He's got a good route tree. He can get off the line and beat his guys because of his ability to break from that starting point, right? And that's one of the things I love. The guy's 5'10", 5'11", so he's not necessarily big, but he's not small. And I think that's a guy that you want to talk about the generation of yak, yards after catch. That is a yak guy. Yeah. That is a yak king. He's not Deebo Samuel. Do not get that mixed up. He is a Tyreek guy. So,
4.29 40. And I think what separates him from Worthy is, with Xavier Worthy, he's a Kansas City.
Right.
You're trying to replace a guy that you let go, that the next year you went, that might not have been the best side.
Yeah.
Like we're missing something. So you go get a guy that can run down the field with that type of speed. But Tyreek Hill and Xavier Worthy are not built the same. Tyreek is built like a tank. And Golden has got a lot more mass on him than what an Xavier Worthy had. So, 4.29 in speed, but can also get open and run through contact. It becomes a fun thing that you can do with the way that you mix up the way that you use him. He's not just an Xavier Worthy or a Marquise Brown where it's like, we got
just
one
run straight.
Yeah, run as fast as you can. I'm going to throw the ball as far as I can.
He's 5'10", 200 pounds.
That's a big boy.
That is a big dude. And that's what I'm saying is, like, my biggest thing with him is that I love about him is he is so freaking twitchy. You remember when Zay Flowers came out?
Yeah.
His biggest thing was that dude was twitchy. And that's what I think guys like that. But see, Zay's smaller. And when y'all look at Matthew Golden, I see how twitchy he is, the ability to run a good route. He's fast. And he's got, like, another thing that we can't forget about. He has got top 3 best hands in this draft.
Okay.
Watch the tape.
Average 15 yards is a catch.
I think C.J. Stroud would like that.
And Matthew has made it known himself that he wants to be a Houston Texan.
Yes.
Every single thing the Texans do, a contract restructure, a happy birthday. Matthew Golden is liking that post. There was even a clip of, I believe he was at a football camp somewhere, or maybe he was at the park, but he told this little kid, I love the Texans. If you want your guy, go get your guy. You have 2 picks in the 3rd round. You have an extra 2nd round next year that you got in that Laramie Tunsil trade. This is your opportunity, Houston, to put yourselves in the conversation of the Kansas City Chiefs, Baltimore Ravens, and Buffalo Bills, because you're right there. But those 3 on a level right above you. And like I mentioned, with knowing what's coming in the future and the contracts of Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud, the Texans need to take advantage of these rookie deals.
Absolutely. Well, Aaron, we got to sit down with 2024 class Pro Football Hall of Famer Patrick Willis and get to pick his brain on his draft process. So, guys, we're going to flip over to that interview, and we hope you enjoy it, and we'll come right back to you after this. And we are back with another great one, Aaron.
This is big time.
Big player, bigger heart, greater guy. So this gentleman, you may know as the one of the newer members of the National Football Pro Football Hall of Fame, the current franchise leader in tackles all time for the San Francisco 49ers, the legend that is Mr. Patrick Willis.
What's happening, fellas?
What is up, Patrick? How are you, man?
Doing great. Thank you guys for that intro. Man, just it's interesting to hear that I am, at this moment, the franchise leader for the 49ers in tackles, and I'm like, wow, that's had that many tackles, huh?
950 to be exact.
In case you want to know, 733 solo tackles, 950 total tackles, and that, brother, that's a lot of tackles.
That's good, but man, you know what? One thing I've learned is that my records are made to be broken, and just to have held it for a moment, and I have no words. So let's go, Fred. I think Fred. I mean, I would imagine Fred is probably right there somewhere. I believe. I know he's 1 or 2. What they call it? Punches away. College fumbles. From taking over that. So let's go, Fred.
Hey, Fred, I love Fred. Fred's great, man. The cool thing is 49ers seem to always have in my mind, Aaron, you're probably the same boat. You kind of set that bar for 49ers linebackers for our generation, and to see them have continue that legacy of great linebackers that as that guy, it's got to feel pretty cool to continue to see that legacy go on.
Man, it really is. Before me, there were other great legendary linebackers that played for the Niners. I feel like each year, every other year, whether it's during a reunion that we have or me just, coming across something and I'm like, wow, this linebacker was amazing as well. And so just as I was fortunate to have those that come before me to pave the way, I just wanted to do that same thing. I just wanted to be able to leave something behind so that, others can aspire to reach and even be greater than. So it's amazing to see those linebackers of today holding it down, aka Fred. Shout out to Dre, who just took off. Shout out to Navarro, so many guys. So,
well, I have to tell you, so I was looking in my closet at what hat I was going to wear for this interview, and I realized I had a Bears hat. I realized we're interviewing a linebacker, and I don't have to tell you, but as Bears fans, we take the position of linebacker very seriously in that organization. We've had Dick Butkus, Mike Singletary, and when I had lunch today with my dad, I said, we're interviewing Patrick Willis. And my dad just looked at me. He goes, that's a bad boy. That's a bad boy.
Hey, man, shout out to those guys. RIP, Mr. Butkus. Being coached by Coach Singletary. Man, that was one of them things. I just said that, hopefully one day when it's all said and done, because I kind of figured it out early on. I was like, don't get caught up in I don't get caught up in the whole drama of who's the best linebacker. Just go out and put forth your best, and then let them speak about it. And I said, talking to myself, I was like, well, how will I know? I was like, well, let them put forth the effort, let them talk about it, and perhaps one day when people are talking about linebackers, they're talking about defenders, somebody will remember. And if one person can remember that I played the game, I suppose that will be enough. And so, every now and then you hear someone or you see something and somebody say, well, what about that Patrick Willis? Or, I'm like, just one. And so I'm grateful for that.
Well, let's we're going into the NFL draft, and you obviously were drafted pretty high your year, but think back. I know it's been a little bit. We're both 40 years old. I know it's been a little bit, but what was your pre-draft experience like, man?
Man, my pre-draft experience was like no other. So actually, I had 12 visits, and the team who drafted me was not one of those visits. And I just remember, man, on draft day, what it felt like. I was kind of in my head. I was like, man, I don't know who's interested in me, who really like me, but man, whoever does, I just give me a chance. I want to go there and play my best football and give them everything I have. And man, the one team that drafted me, like I said, I didn't go on a visit there, and that would have been the last team that I would have thought that would have been interested in me. And the one team that when I was growing up, as a kid, we all have those teams that like, man, one day I want to play for this team and play for that team. And me growing up, I was a big Cowboys fan. So the only team I knew in my mind was got to be them Cowboys. And I would always say, I never play for anybody else. I never play for never play for the 49ers. And I never forget my dad would say, all right, well, you better stop saying all that never. You never know. Never. You say you never know. Never can happen like that. And I never forget, man, 2007, 11th pick. They called my phone, and I just remember just being paused for a moment and like, man, what are the chances? The one team that I said I never wanted to play for is a team that ended up drafting me, and I'm grateful that they did.
That's awesome. I mean, and that's got to be obvious, like you said, like that's a cool feeling. And Aaron, I'm sure you're pretty aware, like this 2007 draft class was really special to me as a resident Jets fan, because the other first rounder in that draft class, also in the Hall of Fame, is Mr. Darrelle Revis. So, I mean, you having two just absolutely just game records in that class, like it just shows like how good that 07 class was. I mean, you also, on the other side of the ball, Joe Thomas and Calvin Johnson in that class as well. Like
feels right now, like, woo.
Man, that's awesome. How, if in there, right, being around some of these guys, like how was that within the pre-draft experience, Patrick? Like
did you have any cool moments, any cool stories like from maybe the combine or something like that? Because that's always got to be something interesting. It's always got to at some level probably going down there with all that talent around each other, being competitors, right?
Yeah. I was just trying to think. It was a little while ago, but I do remember it was 2007, and we was um, getting ready for the draft. You train at a facility, at least some guys do, and me and a few other guys, me and a few of the top other guys in that draft had the same agents, so we all ended up training out at API in Arizona, and I'll never forget when I first got there. I remember looking around and just seeing some of the guys. I'm like, man, these are guys that I saw like running. I mean, Adrian Peterson was there, Marshawn Lynch, Jamarcus Russell, Buster Davis, Brady Quinn. I mean, man, everybody was out there, and I remember it vividly. We got out there and we started working out. And the way I was seeing these guys run, the way I see these guys like work out and lift, I thought in my world like I was only one or one of a few people like working out like that. And I remember when I got around these guys, they worked out like that. And but the thing that really hit me was me looking around. And I'm like, bro, I said I might be tripping, but I think this is like X-Men or something or whatnot. Look at these guys running and jumping and doing some of the things that like I felt like were just unbelievable. And I just remember that was a moment that just hit me that like, man, I think we are some really special like beings when we really tap into like that core of what makes us special. And so I know it wasn't like uh anything like, out of the extraordinary, but it was just, man, me looking around me and just seeing those tremendous athletes. Like it was a special moment and a special feeling. And just to be a part of those guys, it was special. So shout out to those guys. And I will say, out of all those guys that were out there training and stuff, Adrian Peterson, believe it or not, Adrian Peterson and I were actually the two fastest ones. I know some of them they would not want to admit it, but I remember us doing our 40s. Like we had to do like our test for 40s or whatnot first,
Mhm.
just like what we kind of are. And I remember Adrian Peterson everybody else ran theirs. Adrian Peterson ran his. And I'm like, man, these guys are moving. I remember I ran mine, and the coach said, "Oh wow, you sure are you a linebacker or a specialist?" I was like, I'm an athlete, coach. Like I was recruited out of high school as an athlete, and so I remember being one of the faster ones out there. And so on the combine when I ran my 40, I didn't run my 40 as fast as I felt like. I didn't run my 40 time as fast as I know I could. I mean, I tried. I just went out there and lost everything they say don't do. I did, and I remember I said, you know what? I'm gonna continue to work even harder. I said I'm gonna go to my pro day. I'm gonna run this. I'm gonna run this 4.3. That's what people didn't know. I knew I was a 4.3 around the
That's
low
crazy.
4.4, around the 4.4, low 4.4 or 4.3 guy. And so I just kept working on it after the combine. And never forget, man, on pro day I was feeling really struck out. And so no, but again, it was an amazing time training with those guys and just feeling special like they were.
2007 draft class. You ready, Jet?
Yeah.
Marshawn Lynch, Adrian Peterson, Darrell Revis, Calvin Johnson, Patrick Willis. I mean, and by the way, just as an Oklahoma Sooner fan, it makes my heart feel good that like Adrian Peterson doesn't get it. There may not be a guy that straps on a pair of pads in Norman that changes the game like that guy did for us in Norman. But yeah, your draft class is just unbelievable. So, draft night, how did you feel going into draft?
think we are some really special like beings when we really tap into like that core of what makes us special. And so I know it wasn't like a thing like out of the extraordinary, but it was just, man, me looking around me and just seeing those tremendous athletes. Like it really was, it was tremendous athletes. Like it really was, it was a special moment and a special feeling. And just to be a part of those guys, it was special. So shout out to those guys. And I will say, out of all those guys that were out there training and stuff, Adrian Peterson, believe it or not, Adrian Peterson and I were actually the two fastest ones. I know some of them probably they would not want to admit it, but I remember us doing our 40s. Like we had to do like our test for 40s or whatnot first, just like what we kind of are. And I remember Adrian Peterson ran. Everybody else ran theirs. Adrian Peterson ran his. I'm like, man, these guys are moving. I remember I ran mine, and the coach said, "Oh wow, you sure you a linebacker or you a specialist?" I was like, I'm an athlete, coach. Like I was recruited out of high school as an athlete, and so I remember being one of the faster ones out there. And so on the combine when I ran my 40, I didn't run my 40 as fast as I felt like. I didn't run my 40 time as fast as I know I could. I mean, I tried. I just went out there and lost everything they say don't do. I did, and I remember I said, you know what? I'm gonna continue to work even harder. I said I'm gonna go to my pro day. I'm gonna run this. I'm gonna run this 4.3. That's what people didn't know. I knew I was a 4.3 around the
That's
low
crazy.
4.4, around the 4.4, low 4.4 or 4.3 guy. And so I just kept working on it after the combine, and never forget, man, on pro day I was feeling really struck out. And so no, but again, it was an amazing time training with those guys and just feeling special like they were.
Hey, 2007 draft class. You ready, Jet?
Yeah.
Marshawn Lynch, Adrian Peterson, Darrell Revis, Calvin Johnson, Patrick Willis. I mean, and by the way, just as an Oklahoma Sooner fan, it makes my heart feel good that like Adrian Peterson doesn't get it. There may not be a guy that straps on a pair of pads in Norman that changes the game like that guy did for us in Norman. But yeah, your draft class is just unbelievable. So, draft night, how did you feel going into draft night? Did you kind of have a sense of where you were going, or did you sleep at all the night before?
It actually was. Man, I did sleep. I believe I did. But I'll say it was tough because there was a whole lot of talk about me. Like all the writers and stuff. They were saying when they talked about me, it wasn't all positive. Like you hear them speaking about other guys like Paul Peluzny, Lawrence Timmons, John Beeson, those guys that played at those bigger programs. When they spoke about them, it was almost like, man, they have it all. They have no weaknesses, and I just felt like, man, I didn't feel like I was just that bad, but I also knew I had to get better too. I knew that, and so I remember, and I'm sharing this with you guys, I remember hearing all of that during that pre-draft, and I remember saying to myself, and mind you guys, you might hear me say it, talk. You might hear me say this a lot, that I talk to myself, meaning because growing up where I grew up at, like in the country in the South, you just be outside, playing outside, and it was just you and yourself, like, having conversations a lot of times and whatnot. And so I always found myself having those kind of conversations, like, you can do this, or now you can overcome this. And I remember saying, man, they said that I'm only a third down linebacker, or that I'm only a first and second down linebacker. I can't play third down. They don't know how to play the run, and just so much stuff. And I remember saying, I said, you know what? When it's all said and done, I will be the first linebacker taken off this board. And I promise you guys, I worked every single day with everything I had to give myself the best chance to be that guy taken. Now, why I was the first one taken, like I'm not sure, because there's more to the story that I won't get into on here. But I was the first one taken, and I don't think I could have went to a better team. to a better coach than what I needed at that time. And so yeah, I just remember, man, just all that hearing them talk all the negative that which what felt like negative, but to me, I always felt like anything that was negative, how can I make it? How can I turn it into a positive? How can I use it to fuel me to be better? So
Aaron, what they call that, and they call that built different. Hey, brother.
Country strong.
Yeah. Hey, and it's funny. I just realized too, like that was same draft that other linebacker David Harris out of Michigan, second round of the Jets.
Yeah, man. Who was a tremendous player for a long time too. And shout out to, man. I want to shout out to that whole 2007 draft class, because one of the things I did figure out, understand early on was like, man, when you finish playing this game, like you become dust in the wind, like really fast. Unless somebody can, unless you guys like yourself or a fan like keep you alive, you almost become as if like you never even played the game. And so I'm grateful anytime, man, someone can speak a positive word about me playing the game. But yeah, shout out to Harris. Like he played really well for the Jets for a long time. So
That's just unbelievable. That much talent out of one draft.
Dude,
class.
it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Joe Thomas in that draft class. We didn't even mention that. Shout out Joe Thomas.
Yeah.
The guy's one of the greatest to ever play the game. But obviously brand new member of the Hall of Fame, which is an unbelievable honor. And I'm sure that when you got into football, that's not, I'm just assuming that's not where you thought. You just came in and tried to be the best player that you could possibly be. But when you found out you were going to be, what is that initial feeling like when that is, you realize you're going to put on a gold jacket?
Man, it was a surreal moment. It was a surreal moment. It was a full circle moment it was a full circle moment in that you ever have those moments or have times when you have said you was going to do something, and when you did what you said you was going to do, that feeling that kind of comes over you where you like, man, like we did that. Like we, meaning like me, the Lord, and all the blessed to be a part of it, the highs and the lows. But yeah, when I got that knock on the door, it was almost as if it took me back to when I was, man, just a kid, like speaking and talking in ways that like you shouldn't talk like that. Like, less than 1% does this, and where you come from, like nobody had done it. And I just remember just had that feeling inside of saying like, I believe I can, like I know that I can, and then having little premonitions here and there, visions here and there that that I would, and man, to realize that how many years it took to get there, but then to feel that feeling in a moment as if it was like it happened yesterday, just putting in that work. It was just, man, I really don't have the words outside. It was a surreal moment.
And I won't spoil it, but I am wearing a hat, so I have to ask. Can you tell everybody that's watching who gave you your gold jacket?
Oh, Coach Mike Singletary.
That's awesome.
Summer Mike. That was that night. That particular moment was just as special as getting the knock, because Coach Singletary and I, man, we had some tough times, man. Like when I say tough times, just him being my coach and just pushing me to just be better. Meaning that, I remember my first night. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier. There's more to the story, but I remember my first night. After my first day of training camp, it was hell. Like, man, it was rough. I was like, man, they gonna cut me, man. This is holy crap, man. I don't want to be. I can't be a bust. I don't want to be no bust. And I remember having a conversation earlier that night, and I was speaking about being great. I was speaking about like just wanting to be one of the best to play the game. And I remember Coach Singletary and I having a conversation later on that night after everyone had left. He had said, Pat, you talk about being great. Greatness is not given, it's earned. And so, son, if you want to be great, you got to come to work every day and you got to earn it. And that we did. That, from day one, it was work. And so yeah, that was special. That was special. So
Shout out Coach Singletary, because and we'll say Coach Singletary because let's see, he coached Patrick Willis, and he coached a linebacker out there in Baltimore that some people might have heard of. And both those guys, both guys have now said the same thing. That's a tough guy to play, but man,
I can hear him now. Pat, you're too high. You're too high, and but yeah, man, that was him. And so yeah, when he gave the night that he presented me with the gold jacket was special because I remember our conversation in 2007, first practice. I remember our conversation that night, first night meeting, and him saying, "If you want to be great, you got it's not given, it's earned." And I remember him when he gave me that jacket. I said, I thought inside, I was like, "Man, I earned it, Coach. I earned it." So,
that's awesome. Well, Patrick, before we get you out of here, man, and let you get on with everything, I gotta ask. There are a lot of really, really good talent in this draft. And, what I'm going to ask, you can take it from just the whole class. But, man, there's a lot of really good linebackers in this class this year that I think might surprise some people. Who's a prospect or maybe a few guys that you're really excited to see kind of what happens and where they go in this draft this year?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There are this class has some tremendous linebackers, and I won't speak too much about others. Maybe I'll be a little biased here, but I'm a big fan of linebacker Paul Jr. Coming out.
Oh yeah,
he's coming out as a junior. Really like his style of play. Big guy, physical, can move, athletic. I think he's going to continue to get better. I'm a big fan of the D lineman, Big Walt.
That's my guy.
And I'm naming some big fan of Big Walt, fan of Big J.P. Gees, defensive lineman, athlete. So and then man, I can't forget the guy himself. Big fan of Jackson Dart. I know we were speaking on linebackers, but I'm just speaking on the NFL draft as a whole, and some of the guys that are coming out of Ole Miss, and I'm just rooting for them that they land on the team, and whatever team they land on, they just give it their all and make it their new home.
Yeah,
I'm gonna want to ask you this because we never know where these videos end up. A player might see this at the college level, the high school level, maybe even a player that's getting drafted this year. You obviously are a pretty introspective guy, and you intelligent, and you think through things. I'm sure right now there are guys that 1,000 things are going through their head in this draft process, or they're in high school and there's 1,000 things going through their head where they're going to play college. What would you say to young players that are coming up trying to make it in the league that gave what it is that gave you the mindset that you had and still have to be the person that you have become?
Yeah, so I'll say this. I'll say that I'm not going to say that there are any guarantees in life. Now, could be a great high percentage of doing it right or getting it right, but I would say that I'm not going to say that there are any guarantees. But what I will say is to give yourself the best chance, you got to put in the work. And I would say that if you want to reach the peak in any success, whether it's on the field, classroom, in the workspace, man, you can't cheat the grind. You can't cheat it because it knows what you put in. So if you need to be working, when I say working, I mean lifting, running, studying, practicing, good habits, just all the above. You can't cheat yourself, man, because it will show and it will come back to get you. So I would just say to anyone, whatever level you aspire to play at, and be your best at it. And to be your best at it, you got to give everything you have. And so that way, when you look back, you won't have that regret feeling of like, man, I wish I'd have gave him more. Or what if? It's like, no, if each day that you putting in your best, you're not cheating the grind, then it will pay you back. It may not be exactly like how you want it, but it's gonna give it back to you in a way that, like, man, you're gonna feel you're gonna feel fulfilled, and that's where I feel at in my life today. Though I may not have every accolade that a linebacker could have or a defender could have, however, when I do look back, I am grateful of the work that was put in, the grind, the sacrifice, and yeah. So I would just say that, man, just don't cheat the grind because it knows what you put in.
That's a T-shirt.
If it's not, it would be.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
keep that faith, man. Keep that faith in grind. Yeah.
Well, Patrick, we appreciate you, man. Just congratulations on just an absolute historic career, and so happy to see that, you were able to be recognized for that. Because, there's a lot of times where, as analysts and stuff, people may have, controversy on people getting in, man, but there is not a shadow of a doubt of how much it was deserved for you to be in that Hall of Fame.
Man, hey, I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate each and every one who supported me, who tuned in, who still shows love to this day, and just truly grateful, man, for teammates, coaches, just everyone who has played a part in my football journey to this day.
Well, awesome. Well, Aaron, that's another step closer to tonight. So we're going to kick it back over to Aaron and Tyler in the present time. This has been the Patrick Willis pre-draft show.
All right, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Willis.
How much you do an Oklahoma drill with him against him?
No.
I'd pay to see it. I'd pay to see it.
Hey, you might have an idea. We need to go to Dana White. Forget slap fighting.
Yeah.
Old retired football players, Oklahoma drill against just average, regular people.
Bring back pros versus Joes. There you go.
Athletically Decline's going to do that. Watch.
Hey, listen, I could be a fantastic executive producer on that show.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll do some sideline reporting.
Yeah. I think you'd be the perfect guy for the job when you get it.
Yeah, you know what, Will Fuller, I'm calling you out. Oh, yeah. Will Fuller, you know what, Patrick Willis, you too. Let's go. Let's run. Nah, I'm kidding,
Oh, my
Patrick,
gosh.
please.
That was a fun one, dude. That Patrick Willis, we have been very fortunate that all the interviews we've gotten to do during this process have just been, better humans, as crazy as it sounds, than even athletes.
Yeah, and I love, and you're going to see another one coming up here pretty quick. We're talking to guys that were elite at their position and the level of football that they played, who are some of the most humble, down-to-earth humans that you could ever talk to, and it's incredibly humbling to be able to chat with these guys and them downplay their own careers.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Laquon Treadwell downplaying 10 years. You know how many how many players not even last 3 years in the NFL, let alone the average Joes like us who only dream of making it to the NFL. Laquon, you were fantastic in college, broke records. You drafted in the first round, got to walk across that stage. You deserve your flowers. And Patrick, Hall of Famer.
Hey, and going into year 10, Josh Rosen ain't somebody can be able to say that.
Oh, come on.
Did I say that?
I saw that edit the other day where they talked about that quarterback draft class, and then someone edited Josh Rosen's photo and said somewhere unknown.
Yeah. Well, I
do have to say one thing really quick. I got a text message that said that Ruben and I don't like each other. I have so much crap on this part of the table. I know we're a little off-centered. There's not like a thing happening here, people. I've got so much junk
in your trunk.
Well, yes, but if my mother's watching, I can't buy it honestly.
I will say another reason why is because the tape pole is right behind you, and we don't want to hit it. But I love you. This is the first time we're meeting.
This man's wearing boots. I'm from Oklahoma. Didn't even bring my boots.
We're in Texas. Yeah, you can tell he's from Oklahoma. Just Over sooner, baby.
We had somebody ask, so Aaron, where are you from? And I was like,
I don't.
He went, how'd you know I'm from Oklahoma?
Iowa.
big corn husker. Man, I just love Matt Rule. He said no one ever.
Hey, I do. I like that. We can't get into it. I'm a big Matt Rule guy.
Yeah, he's done great track record with Carolina Panthers.
Just
I'm excited, boys.
Even after what he did to your boy?
yeah, I'm still okay with it.
I'm gonna keep you behind that. I'm sorry. Hey, don't worry. We're gonna get more into this. Gonna hear a lot more coming up. Got some really good exclusive interviews that you guys are gonna get. Me and Aaron get to sit down and talk with Trayvon, who again, one of my favorite people, one of my good friends, member AD, goes into detail on some backstory and some stuff. Has a take. I want to make this clear. Before ESPN, CBS, any of them put this take out of a comparison to one of the quarterbacks in this draft class, Trayvon said it.
First guy. And now it's everywhere.
Now it's everywhere. So, want to make that clear. And then Ricky Watters, awesome interview.
Yeah, Waterboys College Football Show got to interview Ricky Watters. Should be in the Hall of Fame. And I'm not going to talk about it now, but I will talk about it later. But played 49ers, Notre Dame, still holds the record for the most rushing touchdowns in a playoff game.
Yep.
And great human being.
Hashtag justice for Ricky
Justice
Watters.
for Ricky Watters.
And what a name, Waterboys.
Jock sniffers didn't test as well.
And then Ruby, you've been an absolute madman on about every freaking major mock draft show, Bleacher Report, all over the place. This dude's a freaking monster. Going to be getting some of your mock drafts after that, which will lead into our segment that you're going to be sitting down with Stressens and John Hickman, which that's going to be freaking awesome before we get into the draft show. So you guys do not turn this off. We got more coming. But for Jet, 713, Mr. Aaron Inman, we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Thanks for tuning in.
And we are back. Guys, Jet, I am alongside my dear friend and resident college football nut almanac, the legend, Aaron Inman.
What's up, y'all? It's gonna be a big day. This is a big day.
Big day. I'm sure you've already seen our beautiful faces, and now you are here on this pre-draft recording. We are honored to have a fellow athletically declined team member, and I mean, you know what, Aaron, just give some background for the people who don't know who this guest is.
All right, so if you're a college football nut like me, there's a couple of names that can come up, especially if you're a fan of the Big 12. Back when the Big 12 was throwing balls all over the field and pumping out quarterbacks and wide receivers that were the envy of the league. TCU had a quarterback named Trayvon Boykin. Best way I can describe Trey was an absolute tyrant on the field. In fact, as a Oklahoma Sooners fan, he beat us in 2014 pretty handily. But as far as, just as a quarterback at TCU, he's unbelievable would be not a word apt enough to describe it. He threw for almost 11,000 yards as a quarterback at TCU, which is unbelievable. And I think what's even crazier is 2014, number one in the Big 12 for pass completions, which that was a big year. The Big 12 had a lot of great quarterbacks that year, and he was better than all of them. Number one in 2014 passing touchdowns at 33, which is unbelievable. Total yards, number one. Total plays, number one. And on top of all that, he was one of the first real dual threat quarterbacks of that era. Him along with RG3, they gave teams like Oklahoma and Texas, the big dogs of the conference, all kinds of problems. How did you scheme against Trayvon? You didn't. You just hoped that you could contain him enough, and a lot of teams weren't able to do it. So absolute legend in the Big 12, absolute legend at TCU, and on top of that, a really good guy.
Great guy, one of my favorite people on the planet. And Aaron, I don't know if you know this, but ESPN did us a little favor this year and gave me what is now my favorite stat on Deuce, and that is now comments, correct me here, but the number I remember being is he is the 6th most winning quarterback in FBS history.
Yeah.
Let that sink in for everybody. Wild.
Yeah, unbelievable. Finished 4th in the Heisman 1 year. And really that offense that they were putting out there was one of those ones that you saw a lot of schools start to model.
Yeah.
Especially if you were a school like TCU, where maybe you weren't going to be able to bring in the like 5-star blue bloods, you could get out there and compete. And now you see that style of offense is being run all over college football. And guys like Trayvon are the reason guys like Patrick Mahomes are in the league. Lamar Jackson, before there was Lamar Jackson, there was Trayvon. And so what they were able to do in those years at TCU really set the mark for where we're at in college football and in the NFL.
And would it be fair to say, too, that even as recently after him, the reason why guys like Johnny Manziel were able to be given the reins to play the way he plays is because of what Trayvon was able to do?
Yeah,
guys like him and RG.
Trayvon kind of went against the old school narrative of I've got a system I'm going to run, and I'm just going to bring a quarterback in, and he's going to have to fit into this system. College coaches and NFL coaches now say, if you get an athlete like this, you build your offense around them and you let them do what they're really good at. And what Trayvon was unbelievable at was if a play breaks down, he can scramble, get out and move, and he can make things happen that you as a defensive coordinator can just not scheme against.
Yeah. And as me and you obviously love the draft process. Guys like Trayvon are the dudes that to me are the most exciting to break down, because those type of intangibles to where you're able to feel pressure in the pocket the way that he could, to be able to not like fall back whenever the pocket breaks down, but to step up into it, navigate in a broken pocket and make something happen out of nothing. That to me are the things that it's hard to teach those things, dude. You know that, like, it is difficult, but we can sit here and talk about and sing Trayvon's praises for the entire time of this, but let's just get into it. Introducing Deuce. What up,
man,
T?
I appreciate that, man. Y'all was letting me know stats I didn't even know, man. I really appreciate that, for real.
Hey,
the 6th winning quarterback in FBS history is wild. I did not know that. That's crazy.
Here's what makes it the most impressive. I'll just say this off the jump. Trayvon played in the last era of college football where defenses could really hit guys.
Yep.
I mean, if he got out and scrambled and ran, he actually had to watch out for the ear hole tackle. He had to watch out for getting his clock cleaned, as they would say it, when guys like my Oklahoma Sooners had dudes running around at middle linebacker that could absolutely kill you. That era is no longer there. So now guys like Trayvon in the league, I look at it and go, man, these guys get out and run. They don't have to worry about that. Guys like Trayvon, poor dudes, head on a swivel running downfield.
No, seriously. And I remember those games versus Oklahoma, too. It was crazy.
The atmosphere electric, I would have to assume.
Bro, playing in Norman is different. I grew up, even during the recruiting process, so like getting recruited by TCU, getting recruited by Texas, getting recruited by Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma State, going up there and actually seeing Bob Stoops. He had like a glow, fam. It was so crazy. The first time I had ever seen him, he had like a glow to him, and it blew my mind. Oklahoma at the time, when they were doing camps, they were doing camps, they were full pads, so you had to bring your shoulder pads and helmet. And he was there, bro. It was like seeing a god, bro, in the football world. Like, it's crazy.
You're getting Aaron all jazzed up now, bro, thinking about the glory days.
Yeah, we need to do those glory days to come back. That's all I need in the next 2 years.
Hey, all right. So T, talking NFL draft here, you obviously coming out a highly graded quarterback in this class. Tell us a little bit, what was your pre-draft experience? So for those of you out there that don't understand like what all that entails, we're talking about the moment that, and maybe we can get some insight here, but typically, Aaron, it's whenever, bowl season's done it's immediately now it's into prepping for your pro days, for your combine, for your interview process. Like, talk about what that was like for you.
Literally, bro, you hit it on the head when you said, like, when after the bowl game, soon as that clock ticks 0 after the bowl game, you're now training for combine prep. You have your agents, they're calling you, letting you know what you need to do next, as far as like whether you're going to train in California, whether you're going to train in Florida or Texas, wherever you're going to go as far as training. That normally starts immediately after the bowl game. And you may see other guys get back on the school bus, but and then you have the guys who are actually graduating and leaving or going to the league. The guys that are leaving or graduating going to the league, they are literally getting in G-Wagons and they're already starting their NFL career as far as what they want to do next. And it's pretty crazy. You got those guys who know they're solidified first-round picks, who agents have things set up for them as soon as the bowl game is over. And so you literally go to packing up at your university, literally going to wherever you're training at. For me, my training was in Bradenton, was in Florida at IMG Academy, is where Cam Newton had trained at. It's, bro, beautiful campus. I wouldn't trade the experience for anything. They did very well as far as like what we were supposed to know, our knowledge on the things that when you go into the combine, bro, the combine is so chaotic. It's like these coaches are at a zoo as far as being able to pick athletes and what they want to do and how they want to bend them, bro. The it's taxing on your body, the whole combine, but it's a mental thing. I think from like what they told me, as far as like everything that you do, everything that you have going on, literally people are watching from the time that you walk off the field to how you treat people in your interviews, how you treat people around you, shaking people's hand, really being attention to detail as far as like knowing people's names. They do weird stuff like that in interviews. Like they'll ask you the guy, like you may shake 9 people's hand coming into the room, and on your way out, they may ask you, do you remember the guy's name who you first, so you may or may not remember. It's just crazy things like that kind of throw you.
I've not looked at what your draft breakdown looked like. I don't want to look at it. So I just full disclosure, African American quarterback draft analysis things make me mad because I see how much different they look compared to white quarterback draft analysis, and it makes me mad because I know the athleticism, smart pocket passer. I know what they're doing by that, but you know, we were talking about it. I think guys like you that could run around and scramble, I think people thought for a long time, until maybe the last 10 years, that wasn't being done with purpose. Mm-hmm. Like you guys are moving around in the pocket, getting out to put yourself in positions to make the correct throw. Mm-hmm. You're not just, I think people think like your mind just goes blank and you're running around and then at the last second you find what it is you're trying to find.
Like street ball.
Yeah. Like you're playing
backyard football.
100%. Explain that to fans. How much of a weapon it is when you know as an athlete I can get out and run and put myself in a position to make the correct throw.
Yeah, I think the game, honestly, the more that I look at it, is transitioning to guys that's more like me and less guys that's more like, I would say, the prototypical QB from the years past.
Kirk Cousins.
Guys like Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning. Those 6'4", Josh Allen, 6'4", prototype, typical QBs have kind of went out the window if you don't have any athletic ability. You have to be able to. I think the game has changed because to me, the most freakiest people on the field when it comes to like speed, strength, agility are D linemen. So not having a mobile QB will really put you in a position not to be able to extend plays. I think that's the whole thing. It's not necessarily that you can't throw with inside the pocket, but it's about extending plays when it's not there. And I think those are some of the attributes that people before let's just say pre-Michael Vick or whatever. Now you look at the league, and I can name you maybe only one or two QBs who can't move, and maybe only one of those guys are successful. And to me right now, the only QB that really can't move in the NFL that you would say that's a prototypical guy is Jared Goff. Other than that, everybody is on the move. Your quarterback has to have some type of athletic ability to be able to extend plays, because these defenses are so complex. The D-line guys are so different of an athlete. They're faster than the offensive linemen. They're getting around. So you have to be able to move in the pocket and extend plays and play off schedule more than you do play on schedule. Even when you go back and look at like Steve Young, or like, he was a mobile guy, you know. So he was the pro. He could be the one you'd be like, okay, Steve Young was a prototypical guy. He was about 6'1", 6'2", maybe.
Yep.
He could move, he could throw. So that's what translated to him going to go win Super Bowls for the 49ers. You don't really find too many guys in today's game who's going to go win you football games that are not mobile. So,
and I think it's what's funny. I hated when NFL talking heads would say stuff like, well, he don't want to stay in the pocket and take a hit. And I'm like, now hold on a second. If you had Aaron Donald or Myles Garrett edge rushing you, and you knew, hey, I could get out of the way and still make the throw, why in the world do I need to stand in a pocket, make the throw, and get hit when I can get out of the pocket, make the throw, and keep myself on the field longer? Why do I have to take these shots? Just so that you talk?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, sometimes you're going to have to, as a quarterback, you're going to have to be able to. It's just like a boxer, right? There's no way you can play the sport of boxing if you can't take a punch, right? So it's no different from playing quarterback. Yeah, you want to be able to extend plays, but there's going to be that one time where you're going to have to stare down the eye of the tiger and make that throw, and you're going to have to take a hit. And that's what it is. But playing quarterback is like hunting in the woods, bro. You're trying to throw the ball to squirrels. You're trying to hit a squirrel with a rock while you got bears chasing you. So that's
a great analogy.
Essentially is what it is. And you have to be able to move. Like my QB coach in Seattle used to always tell me, bro, just make the plays you're supposed to make. It was certain things that he used to tell me, like, I want to see you make the plays you're supposed to make. I understand sitting in the pocket, but like Russ made a living off extending plays. And so they didn't try to make me be something that I wasn't. But there are going to be times you're going to have to sit in there and 1, 2, 3, throw and may have to take a hit. Those are the times that I feel like, okay, but when it comes time to, okay, 1, 2, 3, it's not there. Now I'm extending the play, is when good things happen or either bad things happen, depending on who you have at quarterback. But a lot of guys that made a living off extending plays. You look at Jalen Hurts, you look at Kyler Murray, you look at Lamar Jackson, you look at the guys who's winning MVPs in his league or even winning Super Bowls in his league now are not the prototype QBs anymore.
And, I love what you're talking about there, T, about, the guys on the other end of the football from a quarterback perspective, they're getting faster, right?
Yeah.
Getting after you. And honestly, it's funny, Aaron, we're seeing a lot of that translate now, and it's a little more subtle, I think, until this year you're going to see more of an eye-opening thing in your face with the O-line. Like these O-line guys, the number one guy on a lot of these boards is Armand Membao. Membao is not a 6'6", 6'5", 360-pound offensive lineman, 350 guy. He's 6'3". Normally, you see a 6'3" guy, it's like, how is he going to block? There's no questions about this guy at all. No one is saying he should be playing guard, because that would be the first thing. Oh, he's a guard in the league. Yeah. But the difference is he's 6'3", 313, a 4'9". Okay, let me give you another one. Josh Simmons, 3'10", 6'5", 5'1". Wow. Josh Connerly, Oregon, 315, 6'4", 5'0". And then one of my favorites here, Arizona, Jonah Savine, probably butchered his name, 336, 6'5", a 4'9",
He should go number one.
That is not typical.
Well,
go number one.
Yeah,
That's
you
number
think
one
about
drafting
it.
status right there.
You think about when a guy like Trayvon gets out of the pocket and knows there's an offensive lineman that can keep up enough to throw that one block that he's going to need to be able to break that from a 4-yard gain to a 14, 24-yard gain.
Even having guys, I mean, nowadays you got the offensive linemen who are pulling, right? And now they have their leading blockers for, let's say, like a Lamar Jackson or me or a Saquon Barkley, whoever. And you got guys literally going to get out of their way. Literally, like you see somebody 6'5", 330 coming at you at running a 4.9, a DB is going to move out of the way. Like he's not trying to sit in there and sit up under that type of pressure. No one is. No, I don't care. Man, people got kids at home. Like they're not trying to get embarrassed on national TV by this 6'5", humongous guy pushing me on my, like, no, it's just not going down like that. So, bro,
Bob
it's
Stoops
definitely different.
Bob Stoops called that a business decision.
That's what it is. Essentially, exactly what it is. A business decision.
And to add the new element now that we've seen over the past 5 years of what the tight end position has turned into, there's not any, it's not Greg Olsen, Jeremy Shockey, Jason Witten, who are 60% blocking but also 40% go out there and make snags. They're not asking tight ends to block anymore like that, really, at all. So now you really have to be agile more so on the O-line because you got to be able to fill that gap, right? Like, while you got a tight end moving out there to be that safety blanket, to be a primary focus of an offense. I kind of think about those things along, alongside everything we're talking about. Like you got to be quick. And it's more than even just picking up a block on a guy rushing on the inside so that he doesn't, break the middle gap. It's to fill in these holes for a position that typically would be locked down. And that's now why you're seeing a lot of teams like, I think, Detroit having a Gibbs and a Montgomery running out split behind you a lot of times because they're picking up blocks where a tight end typically would be there.
Yeah. And the blocking tight end has kind of went out the window. It's transitioning to more guys like Travis Kelce, Kyle Pitts for Atlanta. They're like the guys who are 6'4". I think the guy coming out of Penn State may be like really, really good as
Warren
far as
6'6".
Bro, he's a beast, bro. I watched him play during the playoffs. He could be a guy, even you look at the guy from Minnesota, you look at the guy there's a few guys who have the statue, but not necessarily the size. So the blocking tight end, like you said, the Jeremy Shockeys, the Jimmy Grahams that I played with, those guys are starting to become extinct and they're starting to become more athletic at the tight end position than anything. And I think that's what's transitioning into the new game because this offensive league now. It's not necessarily nobody wants to run. I mean, no team really wants to run the ball outside of Baltimore, Detroit. The Cowboys try to run the ball, they can't. But the Eagles are running the ball, but their offensive linemen are still more agile because of guys like Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts being able to move and them having to pull and replace and do all those things. So, like you said, the tight end position, as far as blocking, is starting to become unavoidable.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a deep pull here for a more, quote unquote, undersized tight end, like looking as a pass catcher who I think was before his time. Remember you deep pull here of Delaney Walker.
Yeah.
6'3", undersized guy. But not going to be a Hall of Fame dude, but a guy that known as a pass catching tight end first. Like, we're talking like, 2012 to like 2015, 16, like those were, kind of before the days of this new age of tight end.
Yeah, no, 100%.
So T, we kind of got to talk, you hit on a few things here with your pre-draft experience. Is there anything that stands out to you as like, I know that you probably, I know you got a book of stories you could tell, but what is like, if you had to like pick like one or two that specifically, it was one or two stories that stand out in your draft process, what would that be? You have anything like just a crazy like interview meeting, or maybe, you know, just something that you just literally were not prepared for having to experience during the draft process?
I would say, I ain't gonna lie, like if you know yourself, you know what questions they're about to ask you. If you've been in trouble, you know they're gonna ask about that. If you have questions about the reason you transferred to so many schools or coaches or what happened here, what happened there, so you kind of know what they're gonna ask. It's the weird things that they throw at you. It's the weird things that they throw at you that have you like kind of like thrown for a loop more than anything. And like I was saying, it's a memory thing with some of these teams. They just want to see how you can get on the board. Okay, erase it, draw it again, draw it this way, draw it that way. So I didn't really get hit with anything that, as far as new. The cool story I have. So when you first get there, I think at nighttime you go to this room, right? I don't necessarily know what the room is called, but you go to this room and every team has a table in there. And you're literally sitting there with your lanyard on, with your name and obviously what school you went to. And you just have coaches, literally assistant coaches, scouts, whatever, and they just come and pull you to their table. And they ask you like weird questions like, draw me up your favorite play, or if a bus was going down the hill, would you rather be at the front of the bus or the back of the bus? Just crazy things like that. Like, what does it matter? I don't like, does it matter if we're going to die anyway? So, I'm sitting over there like, it's some of the craziest things, but I remember walking down this hallway and all 32 teams, owner and head coach, it's like literally feeling like you're at the zoo, like show and tell. And they're just looking at you, like walking down the hall. They all have rooms on like each side, and they're watching you walking down this hall. And Mike Tomlin comes up to me and was like, "Hey Boykin, hey Boykin." I'm like, damn, in my head, I know who he is, but I'm like, damn, he know me? Like, so I'm like, okay, I'm like, what's up? I'm like, what's up? He like, tell the truth, Boykin, tell the truth. I'm like, what is he talking about? You know what I'm saying? So they really just trying to get in your head more than anything, and you just got to be mentally strong during the whole process, bro. Like, sometimes they just want to see what type of person you are. They may send you to the hospital and leave you there all day just to see if you get agitated, irritated, mad, start talking to the doctors a certain way, start handling the nurses a certain way. And then they come in and slide in and go and talk to the people at the hospital and be like, okay, what type of person was he? Can you give me some details on him? Was he respectful the whole time? I know they know it's an irritating process. They know. You go MRIs, CAT scans, brain scans, X-rays. You do a whole bunch of things that non-related football stuff, and it's all just to see what type of person you are mentally, to be able to handle all this, bro. They try to throw all type of curveballs at you, bro. The NFL process, as far as getting into the league, bro, is so weird. Really, that's the best way to explain it, bro. It's a weird process. I wouldn't change it. Like I don't think I would change it for anything, or not go through it again for anything. But as far as like the whole, I think even where they have you living in a train station. So like you literally are in I forgot what it's called, but it's not that far from the stadium. And you're in an underground train station that is in Indianapolis it's crazy. So it's different. I would definitely I was so glad I got my combine invite. I wouldn't change it for the world, but it's mostly pretty much 80% mental. You're only going to work out that last day that you're there, and it's only going to last about 45 minutes to an hour. And even during that process, kind of like how you had said earlier, like I was one of the top quarterbacks coming out of school, and I still had guys at the combine that were doing the actual physical part, still trying to be like, boy, receiver, right? And I'm like, bro, like I put up so many numbers in college football. You know damn well I don't play receiver. But that's how they try to get you with the mental game. Probably the same way they tried to do Lamar when he went to the combine. Yeah. It's like they're throwing that out there. Oh, receiver, right? You like, bro, like I put up Jared Goff with number one my year. My stats were better than his. And as an athlete, you have to get away from stats. As a quarterback, you have to get away from stats, bro, because they're looking at potential more than what you did in school, right? Jared Goff wasn't a winner. He wasn't but as far as potential, Jared Goff had off the charts potential as far as 6'4", accurate, could put the ball anywhere. Same thing he's doing now, which is what he's showing you today when he's playing in Detroit.
It's the system.
So he's been that guy always. And don't get caught up in your stats in college football as far as playing quarterback. Like, I threw for 10,000 yards and yada yada this and yada. Bro, they don't care. They just want to see the potential in you and what they see you as. And sometimes it's just not you. Like, it's going to be leaps and hurdles that you're going to have to overcome during the process, and just don't let it get to you mentally. Like, just if you can be mentally strong through the whole process, then you'll make it out. Because if you're a football player, when you get out there and they start talking about throwing the ball, like, I could care less about the interviews. I could care less about the 40s the whole time. I played quarterback, so when I went out there, I made sure that I threw the ball better than anybody that I was competing against, because it's no different from when I was getting recruited in middle school, high school, going to football camps. I seen guys who were 6'4", 6'5", bigger than me, taller than me, but I still went in there and outperformed them. And so that's really what it's about. This is just about being able to perform.
Aaron, you know, I would be remiss if I did not make this comparison. Him talking about that hallway interaction and how them looking at him and sizing him up. I mean, you're probably, being the fellow Oklahoma boy here, pretty familiar with that growing up, you know, as like if you were to go size and find you a nice cattle, right?
Yeah.
You know, I forget the saying, Aaron, but you know, you can get a good look at a T-bone by putting your head up a bull's ass, or you can take the butcher's word for it, right? You know, somebody once told me.
Yeah, it's a stockyards experience. Unfortunately, you know, you're buying. They're buying players based off of a lot of things that are not going to necessarily show up on tape.
Yeah.
When, you know, we were talking, and I've talked to other guys that have been through the process, and I've heard it several times. Yeah, you know, there were times during the process where all I would think is, can we not just put on my highlight reel from college?
Seriously.
You know, I think I got enough tape. I was in school for 3 years. I was in school for 4 years, and I played at a big school, big conference, a lot of talent. And especially when you were at TCU, that was the era where the Big 12 was, I mean, and you played in that era. I was working in college football during that era where the Big 10 and the SEC were like, you know, giving the Big 12, you know, a bad rap by saying, oh, the guys just go in there and put up numbers. Well, now I look at all of college football is playing the way the Big 12 played from 2012 to 2018.
Yep.
And now it's, you know, so it's very weird. I will say this, because we don't want to keep you too long, but when you're looking at the draft class right now, do you feel like guys are getting more skilled than they ever have been? Because you know, you hear two sides of it. You hear all the 7-on-7 camps are making guys less skilled. They're not, you know, but I look at it as guys are coming to the league now with more snaps under their belt than they probably ever have in football.
I definitely think they're man, everything gets better with time. I don't think there was any 4-4 D linemen in 1970. I mean, even you look across sports period, you start talking about people like Joel Embiid. I don't think there were any centers back in the day who could take you to the post, who could shoot the three, who could fade away at 6'5", 200 and something pounds. It just was unheard of, and everything is getting better. And so, like, even with football, I think these kids are starting to hit training way earlier than like kind of like what I was. The first time I met with a trainer, I think it was after high school. Right now, I'm training kids that are in middle school, elementary school, so they're getting taught by pros at a very, 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 very young age. And by the time they make it to the pro level, they're so advanced that it's kind of like an easy transition into the lead. I mean, you got guys, they've been training with pros since high school. And so when they get into the lead, they get into college, they're just pretty much doing what they've been doing their whole life. and they are more skilled. They're getting bigger, they're getting stronger, they're getting faster each and every time. Every year, I'm seeing some crazy stat about a D lineman or offensive lineman or just some freak athlete that you've never seen or heard of before. The 40 time is starting to get lower and lower every time. Every year, somebody's breaking the record. So, yeah, it's crazy, man. I would say for the older guys, I think that they were a lot more naturally gifted and more physical than the game is today, obviously. But as far as skill go, I think these guys in this generation are way more skilled than the guys from the last generation.
Jet, I know we were going to ask him about players you're excited about. I think we ought to change it. I think there's one player that we have to ask him about because he's probably the only guy we're going to ever talk to that is a comp to this.
I was thinking the same thing.
I feel like I know where it's going, but go ahead. Let me hear it.
So the most controversial person in the draft is not Travis Hunter. It's Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders. I already know it.
Shedeur Sanders is love or hate, depending on who you ask. Is he there?
Oh no.
Did he get a call?
No, I think he just timed out. This is fascinating, though.
This is the only guy we're going to talk to that can actually. I mean, who else are we going to?
Dude, I actually thought you were going to talk about Jalen Milroe.
No, I think Shedeur's a better comp to Trayvon. Because I think Trayvon's arm was underrated in college.
Yeah, definitely. All right.
I'll rephrase that one.
No, but what I was saying was, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No. Okay. So I have an interesting take on Shedeur, right? And to be quite honest, bro, a lot of people, if you take the name away from Shedeur, right? I think you can get a better look at who he is. I think he's a proven winner, right? I think everywhere he goes, he eventually turns things around. His success is not just him. He brought a lot of things with him that made him successful. His dad, obviously Travis Hunter, the recruiting process, the number of views and all this, right? So, but if I'm looking at just Shedeur as a quarterback, right? I watched maybe 2-3 of his games this year and actually just like paid attention to him. I think he throws with great anticipation. I think he's very accurate. I think he's very smart. But what I've been hearing everybody say is like, he's cocky and all this. I don't really care about that. I want a guy to come into the building that knows what he is and his confidence and all of that. What I will say is that nothing about Shedeur to me jumps off the page, right? Like when we talk about arm strength, that doesn't jump off the page. He's very accurate. You would say that as a QB, that could be one thing that you could put in his favor. But he's not going to wow you doing anything, right? He's not the fastest. He's not the biggest. He's not the strongest. He's not right now they have Cam Ward over him in damn near every category as far as quarterback goes. But I think with Shedeur is he's definitely going to need a supporting cast. He's still a first-round talent. I don't take that away from him at all. I still think he deserves to go first round. But I also see where he is with me and a lot of my friends, he's being over-critiqued more than anything because of who he is. And he knows this probably. This is what comes with having the last name Sanders. This is who your pops is and all this, that, and the third. But as far as Shedeur, I think if he lands in a great system, I think he'll be very good. Right now, my NFL comparison, a lot of people, and I hate this because I have conversations with my homies all the time. It's like even what you were saying earlier, like critiquing people. We have to be able to critique people and not be called haters, right? If I can't say what a dude can't do right or what a dude can't do good without y'all being like, oh, you hate me, it's not that. It's just me giving my opinion on him, and this is just how I feel. My NFL comparison for him right now, he's better than this person coming out of school. But my NFL comparison for him right now is a guy like Geno Smith, right? Geno Smith is not going
Yeah.
to wow you with athletic ability, nor Shadur Sanders. Geno Smith has I would almost say that Geno may have a stronger arm than Shadur, but as far as accuracy goes, as far as the playmaking ability, as far as everything, the intangibles and all that, he gives me a lot of Geno Smith vibes. He's way better than Geno coming out of West Virginia.
Yeah.
Like you want to talk about who's better coming out of school? Shadur is better than Geno coming out of school. Shadur's ceiling is higher than Geno's. Even once he enters the league, I think his ceiling is going to be higher.
Yeah.
But when I start talking about NFL comparisons to quarterbacks that are starting in the league right now, he's no Lamar Jackson. He's no Patrick Mahomes. He's no Jaden Daniels. He's no Kyler Murray. He's no Jared Goff. So when I get to thinking about the QBs in the league that are starting, he gives me Geno Smith vibes. And I don't think that's disrespectful. I know his last name is Sanders or whatever they want to call it, but he gives me Geno Smith vibes all day long. And Geno just got paid. So he literally, so I don't think that's disrespect at all. Like I said, he's better than Geno coming out of school. But as far as my NFL comparison, and he is being over-critiqued. He's a winner. Some of the things that are going on in his life, like he just got his jersey retired the other day. And I think I had tweeted this. It's like, who am I to say that he doesn't deserve it, right? And, I mean, because you go ask anybody who played college football at a high level, if your university comes to you, whether you feel like you deserved it or not, and ask, hey, we're going to retire your jersey, how many people do we know is going to turn that opportunity down? And so, right, granted, he may not have deserved it as far as his play on the field. And I don't think that a lot of that stuff is even all on him. I think his dad brought a lot of that in. He brought a lot of that in. Travis Hunter brought a lot of that in. If I had to say, just out of respect for who's supposed to get their jersey retired out of everybody, I would pick Travis before I pick Shadur. Right? We're talking about a guy who was, 13-12 at Colorado, who threw for a ton of yards, took a lot of sacks. I think my biggest downfall on Shadur Sanders is that he holds on to the ball too much, right? He loves to pat the ball inside the pocket. And then I played with Russell Wilson, right? And we used to watch film. And I used to see quarterbacks take sacks to blame it on the offensive line that they were not good, right? And I'm sitting over there like, in Shadur's case, when you have a guy like Travis Hunter, you're going to pass up those 2-3 yard slants. You're going to pass up those 5-yard hitches because you're going to hold on to the ball a little bit longer, waiting for your guy, Travis Hunter, to get open downfield. Those things leads to sacks in the NFL. And so when I tell people, I'm like, hey, look, you have to take what they give you, and then you throw the ball downfield. The reason Shadur is taking a ton of sacks is because he's waiting on guys like Travis Hunter to get open downfield, passing up first reads, trying to get to the third read because he know like he loves the big play. Travis is going to make the play, and that will get you in trouble. And that would be literally my only thing on Shadur. Yeah, he holds on to the ball, which will make the offensive line look a lot worse than what they actually are.
And, Aaron, I love the comparison to Geno because there's a lot of similarities, too, in his supporting cast in college. Because if you think about it, obviously, I'm a resident Jets fan. I remember where I was when Geno Smith was drafted, and I wanted Geno Smith that year. He was the, I believe, top – I know it's top 5 in the second round.
Yeah.
So in today's age of how important that fifth-year option has become – this day and age, Geno would have been a first-round quarterback. Like, if you really think about it. And so if you're going to compare it to that, like, I 100% agree with you. From that standpoint, it's a no-brainer that Shador is a first-rounder. And if you look at the fact that Geno also had a very similar wide receiver in Tavon Austin, and there's some similarities of, in terms of just the wide receiver part, that Travis Hunter is everything that you wanted Tavon Austin to be.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I like that. And Aaron, we talked about this as well. Like my spot that I think in agreement with what you're saying, T, is I agree that to me, there is one spot that I think is the interesting factor in terms of what Shador's ceiling could be, the only one that I really believe in that could surprise us, and that's with the Raiders. And you're very familiar with that head coach, and you're very familiar with the fact that it's an eerily similar thing as a guy who already has experience coming in as a head coach, signing a bridge quarterback guy that had historically, has had a big year, comes in, gets the deal, and then they draft a guy, a rookie quarterback, and let them battle it out at camp, and is not afraid to say, I'm not starting that guy. Yeah. So he would get the chance. And then on top of the fact that I think it's not talked about enough in Shador's credit, that one of his mentors is Tom Brady. Mm-hmm. And he's also there, who has also been open about his biggest reason by owning, a part of a franchise in a league is because he is sick of seeing quarterbacks be mistreated as rookies and having to be thrown out there and not being able to sit and learn, i.e. what Jimmy Garoppolo had the ability to do behind him. So that's, to me, my spot. And again, in complete agreement with that, going along the same lines as who better to learn from your comp.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and I like Pete. My bad. I don't mean to cut you off, but Pete Carroll is just one of those guys that when you come into the building, he's not trying to change you, right? You have some guy, you walk into the Dallas Cowboys facility, they're probably going to try to make you be something that you're not, right? AKA Dak Prescott. But if you walk into Seattle when Pete was there, or even Las Vegas now that he's with the Raiders, I think Pete knows how to bring the best player, the best version of you out with what you do. I mean, he did not change Russ. He did not ask me to change. I've never seen him ask anybody else to do anything different. We just want you to be the best version of you that you can be, and that will lead to everybody being successful. That's what Pete brings out of people, literally.
Well, and if anybody's like, if you're watching this and you're like, Geno Smith, blah, blah. If you told me we're going to draft this guy and he's going to play in the league for 12 years and he's going to take a lot of teams that didn't have a whole lot to hang their hat on, and he's going to play in multiple places, and he's going to figure out how to be around the league still at the age of 34 years old, I would say if at the end of his career, Shador plays 13, 14 years in the league, that is a success. I think fans get caught up in that every player taken in the first round of the NFL draft needs to be a Hall of Fame caliber, game-changing player that is going to completely just take your team in a new direction, and that they're going to solve every problem that you've got at that position. When we all know, we've seen drafts where nobody drafted in that draft is going to make in an NFL Hall of Fame, and some of them that you think, they're going to be the guy, turn out to not be the guy. So I think fans need to get away from first of all, Shador will never be Dion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's had the only other person I could say is if somehow Bo Jackson had a kid that tried to get in the NFL, that'd be the only other player that you would look at and go, man, they'd have it worse. He might have the hardest job in the history.
Brunny having a hard time right now.
Exactly, 100%. And he'll never be his dad. His dad was maybe the greatest athlete to ever step foot on an NFL field, two-sport guy, bigger than life, brand that is off the chart. He's playing with a target on his back based on the name on the back of his jersey that no player in the NFL is going to have to deal with maybe ever again.
Yeah.
Tough for a kid to be. He's got a hard job.
I mean, but like I said, I think one of Shador's best attributes is the pressure. He's been having that pressure on him since he's been born. I think one thing you look at, even when he went to Colorado, even with taking all the sacks, taking all the beating, I still seen a guy that stood in there and tried to win every game that he went into. He's a fighter. He's going to come in. He's going to try to will his team to win. He's a great communicator when it comes to what he wants, what he sees. He can dissect the defense. I think it's those people who get caught up in, like you said, the name, and they want these first round talent guys to be. And then on the cool, this is a quarterback driven league. So there's going to be guys that may not even like with any of these guys we go in first round, if they were in the same draft class as Cam Newton or Andrew Luck or any of these other guys, probably not, right? But they're the next ones up, and so you have to draft somebody. Somebody has to get
Yeah.
We need a QB. We have to find somebody to draft. Now, granted, some of these guys may be third-round picks if they were in another draft, right? But today, they're first-round picks. You have to pick somebody. It's a quarterback-driven league, and right now, Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders are the front runners for that. And so if you're going to have something to talk about or have something to go off of, don't look at previous years. Don't look at Arch Manning coming down the line. Don't look at none of that, right? Just stay focused on what we are here this year. I remember when Zach Wilson got picked up. I remember from what was the kid from North Carolina that got picked up first round, played quarterback?
I was talking about you're talking about it wasn't Sam Howell. You're talking about Drake May.
Maybe even before Drake May. He was playing back
Oh,
up
Trubisky.
Trubisky, right? Trash. You look at EJ Manuel with
EJ Manuel
overall. So these are people you have to draft somebody.
Yeah.
You can't get caught like this is a quarterback-driven league. They're trying to find that diamond in the rough. Who the fuck knew that Patrick Mahomes was going to be what he was today? Because that ain't what he was at Tech.
No.
He wasn't winning championships at Tech. He wasn't winning Big 12 titles at Tech. He wasn't going to the playoffs at Tech. But boom, you bring him in because you have to draft somebody. You look at Lamar. Lamar wasn't winning championships at Louisville. But you have to draft somebody, and boom, you bring these diamonds in a rough in the league, and then wow, this is what they can become and blossom. I think Shadur could easily become that as well. I don't think that's because you wasn't all of that in school and you put up great numbers. I don't care about the hype, but as far as him coming into the league, I think if he gets in the system, like you say, like a Las Vegas, where he can sit for a year and learn.
Come on, StreamYard. Bring him back.
There we go.
Yeah,
you left off where you said if he could be in a situation like Las Vegas where he comes in, he could sit and learn.
Yeah, I just think that'll be the ideal situation for any first round QB coming in and not being thrown into the fire. If not, he may have a year like Caleb did with the Bears last year. Who knows? Caleb was surrounded by great. I mean, the Bears are maybe not the best organization because obviously we see the way they did Justin Fields. I don't think that they're the best organization to send a rookie QB to, but it seems like Caleb Williams might be on the in 4 years he may be on his way out the door as well in Chicago, and they may be trying to find him. So you have to be able to bring guys in, let them sit and learn, bro. The game is a lot faster. He's not playing North Dakota State anymore. He's not playing Colorado State anymore. These are the best of the best guys. And right now, I think even a different conversation would be Travis. What position is Travis Hunter going to play? Because Shadur is going first round regardless. It's just where is he going to? I don't know if he's going to go top 5. He may slip into the 20s. Who knows? Or somebody from the 20s may move up and draft him. So who knows? But as far as him getting in and learning the situation, I think that would be ideal somewhere like Las Vegas.
All right. I love it. Thanks for your time today, bud. I appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all, man. I know it's been difficult too, man.
It was good.
The last thing, man. I know you got stuff going on. You're playing a little football in Mexico. Fans. I bet there are people right now just finding out that there is football being played in Mexico. How much fun are you having?
Bro, I'm loving it out here. It's a different experience. I'm playing for a different team than what I was on the previous years. But coming down here, being able to be in another country, being able outside of my elements and still being like the sport of football just lets you know that it's a growing sport, whether it's here in Mexico or Europe or wherever. It's definitely a growing sport. So I'm definitely having fun. I have some things coming up. Some big projects coming up as far as like what we're going to do this season. So just be on the lookout for that. I'll be dropping all type of hints and things of that nature to what it's going to be, but just stay tuned in.
Hey, T, where can they find you at on socials?
So you can find me on all social medias. I think my Twitter is 2T Boykin, and then my Instagram is T2Boykin. You can find me on there at all the time. I'm on Twitch. I just created a YouTube page. We're about to start. I have some things that I got here with my boy Tyler that we're gonna try to jump off with. So just stay tuned.
You know, Aaron, kind of just like piggybacking a little bit off of what Trayvon's talking about here. You know, he's just kind of the comment is very eye opening to me on some of the things that I've heard here from some of these insiders. We'll call them draft experts. As recent as this year and last year. The first situation that came to mind was last year. You heard the story about CJ Stroud's interview process with the Texans.
Yeah.
And how, you had, oh my gosh, why can't I think of his name? Offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, basically berating him, like just out of nowhere. And CJ leaving that interview and calling his family and his friends and being like, there ain't no way I'm going to Houston. There's no way after that. And then lo and behold, he's their guy all along. Now you could say that could go a little bit into Bobby Slowick and, what you think about him. But
what makes it interesting is, when Gruden started doing his QBU stuff back in the day, everyone thought that was like crazy. That John Gruden would have these quarterbacks on and he would run them through all this stuff. It's now fun to realize that is probably what was happening at just about every single meeting Trayvon's in.
Right.
So can you imagine if you're an athlete getting just absolutely exhausted mentally in one meeting to go out and take another one immediately with a completely different coaching staff, different dynamics, different personalities, and you have no idea. And then the mental, just like pressure that you would feel knowing that it doesn't even start when you open the door to that room. It could start with like the team representative that's walking you to the room with the new England Patriots or the New York Jets. Like, is that guy in on this? Does this test start now? Or, and for guys like Trayvon, I would assume that there are points in that when you think, can't you just turn on film? Can't you just look at what I can do on a football field? Can't that be enough? Right. And I would hope so. I think some of that mindset may be changing at the NFL level. But for the most part, I think what they're trying to do is get you to understand how much faster that the game is at the NFL level and how much quicker you're going to have to process information. Where when you're at that caliber, even at the college level, which is obvious by the numbers he put up,
right?
There's a lot of stuff he could do on a football field that there may not be an athlete that can match him, on the football field. But when you get to the NFL, every guy you match up against every single week in the NFL was the best player at their college.
Yeah.
And so it's got to be frustrating. I would assume if I was going through that, I probably would have napped for like 23 straight hours after the draft process.
Apparently on a train.
It's a wild story, by the way.
Wild.
I've talked to several guys who went to the combine. None of them have ever been like, yeah, we lived on a train. So now I need to find out what this train is and what this living situation is.
Yeah, it's like the boxcar children. You know what I mean?
Indianapolis doesn't have hotels. We can't.
Yeah, but and one thing I'm going to push back on you a little bit is I feel like maybe it has become more strenuous from a mental side for these guys and what these people are, or let's say these organizations are looking into because of social media and the way that media has now changed to have to handle stuff. We talk about all the time about guys that have come out over the past, call it 5 years. And can he handle the pressure of this, city and this fan base? And specifically, we've seen these organizations bring in these mental health experts and that become a very massive deal about it. And, putting these guys through that process of like, I can understand where an organization and a GM would be like, you can't handle this, How are you going to handle a 6-game losing streak where your bottom of the barrel offense and, insert whatever situation here, how are you going to handle that? How are you going to handle that pressure? How are you going to handle, all the trade rumors in the media, true or non-true? Because that, whether they like it or not, and T will talk about it here in a minute, I'm sure, like that is part of the business, and it's not something you can really control. But even going back like to the detail thing, the second example that comes to mind, like as of this year, is one thing Todd McShay had brought up, is that for Tyler Shaw, out of Louisville, quarterback, one thing that's been so impressive with him is those little things, the things that and specifically it's been talked about for a couple of different people of he is the only one that during his throwing exercises at the combine didn't just throw and leave. He stayed and talked to the receivers, picked their brain, got to know them. None of the other guys were mentioned of doing that. Now, maybe they did or didn't, and we're just only hearing, bits and pieces because obviously me and you were not there. But that's the only guy that I'm hearing. And those are little things, right? Like that's not necessarily going to matter in terms of how he throws a football. But man, when you're talking about a guy you're spending a draft pick on, which we look at as your bargaining chip, your capital for the future of your franchise, those are big things.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And like, I don't want it to be controversial, but I think for a long time, there was this unsaid thing, which I think is finally moving, thank God. But there was this unsaid thing that African-American quarterbacks that can get out and run and do all that, they're not doing that with purpose.
Right.
That was like they're just an athlete and they can get out and run and do all of this stuff. But you see guys like Michael Vick, Lamar Jackson, a Trayvon Boykin, they're able to get out and move to put themselves in spots to make the play.
Kyler.
Yes, it has nothing to do with like, oh, they can't process a game fast enough. They're not smart enough. All those stupid old draft analysis that we used to see. Great pocket passer, clever in the pocket, and you without even looking at it, you'd be like, oh, you must be talking about a white quarterback because those are the draft things you use. I think what I do really give a lot of credit to the new era of offensive coordinators at the NFL and the college level. They're younger guys. They understand how the game is played. The 7-on-7 camps have made offenses faster. They can adapt quicker. They can do a lot more things from a creativity standpoint. And so when you're looking at that, I don't care if you're black, green, blue, white, or orange. If you're an athletic quarterback and can get out and run, put yourself in the position to make the correct play, those guys are going to get a shot in the league. I think for a lot of things that can be said about Patrick Mahomes, what Patrick Mahomes does nothing without purpose for the reason that he's doing it. People are like, oh, he's running and doing these stupid sidearm thing. It's like, well, if you look at the angle and where he had to be to make that throw, this is the only option he had. Just because we didn't see a lot of guys that could get that, move there and make that throw doesn't mean he's just like running around like a chicken with his head cut off and then all of a sudden like makes a throw. No, these are all purposeful decisions. And I think, with the draft process, they're really just seeing how fast can guys process information, how quickly can they adapt. And then, you think about it, if you're running around scrambling quarterback that can do that stuff, in the back of your mind, on top of all of that you're processing, there's a Myles Garrett or an Aaron Donald that is breathing down your neck, whose combine 40 time is not a lot less than yours. And now you've got to, in the back of your mind, think, I not only have to get to 1, 2, 3 reads or scramble out of the pocket to get myself in position, there's also a giant human being coming at me like a freight train. That's mental. So whatever the draft process is from a mental exhaustion standpoint, the game is probably way worse.
Yeah. And by the way, they got 40 pounds on me too.
Yeah.
And I think, to your point, another kind of example comes to mind is you can really tell when a player that is looked at as, let's call it a dual threat, or now I feel like that the dual threat thing has faded, and now we hear the improviser. That's the new word, right? Like
dual threat. Everybody's got to be dual threat now.
Everybody. Like, and I mean, you can make an argument as far back as, Steve Young kind of set that, or John Elway set the before their time aspect of it. But I think really seriously being looked at, aside from Vic, because I think Vic kind of gets into that Lamar Jackson side. It's a little more the extreme, but let's talk about like an Aaron Rodgers, right? Like being able to, improvise, move through the pocket, process, like everything there. One, more recently, I think of, Russell Wilson and Dak Prescott in terms of they're not blazing speed, but they are faster than the majority of quarterbacks in the league. And they're agile and elusive enough that, like you said, it's with purpose. And those guys didn't get drafted very high. And the main thing was, how does their game, you always hear this, how does that game translate to the NFL? In the ones that work, we have seen it goes off without a hitch. I mean, I think Dak Prescott is playing at his best healthy. He's a top 10 quarterback in the league. Back when the Russ was, going to Super Bowls and was, with the Legion of Boom, like, as a team, he made, he was a top 10 quarterback in the league, and he wasn't like rushing for 1,000 yards and passing for 3,000. He was just doing the things he needed to make himself a offensive nightmare for defensive coordinators to have to scheme against, right?
Yeah. It makes me wonder what guys like Dante Culpepper and Donovan McNabb would have done in this era.
Or Cunningham, right?
Yeah, and those three guys, a little bit more like a Josh Allen, like deceptively quick,
right?
Like longer stride, bigger built quarterback. They're not a Lamar Jackson or a Michael Vick, but if they had played in an era where offensive coordinators were a little more creative and would let them do what they did at the college level, we would have seen a lot more numbers. And, all the three guys we just talked about, great careers, unbelievable. Yeah. But they were still playing in an era, where it was still a little like, well, at the end of the day, you still got to be a drop back passer. And for all we're saying, drop back passers still unbelievably successful. But even guys like Baker Mayfield have shown, like, I'm not quick, I'm not fast even, but if I can make the defense respect me by the fact that I could run for 8 to 10 yards if put in the position to do it, right? Defense on their heels, and especially with that two-man that everybody's running right now, and so you've got a smaller field that you're working with a lot of time, you're throwing a lot shorter routes as a quarterback.
More focus on those tight ends, right? The mismatches there, you open up that middle.
Yeah, it's a fun, it's fun to think about, what are the what are the offensive coordinators thinking in these draft meetings? Like, are they thinking I have a specific scheme that I would like with this guy, or are they adapting? Is it the same draft, process interview? Is it for every player? They're doing it the exact same, or when especially quarterbacks come in, are you thinking, if we got this guy, this is what I'd want to use him and how I'd want to use him. And, so these are the questions that I need. And when analytics has changed everything about sports, I'm assuming they are armed with unbelievable amounts of information to try to tailor, hey, this is kind of what we're looking at.
Yeah, when you're in a blitz, when you're facing a blitz formation and you roll to your left, when they've stacked the box on the right-hand side, like these are your percentage chances of, let's call, going up the middle versus going, slightly farther to the left type of thing. Like that's the era we live in. And, again, kind of piggybacking off of this conversation, me and you have had this discussion before offline, and I think it's applicable here because, in terms of, for me, the way that I look at the player that I think broke the whole mindset of you have to get a player to fit your scheme versus fit your scheme to the player. And also to comments like settle down with what I'm about to say and hear what I'm saying, not what I'm not saying. I look at the Tim Tebow situation. Because for all intents and purposes, like we all know Tim Tebow, like was just this absolutely, I mean, I don't think it's, for me, I think Tim Tebow is a top 5 all-time quarterback in college football history. For me,
he might be the best. If you combine that with winning, he might be overall maybe the best college football player of the last 30 years.
Yeah, and when you sum it up too with the intangibles as terms of like attitude, mental side of it, and then you look at what the upside could be, you can understand even in this era why you would take a shot on that guy. But I think that's what's so interesting is whenever McDaniels got let go from that team and Fox came in, the first thing he did, and I always give John Fox credit for this, is he called Urban Meyer. And he said, hey, what packages worked with Timmy? And that's what they did. And all of a sudden, that team went from a lost cause to what in the heck did McDaniels do to more than half of the league going, well, why did they move on from Tebow? Because people forget, like, there was a lot of people, analysts, going, I understand, like, the whole Peyton Manning thing, but like, why would you mess up what you just did? That was a historic in terms of a turnaround run that you guys just went on and going into the playoffs. And like some guys are just winners. We know that, but it makes you wonder. And I always like, they talk about like, what are the sports situations that live rent free in your head that keep you up at night? That's one for me. Not because I think that Tim Tebow could be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. No, that's not what it is. It's because the fascinating side of it is what could that team have been if you gave that kind of a player with that mental plug switch, right? That not a lot of guys have, that we call them winners. They just find a way to win. That is a God gift, in my opinion, that not everyone has. And what happens when you actually like give a full offseason where you tailor an entire offense around that? Because what ended up happening was at the end of that, it was, no, you're going to fit my scheme, and it didn't work. And then, in comes, well, we're going to, take this guy that's got, I think at that point, what was it, Aaron? I think he had 2 years under his belt, I think. And you bring in the, the one good year of Peyton Manning that they had left and won a Super Bowl with, essentially, after that, which obviously we know ended up being with Kubiak there, and it wasn't even John Fox. So yeah, those are the things for me that I look at that as the first time I could like openly look at and go, that proved to me that we had a issue in the NFL of guys trying to put a square peg in a round hole instead of just figuring out, like, essentially drill another hole.
Yeah, and you go back to Tebow's national championship 2008. I only bring that up because they played Oklahoma, and so I in my head I thought I think that defense, there were a lot of NFL guys on that defense.
Was that Sam Bradford year?
So Sam Bradford there, Landry Jones backup that year, DeMarco Murray at running back, Moses Madu at running back. They had some really good wide receivers. They had let's see here. Gerald McCoy was a sophomore on that defense. Guys had a huge long NFL career. DeMarcus Granger was a junior that year. Played in the league for a long time. And that 08 Oklahoma team at the time was being called the greatest offense in college football history. You know, people like look at Sam Bradford when he got to the league, and I mean, he's a little bit the same with Tim Tebow. Guy just never went to a situation where he was going to ever be able to win anything.
Yeah, but in his defense, that guy in a difference in Tebow's case figured out somehow to continue to get paid big money.
He's the reason draft picks will never be paid that kind of money ever again. Last guy to make that kind of money. Ryan Broyles, wide receiver that year, guy played in the league for a long time. So, when you look at what Tebow was able to do, man, Jermaine Gresham at tight end, good Lord, I forgot how good that team was. You look at what he was able to do at the college level against guys that played in the league for a long time. I think he was one of those guys where no matter how much he won, no matter what type of numbers he put up, they would always say, yeah, he's not doing it with his arm. He's He's running a lot. And that was just people not watching the games because Tim was able to do a lot of things with his arm. Now, looking at it now, I would say if you had switched him out for the guy playing for the Eagles right now, if he'd have been coming out at the same time, there would have been a lot of people saying the exact same thing, and he may not have been put in a great position. But the league has changed, and now offensive coordinators will run an offense based on the skill set of the quarterback that they've got. It's the biggest reason I couldn't understand why the Rams didn't re-sign Baker. I was just
don't even get me started with that. Like, yeah, I mean, and I think proving your point, you look at guys like, one of my favorite offensive mind, new age offensive mind in the NFL right now is Cliff Kingsbury. And I love what Cliff did when he got his opportunity in Arizona. And again, it goes back to everything we're talking about as a whole. When he went into Arizona, like the big reason why he took that job is they had just come off of spending a top 5 pick on Josh Rosen. And it was very confusing at the time of, is Cliff going to take that job with Josh Rosen? Really? Like, he really believes in that. And what nobody really understood at the time, obviously, because it was, not enough time to get out what was talked about, was, hey, if I'm coming in here, I'm running this my way. We're doing this my way, and you're going to trust me, and you're going to give me 4 years to figure this out, and you're giving me everything I need, and I need Kyler Murray. And what did he do? Went out, got that. They got the fit pick. They spent what they needed to and got it. He got Kyler. And personally, I don't know where you stand on this, but I think that Cliff deserved to keep his job. I understand why, because again, we talk about this a lot, Aaron, like it's a microwave generation right now. You know how infuriating that makes me on multiple levels, but I can understand that where, it was a risk. You took a big risk, like giving somebody like that first time ever being in the NFL as a coordinator, you get a head coach job. Absolutely unheard of, number one. And giving that amount of power that early, like we hadn't seen stuff like that other than guys like Bill Belichick, the Harborough, brothers at that time, like, Tomlin having that kind of power. And that was years after they proved it. Now you have a guy coming in, young guy, again, unusual, and just immediately being given the reins to that degree. And they're just like, hey, this is our vision, and we are sticking to it. And to the Cardinals ownership, I give them a lot of credit because they really did set the precedent moving forward of, this is going to the next, decade or so. It's an offensive driven league, and we have to be on the cutting edge of that.
Yeah, I think my Bears have learned it the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
This will be the first year where they brought in an offensive coordinator who is coming in with the quarterback that he wants, and they've made the moves that they're a head coach should say coming in as an offensive coordinator. That they've got the quarterback that he wants, they've got the offensive weapons that he wants. They've gone in free agency and done the most boring things you can do in free agency, which is sign offensive linemen. But yeah, that has to happen now. It can't be where it's got to be Mike Tomlin or Bill Belichick where they got to be there 15 years to earn the right to start being able to have their say in who's drafted.
Because the reality is, as much as I hate it, there is legitimacy to the term. You really only have 4-year window when you come in as a head coach to get done what you need to get done. And honestly, it's to win. And they'll say to prove yourself, but it's to win. Let's be honest. Like as a head coach in the NFL, if you're not at least making the playoffs 2 out of the 4 years that you were there, you're gone.
Yeah, 100%. Tyler Siskey here with the Waterboys. How we doing, Coach?
Doing great. How are you, brother?
I'm not too bad. The one of the busiest men that is not coaching football. I've never seen anybody that is not coaching football do as much coaching football as you're still doing.
Yeah, it's been slam, man. It's been It's been good. But busy's good. Busy's good.
So you coached football for a long, long time. We'll get into some of it, but take me back to 1998 at Troy University. How does a young Tyler Siskey get to Troy University as a student assistant coach in 1998?
All right, so I started at Auburn, played at Auburn. I was a terrible football player. I was hell.
What would it mean to Ricky Waters to get a knock on his door saying that he has been selected to be enshrined in Canton, Ohio in the NFL Hall of Fame?
I see your shirt.
If you didn't see the shirt, man, you could hear this accent. That's for sure.
All right, boys. Waterboys College Football Show. We have our very first guest that we've ever had on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, played at the home of Touchdown Jesus, Notre Dame University. Also, multiple-time Pro Bowler, won a Super Bowl. Ladies and gentlemen, Ricky Waters in the house.
Clap it up. Yes, sir. Clap it up. Yes, sir.
Now, Ricky, you're our first guest on, so you're just gonna be one of the boys talking ball tonight, if that works for you.
That definitely works for me.
Because that's all we do. We talk college football, and it bleeds into the NFL, and we're just dudes talking ball. That's
this
all
is our me time.
This is what our wives call our me time.
We need that time.
100%. So yeah, I was going to put this in your intro. We also should say someone who, if he does not get into the NFL Hall of Fame, I am going to just not call it the Hall of Fame anymore.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
I mean, we don't have to get into it, Ricky, but like I was doing some numbers comparison early this morning, and I was like,
his numbers dwarfed a lot of people in the Hall of Fame.
10,000 yards.
Come on. Yeah. 4,000 receiving, over 4,000 receiving. Jesus.
But Ricky, thanks so much for spending some time with us, brother. It means a lot. And I know you're a busy guy, and your team, by the way, which includes your wife, are just awesome people. You guys, they are great to work with.
And they get it. It's about giving back. We're having fun doing this. I love just like getting out there with the fans and getting going. You know what I mean? I appreciate the fans. I want them to know that for sure.
Well, let's talk a little bit. I got one question, because obviously we're a college football show, and not a whole lot of schools. I mean, I'm obviously repping what would be considered one of the blue blood college football programs.
Boomer Sooner.
There we go. We had a rough year last year.
Been a rough couple of years. Yeah.
Strez is an Ohio State fan, so he's had a good couple of years here.
Real good last year.
Yeah, we know.
At my
sorry,
expense.
Ricky.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, I'm sorry about it. I'm sorry
Mr.
about it.
Waters, I had you on here, and I'm gonna tell you that. Nah, it's all good. I'm so proud of my team, the way they played last year, how they came back after losing that game the way they did, and for their coach to be able to rally them the way they did. It was just incredible. In every game, I was hanging on like, yes. You could just see them gaining confidence, getting better. They had a great year, no doubt. And Ohio State, man, hats off. I give it to him, no doubt. My boy from high school went to James Bryant. He played running back at Ohio State. He was number 41. They broke out the number 41 for him. He was so good.
Wow.
What do you think of Marcus Freeman up there at Notre Dame?
Love him. I'm going up for the spring game. I want to meet him, want to talk with him, want to, let him know that I'm in his corner. Love what he's doing with the guys. I've talked to different parents of the young people who are playing, different people who are playing now. They love him. They love everything about him, everything that he brings to the table, and they wanted him. The young people wanted him, and that's what's the best thing. When the athletes themselves say, we want this guy as a coach. If you're considering somebody, and if you're considering this guy, please make it him, because we appreciate him.
Yeah. That video when they announced in the locker room and Marcus Freeman came out and the whole team just went nuts.
You know what I'm saying?
I was like,
You can't fight
that's how
that.
you. That's a culture thing. Yeah,
That's
it's a
real.
culture thing.
That's real.
It's cool. It's cool to see how, culture is evolving and changing. The game's a little bit different. Athleticism is a little bit different. And mentorship, because, I play music and I've gave guitar lessons for a couple of years now. And I've always said that I have students on occasion where I become like guitar teacher second and kind of mentor first, because they're wanting to figure out things in their music career. So, and I've always loved the correlation between music and comedians, or musicians and athletes, and just mentorship in general, how important that is. Of course, what Marcus is doing with the culture there in Notre Dame. But wanted to ask you specifically, Ricky, what's mentorship mean to you, and what's it like to be able to give that back now to some of these young players?
No doubt. First of all, I want to get you with my son, Ricky Jr., because he plays a lot of instruments, but his favorite one is guitar. So I got to get you guys together.
That's awesome.
But
Heck yeah.
yes, it's very important to me. I wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't have the mentorship. First of all, my dad was just so influential in my life. But I've had coaches, I've had different players. For me to go to Notre Dame and have the guys there that I could follow that were already doing it. Tim Brown was one of the guys I can think of right off the top. Tim Brown was doing it right. And for me to be there with them, there, all my guys there, I could Rocket Ishmael, Todd Light, I can go on and on about all my boys, Tony Rice. We are still to this day tight. Those are my brothers and everything. So that in itself is one thing. But to have the older guys there to usher you in, to have Tim usher me in, show me the ropes a little bit, for me to go to the 49ers and have a guy like Jerry Rice, have John Taylor, have these guys, we're going to show you how to do it. We're going to show you how to be a professional, how to do it right. That is why I did so well. There were times that I could sit up here and say, I'm a boss, all this stuff, right? Or I can say the truth. There's times I thought about quitting. There's times I was worried. There's times that I thought, man, I'm ready, and maybe I'm not so ready. Maybe I had it handed to me one day in practice, or we were running and I wasn't the first one to cross the finish line, stuff like that I was used to at different stages when I was moving up. There were people who let me know, you're good, but you got to work a little bit harder if you want to get to this level. And so those people meant a lot to me. And then it was great for me to be able to turn around and do it for guys like Duke Staley, to do it for Sean Alexander, to do it all these different guys, Charlie Garner, all the different. But I mean, I've had some great running backs that came after me and that played with me when I was there. And if you talk to them now, they'd be like, oh, that's my big brother. Oh, yeah, LaShawn McCoy will tell you, oh, yeah, that's my man. You know what I mean? I asked him, talk to him. He gave me pointers. Just like I went to Jim Brown, he gave me pointers. I went to different people. I talked to, man, the reason why I love football so much, and number one, football, but the running back position. The running back position is a crazy thing for me, because when I came out in high school, I played so many. I was like Travis Hunter before Travis Hunter. So I played all these different positions.
You played quarterback in high school, right?
Quarterback, cornerback, safety. I was wide receiver, flanker. So I play all these positions, but I always wanted to be a running back because I loved Walter Payton. I loved Tony Dorsett, Marcus Allen, all these different people. I love these guys. So when I thought about myself in the pros, I thought about myself as a running back. But the craziest thing is when I came out, I was one of the top recruits in the country because I could play all these different positions, and more people wanted me for wide receiver than wanted me for running back. More people wanted me for even safety and defensive back than running back. I just wanted to play running back. So I was like, the teams that want me, the colleges that want me for running back, they stuck in my head more because I wanted to play that position, even though I wasn't the biggest guy, the strongest guy at that time. I was quick though, and I could, can make you miss and do all that. But I had to learn to be strong and the whole thing of lifting weights and all that and getting stronger. I didn't really even know about lifting weights or really think about it because my athletic ability was like doing it for me. But when I went to high school, I had a guy by the name of Sean Borowski. This guy right here, he went to Penn State. He was my fullback, and he played fullback at Penn State. This guy put me on the weights, got me into all that kind of stuff. Where it's like, yo, if you could put that power game, he's the one who taught me how to block, like really get up under guys and get. So having guys, even guys I played with, even some guys that I might have surpassed in my athleticism or whatever, those guys meant so much to me. And that's why I want to be so much for the other guys coming along. And I think it's very important for people to know. And if young people are listening now, you never know where you can get that knowledge from. You can get that knowledge from anybody. It could be somebody younger than you. It could be somebody not as good as you think you are or whatever, but they might give you that gem that you take with you that you say, oh my God. Like my high school coach, he was always like, you want to be a Swiss Army knife. You want to be able, the more you can do. He was like that. So that's why I was always like, the more I could do. So they say, oh, I need somebody to blitz. I'll blitz. They're like, you're the running back. What you mean you want to blitz? But I'll blitz. I want to, I'm going to play all the positions. And I never used to come off the field when I was playing in high school. Yeah. I was every down, I'm out there doing something. I'm doing kick returns. I'm doing punt returns. Because they were saying, oh, who want to do punt returns? I do. Who want to do kick returns? I do. If I can get the ball too, and there's a chance I can get the ball, even if it's sticking somebody and I can intercept the ball, man, I'm trying to be out there and do my thing. So I think, but long story short, it's really important. Mentors are so important, and they come from all different angles. So I want people to not think that only a mentor is somebody who is more successful than you, or somebody who has gone further than you, or somebody who is smarter than you, or anything like that. You can get mentorship from a lot of different areas, and you can even get it from a woman. I had nuns. See, I went to Catholic school my whole life. It wasn't just Notre Dame. It was my whole life. And some of those nuns would get after you, buddy. Back then, they'd paddle you. They'd get on, they'd put your hands out. Bow. They hit you with the yardstick. The big yardstick. They hit you with the yardstick. So, but not that they were just mean, but they've done a lot for me to help me in my life as well. So it could come from anybody. And I just want people to understand that.
Truth is truth, no matter the arbiter, right?
Right.
Same, I remember teaching young kids and music and them teach me something. I've been playing years longer than they have, but the simplicity or to see something through like their eyes or their mind, and maybe sometimes we overthink it or whatnot, be it the love of music or the love of sports, what it may be. That's so important. You just dropped so much great life information there in the past like 10 minutes. I love it, man.
Ricky, during the national championship, I've got boys that are younger, and one of the things I loved about the national championship, and we've even talked about it on this show before, is there was a whole generation introduced for maybe the first time to Lou Holtz.
Yeah,
they didn't know who Lou Holtz was, and then
you need to understand, son.
Everybody knows Lou Holtz now.
Son.
What is it like going through the recruiting process with Lou Holtz? Maybe one of the most, if not the most legendary name in college coaching. He's top 5. You just say the name, you immediately, everybody can do an impression. They know where he coached. Like, what's it like going through the recruiting process with Lou Holtz?
Man, it was amazing. Really, it was a lot of fun. Obviously, you can learn a thing or two from a guy like Lou Holtz. So of course we all learn from him. We all I think all of us, when we go to speak, like I do speaking engagements, we all do that. We use a little bit of Lou Holtz. There's no doubt that we're not going to use a little bit of it. And I can remember, man, because I had other ones like Joe Paterno, all those guys were, recruiting me. I remember because I was a top recruit for Pennsylvania. And I remember Joe was like, man, that guy, he's only good for magic tricks and this and that and jokes and this and that. Like, I'm the real deal. You need to come, be a Nittany Lion. And I remember they kind of got after it. I was on the phone a little bit. I was like, I don't know what to do. But because I had said that I was going to Notre Dame. That's where my parents really wanted me to go. They were like, it started out with, we we know you're going to make the right decision. We raised you right. That whole thing, blah, blah, blah. It's your decision. Then it turned into, we're not going to let you make the wrong decision now. You got a chance to go to Notre Dame. You got to go to Notre Dame. So, that's how they felt about it. And plus, Coach Oates, he knew what to say, because I was wanting to be an architect at the time, and everybody was like, you can't do architecture and play football. It's just not enough hours in the day. You can't do it. And he said, I'll tell you what, son, you could do whatever you put your mind to. What the mind believes, the body will achieve, all the stuff that he would say. He had so many great sayings and everything. And he had a way. He had a way about him. He knew how to bring guys together. He knew, because Notre Dame, it was crazy. I think all probably colleges are like this, but we were so different, a lot of the guys in the locker room. Some guys are from the South, some are from the North. Some people are really religious, some are a little bit, all that kind of stuff. But he knew how to bring people together and get you fired up. And he would have you ready to run through a wall for him. He'd tell he'd do a magic trick, he'll say a joke or whatever, but then he'll always bring it to the real side of things, and what's real in life, and the things that really matter, like being on time, stuff like that. I used to always cut it close. I'm on time. I was even on time, and he was like, "Nope, you late this day," because like I was here, everybody else was ready. You slid in a little late. You're late. But I learned from that, and I was only late one more time, one more time with the Niners, but I was never late again after that. It was like, once you understand that everybody's time is valuable, not just yours, not if everyone else is here and you're not here yet, then you're late. Cause what? Everybody else is here. What? So I didn't understand that when I was younger at first, but now I do. And certain things have worked to help me in my life. Things that he has told me or said to me. Like I remember coming up to the meeting room. I had my boom in my car. It's boom, boom, it's bass going, everything. And he was like, would you come to if you were at a job, would you come up to your job like that? Just driving with the boom, boom. And at first I was like, yeah, I would, right? But the truth is you wouldn't. You wouldn't, because you can't come into that type of situation. You would dress a certain way when you handle things. He always wanted us to be business-like. So we had to dress like a businessman when we went on the road. I thought that was, God, that's a little bit extra. Now, I already grew up, right? Going to Catholic school, I had to always wear a uniform. I always had to wear a tie. I always had everything. So I was like, now I'm finally in college. I wear what I want to wear. No, you don't. You still got to wear that tie. You just got to get it tight. But I remember embracing that. I remember at a certain point embracing that and saying, you know what? I look at the other team and they're not dressed up like us. I say, yo, we got a little something on them. We're businessmen. We're businesslike. We're serious people here. We don't play games. We're about that. And I started to grab that in high school, because in grade school I still was like, God, everybody else is wearing, their cool shoes, their sneakers, their Jordans, whatever. But then after a certain time, I started saying, you know what? I wear my penny loafers. I put a quarter in there. You know what I mean? I'm boom. I'm fly though. I got my suit. I would switch up different ties. I had the different stuff that I could wear, and I started saying, you know what? But I look fly. I look fashionable, and I took that with me the rest of my life. Even in the pros, when we didn't have to dress up, I dressed up. And then everybody started having to dress up. They was like, man, that's your fault. That's you in prime. They would always say that, me and Dion, like, y'all mugs always want to wear them suits and stuff. So now we have to wear suits. We should wear suits, man. This is a business trip. We going on to do some business right now. So let's handle it that way. And that started, with Coach Oates and the way he saw things business-like. You had to be focused. He was a no-nonsense coach. I don't even know if some of that stuff will go over nowadays, because he would get after you. You know, you can't really get after the young people nowadays. But it worked for us, and it made us champions. This is my other one. This is my national championship. I got my Super Bowl, but I got my national championship too. So can't be bad.
Ricky, we need you to weigh in on something that we've debated for the last like 2 or 3 shows. Spring games. Spring games apparently are gonna go away because of the transfer portal, and coaches are not wanting to do it. And Strez played college football, and he said, I looked forward to the spring game. I enjoyed playing in the spring game, and I think from a fan's perspective, the spring game, we were talking about this last week, for a lot of fans, especially if you're not, I didn't grow up with a lot of money. The spring game was one of the only games we could afford to go go watch Oklahoma, because spring game ticket was like $6 or $7, and you could take your kids to go see it. And big time college football is expensive to go if you're, a family that, is just blue collar. The spring game, if the spring game goes away, do you think college football is going to be missing something with not having that happen, every spring, and fans having to wait all the way till August like they do in the NFL?
You're right on with that. I love the spring game, and I love everything about it. But in this day and age, I understand what they're talking about. Because first I was like, what? Get rid of the spring game. Why would you do that? I'm like, that is like a big party for us, because both teams are our teams. It's like fun. Everybody can come out, and we would sell it out, at Notre Dame. It's a sold out event to come to the spring game. It's probably like that with the Sooners too. But man, we loved it. But I understand, if somebody's going to take my players, if somebody's going to watch my players in the spring game and say, you know what, I want that guy, or I'm going to go after that guy, and now it's hurting my program, then of course I have to do what I have to do to try to make my program the best it can be, and give my team the best chance to win that coming season. I would hate to, could you imagine? You got this quarterback and you showed him off in the spring game, and now he's going to be your guy, and no one knew he was coming, and now somebody steals him in the portal. Hopefully that wouldn't happen, but in this day and age, that happens.
Yeah,
that's a catch-22.
And it doesn't seem like the game has changed that much, but man,
I've said my piece. I just think they need to shut the portal sooner. Like before, you can't get in the transfer portal before or after spring ball.
Oh, if they do that, that's the answer.
Yeah. I think that's the easiest solution in my brain. Yeah, but it needs to open after the national championship's over. Yeah, and then it needs to close before the end of spring football.
Yeah. I don't want to see another Georgia-Florida State game deep in the season like 2 or 3 years ago.
I mean, last year, the year before last, Ohio State had a bunch of guys that sat out and entered the transfer portal, and we lost to friggin' Missouri. Like, what?
That's a rough day in Ohio State.
You lose to Mizzou in postseason.
Many rough days, so we don't feel sorry for y'all mugs.
Yeah, and that's just. I mean, you lose to Mizzou in one postseason, and the very next year you win the national championship. Like, make that make sense.
Make that make sense.
But that was part of it, though. It was the transfer portal was just it's just crazy, and I mean, it used to. I think it used to exist at a level where it was acceptable, right? If you were going to transfer to a school that maybe had an academic program that the school you were at didn't offer, right? Maybe you're transferring for academic reasons, so to speak, right? You put it on the paper that you're transferring for academic reasons, or it,
I don't know.
Yeah, right. Or you could transfer like Justin Fields when he was at Georgia. He was getting used in the weirdest ways possible. And then he's like, I have an opportunity to go do something at Ohio State. There was no NIL yet. And that transfer felt good, right? I'll always love the transfer portal just because of the athletes that Ohio State gets to have in their program. But I think the coupling of the transfer portal with NIL with no guardrails has just made it unbearable.
I think in the future we're going to see more. We're going to see more. That's how things start out, right? They start out as the Wild Wild West. And then they start putting parameters on. They start saying, okay, this is not fair. This is now the teams with the most money is going to be in every year, So now they see that kind of stuff. So I think that they're going to make adjustments to it. But if I am being honest, I'm happy that they have it more than they don't have it, because so many young people were the ones losing. And they were coming out late. They would go somewhere. They thought they was going to play, never get a chance to play. Now they can go to another place. They can play there. If that team really wants them, really is going to give them a shot that they're not going to get here, then maybe. But also it's taking away fighting for your job. There was like guys that they're supposed to start over me. Now I had to dig in. Now I worked out all off season to take this job away from this guy. And I made myself a better player, in not only just for that team, but a better player, period, now. That I don't know I would have did that if I had the job. If I already knew I had the job, if I already knew I'm coming in with the job. It's just human nature. You're not going to work as hard as you have to when you got to beat somebody out. You know that there's this guy who's, man, he's a stud too. I came in with all these blue chippers, right? They were all blue chip athletes. And I'm like, oh God, they all had a bunch of yards where they were from. And they all were looked at as the guy. But now when you beat out that guy and you beat out that guy and that guy, now I'm really the guy. So it's something to be said about that as well. But at the end of the day, I'm glad they have it. But of course, they need to make adjustments to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. There were running back rooms like were at Alabama a few years ago when Derrick Henry was there, or Miami in the early
That's
2000s.
my dude right there.
Those running back rooms wouldn't exist with the transfer portal now. Like you couldn't, Miami had 4 or 5 guys in the late 90s or 2000s. Some of them got drafted and had very little film. They were just, they had to, and Alabama the same way. And I think you're seeing a little bit, we saw with the college basketball tournament, is it's hard to keep up with who
What did you say?
What schools. Kids on like a 4th school. And you're like, how do fans keep this straight? It's worse in the NFL. At least in the NFL, once they get, you're like, at least we got this guy for 4 or 5 years, and we know he's going to be there. In college, it's just
and there's only 32 teams that you have to worry about in the NFL.
Right.
It's not
but
132.
Even saying all that, I love college football. There's something about college football that makes it the best for me. And of course I love the NFL. I appreciate the NFL. I appreciate the teams I played for, what they did for me. But the college game, man, that's the game I'm trying to get home and watch. I don't have nothing to do with certain teams. Anything, obviously, Notre Dame, I'm going to watch them play. But I'll watch other teams play too, especially if they got a nice player over there, a nice quarterback, a nice running back. Man, I'm trying to see this guy play. I want to see this guy. Is he really what everybody says he is? And that kind of stuff. It's just a lot of fun, and the pageantry of it all. And the cheerleaders and the band, it's just, they're all in. And there's just a feeling that you can't get from the pro game. Even though they do a good job on the pro game too, I believe. I like, how they started out, and it's like the whole day of football kind of. And now they got it where you can change, what's that called, where you can change all the different games all at once, and you can see all the different, with this going on with the games. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of fun.
We talked about it. It reminded me of something we talked about an episode or two ago of just college football traditions. And as a musician, one thing I always like asking guys when it comes to tradition is some of your favorite hype music and hype songs to listen to. Do you have certain songs you gravitate towards in college, high school, or even in the NFL?
Really interesting coming from that era too.
DMX, he's always going to hype you up.
X gonna give it to you.
Come on, it's gonna give it to you. The whole
I love it.
Rough Riders, so he gonna do his thing. But Tupac, just resonated with me. Tupac, I would just, man, any of his songs, Changes, Until the End of Time. I mean, I can go on and hit him up, all the even the controversial, crazy stuff. I would love it to get me fired up and ready to play. So if I said one person, it would definitely be Tupac.
That's I'm pretty sure I went to the gym today. It was leg day, right? DMX and Tupac. I think I heard 6 different songs from the two of them.
Telling you.
So it was there. It was like It was unbelievable. It was X gonna give it to you when I was doing the leg press, and I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
X is gonna give it to
You
you.
be
Like
like,
this is
you be like,
yeah.
parking.
And gym playlists are usually
Got
a real
Ludacris on
rare
mine.
thing. Like your gym playlist, you don't want anyone like you hope no one's standing close enough to you because you're like, I don't know.
Oh,
I love it. I don't know if everybody would like
Right.
Yeah, I'm public about mine. It's got a title.
Oh,
It's called
yeah,
Mamba
no shame.
Mentality. It's got a picture of Kobe on the cover. Like
Mine's workout
that's like my
jams.
whole
Too.
yeah.
You keep saying
Mine
my
goes from
people's right there.
Ludacris to Metallica, like
Yeah.
just like that.
Bam.
I have Hamilton
Nothing's
songs
wrong
in
with
my
that.
yeah.
Nothing wrong
All
with
right,
that.
we gotta ask Ricky this because Ricky has you're probably never gonna get to talk to anybody that can answer this question because you played in the NFL in two of the most iconic uniforms that have ever been in the NFL, in the Philadelphia Kelly green and the Seattle silver, blue and green, which both for this generation now, whenever they do use those throwbacks in the NFL now, people just like lose their minds. And you played in both of them. But if you could only suit up one more time and play in one uniform, is it the Philadelphia Kelly green or is it the Seattle silver, blue, and green?
Both of those are super awesome uniforms, but you can't leave out that Super Bowl year when we played with the Niners and we had
Niners,
we
baby.
had the white pants with
Niner
the
gang.
black, and we had that shadow, we had that black shadow on there too. So that was fire too. But that Kelly green to me, that Eagles,
They should have wore that at the Super Bowl.
that's smooth. I wanted them to wear that too. I love that Kelly green. Even I don't care if we had white on or we had the green. It didn't matter. We looked sweet. And I felt like we was ready to play. And it's just like when we put that, it was like they put that outfit out for the Niners and we saw that with the white pants and the blue. It's like, what? Like, because we never thought the Niners would change up anything or change their uniforms at all. So to have that, and it just happened to be that year, and Dion came there, and all the guys that we had on that team, Richard Dent, Ricky Jackson. I mean, I go on and on. Charles Mann. I mean, we had some fire players from other places come to play with us, and we already had an awesome team. So that was the most fun. But that Kelly Green, as far as like how I felt we looked, I thought we were ready. I thought we were ready with that daggone thing. It's just Randall went down. I'm like, dang, Randall. I thought I was gonna be playing with Randall. Of course, Rodney Pete came in, did a great job. We had a really good team. We had a chance. But when we had that Kelly Green on, I'm telling you, that's a sweet uniform. Just loved it.
So 49ers, I was looking at the roster for that team. The young kids now would say you guys had a bunch of dogs. I mean,
the Mexican and the dogs is out.
The fact that Ricky Waters and Deion Sanders were on the same sideline, and both of you guys, from the time you were in college, you had a swag, in the way that you carried yourself. You both had no problems telling the other guy you're playing what you were going to do to him,
To be a fly on the wall in that locker room.
Oh, and then you have Jerry Rice, who doesn't say nothing to nobody ever. What were practices like back then?
The great thing about the practices were we practiced to be perfect. Everybody was out trying to outdo each other. So it was really awesome. It started in the weight room, man. We go in there. I used to roll my sleeves up, act like I'm going in there and lift with the big boys, Dana Stubblefield, all them big, super strong dudes that we had on our team. Like, I'm going in there with y'all. I'm ready to go. I used to always act like my neck was real big. I would walk in there and we would start doing our thing. But even when we go out for the practice, we would go out before practice and have so much fun before practice that the coaches are like, yo, get ready for practice. Like, get serious. Because we would go out there and play games against each other. We used to have the jugs machine. That's the thing that shoots for the punts and the kickoffs. It has the wheels and it shoots the ball out. And we would catch that thing at 5 yards away, 10 yards away. At first, when I first started, I almost took my head off because I saw Jerry and them walk up and boom, and catch that thing right off it. And John Taylor and them, they just boom, right off it. So I'm like, oh, if they could do it, I could do it too, right? I'll go in there, almost knock my good thing I had a helmet on, almost got a concussion from that thing. But we would go out and catch that, and we would do all these different routes and coming back and catch that from that. And it just became a fun thing. Everything we do, we catch one. How many one-handed catches can we make? And catching it and tapping our feet, going out of bounds, all that kind of stuff. I mean, we would make everything fun. But long story short, we got to the point where we was never dropping the ball. No missed fumbles. I mean, no fumbles, no missed passes, no miss like hiking it to each other, like nothing that other teams would probably do all the time. We weren't doing that. We were trying to have perfection. And if somebody dropped the ball, everybody would go over to him. Oh, come on, man, get in and say, what you doing? Like, man, my fault, my fault, my fault. You know, because we know we trying to have a perfect practice. George said it one time, George Seifert. He said, man, if you guys have perfect practices for this point on, you don't have to put pads on again. So he's like, okay. So then we roll with that. And we got to the point we were having perfect practices. And so we didn't have to wear pads. And that's why I felt like it even helped us in that you would see in our third quarter, fourth quarter, when other teams are getting worn down and tired, we were still like we were running track. We're still bouncing around and everything. And that's how we went about it. And that's how we felt about things. And everybody played for each other. Everybody pushed each other. Everybody felt like all the other guys are just as awesome as they are. So no one felt like I'm better than you or I'm holding up more than you're holding up of the bargain or whatever. We felt like, oh, everybody on our team is awesome. You know what I mean? Let's just have fun. Montana was there. This guy, he's from Notre Dame. So I went to, he's from Pennsylvania, where I'm from. And he played for the Niners. And he just happens to be one of the best quarterbacks in the history of the league. And then this guy ushers me in. I come in there and he's coming up to me, oh, what's up, Domer? I wanted to make sure he's talking to me because I ain't wanted to be like, oh, you know, because sometimes they'll play a trick on you. They'll say, what's up to you? And then they'll be like, man, I wasn't talking to you or whatever, you rook or whatever. Well, he wasn't like that at all. He was like, man, he told everybody, this is my brother from another mother. He made me feel so good. He made me feel so like I'm part of the team. He was like, I'm going to help you in any way I can. I mean, this is Joe Montana. You don't have to do that. He didn't need to do it. He felt like I could help the team. He felt like I could be a big part of the team. And he has no idea because after that, you know, he went to Kansas, played so well, him and Marcus Allen. So it was like just being around people like that made me want to be better. I don't want to be the weak link.
Yeah, that energy, you know, it's good to be around energy like that. And I've been saving one interesting fact for this episode, and I got a question as well. But the interesting fact that I found out a couple of days ago, stumbled upon, the San Francisco 49ers has not won a Super Bowl since Ricky Watters played there. Super Bowl 29 is the last Super Bowl.
That's true.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is crazy. Spencer, been back.
I got a theory, by the way. We gotta get Ricky in the hall, and then
just put him in.
You, that's
I like your theory.
Just saying, could be onto something.
I like your theory.
And a question for you, Ricky. I believe that you played in Lawrence Taylor's last career game for the Giants in 1993. I think it was January 15th in the NFC Championship. What was it like playing against LT, arguably one of the greatest guys to ever play on the opposite side of the ball, linebacker?
Outstanding. And he just stopped chasing me. Every time I see him somewhere, he'd be like, man, I'm gonna get you. I'm like, man, come on, man. You know I love you, man. I always tell him, man, you know I love you. I told you, man, you my favorite. That's why I play so well. He'd be like, nah. You try to show me up. You a hot dog. I'm like, no, I'm not a hot dog. I promise you. It wasn't none of that. I was just feeling it that day, and I was ready to go. But he's a great guy. He used to chase me a little bit, but then of course he caught me in defense like that and to play like I played that day. It was just amazing, especially like that and to play like I played that day. It was just amazing, especially when my knee was bothering me. So I wasn't even sure I was going to play that game. And I told the coaches, coach, you can't do this to me. I got to play. It's not a question of will I play. I have to play. this game is too big. I got to do. And did I know I was going to have a day like that? No, but I knew I was capable of a day like that. I knew that with the
Was it 5
offensive line
touchdowns,
I
right?
had, 5 touchdowns.
And see the spotlight that real quick. The Giants that year, they only allowed, I think, 7 rushing touchdowns that whole season. And Ricky got 5 on them in the
That's still the
NFC
isn't that still
Championship
a
game.
single playoff game record?
I think
I'm
so.
pretty sure.
I don't think it's been broken yet.
With
Even
Lawrence
even with
Taylor on the other side of
Saquon
the
still
ball.
having a chance
Lawrence
at it.
Taylor. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
all
that's
those
crazy.
guys, they had
Yeah.
they were a beast. They were. And
I've been a
that's
New
what
England
fired me
Patriots
up.
fan my whole life, and Bill Belichick, like LT, is like the guy for him. So he's always referenced LT over the years, and just watching his highlights from that game,
The way
it
he
still
played
blows
the
my
game,
mind.
right? The way he played the game. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
You want to be somebody who changes the game. I felt like he changed the game at linebacker. I feel like
Yeah,
I
left tackles
changed
get paid now.
I feel like I changed the game at running back. You start catching the ball, doing more things. You don't have to just be a big bruiser who can run everybody over. Not that I don't like those guys, because I do like those guys. Earl Campbell and those guys like that. I loved watching them. And of course, my boy Bettis. My boy Bettis, that's my homie right there. So he was running cats over. So there's nothing wrong with running guys over. But I feel like I changed the game. Me and Roger Craig, guys like that, come on. You got to give us ours
Yeah.
too. We changed the game.
Do you feel like that
And
was
before Marshall Faulk.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I have my Marshall Faulk picture over here.
I
Do you
love that
guys
mug too, though. That's my
do
guy.
you think that so I was a smaller guy coming out of high school going into college, right? I was 5'6", about 180 pounds when I was getting recruited to go into college. Do you feel like not having that like prototypical running back body when you were going into college in that era kind of pushed you a little bit harder to be a little bit more successful and
Definitely.
become the running back that you eventually became?
Definitely. Because everyone, like I said, everyone was telling me you're a wide receiver. You got a wide receiver body. You can catch well. Why? I don't even understand why you want to play running back. Even Coach Host got me there and was like, man, time out. He's like, man, Tim Brown just left, just won the Heisman. That you might want to just step into that position. But I was like, you're stepping on my dreams. I want to be a running back. I want to prove, at least have the chance to prove I'm a running back. So he gave me that chance, and then he still put me at flanker anyway, and we won the national championship that year. So then I still was like, I want to play running back. I at least want the chance, so he put me back, and thank goodness he gave me the chance, and I was able to do what I was able to do and everything. But who knows? I might have been a great wide receiver. I'm not going to sit here and say I couldn't have been a great wide receiver, a great defensive back, a great safety. I probably could have. But you have to go with what your heart wants. The heart wants what it wants. You know what I mean? Their desires. It's just like you can't help who you fall in love with, right? You just love that person for whatever reason. Somebody else might think, I don't understand why you love that person or what you see in that person. That's how I felt about the running back position for me. It meant a lot to me. And I even think that, like Coach Host put me, that's another thing, Coach Host, I think he did great. Putting me at flanker, let me play wide receiver, made me a better receiving running back at that level. Because I already thought I was, but let me tell you something. If you think you're something at one level and you get to the next level, listen again. Because I thought I was ready. So many times I had it handed to me, or I had somebody come and just totally shut me down where I couldn't even get off the ball. Because at first I couldn't get off the bump and run and that kind of stuff. You gotta learn how to do those things. Now I'm just like, I just somebody try to. It's like martial arts with me now. I just be like, boom, boom, got you, bam, come back to the ball, bam. So it made it easy, but I had to go against those tough defensive backs who were stronger than me at that time, because I was only like 170 when I came out. And even when I went to the pros, I was only like 190 something. I wasn't even 200 pounds, talking about my running back, So I was like 202 pounds when I first started playing at the 49ers. I ended up like 230. So that tells you how much of a difference it was for me, and how I had to get stronger and bigger at different places, especially when I left the Niners. And now everybody's focusing on me. It's an 8-man front, 9-man front. They're blitzing to stop the run. and I have to break through those tackles. So I had to get stronger each place I went, and I had to like gain weight, gain power, different things that I had to work on to get stronger. But nothing was better than the fact that I could be a receiver. Because think about this: you could either stay in and block that linebacker who's bigger than you, or you can go out and let that linebacker now have to cover you. And that
Yep.
was the mismatch. Any linebackers, I was too strong for safeties, and I was too quick for the linebackers. So it was like a mismatch. And I think that was a good thing for me to play wide receiver. I'm glad I played those different positions. I'm glad I understood the quarterback position to understand what they're looking for and to get your head around quick. You know, the worst thing a quarterback wants is that they're ready to throw and you're not coming out of your break, or you're not at least at the top of
Right.
your break, because they can throw it before you break, but they got to know that once they throw it, you're going to be there because it's going to be an interception if they don't.
Would you agree maybe it gives you a little bit of an edge, if not a big edge, because you're more well-rounded, in my opinion,
Yes,
learning different positions and things like that?
definitely made me better. And even at times, I would look at other guys and go, man, that guy's so strong. I want to get bigger and stronger. Does that take away something? Take away that quickness that I had and elusiveness that I had as well. So these things always come into your brain and always into your mind when you're playing, because you're always trying to be the best version of yourself that you can be. At least I was always trying to see how I could be better for my team, better for my quarterback, better for myself. Anything I had to do, I always wanted to get better. And how do you know you're getting better? Because the host, Coach Host used to always say this: you either getting better or worse. You're never staying the same. So you either keep working to get better or you're getting worse. Even if you think you're staying the same, you're getting worse. So that was his really the underneath meaning of it, was to always work to get better and to be a better person, better version of yourself, better tomorrow than you are today, than you were yesterday. So
Yeah.
that's how I think about everything. Being a father, being a husband, a humanitarian. I want to be better than I was yesterday. I want to be better. Yeah, I made mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes, but because of that, I'm wiser now because I learned you either make the mistakes and you keep making them, or you make them, you learn from them, and then you teach other people so that they don't make the same mistakes. And that's where I'm at now.
100%. Hard lessons learned, right?
Yeah,
The value you
definitely.
get from that.
Ricky, I got one more thing for you, and then we'll let you go. And I kind of was trying to think of the best way to ask this. What would it mean to Ricky Watters to get a knock on his door saying that he has been selected to be enshrined in Canton, Ohio, in the NFL Hall of Fame?
It would be awesome. There's no doubt. It would be awesome for everybody affiliated with me, for definitely my coaches, my teammates. See, I think about those guys because I couldn't have done it by myself. I mean, I've won on every level: grade school, high school, college, and the pros. Had great teammates, had great players that I played with, had great coaches that coached me, had great mentors, like we talked about mentors, that come back and talk to me, guys that spent time with me, took their time. Like Jim Brown taught me how to play chess. He was like, this helps you get your mind right. So I'm sitting there playing with him. He's kicking my butt. Then he's talking smack to me, and I can't do nothing about it. He's big and strong still. He was still at the time, so Jim Brown. So he's teaching me, like, those are the things you never forget and the things that matter so much. So it's like to be enshrined with those guys, the guys that I love, that I always want to be like, and that I picture myself being like when I got to the pros, and to now be in that same place with them. It would be great, and it would mean a lot to me, my family, everybody associated with me would love it, and it would just be great. There's no doubt. I won't even sugarcoat it. I won't even try to play it down or anything, because yeah, it would be awesome uh, to be mentioned with those guys. When I go see those guys now, they treat me like I am. They love me, and and they say, man, you should be in and that kind of stuff. I appreciate that and I love it. But there's nothing like obviously putting that putting it on, being in there for real. And hopefully one day I am in there and I did enough to be in there. I love that all the fans who say it, I love it. I never get tired of hearing it. I never get tired of people coming up to me saying you should be in there and we're pulling for you and all that kind of stuff. So I appreciate all of you and hopefully one day we're all celebrating and having a good time because I think it's going to be one big party when that happens, if that happens.
Yeah,
man.
I think we'll. I'll tell you what we'll do. The three boys here, we'll get us some Ricky Water T-shirts, some Ricky Water gear, and we'll just start making it our like campaign. We'll just start campaigning for Ricky Waters to get in the NFL Hall of Fame.
I'm starting the agenda on TikTok tonight.
I appreciate that definitely.
Well, Ricky, thanks so much for your time, man. Love to have you back during the fall, maybe during football, and get to talk. Maybe get to talk a little bit more about Notre Dame. Who knows? They look like they might have another run this year. They look good.
I think so. I hope so. Definitely. I love them. I'm gonna watch them either way it goes, but I think they're gonna be good.
All right. Well, thanks so much for your time, brother.
All right. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Ricky.
Thank you, buddy.
And what is going on, my Houston Texans family? This time next week, we will be discussing what the hell the Houston Texans did in the first round. We got a 3-round Houston Texans mock draft for you today. I am so excited. Yesterday, if you were a part of the Bleacher Report creator mock draft, I had a blast. I was able to trade up from 25 to 23, jump the Minnesota Vikings, and took Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle out of Texas. If you want to go check that out, hit up the Bleacher Report YouTube channel. It was about 2 hours. It was a fun time. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the Houston Texans have 4 selections in the top 100. And if you're asking me, we need help on the offensive line. We need help in the wide receiver room. And you can convince me on getting some help at the defensive tackle area. And I'm talking about the first round here. I'm talking about pick 25. But one thing for sure is that we are going to have you covered because, ladies and gentlemen, this Thursday, this upcoming Thursday, night 1 of the NFL draft, we will be hosting a live watch party. Me, Athletically Declined, and Dave and Buster's, the Katy location. We're going to be firing on all cylinders, prizes, giveaways, celebrity guest appearances. We already have almost 30 people say that they were going to show up. Let's all join together as Houston Texans family and watch whatever the hell happens in round 1. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, you know what we got here. We got the Pro Football Sports Network mock draft simulator. My name is Ruben Calavillo, and I drop daily Houston Texans content. So make sure you guys are following me on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok for the latest Houston Texans news, rumors, and updates. Cam Ward goes first. Travis Hunter goes second. That does not surprise me whatsoever. It's more what the Houston Texans are going to do. So you see right here, Kelvin Banks goes 13 to the Miami Dolphins, something that they need. They need to protect quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. I will say this, moving up to 13 to get Kelvin Banks or a Matthew Golden, who was selected at 11 to the San Francisco 49ers, those moves will not get me upset at all. But let's continue with this draft. Wow, Colts go Shador Sanders. That would absolutely be crazy. I definitely don't see that happening. In the Bleacher Report mock draft yesterday, we had the Raiders select Shador Sanders early, kind of throwing the draft for a loop. But here we are, pick 25 for the Houston Texans. Tyler Booker goes 1 spot ahead of us to the Minnesota Vikings. There's Josh Simmons on the board available to us. I know Panda does not like that pick. So shout out to Panda, the Discord game. We're going to also be doing a video where I grade the Discord mock draft. If you want to be in the Discord, let me know in the comments down below, and I'll personally send you the link. But Gray Zabel, offensive guard, North Dakota State, would not mind going there with pick 25, taking advantage of that fifth-year option. Gray Zabel is a versatile lineman with the ability to play just about anywhere along the offensive line, but likely projects best as an interior player in the NFL. With the thin center group in the 2025 NFL Draft, as well as Zabel's accurate snaps at the Senior Bowl, he could project best as a center in this particular class. Zabel is a powerful offensive lineman who generates serious push as a blocker on the move. He applies a take no prisoners mentality when he locks up at the point of attack. As a shorter arm blocker who needs to work on his knee bend, Zabel could face some limitations at the NFL, particularly in his rookie year. Nevertheless, Zabel is a high-end athlete with a combined size, twitch, flexibility, football IQ, violent hands, and mauler mentality to thrive at any interior spot. As he builds up his play strength, his outlook should only improve. Houston Texans, they get much needed offensive line help. They go Greg Zabel, offensive guard, at pick 25. They pass on Josh Simmons. I know this will be a conversation after night one, but let's continue as we get into the second round. Tennessee Titans get Trey Harris, good pick by them. Chiefs get Kenneth Grant, great pick by them. Jets, Jalen Murrow is crazy. Okay. Jonas Savanea to the Bengals. I like that. Josh Connolly Jr. already went. I like that. All right, here we go. Pick 58. I'm not doing any trades right now. Mason Taylor, tight end from LSU. That does excite me. Travion Henderson, running back from the Ohio State. That does excite me. He's met with the Houston Texans. Caleb Johnson has also met with the Houston Texans, but I feel like, let me see who else is available at the wide receiver spot. Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State is nice. Darius Alexander of Toledo is nice, but I'm looking here. I'm thinking about the offense. I'm thinking about the big plays that need to happen. The Houston Texans, they need a 1-2 running back punch, and they are going to get that with the Ohio State Travion Henderson. Henderson and Quinshon Judkins are graded very similar in our 2025 NFL draft board, but Henderson comes away with the slight edge, though he's a year older, 22. Henderson is the type of back that every offensive coordinator would love to have in their RB room. Henderson has no qualms about sharing the Ohio State backfield with Judkins. He had no qualms. And even as Judkins eclipsed Henderson in carries, Henderson bested Judkins with his efficiency. He was the better goal line option and receiving threat at 5'10", 202. Henderson is a compact, low-to-the-ground slasher with the burst and speed to reach the second level in a blink. He's physical and hyperactive, yet he's a controlled pass catcher and an ultra-reliable pass protector with third down value. That all-around ability combined with his home run speed could cause him to go higher than expected on the draft. No, and I understand this might surprise a lot of people, but I think Travion Henderson will have immediate impact in Houston. Yes, he will be behind Joe Mixon, but he was in the kind of same situation at the Ohio State with Quinshon Judkins kind of maximizing his opportunity. And here's the thing. We know who the starting running back is for this year. Joe Mixon. No one should argue with that. He had a fantastic first year with the Houston Texans, 10 touchdowns. Joe Mixon is here. He is your starter in 2025. But just imagine, like, the threat never goes away, because as soon as Joe Mixon comes off, here comes your second-round running back, Travion Henderson, and we got fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. The offense gets better. All right, here we go. Round 3. Let's see who's available. Harold Fannin Jr., tight end out of Bowling Green. He had a crazy, I think he led the league in receiving yards. Jared Wilson, offensive center out of Georgia. Barrett Carter, linebacker to Clemson. Alik Manor, wide receiver out of Stanford. Now, if you ask our boy Spencer, he loves Alik Manor because of that one play where Alik just mossed Travis Hunter, who was And what is going on, everyone? And welcome to round one, night one of the NFL draft. We are finally here, and we are at the Dave & Buster City Center location. And I got two extraordinary gentlemen with me. To my right, you've seen him on Locked On Texans. You've seen him all over Twitter, Mr. John Hickman. Welcome.
Can't wait to talk Texans draft. Can't wait to talk to you guys about the future of this franchise starting tonight.
And to my left, you've seen him on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok. Houston Stressins, are you blessing? Are you stressing? What's going on, Pops? Welcome.
I'm blessing and stressing, man. I mean, it's exciting times. I mean,
Hickman, what is your excitement for tonight's draft? Because I feel like this is the first time in a long time we don't know what the Houston Texans are doing, because it's not like the drafts of before. Oh, you're selecting C.J. Stroud. Oh, you're selecting either Sauce Gardner or Derek Stingley. We've seen defensive tackle, wide receiver, tight end,
Yes.
O-line,
Yes.
mock drafted at 25.
I think last year Houston did a very good job of making picks to get them over the hump. And we saw that in Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter, right? Those two guys on the defensive side of the ball really came in and were day one impact players. And now when I look at the Houston Texans for the 2025 draft, are they going to trade up? Are they going to stay put? Are they going to trade back? As Stressen's already mentioned, we've seen them already, Nick Caserio, make a trade to acquire some late-round picks. And so what I like most about tonight is I have no doubt that Houston will, in between Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryans, and Nick Haley, who has an input, will bring in a player that day one can make an impact. Last year on the defensive side of the ball, this year it's clear as day. It has to either be a tackle, a lineman altogether, or a wide receiver.
Stress, and I'm going to ask you a two-part. First of all, your reaction to the trade that was done about an hour ago. The Houston Texans trade a 2025 fifth-round pick, a 2027 fifth-round pick, and in return from the Browns, they get a 2025 sixth-round pick, a 2025 sixth-round pick, so two, and a 2025 seventh-round pick. Your reaction to the trade?
I love it. I'm not surprised. You could chalk it up to Caserio just being bored like us, waiting for the draft to start. But us knowing him, he's up to something. I mean, we call him Cook Caserio for a reason. I've been kind of like, as we've gotten closer to this draft, I've really thought about it. But if you look at our team now, we are in win-now mode. The rookie window on C.J. Stroud's on his contract is closing faster and faster every day. So we have, we're a team that has very few needs. And so what I think he is doing is he's posturing himself to have more ammo to trade up and be aggressive in this draft. I would prefer to walk away with 3 to 4 legit starters as opposed to 6, 7, 8, a couple starters and some average players. So I think that's what he's doing.
And I do agree with Stressens, Hickman, because you need these draft picks to work, because we all know what's coming in the next 2 to 3 years. Will Anderson Jr. being a top 5 defensive player in the league, and C.J. Stroud being the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. The Texans need to take advantage of these day one impactful starters. And I guess that leads me to my next question. When we're talking about a prospect like Josh Simmons, the concern is whether or not he can be the same player he was before the injury, where he was putting up some of the best tackle as a tape. I think only one pressure allowed until he went down. I think that's the reason why a lot of Texans fans are straying away from Josh Simmons, because you need these guys to be ready and start day one.
Josh Simmons is a hell of a talent, right? As you mentioned, when he is healthy and on the field, one of the best in the NFL. My question to that is, and the medicals have checked out so far, but how much have they checked out? And is that a prospect for Houston, who is in win-now mode? Can they afford to bank on the medicals continuing to check out, right? And so you mentioned, what Josh Simmons was able to do when he was on the field at Ohio State, Josh Connolly. When you look at his premier one-on-one matchup with the number 1 rated edge rusher in this year's draft, Abdul Carter, no pressures allowed. Yeah, that sounds like an elite offensive tackle that you can build around. That sounds like a talented anchor for an offensive line that just lost out on their talented anchor who's now in Washington and Larry Tunsil. They made the trade this offseason. So I'm big on Connolly on the outside.
Okay.
Booker is my inside guy. I think he is the best pure guard in this draft. And I would be okay if the Houston Texans went with either one.
Now, Stresses, when it comes to Josh Connolly, a lot of, experts consider him to be early second round, area. However, I am more of the take advantage of the fifth-year option. I do not mind a Josh Connolly at 25 for the Houston Texans. Hickman brought up Tyler Booker. Now, Tyler Booker is someone that Texans fans have been talking about since middle of this past season, when we realized that the offensive line was just not what we expected. What do you like out of Josh Connolly Jr.? What do you like out of Tyler Booker?
Before you go, Stresses, I do want to add, the Houston Texans, from my source, are big on Connolly, Banks, and Booker. Banks will be gone. I don't see him slipping to 25. I also think that the Houston Texans will mortgage too much to go up and get him. So at 25, Booker and Connolly would be available. I think so.
Our first sources of the day brought to you by John Hickman. Shout out to John Hickman.
I wish I had sources one day, but nah, John's the man. I mean, the way I look at this, like I mentioned, win now mode, it seems like we're all kind of on the same page, but Josh Connolly Jr., great talent, but the way I look at it is we don't need a tackle. Like, if you look at the offseason, we traded Laramie, but we signed Cam Robinson. We signed Trent Brown, who, to me, that's the left tackle. That's your 1-2. And then you still have Titus who can play tackle. You still have Blake Fisher who can play tackle. We have 4 starting tackles on our team. So, to me, the big problem last year was interior. And I know we signed Lincoln Tomlinson and Ed Ingram, and, they're kind of veteran guys that are on the last leg of their career, so to speak, and may or may not be starters. We need a starting guard. So I'm not even looking at tackle. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised by the Kelvin Banks talk. I guess, he could, he's one of those guys that's a tackle that could project to be guard and then kick out to tackle later. But going back to the win now mode, we need guys who can plug and play. I don't want an experiment to move you from one position to another. I want a guard who can step in and play right now. And to your point, that is Tyler Booker or Donovan Jackson or bust. If we don't get one of those two guys in the first 2 rounds, to me, it's what are we doing?
A two-parter here for you, Hickman. You said how the Texans are locked in on 3 players, one of them being Kelvin Banks. The last 48 hours, there's been a lot of news regarding the Houston Texans trading up for Kelvin Banks. Now, I saw a mock draft earlier where he went 10th overall to the Chicago Bears. Would you be surprised if the Houston Texans trade up for Kelvin Banks? And the second part is, we've talked about Tyler Booker, but what about Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State? A lot of people predict him to be, a very good guard as well, predicted to go late in the first round. 2-question parter for you.
Yeah, I think going up for Banks would be too much for Houston. Now, granted, they do have multiple picks in 2026 that they could use as leverage to move up in this year's draft. And we keep mentioning this one phrase, win now mode. If they feel like that's a player that will get them over the hump, then by all means, go do it, right? 2 years ago, they felt like getting both C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson were the guys that they needed to get, and how that turned out. I'm against it, though. I think that's too much to give up, and I think that the drop-off in between Banks and Connolly isn't that much of a difference. Now, in terms of Gray Zabel, how polished is he right now? That's my response to that question. I'm not sure if he is as polished as we need for him to be here in Houston to come in and be successful day one. Granted, Houston is not dealing with Chris Strauss anymore.
Yep.
They are dealing with Cole Popovich, who was a part of a lot of great offensive lines in New England. He could coach them up and get the best out of them. But round 1 and round 2 feel like you got to go get guys that are as polished as they come already when they get into the NFL.
Well, there's one player that I think is really polished is Donovan Jackson out of the Ohio State. Played well at guard for them, had a kick out to tackle whenever Josh Simmons went out due to his injury. He has been, projected to the Houston Texans at 25. Your thoughts on Donovan Jackson is, and who's your guy at 25?
So I'll just say, real quick on Gray Zabel, I would have mentioned him prior, but, I love him. I think he's a very versatile piece. Yes, there's the unknown, but he played well at the Senior Bowl against higher talent. But listening to Nick Caserio's recent comments about, reaching on guys that are non-Power 5 guys, that kind of turned me off. He pretty much projected to me, unless he was throwing a smoke screen, that Gray Zabel's out of the picture. So, but as far as Donovan Jackson, I love him. I mean, he's a dog. He's a mauler. He's played with C.J. Stroud. If you look at the interviews he's had, working out, I know Aaron Wilson did an interview with him. He fits the swarm box, the character, the work ethic, everything you would want in that regard. So I would be happy with that. And honestly, at 25, for me, assuming we stay put, which I do not think we will do, we either trade up or trade back. I think Caserio will play the board. He listens to all offers. But if we had to stay there, I would be happy with Booker and or Jackson. But an ideal scenario without trading up is just that if we're at 25, I feel that both guys may still be on the board, as well as Zabel, who is also an interior lineman. We could trade back to, the late first, early second, and still get one of Booker or Jackson.
I do have a question for you guys. We're talking all this offensive line stuff, and I love it. Former offensive lineman here.
Hey.
But that isn't the only need for Houston.
Talk to me.
Yep.
Nico Collins is your guy, right? We know that he is a stud receiver. Concerns with health, finishing out seasons, I understand that. No Tank Dell for 2025. Stephon Diggs is now in New England. You brought over Braxton Berrios, Justin Watson. You traded for Christian Kirk. We all know that's not enough. Why aren't we not talking about the wide receiver position?
Because on Monday, whenever we heard D'Amico Ryan say, we're not just going to pass on a player because of our need somewhere else. I was like, okay, BPA. And when you look at someone like Emeka Ibuka out of the Ohio State, someone who has chemistry with C.J. Stroud, we've seen the past 5 years first-round wide receivers come in and have an immediate impact with their team. The guy that we should have taken at 23 last year, Brian Thomas Jr., had a 1,000-yard season with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm all for, wide receiver. To me, that's the sexy pick. However, I do remember C.J. Stroud being the second most sacked quarterback in the NFL, running for his life, grabbing his helmet, slamming it down against Green Bay. I have no issue with you going wide receiver at 25. However, your next 3 picks in the top 100 stressings, they got to be offensive line.
Yeah, and so, John brings up a great point. So, the way I look at it is I know Caserio and D'Amico both recently have said that they do not draft based off need, but I think that was kind of a little bit of a, smoke screen / projection.
Because they've done it every year. They needed a second cornerback last year when they knew Steven Nelson's relationship with D'Amico Ryans had already faltered. What did they do?
Facts. Action speaks louder than words. And so, I think when they're asked those questions, they just say that because they don't want to look dumb or have their roster be less talented. But I think the smart approach is in the early rounds is to draft best player available from within your needs. And those 3 needs are offensive line, receiver, and interior defensive line. So if we get those 3 boxes checked off in any form or fashion in the first 3 rounds, I don't care what order, I'm happy with it. So as far as receiver, I'm still, like we mentioned, win now mode. Ever since the Kansas City loss and that, D'Amico has shown that he's been hyper aggressive. He fired Bobby Slowick. He traded Laramie Tunsil. He cut Shaq Mason. He traded Kendon Green. No one's safe. I think that, they could be aggressive in this draft and trade up to a 20 and get a Matthew Golden and still stay at 25 and get a Tyler Booker. That's what I'm hoping for and think may happen. I think we want to get 3-4 quality guys and not a bunch of mid talent and then move on. That's it.
Yeah, I agree, and I also think Nick Caserio has kind of made it clear that they are comfortable with the current roster construction. Right, the offseason moves. I think that they did a good job of kind of raising the ceiling of their floor with some of those vets that they brought in. So it's all about bringing in talent that can get them over the hump. And again, D'Amico Ryans, year 1, they did that with trading up for C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Look where they got them. Last year, they did it with bringing in Kamari. This year, getting over the hump for Houston is clear. Everybody regards them as one of the top teams in the AFC, but yet they are one of the top teams in the AFC that haven't made it to the AFC Championship game. You got to get over the hump. You got to bring in the talented players to raise the floor of the entire team and not just worry about the bottom with the vets that were signed in the offseason.
I just want to say one thing to add to that. So, we look at this team and the draft strategy. We are in a different mode now. So, the previous years, it was rebuild, somewhat rebuild. Like now it's win now. And like you're saying, we want guys that can step in right now and contribute. So I think, what you're saying is what we need to do. We need to cash in right now and get 3 quality guys and call it a day.
You talk about 3 quality guys, but I also feel like there is a need, though, and that is the offensive line. And
absolutely,
when I look at what was brought in for agency, Laquon, Tomlinson, Ed Ingram, they were considered some of the worst guards according to PFF.
Not going to cut it.
Cam Robinson was traded away from Jacksonville to the Minnesota Vikings. There's a reason why he wasn't re-signed in Minnesota. So I understand when we talk about BPA, best player available, but I feel like you backed yourself into a corner where it's going to be, like you mentioned, BPA based off of what your needs. And I think if there's a wide receiver there and a Josh Connolly Jr. or a Josh Simmons, I feel like they go with the offensive lineman stresses.
So my only thing is, and I've been harping on this, and people may not agree, but like I mentioned, offensive tackle, we have depth there. So, I don't want to draft a tackle who may not start right away. So, if we pick anybody within the first 3 rounds, we're kind of talking about, this mode we're in, we need those guys to produce day one, and they can't be buried behind a depth chart. They can't be, a versatile piece that needs to rotate. So, my idea on tackle, we do need tackles, and it's more so down the road. My whole approach is the 3 needs I said: interior offensive lineman, receiver, interior defensive lineman, and then after that, I would love to get a developmental tackle so you can get guys that – there's several guys like Jonathan Savania, Ozzie Chapapio from Boston College. There's several guys in that 3rd, 4th round range that are developmental tackles that could be starting, tackles that we could, kick out eventually. And then Marcus Imbaugh from Purdue as well. Those guys could also play interior the first year until they develop to go outside later. So that's my approach.
Dude, and there's just so many different ways I feel like this draft could end up. And I think the best case scenario for me is you got to go out with at least 2 linemen. Whether that's 1 in the first, 1 in the second. Some guys for me in the later rounds, Dylan Fairchild, Jonas Savannah.
Not that big on Fairchild.
You think they go Fairchild?
No, I'm not that big on Fairchild.
Oh, okay. Why so?
His tape didn't blow me away.
Okay.
But if you're looking at a later round pick, you can justify it. Between Fairchild and Kobe Connor out of Iowa, he was a guy that I like some of the things that he did. He is definitely going to be a late rounder between 5, 6, and 7, and Houston just kind of loaded up on that. And he can come in and be a depth piece. And to your point earlier, he still got inside guys. Like Patterson is still here. Scruggs is still here. Houston is finding themselves in a position where you can either outright lose it or you can outright win this draft. And there's some late round talent at wide receiver guys that I absolutely like between 3 to 6. Jalen Noel is a guy at Iowa State that I love. Jaden Higgins, and I think he'd be going before the 3rd round, but if Houston wanted to draft him with their 58 overall pick, that would make sense. Kyle Williams is a guy.
It's my favorite.
For a receiver, you talked about him a lot. For a receiver, I think what makes Houston kind of interested in that position right now, because Nico Collins is so good, you can look at what some of these receivers are great at coming out and figure out which one matches the best with Nico Collins on the other side, with Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios on the inside. And a lot of Texan fans are tired of hearing this guy's name, but we share the same first name. John Metchie could very well in this offense with Nick Haley find a new fresh breath of air, and have a redeemable year,
Yeah. Trestans, before we end our Texans segment, best case scenario for you at 25, what do you think happens?
I mean, it's tough. I really don't think we're going to be at 25. So should I answer it that way, or should I say a trade? I mean, so if we stay at 25, I'm happy with any of Matthew Golden, Tyler Booker, or Donovan Jackson, and that's with the assumption that we can get one of the other positions that if it's receiver and then get O-line or interior O-line next, or vice versa, and trade up. So I've had trouble doing mock drafts this entire time because I know we're not going to stay stagnant. I know Caserio, by trade, by history, trades up, trades down, trades sideways. He don't care. He can't sit still. So it's hard for me to say at 25, but we need to address one of two needs at 25, or at least in the first round, if not both, of receiver, which is the outside receiver. John's talking about the Z receiver that can complement Nico and Kirk, or interior O-line, which is guard.
Hickman, same question I asked Tressens. Best case scenario, what do you think happens at 25?
Before I answer, I just want to say happy birthday, grandmother. I love you.
Happy birthday, grandma.
I 100% agree. Like we talked about on the Locked On Texans podcast, you talked about your dream scenario. Then we brought it back, and what was my next question? Worst case scenario, right? And I think the worst case scenario for Houston is not addressing a day one impact starting player at either offensive line on the inside, and I'm okay with Connolly because of his upside, but a wide receiver. Like all of the issues last year for Houston stemmed from bad offensive line play. And when everybody went down, when Nico was down for 5 games, and Nico accounted for 40% of the offensive yards when he went down, nobody else was able to.
The past 2 years.
For the past 2 years, look at what he brings. They got to be able to bring in a player that could get the best out of Nico on the opposite side. We don't want to see him doubled all game. Like, somebody got to bring that respect on the other side. Is that Emeka out of Ohio State? I'm not sure, but they got to address offensive line and wide receiver because those are the two positions that hurt Houston in the playoffs and hurt Houston all 17 games last regular season.
Absolutely. Stressins, let them know where they can find you and all your latest work, what you got going on.
Yeah, so I'm at Texans Commenter on X, TikTok, and YouTube. And then I'm at Houston Stressins on Instagram and Facebook. I have a website, HoustonStressins.com. I write articles. I got videos on there. I have merch, kind of like this one, Houston versus Everybody. We got Eamon Thompson throwing Tyler Hero. So free newsletter there as well. So feel free to subscribe. But that's pretty much it. Appreciate you guys tuning in.
Mr. Hickman.
Locked On Texans on YouTube. We do a lot of great work. Me and Big Sarge, Brian Bearfield. You can also follow me on Twitter at John_Hickman12. I don't call it X. I'm sorry. So I call it by its original name, but John_Hickman12 on
fair.
Twitter, and again on YouTube at Locked On Texans. Thank you guys for having me. Houston, we either gonna have a great night, or Houston, we have a problem.
And we'll be right back with the main panel as we talk about whatever the hell happens tonight in the NFL Draft.
Let me talk to you. What? What?
That's what she said.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Who the f is that guy?
Oh, what a day. It is Christmas morning. I'm waking up. Except instead of Santa Claus, I get to see Roger Goodell's ugly face. Except he's bringing NFL Draft 2025. It's Athletically Declined. This is the NFL Draft live streaming event presented by Dave & Buster's. We are out here at the great city of Houston, Texas, here at the Dave & Buster's Houston location. Appreciate everyone here. Great staff. Boy Joseph taking care of us as always. Guys, if you don't know, Dave & Buster's is the place, not only where the fun never stops, but you can get good food. You can have a lot of fun with the games. If you're in Houston, they got a bowling alley upstairs. That's pretty stinking cool. And there's no cover fees, by the way, any pay-per-view events. Just want to put that out there. Seating for everyone. There is TVs all over the place. If y'all want to come down tonight, we're going to be here all night talking about the draft. You want to come down and hang out. But, yeah, right now, promo special. Just want to go and let y'all know. It's food and games for two. $40 includes two $10 power-ups and one dessert.
What kind of dessert? Was it the chocolate cheesecake?
Oh, it is the cheesecake.
Oh, my God.
The s'mores cheesecake. Which I don't like s'more stuff, by the way, guys. Love it. But we're not here to just talk about that. We're here to talk about draft.
Yes.
And as you can see, you're getting live updates here at this ticker. Shout out Skybox Sports.
What?
Our partners.
What?
Yeah. Giving us all the draft.
What?
Nothing but draft.
What?
Only the draft.
What?
Updated real time.
What?
For the draft.
What?
Everything you need. Let's go. But I'm not doing this alone. We got the whole AD crew. We got Nerd Mike, Sassy Mike, Mike and Mike. Michael, Nerd Mike, Me Tech. He's here. He's in the back. Followed by 713 Houston Sports himself, Ruby.
What's going on, everyone? Saludos a todo mi gente latino. We are here, Dave and Buster's. The crowd's already forming behind us. I'm so excited. Let's get this going, boys.
A lot of chatter. Aaron.
There's a chatter in the streets.
Streets are talking.
Say what?
Streets are talking.
The streets are talking loudly because it's draft day.
I'm so excited to be here, though, you guys.
What's better than draft day?
Nothing. Nothing's better.
Yep. You know, I off the top of my head, I can't really.
Maybe that first beer after a hard days of work. That
baseball opening day beer.
Oh,
hot baseball hot dog. It's different.
It needs to kind of be cold.
Yep. Just mustard.
Just mustard.
That's it.
No relish.
I put a little relish on my mustard sometimes.
Yeah, you just get you can't go to a ballpark and ask for ketchup on it.
No.
You go get some ketchup packets after you've gotten the hot dog and then put ketchup on it, but don't
When y'all open the ketchup, are you like a bend the packet and bite the middle, or are you like a rip it on the corner kind of guy?
I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I did not know that was an option until you literally just said that.
Which one?
The bend it and bite
so
it?
grab it, just bend it, and then just bite the middle, and you just...
That sounds like you're really playing with fire.
It's hit or miss. If you don't bite it right, it goes all over your shirt.
You do the corner thing, you never get all of it out. That's the frustration there.
That is true.
What are we talking about?
Yeah. Guys, NFL Draft Stream. Aaron, we got some the debut of a new tag team.
We do. What did we come up? What did we decide these boys were?
The Heartbreak Homies?
Ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls of all ages. Right here, Houston, Dave and Buster's, your tag team title holders, and your favorite part of the NFL draft, the Heartbreak Homies.
Let me talk to you.
We are ecstatic, if you can't tell. Look at this. We are just so excited to be here. Yeah, I don't know how we got on baseball and hot dogs. Ruben, you are an absolute psychopath for using your ketchup that way.
Yeah, that was the fattest conversation I've ever heard.
It made me very uncomfortable when you were explaining that. I've never. That's like a way a raccoon would do it.
And one important thing for the viewers at home to know is that we here at what are we calling ourselves?
The Heartbreak Homies.
All right, name is still we're workshopping that, but an important thing to note is we absolutely hate the main panel, so we will be here all night just talking crap to we despise them.
Yeah, this is what we think.
Who the is that guy?
Oh, so are they a hill side corner, or are they
kind of like almost like a Dudley boys?
We're the DX.
Don't ever compare me to Dudley.
Yeah,
all right?
we're
that
DX.
loser Harry Potter's
Show
cousin.
us some respect.
DX.
All right. We have Slytherin corner over there.
Oh, you better pump your brakes there. All right.
All right,
I'm a
guys.
Hufflepuff.
Hey, listen, we're gonna come back to you guys. Y'all looking great.
You do look amazing.
But listen, you didn't come for us. You didn't come for them. You came because there is a reason why this show is so good. Because we are at certain points in this draft, we could be 6 picks ahead of national media. And that is because of the absolute dedication and lunacy of obsession that Mr. Fantasy himself goes through every year. Spencer, how are we doing?
Guys, I'm stressed out, as always, but the NFL draft has arrived. And guys, the rumor mill is churning, it is burning, and we are cooking things early. Guys, already moves being made. We've got the Houston Texans and Browns making a day 3 trade before the day starts. What is happening in Houston and in Cleveland? Guys, there's also rumors about Cleveland making a big move at number 2 and the Jacksonville Jaguars. What is going to happen at 6? There's a lot of things going down on the Twitter sphere. I'll keep you locked in. Boys, buckle up. We have arrived.
He didn't blink.
He didn't blink, and I don't know because that's a lack of sleep or if he's just had too many energy drinks. I'm confused right now.
He is a machine.
Dude, gosh, this is my favorite day.
I think it's interesting because we were wondering whose life Cleveland might just make really hard, and the fact they're moving late, I'm concerned now.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it on and off, especially if you guys tuned in for the pre-draft panel. It was great. And if you didn't go back and watch the Texans before talk that we had, Stressens, Jai Hickman, shout out to those guys. Awesome, Ruby. Y'all always keeping us informed. But we've been hearing about a team obsessed with Travis Hunter. We have been trying to piece it together. Me and Aaron had a hunch it might be the Cowboys. It sounded like a very Jerry Jones type of move. But being the Jaguars, with what we know about Liam, about Mr. Cohen's been putting his foot down about needing a weapon, that would be what I call a weapon. But what is also a weapon is who we've going to have for you, one of the newer additions to this draft panel that we're going to have for you guys is Giselle from your favorite NBA show, Baddies on the Board. It's going to be holding it down in the fans, by the fans, for the fans. We're going to go and check in with Giselle. Giselle, how are the vibes?
Hello. We're here at JP Buzzing with Athletically Declined hosting the NFL Draft Party live. What are y'all's thoughts tonight, fellas? Who do you think is going to go number one? Where's Shador Sanders going to go? Where's Travis Hunter going to go? I don't know about you guys, but I'm so pumped for tonight. Come join us here at David Buster's here in Houston and watch along the NFL Draft.
Man, couldn't have done it better myself.
Just pro. Just an absolute pro.
Yes. Paid a lot of money to get her from ESPN, I'll tell you that.
49 minutes away, boys.
We have any more intros?
That's it.
I think we're good.
I think we just covered it. We get the thumbs up from Mikey. Nerd Mike, good to go. Love it. Love you. Loves me. He hates me right now. It's okay.
I do want to shout out my wife. Drove.
Yes.
We got here at 5 o'clock in the morning this morning, and she drove all the way from Oklahoma City in one shot. She's a machine. Shout out to the wife.
Absolute machine.
How many hours was that?
Well, if I'd not forgotten my inhaler, it would have been 6.5, but it turned into 7.5.
Oh. Did you forget it like an hour into the trip?
Yeah.
Damn.
Way too far to be able to turn around.
Let me talk to you.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
You got asthma?
Yeah, of all the things I could suck at, breathing
is the worst.
Like on a list of like things you should be able to do well, breathing may be pretty high on there. Walk, breathe. One of those two I don't do well.
You also don't see very well, huh?
No,
You got some
no.
glasses.
I'm a walking.
What are you good at, Aaron?
That's a really solid
He's great at
point.
talking sports. I'll give him that.
Well, I don't know. He's got that OU gear on. I don't know how good is how good is.
Listen, we don't have a lot of guys in the draft tonight. Normally, if you're an Oklahoma fan, the draft is fun. We got like 2 guys. So it'll be a very different draft for Oklahoma fans this year.
All right. Well, if you need your inhaler at any point, we can't help you. So you're on your own.
You don't have to push it.
Okay, boys, let's break it down here a little bit. We obviously know it's a foregone conclusion. You make it a lock. Tennessee Titans taking Cam Ward, quarterback out of Miami with the number 1 pick. They're locked in. No one's given a package that's going to be able to compete with what they're getting there. But now at 2, where we thought that maybe that would be something consistent. Rumblings of the Browns getting something that would entice them to move out. What do you think? Because to me, if you're going to make a trade there for Travis Hunter, you're giving up moving from 5 to 2. I believe that is a pretty similar jump up of what the Texans did for CJ. You're giving up a lot.
Yeah.
I'm assuming 2 first-rounders. What do you guys think? And more?
I mean, I think the problem is we're talking about how this draft isn't as top-heavy. So we're gonna have a lot of guys who are gonna get probably drafted today and maybe tomorrow higher than they would maybe in previous years. So if you're already gonna have to take some guys higher than you want to, do you also want to like start giving up stuff for next year when you've got Arch Manning? Got a lot of quarterbacks coming out next year.
Allard.
Yeah. So Mateer. I mean, you're gonna have a lot of stuff next year. So it just depends on how bad do you really want it?
And honestly, like, and me and Spencer, we on the ESPN Athletic Plan Radio Show, we talk a lot about this, and we have contradicting views on it. I think we kind of at a certain point kind of understand like a middle ground, at least understanding how each one of us values quarterbacks within like the first round. I look a lot of these guys, especially in a class like this. I am not coming in here expecting a quarterback to step in and lead my team. If I'm taking him number 1 overall, that's a different conversation. To me, that's my line. Like Cam Ward, he's got to be able to step into Tennessee and be that guy day one. But for me, underneath that, I don't feel like that needs to be the foregone conclusion. And I think with this draft specifically, after Cam Ward, if you're taking a quarterback, you have got to be under the understanding that there is going to be work need to be done before he's ready to take the reins. However, you are going to have to take that step to take him high. I mean, we're seeing, the opportunities here with Jackson Dart. I mean, I think we're kind of all in agreement that that's probably going to be the second quarterback off the board. And then you get in Shedeur Sanders. If he's going to go in the first round, where does he go? And it's also going to be more of a foregone conclusion he's not going to start. How do you guys feel about taking a quarterback first round? Do you think that if you're taking a quarterback first round, do you think that you're starting him immediately and that's what that means? Or are you kind of more in the thought process of when he's ready, I'm building the future, not immediately?
I just don't know if teams are in the waiting game, because over the past, I would say, 3 years, we are seeing these day one early round quarterbacks just make an immediate impact with their team. We saw it a couple years ago with C.J. Stroud taking the Houston Texans to 10 wins and an AFC South title. We just saw Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders go a game away from the Super Bowl. So teams are looking at these quarterbacks, and I'm for sure they're talking about who can be a day one starter out of these quarterbacks. And it was a conversation we would have earlier 2 or 3 years ago. These guys are there at 25, 26, 27, but now because of there's a need, because of how important the quarterback position is, you might have to spend a lot of draft capital to go get him, and that's a risk because you don't even know if he's going to work out or not.
Well, you're kind of in a catch-22 because you've never in the history of the NFL are guys at quarterback coming in with as many snaps under their belt as they have. I mean, you've got guys that are playing in 7-on-7 camps since they were 10. They're doing, stuff during summer leagues. They're throwing the ball more at the college level than they ever have. So when you get a guy that come in and he's already got all this experience under his belt, I think the right fit, you might be able to get a guy to say, hey, yes, I will sit behind and wait a year or two. But the problem is there's not a lot of team. Mike Tomlin's got control in Pittsburgh that few other head coaches get, where he gets to make roster decisions. At the end of the day, if you draft a guy in the first round, you're spending all this money. If you're in ownership, you're going to want that guy on the field. You put all this money into it. You need to sell jerseys. You need to get butts in seats. Does that get?
Let me talk to you.
Does that get your fan base sexy to sit them?
Hey, so to your point, Aaron, can y'all do something for fans like myself that this year I don't have a first-round grade on any of these quarterbacks? These are not guys I would be comfortable building my franchise around. What would you suggest teams? Because in my opinion, why not wait and go get somebody like get you an Abdul Carter, get you a Travis Hunter, get you another piece when you've got better guys coming out next year and the year after that?
I will give you the answer, and this is probably my favorite explanation of that. You get a Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Who's going to throw him the football?
Yep.
And it may sound too simple, but that's what a lot of these guys are looking at. I mean, let's look at the Titans, for instance. They can't trot out Will Levis again.
No.
They cannot. I mean, the AFC South has quickly gone from being a dumpster fire to being one of the most competitive divisions in football. Again, last year kind of took a downturn. But you've got Trevor Lawrence. You've got C.J. Stroud. You know, we don't know what Richardson's going to be, if he's going to be healthy, because I think that's honestly the biggest issue is Richardson is that shoulder got messed up, and after that it just, he should have gotten surgery earlier than he did. That's just my opinion. But this is no longer the situation where the Jaguars can't figure out a quarterback. This is not the situation where Indianapolis is going through a hodgepodge of different quarterbacks. Like you got good coaches too. I mean, this is different, and I think the Titans see that, and I think Callaway sees it as he's going to have to do something.
Coach Callaway made it known as early as year 2 last season that Will Levis was just not the guy.
No.
And after week of Will Levis having the meme of the week, and where was that game where I believe it was the Bears who didn't even score an offensive touchdown. They beat the Tennessee Titans, and it's clear they need themselves a quarterback. But I will say a lot of people do consider Cam Moore to be a franchise guy. The other ones, like what our John Deere's best lawnmower salesman said over here, he doesn't have a first-round grade on any of these quarterbacks. So I feel like with Tennessee, that's a franchise guy. They got to make that pick. You bring up a great point. You're looking at the rest of the AFC. C.J. Stroud, that's a franchise guy. Trevor Lawrence, whether you think he's a franchise guy or not, Jacksonville does. They just gave him a big contract a couple of seasons ago. And now with Indy, they say it's a competition between Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson, but what they really want is for Anthony Richardson to straight up win it and kind of calm the fans down. Yes, I am the guy. Tennessee needs to throw their hat on the ring. Yes, I also think I have a guy. I also have an offensive-minded head coach, so I understand why they're doing it.
Because it's all about, like, opportunity, right, Aaron? Like you have an opportunity, a higher chance in a Cam Ward to develop. Even if it's 60% versus a 50, that's still more than 50 versus, even as much as I love Jackson Dart, like, when you start getting to that 50-50 shot, it's pivotal that they go to the right situation, right?
Yeah, and Spencer will see this probably through the night. It'll be interesting to see what teams talk themselves into a guy.
Yeah.
Like, do we have the Josh Rosen? Do we have, are you going to talk yourself into, are you going to start running film and all of a sudden you're looking at it differently than you did 2 weeks ago, and all of a sudden you're like, well, I don't know, this guy might be the guy. If you get in that position, why not wait and take a Dylan Gabriel late?
Or a Tyler Show.
Yeah, I mean, you know what you're getting there at least.
Yeah, and see, I think that's where, and that's 100% right, because, we talked a little bit about the Milrose situation.
Yeah.
Like, for those of you that don't understand how this process works with the combine, or excuse me, the draft night, they send those invites out. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very rare thing for them to come back and then issue another invite to a player, which is what they did with Milroe, which means that there is somebody seriously considering trading back up or, in general, taking him in the first round. So that, to me, looking at Milroe, yes, the athleticism's there. He's a freak athlete, but he is very raw. And that is a guy that in years past we would see maybe not even get picked in the lower end of the second round. And that's those situations where I look and go, yeah, someone's talking themselves into it.
Yeah, you can talk yourself into and out of, and sometimes you get it's kind of like Texas Tech back in the day. They had a lot of wide receivers come out of Tech.
Yeah.
And they would have a few that would get picked on day 1 or 2 and not pan out. So then every guy coming out after that that turns into a knock on them that they were from a wide receiver from Texas Tech.
Right.
You can do the same thing with quarterbacks right now. Alabama has a down season. They have a head coaching change that was the biggest head coaching change maybe in the history of college football, and they don't perform well.
Right.
And then you're looking at the Alabama quarterbacks that have come out that didn't go through a Lincoln Riley, career resurgence.
Right.
Do you look at I don't like seeing guys all of a sudden get lumped in with like, well, he's an Alabama quarterback. It's like, well, okay, but if Tua doesn't have the concussion stuff, that guy's got all the talent in the world to.
I mean, he led the league in passing yards, like 2 seasons ago?
Yeah.
Even still. I mean, so, the same can be said, Ruby. I know the Texans, like, one of the big the conversations is going to be at 25. Like, do you trade up? Do you stay put, let the board fall to you? Do you feel like this, in the same sense, that this is a situation where are you afraid of trading up to go get an offensive lineman because of let's just be honest, the grades are all over the board?
I'm not afraid of trading for a lineman because that's what I expect you to do when you have C.J. Stroud being the second most sacked quarterback in the NFL, and in my opinion did little to nothing in free agency. You kind of put yourself in a corner where you have to get an offensive lineman, and if the Houston Texans trade up for it, I don't mind that. If you want your guy, go ahead and get your guy. But I'm going to understand the criticism of, well, this is what happened when you traded away Laramie Tunsil, who, when you're trying to go to the AFC Championship Super Bowl, you give away a 5-time Pro Bowl left tackle.
Right.
So now you might be forced to trade up and draft a left tackle in a Kelvin Banks, Josh Simmons, Josh Connolly Jr.
Do you feel like, though, that – because this is the way I look at the Texans. I think we all know, like, how valuable Tank Dell is to this offense when he is healthy. You're now going another year where you're not going to have Tank Dell. That's the reality. That is a very important piece to that offense. Do we feel like that passing on the opportunity to get a guy similar skill set, former teammate in Golden out of Texas, is something that you can't pass on, knowing how deep the tackles are in this draft, in that because let's just be honest, Will Campbell's going to be off the board. That's kind of a foregone conclusion. We're hearing that Banks is going to be off the board. Mimbo's probably going to be off the board. So now you're looking at the Ursays, you're looking at the Conleys, you're looking at the Josh Simmons. Some of those guys, one of them may slip, and you could trade back up into maybe the top end of the second. Do you value more if you see like those 3 guys off the board? Are you looking more to try and grab a receiver that's falling and then trade back into the top of the second, or you rather take what's the best of that tackle?
So in this scenario, Will Campbell's gone, Mimbu's gone, Kelvin Banks is gone, and I gotta essentially choose between Josh Simmons, Emeka Egbuka, Gray Zabel. I wouldn't mind trading back if they're in that scenario and they get a wide receiver. I'm not going to be mad at that, man. C.J. Stroud gets someone that he is familiar with, did great things at the Ohio State together, and this has now been 2 seasons in a row where the only available wide receiver for you at the end at the playoffs was Nico Collins. And unfortunately, I love Tank Dell. I will always love Tank Dell. I can't rely on Tank Dell to be there on Sunday. He's been in the league 2 years now and has now had 2 season-ending injuries to the lower body. And then you also have to add in that he got shot in the leg in the offseason. I love what Tank Dell can bring to the team if healthy. If they go wide receiver at 25, if they go wide receiver in the second round, I'm not mad at that. I completely understand. Trey Harris out of Ole Miss. You talk about 2 Nico Collins opposite outside each other than Christian Kirk eating up the middle. That's barbecue chicken all day. And let's say you go with a running back in the third. Oh, I'm there.
Timmy Chance. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost more interested to see the teams that we are not hearing things from at all. Is it
a lack of information because there's so much? You know what I mean? Like, they're saying nothing at all to say everything.
Yeah, it's kind of the what is all the stuff with Shador? Is this a lot of smoke and mirrors from teams that are hoping he falls?
Right, like the Steelers.
Yeah, they're like, our meeting wasn't good. Like, well, was it not good, or are you hoping that you're going to influence somebody to let him fall out so that you can snatch him up?
You know, let's see real quick. Let me see. Can we check him with Mr. Fantasy? Spence, can you give us an update? What are the streets saying about right now these quarterbacks? Do you have any updates on anything recent? Anything about maybe like the Saints or the Giants or maybe even the Raiders potential trade backs for some of these quarterbacks if they fall?
He's the unicorn. He's going to play both sides of the ball, right? He might go at 2, or maybe a team really falls in love with another quarterback. Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart, Jalen Milroe. Maybe they trade up to 2 and they get him there. Nothing on the streets saying what they're going to do, but we do know the Browns are fielding calls at the minimum for the number 2 pick. We could see that potentially be a quarterback. Would be a wild night, and it would be a crazy way to start things off, boys.
Do they have the ammunition, Spencer?
They have all kinds of picks. They have young talent. They have a GM who is ready to make a move. He understands he made a mistake trading for the Predator Deshaun Watson. We might see him finally get off that bird and finally move into a new era of Browns football, one that could actually be positive. We shall see. But Andrew Berry's cooking something up, guys, and I've got you covered.
Is he smoking a cigarette inside?
It's been 1980 since someone smoked a cigarette inside. Okay.
They said it's for his mental health. Okay.
Yeah,
hey, listen. Whatever's gonna keep him
whatever
sane
you
tonight,
gotta do.
honestly.
So Browns offseason, Myles Garrett signing.
Yep.
That's the big thing. No quarterback, really.
You got Joe Flacco back.
Yeah. So what are we on round 2 of Joe Flacco in Cleveland?
Yeah, and he's got to be tapped out of whatever magic was left there.
So, you're going to have to do probably a very un-Browns thing if you're the Browns and trade the number 2 pick and try to just get as much from it as you can.
I mean, you have to, right? And I think, to me, y'all tell me what you think. I think there is a large chunk of this that is the smoke and mirrors game of trying to see what you could get, because it's been so kind of foregone that it's Travis Hunter. You had a couple days where it was maybe Abdul Carter and then realized, no, it's not. I think personally that this is a situation where the Browns are now going, we want Travis Hunter, but we would really want someone to want him more.
And and that's not bad, right? That's maximizing your opportunity. And if you're gonna get the guy regardless, I'm not gonna be opposed to anyone giving me a king's ransom for Travis Hunter. We know how special he can potentially become, the Biletnikoff winner and a pretty damn good corner. If I'm the Browns, that's the only option I'm going. Is no one going to give me what I want for Travis Hunter? I am selecting him there at 2. And here's the thing. You talk about what a franchise needs. A franchise needs a franchise player. I love Myles Garrett. He's been the franchise there for a while now. It's stale. Not stale in that sense, but stale as far as news-wise. Travis Hunter immediately, we arguably got the best player in the draft. He is here in Cleveland. He is here for the next foreseeable future. Let's freaking go. And after you get Travis Hunter at 2, then here come the rumors. Do we trade back into the first round? Do we get Shedeur Sanders? Are we the talk of the night? I cannot wait, man. Only 24 minutes to go.
Aaron, do you see a situation, and there's not been a lot of rumblings about this in a bit, that they take Travis Hunter, and the trade that we see made following that is not one into the draft, but a move that would send Kirk Cousins to the Browns?
I mean, Travis Hunter is the pick if you think that you have enough things to make it work. Like, are you just bringing in another number 1 skill guy and you don't have a whole lot else to put around him?
Right.
Like, sure, it's going to, season ticket sales are going to go up. All the hype that comes with Travis Hunter, but at the end of the day, I think Cleveland fans have had enough of, we're going to bring in Johnny Manziel, this is going to change our franchise.
Yeah.
We're going to bring in this guy, this is going to change our franchise. What I have learned from teams that do it well is it takes longer than you want it to take, so your organization's got to be patient enough to let it take the amount of time that it needs. It's not a, people watch the movie Draft Day with Kevin Costner, and they're like, oh, yeah, but look at that. They got 3 picks out of it. It's like, yeah, okay. That's like 3 guys out of how many players on the field. It sounds really cool at the end of the day, but do you have enough pieces to put around him? I would rather, if I'm a Browns fan, I'd rather be able to come out of this draft and say, we started a process that might take us 3 or 4 years, but we are going to change the way that we run this organization.
You committed to it.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm a big.
Let me talk to you.
Uh-oh.
So as y'all were talking about that, Ian Rappaport did tweet and say, as of now, it appears more likely than not that the Falcons will keep Kirk Cousins as their backup into training camp.
Ooh.
It was just topical.
I was just on it. I need you to back off and put the phone down. But yes, Alex is correct. They have, in fact, informed the general public. Ian Rappaport on Info Network just now says that Kirk Cousins is likely to remain a Falcon unless we see something crazy happen. Hey, I am sources guy. I just didn't get cued. They jumped me, all right? I don't like it.
Stop it.
Jump over me.
Some help.
Man.
I don't need any more added stress. I'm already freaking out, man.
This is true. He's a young cat over there, and I love him, but I am worried about his blood pressure.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Oh, my God.
We got the best tag team hill ever.
Okay, so let's go ahead. We got about 22 minutes until the kickoff of the draft. We're going to go over the sounds of tonight because we got some cool stuff. You guys have been hearing the Heartbreak homies over here, and they're going to be just absolutely murdering it out with all the sound bites. But we also have some other ones, some more that are very important, so y'all got to pay attention with me. All of you at home, lock in for a second. When the pick is in, we're going to hear this sound. Followed by Spencer's face. And then, if there is some breaking news, you'll hear this sound. So you guys know what's going on. It's pretty cool, right? Little jingle. Uh-oh, breaking news.
Reporting. Jaguars and Browns trade looks like it could go down. Talks are happening, nothing done obviously yet. But we could be seeing a flop within the top 10 between the Jaguars and the Browns.
So
Jay Glazer came on and he said, "Hey guys, I knew about this 2 weeks ago. All right, I told y'all I have my inside sources, and we were hanging out in Mexico together. So yeah, I knew this before everybody else."
So where does that put? What does that put Jacksonville, or where does that put Cleveland?
Cleveland's we go to 5.
So Cleveland at 5, Jacksonville 2. So Ashton Gentry gone at 2.
Yeah.
Let's go at 3.
Hold on. Is Ashton Gentry gone at 2, or is Travis Hunter?
Oh, come on. You don't.
Hold on. Because you got to remember, the rumor was there was a team that is obsessed with Travis Hunter. You can get Gentry by trading with the Giants. Giants could still potentially get their guy at 5. That is Travis Hunter. If they're making that trade at 2, it is for Travis Hunter.
Let me talk to you.
If you remember, a few weeks ago, we put out a clip saying that if Travis Hunter is still there at 5, we believe that Jacksonville would take him at 5. Mm-hmm. So do they like him enough to go ahead and trade up to 2 to get him? I think it's a very real possibility.
Well, and if they're doing that, then this answers one question. Travis Hunter is playing wide receiver.
1,000%. And he is the number 1 wide receiver in this class if you are grading him solely on his wide receiver ability.
So you're making one last push. Can you putting weapons around Lawrence to see if you can make this work? And if you can't, if they do not have some sort of steady progress next season, Trevor Lawrence is probably not long for Jacksonville. There has to be. I mean, how many years are we talking in the league now?
I'm in agreement with you 100%. The problem that I feel is who is going to take that salary.
Well, that's the problem because the usual suspects, a lot of those organizations have stopped being that.
Correct. And that's where the problem lies now is if that's the case, who's going to get him? No, I mean.
Would you rather have an aging Kirk Cousins knowing what you get with that or take a Trevor Lawrence that hasn't really shown you what he can do?
Okay, so you're asking me, like the guys know like how I feel about this. I think the 2021 draft class is the biggest disappointing class of all time. And I think that Trevor Lawrence, because of the media, I'm not going to say it's on him, because the media is the ones who come on and put unrealistic expectations on these quarterbacks and want to put him up against the highest graded quarterbacks. It's Andrew Luck. The moment you do that, you put a target on the back of a player that is like nothing else. And you automatically have to take your team to the playoffs immediately. It feels like, at least. I think based on those expectations, I think Trevor Lawrence is a bust as we stand. 100%. The one opportunity he had in the playoffs, he absolutely choked.
You know, he did that he did have that one game against the Chargers where they came back, ended up winning. But no, I would agree because what we heard was generational. That's what we heard about Trevor Lawrence. And like you said, maybe he didn't put that on himself. He definitely didn't put that on himself. But the media did, and you kind of have to live up to those expectations. And it hasn't just been with Trevor Lawrence. You know, with Bryce Young, how horrible
100%.
his year one was, and everyone saw what the number 2 overall pick was doing in Houston, and the media were like, this was supposed to be the best quarterback ever coming out of Alabama, and look at how he's doing in year one. This is what we've come accustomed to now in the modern day and age, in the social media age. Pressure is put around you, not by yourself, but by the people surrounding you.
And see, here's the other thing, too, with that, is that not only did that happen, but Jacksonville did not help the situation by giving him the contract they gave him.
Right.
And so the teams are just as much as responsible for this by paying them. It's like we've gotten into this situation for the past 3 years where it's like it's almost like if there was a chance that your guy at quarterback could take a step, you're getting a contract. Go look at Danny Dimes. Danny Dimes did not deserve that contract. You know, they gave Jordan Love that contract. I'm not a Jordan Love guy. I don't think I think that contract was crazy. I think the Lawrence contract is even crazier. What have they done? You could sell me on Love because Love's at least had a run in the playoffs, whether or not it made it. Trevor Lawrence has done nothing. They won the division, one time?
One time.
One time.
Well, and the national media, a guy gives a take on a player, and then they feel like they can't ever come back and say that their take was wrong. They got to ride this thing out.
Yes.
Jalen Hurts comes out of Oklahoma, goes to Philadelphia. We still have guys on the national media that point at him and go, he can't do this, he can't do that, he can't do this, he can't do that. And I'm like, you know what he can do, though? Win Super Bowls.
Yep.
So Trevor Lawrence coming out of Clemson, he can do this and he can do that, he can do this. Well, guess what? He can still do all of those things. It doesn't turn into results on the field, though.
I mean, tell me this. Why have we gotten to a situation in the NFL to where quarterbacks that can do all the things and that just make less mistakes than others is not good enough?
Used to be.
It used to be. Look at the Trent Dilferds.
Yeah.
Right? Like what? Like it's not even like if you want to even take it a step further, it's not even these guys that we look at as you want to call bridge guys, right? Or we look at as like a Kirk Cousins,
Matt Ryan,
but it's guys that because if you look at Matt Ryan, like you could put a lot of that on Shanahan, number one. That's a whole other rabbit hole. But if you get in those games and you're making less mistakes than the other quarterback, 9 times out of 10, unless your defense is just absolutely ruining the game, you're going to be, if not right in the game to the very end, or you're going to win the game.
Well, I think fans, unfortunately, the one thing that, as the college football guy, the one thing that college football has not helped is NFL fans look at the numbers these guys are putting up in college and the points they can score, and they think that that guy's going to come into the league and do that. The NFL has won a lot of, like, 17-21 games.
Yeah.
And I'm a fan of a school that used to score 60. But I didn't watch Kyler or Baker throw like that and score all those points and then think, yeah, they're going to go to the league and do that. It's if you could just not make mistakes, you can win a lot of football games.
I mean, I think that's how Kirk Cousins has made a living, is that, you know, typically he goes to the playoffs and either one of two things happens. Either the defense is finally exposed, because it seems like the Vikings historically were never really able to make that push. And then, you know, last year, Darnold, first full year really given the reins to a team, wasn't Cousins. I mean, you know, it makes you wonder, what would Kirk Cousins have done with that team last year? That was probably arguably one of the best defenses that they had under Brian Flores, who I think is one of the best defensive minds in the league. And then COC, right? I mean, it makes you wonder, like, is that a situation where if you, again, this is where the coaching and GMs being more of a step above than a quarterback, right? Does that set you up in a situation to where those type of guys that are making less mistakes, not going to wow you, going to do a lot of things right, not perfect, but most of the time they're not going to lose you the game? Are you, again, going back to the microwave deal, is that a problem also in those situations? Because it takes trial and error, right? Running a football team in general, like trying to build a team.
You know, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You know, it takes trial and error, and just, like you mentioned, just finding these guys in itself is so hard.
Yep.
And as we were talking about earlier, a lot of teams are looking for that instant gratification. They're looking for that Jaden Daniels, that Andrew Luck, that C.J. Stroud. And I'm just wondering if teams nowadays are willing to wait that. Like, we saw the situation with the Atlanta Falcons. They took Desmond Ridder a couple of seasons ago in the later rounds, tried him out, didn't work out. Okay, wiped our hands quick, we're done. Texans a couple of years ago, Davis Mills in the 3rd round, 1.5 years, you're not the guy, done. In the 1st round, it's a little bit different because of that draft capital that you're spending, and it's just like, you could have the guy that doesn't mess up. You can have the guy that doesn't lose you football games. Then you have to worry about everything else. And I think that's coming, you know, that's becoming more prevalent now in the NFL. If you have a great quarterback, you can't protect him. Doesn't matter how good he is. He's going to be running for his life.
Well, let me ask you guys this. I think, so Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City is the NFL's response to Steph Curry.
Okay. That's a great.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
The problem is there's only one Steph Curry. Now there's some Steph Curry lights out there. You got some, you know, Trey Youngs. You got some guys that can, but you only got one of those. And I get that Nikola Jokic is not sexy. I get that it's a little boring to watch sometimes. But you know what? Denver's won a lot of games with Nikola having one of those games where you look up and go, oh my gosh, he 20, 10, and 15. Didn't even feel like he had a 20, 10, and 15 game. And they win a lot of games that way. So if you're a GM looking, there's only one Pat Mahomes. And by the way, a lot of quarterbacks are getting drafted because of what Pat Mahomes can do. And as the guy that was watching college football when Pat Mahomes was in college, Pat Mahomes wasn't Pat Mahomes in college. That was the Pat Mahomes at Tech was not the Pat Mahomes that is in Kansas City. He was a gunslinger, made a lot of mistakes, threw a lot of interceptions, but he had a huge upside. Guys can't play. Not every guy you're going to be able to get is going to be a ton of fun to watch. But if they can win football games, isn't that the point?
That is the point. It's just, where do you take that guy? And that is the question that's been around. And I'm just excited, boys. We're 9 minutes away, about to be 8 minutes away. The draft fits are out. The commercials are out. How we feeling?
Why is this in Green Bay? For the love of all things that are holy in this world.
Yeah, I will say this. The inside is actually impressive of how they made it look. But, you know, we had Stootsy on earlier, and he was like, it's in a freaking parking lot.
It is. It's just like Green Bay can they even host a Super Bowl?
That's a good question.
That's a great question.
Like I've always been told places like Green Bay and Chicago, no dome, too cold, not enough parking, like they can't host a Super Bowl. What makes it okay for them to host a draft?
Yeah, I don't know. Comments, let us know.
Where was the draft where I think it was the one in Vegas where they were going to have them right at the boats, right in front of that hotel.
Oh, my gosh.
Where the Eiffel Tower is at.
Let me talk to you.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Heartbreak. Oh.
Fits. We do have breaking news on the outfits section.
Oh.
Ashton Genty will be wearing Saks underwear underneath his suit tonight.
Okay.
Oh, bold
This news
choice.
is coming out, and we are now commenting on the underwear that these guys are wearing. Not just their clothes, but their undergarments.
How many of them you think aren't wearing underwear?
Probably half of them. We also have
Free-balling in
Shadur
the suit's
Sanders.
crazy.
Shadur is just pooping all over Tyler. He is wearing a chain worth over $100,000 tonight, where Tyler's he got off Temu, and his neck is as green as his Jets jersey.
I would like to say this was GOD, so close.
Also, Travis Hunter.
Not a sponsor.
Travis Hunter is the first player in NFL history with 2 draft cards.
Ooh,
He has a wide
interesting.
receiver and a defensive back.
He's going to get 2 cards in Madden. I know that right off the rip.
What underwear do you think he's wearing?
Is he wearing it?
I don't know. His girlfriend probably picked it out for him, though.
Can I talk Spencer?
Yeah. They are serving kneecaps.
Technically, what they call in Wisconsin, it's like a powdered donut, but they're called kneecaps, but they are serving them.
God,
Was
whole
that in honor of Dan Campbell's?
That's what I would think, but I think it's just a common name for something up there.
I want Green Bay to lose everything, including the draft. But Spencer, can I pick your brain for a second? Okay, if you saw a player being drafted in the top 10 on Twitter right now, would that worry you as a team? Should that worry you as a team?
To see a player get drafted in the top 10?
That's actively on Twitter.
That's actively on Twitter?
Tweeting.
Well, as someone who is very active on Twitter myself, I would be a hypocrite to judge a player that would be doing the same thing that I do. However, we could bring up valid questions. Do you love ball, or do you just love the spotlight?
Oh.
It is a fair concern to have, and one that many teams might get scared off of one Travis Hunter for that reason. Shadur Sanders also loves him some spotlight. I don't know. We just have to take a look and see, but for me personally, I won't judge because I'm a crazy person.
Spencer, follow-up question. If a player of Shadur Sanders' pedigree were to come in this draft and wear anything on his wrist or neck that did not equal or exceed $100,000, do you feel like that would cause his draft stock to fall?
Contraire. I think one might say that if you are someone that is, before you even signed your contract for being drafted in the first round, and you are already buying hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of jewelry, is your decision-making really top tier? Is that worth a top 10 pick? It's a fair concern to have as well.
It's like talking to Notre Dame.
It is.
Give him another cigarette. Give him one more.
How many minutes out are we?
We're coming up on 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
You know, can we bring the Heartbreak homies back in here? I got a question. A-Train, you want to tell the folks out here about our friends over at Sanctuary Gym?
Sanctuary Gym. It's where we go and get shredded. Where the heartbreaks are starting. Look at these guns. Look at that. Former MMA fighter.
I just started, so it'll be better in the future. Sorry.
But yes, Friendswood Gym down, or Sanctuary Gym down in Friendswood. Great gym. They just got a cold tub, so you can take some ice plunges in there. They've got a nice sauna set up over there. They've got stretching rooms. They've got every single weight you could ever imagine. If you want to go to a gym that is faith-based, they're Christian people. And if you want to go move some weight, so don't come in there dressed like a Flusy. I mean, I've seen Jet go in there in his booty shorts.
Oh,
so
yeah, these are the things I need to see.
They were sacks, so is that
they were culottes.
You didn't tweet about it, so it doesn't count.
Okay, sorry.
You have to announce it so that everyone
right.
knows what it is. But yeah, it's a no-nonsense gym. They constantly are improving their weights. I mean, they've got a turf field where you can push a sled, flip tires. It's a great place to go. Go check out the Sanctuary Gym in Friendswood.
Also just installed a golf simulator for those who care. It's a cool thing. Cool thing.
I did get confirmation Green Bay cannot host a Super Bowl.
Oh. That is interesting.
It should, hot take, it should just be held at AT&T Stadium every year.
I like Allegiance.
AT&T is only 3 hours from me. I'd like for the draft to be in AT&T Stadium every year, please.
Well, so there's nothing wrong with good old Canton, Ohio.
You know, shout out Hall of Fame.
Shout out Hall of Fame. Okay.
Ashton Genty looks so good.
Dude, that is a thick neck, brother.
That's a neck.
That looks like, I feel like
his neck has a neck.
Like that's like a bear.
Yeah.
I wonder if he has to get custom chains, not just because he's bougie, but because like he literally can't just go buy a chain.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Wow. That's impressive. That actually kind of took me off guard.
They're going to be riding bikes at the podium?
Thank you, guys.
Did you say they're riding bikes?
Yeah, there's like a whole line of bikes in there.
Oh, listen, if we're riding bikes to the podium, we really ought to rethink our life choices at this point.
Uh-oh. Breaking news.
So, I've been keeping an eye on some betting lines here, and I just found one that's very interesting. Jalen Milroe's draft spot being over/under set at 38.5. We know he was invited to the green room. A lot of speculation that could mean he's a first-round pick. However, it is favored odds that he is over pick number 38.5. So, could we see another example of someone waiting all night long in the green room just to never hear their name be called? Stay tuned. I'll keep you covered.
That would be a really crappy.
Let me talk to you.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Spencer didn't report this, but Dove Kleiman has tweeted there's rumors Jackson Dart is not going to make it past the Saints at number 9.
I like that boy at number 9.
He said, what I am being told is Jackson Dart is not going to fall beyond the number 9 pick to the Saints. And that's the pick that Kellen Moore really likes.
And they will continue to be a poverty franchise.
Jackson Dart's my favorite quarterback. Don't you say that.
I am telling you, we've been on it from the beginning. There's the last thing that I read this morning was that there is basically a game of chicken being played between Kellen Moore and Brian Dable, between who is going to basically tell their GM first. I have to have this guy.
If you want your guy, go get your guy, man. These are the moments where you get a franchise-changing player, and if you do, in fact, want to use those resources and go up and get it, hey, go out there, make the move. We love the headlines, and that's what the NFL draft has become the last couple of years of headlines, stories, big moments. So would not surprise me there.
So let me ask you guys, if you had to choose, you got the pick. You could put Jackson Dart on the Saints with Kellen Moore, or you could put it on the Giants with Brian Daboll. Where would you want to put him?
I like him in New Orleans. I think Kellen Moore is a talented play caller. I think he's an innovator. I like the idea of an Ole Miss quarterback at the helm of that team. The last time they did that, it worked out okay. I know that was like 50 years ago, but it worked out okay. You keep that guy down there in the South, get your fans excited, and then they're gonna go. They take a trip to Dallas and a chip on their shoulder, and could be some interesting things.
Ruby?
You see Jackson Dart go to New York, there's going to be a lot of Daniel Jones comparisons right there. Like, those are just the type of things you have to live with when it comes to New York. And, I mean, I could see New York potentially trading out of where they are to end up at Jackson Dart. But if you fall in love with him, go ahead and grab him.
Yeah, see, I want Dart to go to New York. If the two of these teams are going to do it, and I'm going to tell you why is obviously it's not just because of Daboll, but it's because Daboll hasn't gotten to pick his quarterback. Like, how long? What is this? Daboll's third or fourth year with the Giants, and he has yet in those 4 years to be able to hand select his quarterback. I want to see Daboll hand select his quarterback so we can once and for all put it to rest of can he reproduce what he did with Josh Allen? And if he can't, then okay, then that's one of those situations we look, okay, maybe the talent there was a lot more than what essentially the development was, if that makes sense. Because I just am not going to let it die that I feel like Brian Daboll can be successful as a head coach. Malik Neighbors, Jackson Dart, like how can you not get excited about that?
You know, the weapons are there. And maybe I like how you bring up it's his fourth year. I'm thinking the clock's ticking.
Yeah.
My seat's hot. Let me go out there and think I could get in, a guy. And we talked about these day one, rookie quarterbacks immediately having an impact. Would it surprise you if you saw that situation there in New York with all the weapons around them and, of course, Brian Daboll at the head calling plays?
And see, here's the other thing, too. You talk about an Ole Miss quarterback history in the Saints. There is a Super Bowl winning Ole Miss lineage in New York with the Giants. Last guy come through there was also a man by the name of Eli.
19-33 as head coach in New York. He's also lost a whole bunch of weight. A lot of people saying he should put the weight back on.
Yeah, they said that's where the magic hid.
Yeah. Yeah, we got the new thing. The head coaches got to look like GQ models.
Yeah, not all of them are McVay or LaFleur. That's okay.
Yeah, we don't need them to be.
No. Now, my wife gets way too excited when Matt LaFleur gets on TV. All of a sudden, she becomes a Packers fan. I don't like it.
Man, what was it? He was in Arizona. He looked to go. We have a countdown here.
Hey, here we go.
Here we go, boys.
We're getting started. Hey, I got a question for the Heartbreak Boys. You guys know a thing or two about looks and fashion. What say you on a coach?
Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
What is this, Pee Wee Herman?
Well, I think they're doing it because the Green Bay players traditionally ride the bikes to practice during training camp. I hope he falls. They ride. That would be electric. They ride to the practice field from the stadium in full pads and everything with fans and things.
Can you imagine if somebody just Big Daddy style threw a stick on the ground and he went over the handlebars?
He looks like Pee Wee Herman.
Someone's going to fall.
Oh, why is there more of that?
What are we doing?
Is that Lil Wayne?
Is that Lil Wayne?
Okay, now I'm here for that. Here we go. Things got exciting.
He is a notorious Packers fan.
Wheezy.
Hey, while we're just admiring them ride their bikes on the stage, can we get a quick pronunciation check on Brian Daboll? It's Daboll.
Daboll. I thought it's Daboll.
It's Daboll.
Daboll.
It was Daboll before the weight loss. Yeah. Now it's Daboll.
It has never been Daboll.
Hey, they do ball. Dayball.
Boo.
They're not all winners, Jet. They're not all winners.
Yeah, neither are the Jets.
Brother, this guy stinks!
I feel like every time Wheezy smiles, he just looks like that he's crying.
True that.
Why is
True that?
It's just the way he looks, man. Like, it's just he got out of a...
He's frightened right now is what it looks like.
I'll be frightened, too, if I was on stage in front of Green Bay.
Dude, that's so many people.
In front of a place just full of cheeseheads.
Hey, at least it's cold out there. Like,
they put cheese on their head, and their team name is based around a team of meat packers.
Mm.
So in case anyone wanted to know that, you were like, it's about cheese pack. No, it's definitely not.
So we have fans inside the stadium watching the draft.
When they could just go outside the stadium and watch the draft.
Wise Gomorrah.
Dude, that's unbelievable.
And if you're watching this, you're like, he is crapping all over the Green Bay Packers. I am obligated as a Bears fan to at any point crap on anything Green Bay does.
Is that because Aaron Rodgers is your daddy?
It's not. Yes.
Okay.
And I just think they have the ugliest color scheme outside of the Browns in the entire league.
You know, we actually have a fellow Packers owner that we could talk to. You know what? Spencer, you know this guy. Mikey, can we bring Spencer in real quick?
Green Bay Packers. True and true. Texans fan first, Green Bay Packers owner second. So I'm sorry that, Aaron Rodgers does own the city of Chicago there, and I apologize, but the demons are gone. You came out on top the last time the Packers and the Bears played.
This is true.
For the first time since when, Aaron?
It's just it's a little PTSD.
Look at that crowd behind us, boys. We're packing this place out.
You guys make sure you get here. It's getting wild.
Hey, it's the guy from Pitch Perfect.
Hey.
That's a joke.
And we just lost the feed to the
We just
NFL
lost
draft.
the feed to the NFL draft.
Wow.
But it's up there on that TV.
I thought Netflix was
He said the
producing
Bears
this
still suck.
That's funny. What was that's right. It was the Eagles fan that crapped on the Cowboys, right? That year?
Yeah.
That kid?
It was wild. It was so good.
That was fantastic. Heartbreak Boys, Heartbreak Homies. Alex, fellow Eagle. By the way, fellow world champion.
Fellow Eagle.
Yeah, are you a
fellow
no,
world
sorry,
champion?
not fellow.
You definitely haven't won a world
Not since
championship.
1969, buddy.
That's true. It's a great year.
We've got something breaking over here.
False alarm.
But I'm stressed, but we're here, boys. The Titans are on the clock officially.
Oh, when we are on the clock. All right, on the clock. Let's go, baby.
I don't like that they tell the number 1 draft pick they're picking them. I miss the old days. Like, we all know who's getting picked.
No, let me know. Let me know so I could go home and party.
I guess if you're the Titans.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, I want to know too, because you want to make sure that your family's going to be there.
Let me talk to you.
Breaking news. Ashton Genty is wearing diamond-covered Crocs to the draft. Wait till you see these kicks.
That's absolutely electric. We
Just-
love Ashton Genty.
Now, the real question is,
I'm sorry.
They're not in sport mode.
They're not in sport mode.
They're not in sport
They're
mode.
not in
He is
sport
in
mode.
he is in loafing mode.
He is loafing mode. Interesting.
Hey, man, if you ain't crocking, you ain't rocking.
You agree? No.
Oh, no, I'm not allowed to wear Crocs.
You're not allowed to wear Crocs?
No,
Why?
no, nothing? Oh, man. Okay.
Which is probably
breaking
good.
hearts.
I don't need another thing to make me, I shuffle my feet bad enough.
I, too, am not allowed to wear Crocs, nor am I allowed to wear Hey Dudes, because apparently they don't look good with the way I dress.
Alex looks like a World War II historian.
In fact, I am.
Fantastic. All right, we got the war room there
Aaron,
making
should
a
we
call.
add just walking to the list of things that are a struggle for you? Apparently, paying attention as well is not on in his repertoire.
This one? Yeah.
All right, good talk.
Good talk.
Yeah. All right. They're gonna take the full time. Is that what we're gonna do?
We're gonna go down right to 1 second.
Listen, man,
Pig is in.
You got a whole lot of positive news about you in the off season, or the season for that matter. They're going to milk all of this out that they can.
Are you offended right now seeing that Oilers jersey being paraded around that area?
Here's the thing, and the Tennessee thinks we care about them wearing the jerseys. No, they care about themselves wearing the jerseys, which is why the owner, Amy Adams, who looks like a piece of chewing gum, decided not to wear those anymore after going 0-2 against the Houston Texans. We're not trying to be like you. You're trying to be like us, which is why you're about to take Cam Ward, number 1 overall, compete in the arm race, which is CJ Stroud.
And that.
Well, guys, the pick is officially in. With the first overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans are selecting quarterback Cam Ward from Miami.
That's what makes this guy special. Look at him rolling out. The flick of the wrist. Right there. That's what you were talking about, man.
Yeah, he's got a release that's really, really fast. He can also buy himself time. Had to in Miami. Didn't have a whole lot of help on the offensive line, so he's got to make things work with his legs. He's also really, really, really skillful at staying away. Like, he doesn't need to take a hit. And at this level, he's got a lot of, big body. He's going to have to take some punishment in Tennessee, but you like seeing that in Miami. He was willing to either take a hit or get out of the way, not put himself in trouble to end up with an injury, and he's going to be having to do a lot of that in Tennessee this next year.
6'2", 223. That is a big-bodied guy. One thing that I really like about Cam Ward is his ability to sense pressure in the pocket. This is not a guy that you see very often doing what we call the scared step back.
Yep.
This is a guy that steps forward into the pocket. What that tells me is that guy is confident enough to be able to have the pocket presence that at the next level, he's processing through, at least through his first read. Typically, we know with the offenses now in college, you're not really being asked to go past your second read. Most of the time, depending on what division you're in, you're not going past your first. But at least you've got that. I don't think that he's as a quickly processor as what Shedeur is. I think Shedeur has that edge on most of these guys because he can process a little quicker. But what you're getting is a big arm, major upside, a guy that is smart with his legs. He's not going to burn you. People think that this guy is just a speed demon because of the way that he moves, but he is what I like to call the classic improviser. He's not trying to move around a pocket because he's scared to get hit. He's moving to buy time for those receivers get open, and that's a guy that if you're Tennessee, you're still adding pieces, you need that guy.
He's calm, cool, collected, which is why you saw some of his nonchalant moments in Miami. And you bring up a valid point, Jet. In Tennessee, the offensive line is still now built. He is going to have to adjust on the fly. He is going to have to make magic happen. He's shown at Miami that he was able to do that. I know Tennessee's happy. He's going to walk in. There's two good running backs there already in Tennessee. There's a couple of good receiving options, one of them being Calvin Ridley coming off of a 1,000-yard season. Good move by Tennessee. Good move by Tennessee.
The question is, do they add any more pieces? Because if I'm Tennessee, I make this move at one. We've seen this happen here in recent years. The Texans most notorious. Could we see Tennessee come into the bottom round? If we see like a Higgins fall, if we see maybe like a guy like Noel is another guy maybe we could see come in here. Another Iowa State. Trey Harris. Like, I would like to see Tennessee add another guy. I don't believe you've got Tyler Boyd, if I believe is still there. You've got Ridley. You also have Traylon Burks that is there, that has, been, mostly a disappointment for the Razorbacks. When you drafted him, that was a guy that you thought maybe could provide something. But I don't know. I think they need more.
Yes, they're going to have to get more, and here's the reason why. When you look at some of the games that Miami lost last year, they lost them because Cam Ward was trying to put the team on his shoulders and make plays. He had to do that in Miami. And what that results in, a 1-point victory at Cal. It results in a 4-point victory at Virginia Tech when you've got a much better roster. It also results in going in at Atlanta as the number 13 seed and losing to Georgia Tech.
Yep.
Like, when he's got to put the team on his shoulders, it's hard.
And we got breaking news.
All right, guys, the trade did go through. We talked about it before the draft started. The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th-round pick in 2025, and a 6th to the Jacksonville Jaguars, who in turn will give them number 5, number 36, a 4th-round pick this year, and a 2026 1st-round pick to the Browns.
Okay, so that means Travis Hunter is more likely than not going to be a Jacksonville Jaguar. Liam Cohen put his foot down. He told them, if you want me to fix this guy, you have got to surround him with weapons. Let me do what I do best. I did it with Baker. He had Mike Evans. He had oh my gosh, I can't think right now.
Chris Godwin. He had 2 good tight ends. Solid run game.
Had a deep and they had a decent offensive line. So you have to think with this pick now, Are we going to see the wide receiver card pulled? Are we going to see the defensive back? That's going to be interesting. Is Liam Cohen going to be a guy that's going to tell Travis Hunter, sorry, bud, you're going to be playing wide receiver, or is he going to let him play both?
You know, you have to let him play both when someone is this athletically gifted. And here's the thing with Travis Hunter. He can make highlight plays at any given moment.
Yeah.
And when he's in the vicinity of the ball, good things happen, and that's what you want if you are Jacksonville. And hey, you kind of got two positions. You for sure got a day one impactful player on the wide receiver side, but then you think about if I need a number 2, number 3 cornerback, Travis Hunter can fit that as well. He made it known he wants to play both sides. A big move by the Jacksonville Jaguars, but if you want your guy, Aaron, you go get your freaking guy.
Cleveland doing the smart thing, not doing what Cleveland
Very
has potentially done in the past, and going and taking a big name, getting some capital back, putting themselves in a position to make some more moves if they want to, and be able to do some special things. Travis Hunter, it's going to be very interesting. They're probably going to start him at wide receiver, but I think he's very interesting because I think he can do a little bit of closing off one half of the field if you put him in a third down situation where a team's got to really convert a third and long, and you know that he's going to cut that field in half because they're not going to be able to throw to that end. And now it makes it a little bit easier on your defense. It's a Ed Reed type of situation where Revis, I can shut off this half of the field, and now I can take some pressure off where I can go out and double their number 2 guy, and this is going to be very, very interesting for them.
I think also one thing to note, Houston Texans got Christian Kirk. They did lose that piece. You could see Travis Hunter maybe play a lot of slot. Could be a safety net.
A lot of yak yards when he was in Colorado.
You want the ball in his hands.
I'm telling you right now, Travis Hunter, doesn't matter if you like him or hate him, Travis Hunter is the best wide receiver in this class. He has the best hands in this class. This guy is the only person in this draft that you can truly say, I compare, not just because I'm a Jets fan wearing a Garrett Wilson jersey, but this dude in Ohio State. I look at tape from guys, when you want to talk about a player in college that can contort his body in the air, make these acrobatic catches, play bigger than what they are. Travis Hunter plays bigger than what he is because his ability to get airborne, contort his body in midair, because his hands are so good. He is a pretty good route runner. I think that his route tree needs to improve. I don't think he was asked to do a lot of stuff other than go get open or give me a little slant. I think that's a lot of what he was asked to. You look at Shador and what they did with that offense. I think he benefited from those things. Again, yak yards. But I think Liam Cohen is a guy that if his pedigree serves what he is at any degree, he is going to have a lot of fun with utilizing that guy in that offense.
And then go ahead.
One of the things that people are saying with Shador is the tendency to hold on to the ball. Pat the football, as everybody's doing. Pat the football. He pats the football. If Shador had been a little less worried about at Colorado getting the huge chunk plays, you might be looking at a much different total yards last year for Travis Hunter at wide receiver. They didn't throw a lot of intermediate route. Shador's holding the ball, trying to let him get open down the field. So there are a lot of opportunities that maybe they didn't take. So you get him into camp, you may look at it and say, hey, this guy can do more than we even saw on tape. And for those people that say he's bringing a lot of circus, this is a 4.0 student. This is a guy who had no problems on and off the field. Anybody that's ever done anything with him from a media perspective has had nothing but glowing things to say about him. He's a good kid. It's not his fault that we went to Colorado and it turned into the media crazy storm that it was.
And even before that, at Jackson State, this is a guy that came over with the Sanders. This is a guy, too, that by association, people want to put him in that category.
Turn down D1 offers at Power 5 schools to go down to an HBCU because he liked the culture. That's hard to look at that guy and not say he's a high-maintenance character.
Oh, and the pick is in.
All right, guys, the speculation was correct as we expected. The Jaguars, after their trade up with the Browns, they are selecting wide receiver / cornerback Travis Hunter from Colorado.
Wondering of who was the team obsessed with Travis Hunter, it was Liam Cohen and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Great job, Jacksonville. You wanted him. You did what you had to, and you got your guy. They cannot leave this draft wondering what could have been, what they could have had, because they went up there and got him. You can't blame a team. That was their guy.
We talked about having a franchise player, and that's what Travis Hunter is. This is who you go up there and trade for. You can call him your number one wide receiver out the gate. You can call him also your number one, number two cornerback. They had to make this move. You see the Jacksonville front office excited. Now, Derek Stingley, Travis Hunter, let's go. I'm excited.
So the pick.
You know what I don't need to see? I don't need to see Tony Khan from AEW in the draft room acting like he has a clue what's going. Tony,
no
why
neck
don't you
brace.
Worry about the other job you've got?
Let me talk to you.
The Heartbreak Homies.
Aaron, I couldn't agree with you more. Every time I see Tony Khan on there, I'm just like, I'm glad that the Jaguars play in the Texans division because I've seen how this man runs another company, and I'd like to see him run the Jaguars straight into the ground. But unfortunately, they have Travis Hunter now, which does suck.
Johnny the Dad, if you were going to cut a promo on the Jacksonville Jaguars, what would that look like?
All right, a little something like this. Let me take these off so you can really see how serious they are. Let me tell you something, Khan family. You think that Travis Hunter scares the Houston Texans? I'm going to disagree with Tyler Boyer. Travis Hunter is not the best wide receiver in this draft, nor is he the best corner in this draft. He's just a guy, and he now plays for the Jags. And he will be a Jag.
Wow.
You can mark my words. I don't know if that's true. He's probably going to be really good, but you told me to hate on the Khan family. So
hey, I liked it. I liked it.
I do like their general manager, though. I do like the direction he's going in. He's 34 years old, Gladstone. I mean, this is his first draft, and he's swinging big. So I do like this move.
If I have to hear Duval again, though, I will.
Have they fixed that? Did they get some help for their head coach with that?
Duval.
Duval.
I think me and Spencer spent an entire segment that week.
That guy sucks. I'll tell you that right now. That guy sucks.
Yeah, just keep him off of Mike. Give him a script and tell him do not deviate.
Dude's built like what's that big purple, the Grimace from McDonald's?
He's a very pear-shaped human.
Yeah, that dude. Not the most physical specimen.
All right, yeah. They got Travis Hunter. Move on.
Thank you.
All right. We got the announcement coming to the podium. There it is. There is the ding dong. Travis Hunter.
Travis. They are, Adam Schefter is confirming that the Jaguars are expected to play Travis Hunter on offense and defense.
Of course.
That's what you got to do with the guy.
Look at him. Jacksonville, that should excite you right there. You're talking about a highlight player, a loud player, which is why he's walking out with the bright pink suit on. You know, this is a win for Jacksonville. Yes, you give up a lot, but you arguably get the best player in the draft at pick 2. You see the excitement there, man. Let's go.
So we've seen.
Look at him. He is excited to be in Jacksonville.
Cam Ward is off the clock. Excuse me, he's off the board. Travis Hunter off the board. That leaves Brian Dable and the New York Giants at 3. Now the big question becomes, do they fear that Jackson Dart would not be able to go, let's just say, are the Saints going to take him before they have an opportunity to trade up? I have an interesting thing here with that. If they were to take Abdul Carter, a team that would be an interesting trade candidate is the Jets at 7.
Yeah.
I wonder if they would look at trying to make a run to do that, or, you know, if they wait and the Saints trade up because they think that somebody's going to jump them. I don't know. It could get real interesting here if Dart is not this 3rd pick, and if the rumors are true, there's a game of chicken being played right now.
Listen, I love Abdul Carter. I love everything about Abdul Carter.
Stud.
And I think if you even think that he's an upgrade at the position, I think you're going to get him in a camp and be shocked at what he can do.
I mean, you got to remember, this dude's 6'3". He is 260 pounds.
Did he run the 40 at the combine?
He did. I believe it was a 4.47, if I'm not mistaken.
Like, are you joking me?
That's insane.
Sub 4.5 at that weight, that height.
I mean, here, I'll give you exact. I've actually got to pull it up here.
Quarterback at 3 here will shake the draft up, boys. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It would get really
interesting.
It'd
be very, very interesting.
Okay, so your exact numbers here is 6'3", 250 pounds, a 4.48.
That's ridiculous.
That is nuts. And you can't forget, and I'm going to continue to stress this because I think another guy that is getting overlooked because I think teams, most of these sites are getting caught up, but over the last couple of weeks, you have seen Jalen Walker being looked at as where he played as a linebacker with Georgia. He is another guy that is very similar in terms of his build that is finally being placed in that same category as an edge. The guy just is a machine. I mean, he is, I believe, 6'2", 243 pounds, a 4.5.
Breaking news.
Uh-oh.
All right, the third overall pick is in, and who many people think is the best prospect overall in this draft is now off the board. The New York Giants are selecting edge Abdul Carter from Penn State.
With Kevon Thibodeau.
Yeah.
Because they already have Brian Burns eating on the other side of the edge. Are they going to have 3 dominant edge rushers? Look, you can never have too many pass rushers, but having 3 premium pass rushers, I'm not too sure what the play is here with Kevon Thibodeau, former top pick for the New York Giants. But Abdul Carter, you see that number 11 there. We're comparing him always to Micah Parsons. He looks like it right there. They get a game-changing piece, and the New York Giants on the defensive line. Great job by them.
So a lot of things I've seen is that them making this pick, you can see this right now on the screen, some highlights from Abdul Carter. Watch him right here on the side. Dude's a ball hawk. Like, again, this is one of those guys that he's you talk about, what makes a good line guy, right? A good defensive guy, if you're talking about whether it's an outside linebacker that's running on a blitz, or whether you're talking about an outside guy, interior guy. They're not watching necessarily the quarterback as much as they're watching the football, right? You hear that a lot with corners, but, they don't allow in the normal situations, these guys that are just different, to let the movement of the guy who's supposed to have the ball be where they move. It is watching that football at all times. And you can watch the tape and see that, like, it is at all times. He moves, that ball moves up to the back. He's right on it every time.
And what I love about him is he can do a lot of what Micah Parsons is doing in Dallas, where Micah can cover up a lot of ills that you might have as a defense, because he can get pressure so quick. And if especially you're playing a team that's got a young quarterback, right, you can get a lot of pressure really, really fast, and it can really put your defense in really good situations where you're at 3rd and longs instead of 3rd and shorts.
Here we go. Now it's in the pick. Adele's at the podium. There he is.
You see the reaction from the crowd here as we're starting to get packed, about 50 people deep here.
Yes, sir. Shout out to everybody
Let
here.
me talk to you.
Heartbreak homies.
So let me ask you something. A lot of times what we see with teams that are looking to trade on draft day is that they'll wait till after they make the pick and get their guy, like an Abdul Carter. Do you think that with them taking Abdul Carter, Ruby, like you were mentioning, now they have 3 premium pass rushers? Do you think maybe they did that so they can move on from one of those guys and trade back into the first round?
I do think so, and if that was me, that would be my play. What you love about Abdul Carter is you love that rookie contract. You love not having to worry about paying him for the next 2 to 3 years. with someone like a Von Thibodeau, that contract is coming up. You can definitely get yourself back in the first round with the Kayvon Thibodeau. It's about to get real crazy here, ladies and gentlemen, but that's what I would do. That's what I would have done if I was New York. And
you're going to look at their depth chart, and you're going to see whichever edge rusher's contract is coming up
Which is Thibodeau's.
He's probably, if he doesn't get moved tonight, he's getting moved in the next week or two.
Yeah, and that's something that we've heard. Tom McShay, that's one of the first things he said. He said, do not be surprised with Thibodeau, if the Giants do take Abdul Carter, that will be a situation where they will move on, and they could, just like Ruby, just to your point, that they would use that as trade bait to get back into that first round. Because the reality is, one of the things that Aaron Glenn has said, and he got this saying from Dan Campbell, you can never have enough edge rushers. So there is always a need. You will always have value with even a halfway productive edge rusher in the NFL, because you look at Aiden Hutchinson last year, what they went through. They didn't have a guy last year for the New York Jets. One of the things, you had Will McDonald. A lot of people are like, well, why did you take another guy? You got JJ a couple years before that. Well, it's because JJ went down. And then you had Will step right in. These things happen. These guys are getting asked to do a lot, and they're being asked to play a lot of downs now.
Yeah. But I think, I think this is a guy that, don't be shocked if by the next 2 years you're looking at it and going, wow, they got a better deal than we even thought they got.
Mm-hmm. Because you don't want to run into a situation where that market starts becoming like the quarterbacks.
Yes.
So Abdul Carter going off the board.
We got something brewing. Uh-oh, there it is. All right.
A lot of discussion about the number 4 overall pick. What would the Patriots do? There was the chance that they might trade up. Some people thought they might trade down, but they are staying at 4, and they are selecting offensive lineman Will Campbell from LSU at 4 overall.
A potential franchise left tackle, and Will Campbell fits that mold. Love what he did at LSU. There was a lot of questions about his short arms. He even said that himself. Even the school I was at talked about my short arms. But good job by the New England Patriots securing their blind side for quarterback Drake May.
Yeah, and this is something too, guys. Like, Vrabel is very much in that kind of coaching mindset to where, there's things that came out with the Patriots, and where kind of the word around the league was like the football player, but fell in love with the player. That is, Will Campbell is a guy that is built for Vrabel and what they're wanting to do. His football IQ is something that has been talked about a lot. His ability to understand how to move and try and close off the gap. Is he going to you're going to see him year one maybe get beat a little bit just as he begins to kind of adjust to the NFL? Sure, but he's a rookie. He's going to have to get some grace. But I do think under Vrabel, you're going to potentially see probably some of the best play that you will see out of Will Campbell, even compared to some of the other places in the NFL he could have gone.
Let me talk to you.
Hey, just want to give a quick shout out. This is one that we were all over. Is the Patriots taking him here? You gotta protect your franchise guy.
Have to.
The Patriots believe they got their franchise guy in Drake May, as well they should, and this is one that all of us were all over every mock draft we did on 3-man rush.
And John, one of the things we talked about is number one, like you said, rightfully, you got to protect your franchise guy. But with as deep as the wide receiver class is, the Patriots have a multitude of opportunities.
Yeah, they're in no hurry. They're in no hurry here.
Because you got to remember, they're working with nothing.
Yeah, anything, literally anything at their wide receiver position will be an improvement. So I don't think they're in a super big hurry here. You got to do the first things first, and that's protect the franchise.
Well, in talking about the short arms, does he have a shorter arm? Yeah, 33 compared to most of the guys are 34, some at 35, but he's also a much faster than a lot of those guys that have arms, speed. is a great equalizer, especially in this era of the NFL where quarterbacks are getting out. Every quarterback has to move.
This is a 6'6", 323 guy. Will Campbell played in the SEC. Again, the biggest thing that I was getting from around the league kind of sources and what they were saying is Will Campbell's IQ in that offensive line room immediately elevates that group. When you have a guy like that that's young, that already fits into the culture of that team, buys in fully, you got a rock solid guy like we saw the Cowboys when they were putting together their offensive line group. And Zach Martin, that's your Zach Martin guy.
Yeah.
That's your guy that's probably going to be there for forever and is going to be very familiar with Drake May for years to come.
It's a perfect comp. Zach Martin just recently retired with the Cowboys, beloved player in the locker room.
Yes.
Maybe definitely a Ring of Honor Cowboy.
Good old boy.
Yeah, he's everything that you want in a guy. And once you get that guy nailed down, your quarterback he shows up for OTAs and gets excited.
And he's still a pup, right?
Yeah.
He's 21 years old, coming out as a junior. This guy's we haven't seen the best of Will Campbell even on tape. Let's remember that. This isn't a guy that stayed for his senior year. He's going to be jumping in here and still going to have a bit of time to grow into himself.
To his grown man body.
We may see Will Campbell grow a little bit. That is not abnormal for some of these players that we've seen before. I can't remember who. I think it was it A.J. Brown that historically that grew.
Yep.
Oh, here we go again. We're firing, baby.
All right. There was speculation that the Cleveland Browns, after moving down from number 2 to number 5 with the Jacksonville Jaguars, that they might continue to fall back in the draft and look for a trade. But they did end up staying at pick number 5. And at number 5, they are selecting defensive tackle Mason Graham from the University of Michigan.
Graham falling. Stoots said it today when we talked to him. And all along, as we've seen time and time again, one thing that I've read that GM or analysts, GMs, draft guys around the league have said is that Barry is a guy you don't want to play poker with because he likes to throw and he has fun with all those rumors. Wouldn't be surprising if the Browns were one of those teams throwing off and allowing a guy like Graham to fall because of the situation.
You beef up your front four. You got Myles Garrett on one side, and now you got a young.
That's nasty.
Mason Graham out of Michigan, and like you said, just nasty, just good against the run, good against the pass, and he's one like how you were talking about Will Campbell, Jet. We haven't seen the best of Mason Graham. He will grow into his grown man body. And then we might be talking about a very young special defensive tackle. The Jaguars, hey, good job. This is interesting. I'm sorry, the Browns. This is fun. They trade out of the pick 2, get themselves Mason Graham and a couple of extra picks for the future.
Shout out to Johnny Manziel's old agent dabbing up Will Campbell on the way up to the podium.
Yep.
That's a deep pull. I just want to give myself a pat on the back that I recognize that's who that was.
You're him, bro.
Yeah, and again, Mason Graham, 6'4", 300 pounds. This is a quintessential hard-nosed run stopper.
It's a grown man.
As a grown man.
And guys, do us a favor. Please make sure you are liking today's stream. That's how you help us the very most. It doesn't take anything for you to like it. Easiest smash of your life. It means the absolute most to us here. Just shout out to the boys. Shout out to the boys.
Okay, and again, the pick has already been announced. You're walking up.
I'm telling you, he still looks like he still's got like baby fat on him and stuff.
Yes.
That guy's gonna put on weight. And good weight.
And again, don't be surprised if we're not, down the line, those 32-inch arm measurables aren't the same.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, you think his arms are gonna grow?
Yeah. No, I agree.
Let me talk to you.
You know who else had short arms? Super Bowl winning offensive lineman, A.Q. Shipley.
Oh, A.Q. Shipley.
And everyone on this panel.
Some would say he's a
T-Rex
grower, not a
arms.
shower.
Yeah, I mean, he had short arms all his career. I mean, it affected him a little bit, but he was a great offensive lineman. had a long career, was a journeyman, went from team to team. I mean, he was a solid piece everywhere he went. So the short arms aren't, I don't think they're as big of a deal as a lot of people are making it out to be. But yeah, I mean,
you know what they say about a guy with short arms.
Yeah.
Well, you know what they do say, and I off the top of my head, and again, I got an OU shirt on, so I'm thinking OU guys. Creed Humphrey had 32 and a half. I don't know. Creed Humphrey, I don't know, maybe best center in the league.
I mean, I would definitely say so.
I mean, you know.
So I got to ask, John, you are our resident big burly boy specialist. Do you look at typically the time where maybe that arm length is going to come into play is typically really more noticeable around the goal line when you're having to deal with those situations? Again, if the technique isn't there, because I feel like if your technique, you're good at moving your feet, this is a guy that's got a little more speed than somebody typically at that size, you may not show it on tape here in the next, let's say, 2 to 3 years. You may not even remember that he's got 32-inch arms.
So to me, the whole short arms, long arms thing as far as offensive linemen, it's a little bit like, whenever they say, oh, this guy has an ideal build at quarterback or something like that, where it's like we've seen guys succeed that have short arms. We've seen quarterbacks succeed that don't have the ideal quarterback build. To me, it's all skill, and it's how well, how well their hands. I don't care about their arms. I care about their hands.
Yeah.
Like, I care how good they are at getting hands on the guy that's lined up across from him. And Will Campbell's one of the best in college at doing that. So I think he can transition to the next level.
And I think, to your point, too, one of the things that Will Campbell does, I think, better than anybody in this draft class is the ability to plant his foot and keep his position.
I mean, the guy is, I think, the only offensive lineman that's been physically stronger than Will Campbell in the past couple of years would have been Joe Alt last year, and that's just because Joe Alt has quite the opposite. He's got a freakish build, but he's the only guy that I see is physically stronger than Will Campbell. I think Will Campbell's the strongest guy in this draft.
Okay, and with that being said, we're gonna kind of check in with Giselle. I believe Giselle is ready. It's getting set up. She is in the middle of everything going on right here at D&B. I'm going to the control room. Am I getting the right word? Uh-oh. Oh. Hold the phone.
Pick the Raiders. They could have gone a lot of different directions, but we have our first exciting pick. The Raiders are selecting running back Ashton Genty from Boise State.
Man, and we're about to see this tape here. Y'all about to see why.
Tyler Warren at 7 to the New York Jets. I'm smelling it right now.
I don't know, man. I feel like the Jets could trade back. I feel like this could be the position that if the Saints aren't going to be patient, this could be a spot where maybe the Giants do a little cross the street handshake. Man. So let me ask you this. So you got Pete Carroll gets his beast mode.
Okay.
Do we feel like with this pick we could now see the Raiders become a part of that group of, let's call it group of 3 that are primed to jump back into the bottom end of the first round to grab maybe a quarterback, maybe a Milrow,
maybe developmental right behind Geno Smith for the next 2 years. I
or Shador falls,
or Shador, but like we talked about, number 9, he's right there. He's right there to the Saints.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. Hey, but until we get there, we have got Giselle. We got her LinkedIn. We're about to hear about what's going on. What are the reactions to the fans here and what they think about this draft so far? Giselle.
Two Houston fans. They're part of the H-Town Rundown podcast, fellas. How you feeling for today's draft?
Ready to go, man. Ready for our Texans.
Give me a quick introduction. What are your names, gentlemen?
It's AD. He's the host and the producer of H-Town Rundown. I'm Jules, the creative manager.
Oh, okay.
Yes, AD, host of H-Town Rundown.
Fabulous. So who do you think the Texans have to draft for this year's NFL draft?
Kelvin Banks or Matthew Golden. Kelvin Banks or Matthew Golden. One of those Texas boys needs to come home and stay in Houston.
Oh, I'm a totally different. I want a defense tackle. I want a monster. I want a monster to go my defense to get my back end a little more power. And then we have a lot of one year one trends. So I want a young monster for five years to get some more penetration on defense to let Will and Daniel Hunter eat more. So we got like a lot of guys here, but I want one monster.
Okie dokie, no offensive lineman for the first pick?
Kelvin Banks, that's who I'm at. That's my guy. If you're going to draft offensive lineman, draft the best one. And I feel like Kelvin Banks is the best guy in the draft.
But I think you can get a good guard to set the second round pick. And there's like a plug and play guys. You still got some free agency that you brought in. So give them guys a chance who've been here just a little longer. Then you get your rookie. They see if he can compete. Maybe game 6, game 8, but you can get a good rookie in the second round for a guard.
Donovan Jackson is a sleeper for the Houston Texans as well. So shout out Donovan Jackson. Could be a pick for the Houston Texans if they stay at 25.
So that's your sleeper pick?
That's the sleeper pick for the Houston Texans.
But he came from Bel Air and he played for Cypher Ravens in the NFL League. We used to play against him, so I know him since he was a little kid. So shout out to him too.
Okie dokie, you heard it here first. Make sure you guys follow Athletically Declined. Perfect. And I'm Giselle Strong. We'll catch you next for our next fan segment.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks, Giselle. That's such a cool element.
That's why, man, these people are swarming. We're ready to find out what the Houston Texans are going to do. Man, dude, this has been something that we've been waiting for the last couple of weeks. This draft party, Dave and Buster's.
This question is specifically for Ruby as our resident Texans fan on the panel, on the main panel there. Out of the two guys that could have ended up in our division for Jacksonville, between Hunter, who they went with, or Genty, who a lot of us were speculating they would get, which one are you happy that personally, I'm happy we're not playing against him twice a year.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd rather take my chances with Hunter knowing our secondary. Do you agree?
I absolutely agree. I think Derek Stingley's the best cornerback in football and can shut down anyone who is in front of him. Kamari Lassiter is not too shabby himself. Ashton Genty, we've seen running backs come in day one and just have an immediate impact. The Texans, their success against the run wasn't that good, so I'll take my chances with Travis Hunter being locked up by Derek Stingler or getting absolutely torched by Nico Collins.
Awesome. Shout out H-Town Rundown. Love
H-Town Rundown.
Hey, Mr. Fantasy, I want to get your take. You are the resident fantasy guru. This is a guy who you said, and to quote you, it would be a dream scenario for fantasy football players everywhere to go to Pete Carroll and the Raiders. How do you feel about the impact of Genty in this offense versus what Bijan was to the Falcons?
Comparing him to Bijan Robinson is a natural comparison, as they're both top 10, highly drafted, highly touted running backs. But for the Raiders, Pete Carroll gets his beast mode 2.0. Ashton Genty has solidified himself by going to a destination where he will have the entire backfield to himself. He has cemented himself as a top 10 pick in fantasy drafts this fall.
That's bottom line.
And if we want to keep it here with me, the pick is in for the Jets at number 7. With the 7th overall pick, the New York Jets are selecting Armand Mimbaugh out of the University of Missouri,
Great
offensive
pick.
lineman.
Great pick.
This guy stinks!
That is a great pick. You now solidify the revamped offensive line that Joe Douglas started 5 years ago. I like this pick. This is who I would have wanted if I had the choice of the offensive tackles, because of position, I think Minbow comes in here with Shanu, with Max Mitchell, with Tippmann. These guys, this is the completion. Now you can move on. I think this is finally, for me as a Jets fan, I look at the offensive line. It is complete from a starter standpoint. You want to add your Morgan Moseses, your vet guys that you can throw in there for more of a if you call it depth piece in the off seasons. That's cool. But your drafted homegrown talent, you've got it.
Look, I totally agree. Your offensive line is set, and then you can worry about in rounds 2 and 3 bringing in some skilled players for Justin Fields. Look, you had to do this. You had to rebuild your offensive line, and the Jets absolutely do that. I really thought they were going to go Tyler Warren, tight end out of Penn State. That was a favorite by them, but they decided to build the trenches. Don't mind that whatsoever.
Yeah, and this is a guy, too, again, Aaron, you're very familiar with Justin Fields. As a Chicago Bear fan, one thing that I think is to note, you got a guy that is obviously fast, one of the best runners, athletic freaks in the league. Again, we're just going to talk about what that means for him. You got to have a guy like Minbow that is just what I would call built in a lab. This is a guy that is 6'4", 232, a 4'9". There is no issue with Minbow moving in the pass game. You got these fast guys off the edge that you're going to have to deal with in the league. He's going to be able to protect Fields on that side. And even if you got one thing we've seen the Jets do throughout the years, and I know some of this is coaching, but we've seen this be more of a trend in the NFL of guys that can be, can be multifaceted, that they can slide from a tackle spot to a guard if needed, if a guy goes down. I think Minbow's a guy that if called upon to do that, he can.
Yeah, in Missouri last year, they didn't have quite the passing attack that they had the year before, but what they did have is a really, really good run game.
Yep.
They finished, 10-3. And, if you're looking at those yardage totals, that was not with a quarterback as nearly talented as a Justin Fields. So if he can, if he can anchor an offensive line at the college level and put up great yards, and you can run the ball, and then you could get a guy that can throw the ball a little bit, well, Justin Fields could do a little bit of both of those, and now he's got a really fast guy that can help him out quite a bit. So shout out to Missouri.
All right, so I got a question for you, Ruby. That is now 2 offensive tackles off the board. Remaining on those top guys is just Banks. And then again, my feeling on Simmons. I like Josh Simmons. I think that he's in that group. If you are the Texans, are you making phone calls?
Look, you're definitely thinking about it. When it comes to C.J. Stroud and you believe he's the franchise guy, like I've been saying this past month, you cannot have him being the second most sacked quarterback in the NFL. I am going to wait a little bit. If I get to 12, 13, as soon as I see that first teen, I am calling teams and trying to see if I can make a trade. It was reported that the Houston Texans are in on Kelvin Banks. If he is there at 25, they're taking him. It looks like he's not going to be there. They might have to trade up for him.
So coming up, we've got on the clock right now are the Carolina Panthers, followed by number 9, which is where I think this is where the boards are going to really shift, is what is Kellen Moore and the New Orleans Saints going to do, which would be followed up by the Chicago Bears. And honestly, Aaron, your Bears and Brian Johnson are set up for a dream scenario with Tyler Warren falling, if he so chooses to add a guy like that, in essentially your Laporta when he was with Detroit.
Yeah, Tyler Warren coming out of Penn State, guy looks like you construct a football player in a lab. And not only just a great player, but a good locker room guy, put up great numbers at Penn State, so that becomes interesting. I also, looking at the rest of the picks left on the draft board, the Cowboys at 12 now have options, which is not what I was thinking going into it. And then you've got Arizona at 16. There's a couple of teams right now that I can guarantee you are starting to wonder, where am I going to get? Does my board look like it did 5 minutes ago? Probably not.
All right, so we're going to send it down to the heartbreak homies. John, big burly boys, you got 2 of them off. As a Texans fan, What are your moves?
I don't see. This is really tough because our two biggest needs that we've been talking about for weeks at this point are offensive line and wide receiver. We've seen a little run of offensive linemen come off the board that kind of makes you scared you're going to miss out on a Banks potentially, but does make me feel more comfortable that, okay, well, maybe Golden's going to be there still. Maybe Ibuka's going to be there still. And I feel confident there. Me personally, unless somebody is making me a compelling offer, I might just stay put here because offensive line, while maybe our most pressing need, is not our only need. So I'm probably staying put at 25.
Yeah, and something tells me that we're about to get into. I just got a feeling here. We're gonna get there. It is, calling in New York Jets on the clock. From I'm inbound, Missouri. It's a good pick. It's what you would consider a boring pick, and that's okay.
Yeah, listen, sometimes the boring pick, the one that doesn't get everybody excited, is the one that when you get halfway through the season, you're like, you know what spot we don't have problems at? That really boring pick that we had in the draft.
And you know what, Tyler? As much as it pains me to do so, I'm gonna hype up your Jets a little bit here. I think that last year, with Fashanu, they got the best pass protector in last year's draft. And I think this year they got the best run blocker in this year's draft. So, I mean, they're building in the trenches there, which is, as we all know as football fans, that's the first step to having a good franchise.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's funny because Aaron Glenn being a guy that, comes from Dan Campbell, that is something that we saw Detroit do for Jared Goff. They spent 2 first-round picks.
A lot of boring picks.
But that's okay. I mean, they got 2 guys that, one of them Pro Bowler, the other one, I believe, is on the verge of becoming one in itself. And with Justin Fields, I think, the key thing is if you look at the Jets' offensive line of what they've built up here, again, I love Joe Douglas. I've got my own feelings of that situation, but one thing he did well is he committed to the plan, and that was building that offensive line. And all of those guys have speed. We gotta hit the button. You gonna talk to me?
Let me talk to you.
Heartbreak homies.
The Carolina Panthers are taking Tet McMillan. Yeah, we were on. We were on when he said it. Sorry, Spencer. But yes, the Carolina Panthers, Tet McMillan.
That is interesting.
I don't get it.
Okay, let me go over here. Give me Mr. Fantasy. Give me Mr. Fantasy.
I'm so lost.
Okay, Spence, what in God's name are they thinking?
So here's what I've got to imagine is going on with the Carolina Panthers. Last year, they spent the 32nd overall pick on Xavier Legette. He had a very disappointing rookie season. I have to imagine with how Bryce Young resurged as a quarterback in the second half of the season last year, they are wanting to build around him and make his situation as good as possible. So Tet McMillan makes some sense here if you are a Tet McMillan fan, which I know Jet is not.
But see, Aaron, this is the thing I don't understand. Xavier Legette, whether or not that he did not fulfill expectations, this was a guy you got out of South Carolina you knew was going to be a project, number one. Second off, this is a 6'3", 227 guy. You're getting 2 more inches on a dude, and in my opinion, you're getting a lot of a one-dimensional guy that is only going to serve the purpose of, okay, so you got 2 towers going on the X and the Y?
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting because I know what Chicago's got at wide receiver. I know we don't necessarily need the help there. And then I'm looking at the Cowboys at 12. The Cowboys may look up here in just a second, and the top 3 wide receivers in the draft might still be on the board.
Yeah.
This is going to be wild if the Cowboys are going to be able to land somebody that is going to, what we've been talking about, put CeeDee Lamb all the way out where he needs to be, and now you're giving yourself a lot more weapons when I was really looking at the Cowboys to not necessarily have a whole lot of. This is weird.
I mean, dude, one thing that I loved when the Cowboys had the combination with Brandon Cooks, again, on the back end of his career, but what he did for them dynamically kind of filled that role. If you remember the scrappy Cole Beasley days, that's why I like a Golden here. I think if I'm the Cowboys, I am salivating right now knowing that I can pick between Golden and Ibuka, who, if you remember, Brian Schottenheimer is a guy that historically in his success, we're going to go back and take it to the Jets. 2009, 2010. You know what guy they went and got who Ibuka reminds me of? Also a Buckeye? Santonio Holmes.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. I mean, I didn't know really what was going to happen between 11 and like 16, and I still now have less of a clue.
I mean, you got to think right now.
I mean, you don't even take the. I mean, McMillan? I'm just
telling you guys right now, like I'm giving it to you straight. Ted McMillan is not Drake London. He is not Mike Evans. This is such a pro. You know who I would take before I take Ted McMillan? I would take Christian Watson whenever Green Bay picked him.
Yeah.
And that was a project guy, a guy who had some flashes but struggled with the drops, which is something that they knew when they took him. And I look at Ted getting picked here at that. I don't understand how the Panthers went from an organization that could draft talent, it felt like, left and right through the Kuechly years, through the Cam Newton years. I mean, and again, the same team that had a Steve Smith. You got the Bears. They traded for the Bears. Oh, my gosh. Moore.
Oh, DJ Moore.
DJ Moore. You know good wide receivers. What are you doing here?
Let me talk to you.
The heartbreak.
Hey, so I just want to run back what I just said last time we were on, because I was saying I feel comfortable at 25. I did not see this pick coming from the Panthers. I thought they were going to go with the defensive player, fill one of those needs, and address wide receiver later. I was kind of counting on McMillan to be that grenade that somebody else can jump on.
Right.
And now, like Aaron is saying, if the Cowboys take one of these top 3 wide receivers here, all of a sudden I'm not feeling as comfortable at 25, and I'm wondering maybe should we be starting to make some calls.
Tyler, also, can I get a pronunciation check on his first name?
Ted?
What's his real name?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not trying to do that. You ain't gonna get me with that one. That's why nicknames were invented, folks, for people like me that have dyslexia of the mind. My tongue can't talk to my brain sometimes.
They left a 1,000-yard receiver in Trey Harris on the board.
Dude, I'm just telling you right now, whoever steals Trey Harris, go watch the tape. If you understand, I'm going to say it right now, and I don't know if this has to do with it, but if I'm the NFL GMs looking at what the tape of Trey Harris and how it correlates to Jackson Dart, Trey Harris played 7 games and was over 1,000 yards. What? Jackson Dart rose as the number 3 quarterback in this draft without his best weapon. Tell me in what world, with what we know, whether or not it was warranted, how Trey Harris does not jump into the top 2, top 3 conversation, and how Jackson Dart is not solidified as the number 2 on all boards if he stays healthy.
It's just really weird. I mean, and Trey's numbers have gotten better as he went through at Ole Miss, didn't play the entire season, still had 1,000 yards, 7 TDs. It's just very odd.
Yeah, Kiffin, I believe. Uh-oh.
What happened?
Uh-oh, we got some. Pick us in. Come on, Spencer, give me what I want. Give me what I want.
So, the Saints at number 9, a lot thought they might go quarterback here. They are not going quarterback. At the 9th overall pick, they are selecting Texas offensive lineman Kelvin Banks.
Wow. What?
Ladies and gentlemen,
What?
Something is happening with Shedeur right now, and now are we going to watch Shedeur fall?
That is crazy.
This was on nobody's radar.
Nobody had this pick there.
If it wasn't quarterback, everything that I have seen, every draft analysis, every insider has said they were trying to get the predecessor to Cam Jordan. That is insane.
Well, Houston, what do you do? What do you do? Fortunately, we lost coverage of the draft here, but we got it here on Athletically Declined, able to let you guys know that the New Orleans Saints shock everyone. Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle out of Texas, gone at 9. I mean, great move by them. Banks is, considered to be a very good left tackle or a really, really good guard, and I think the Saints, they can make that decision. But one of the best offensive linemen comes off the board at 9. This surprised everyone. If you remember, Jet, we were talking to Joe George about the Bears at 10 selecting Kelvin Banks. He goes one step before that, goes 9.
I just don't understand this pick. Aaron, I'm looking at this right now, and I'm wondering who in the heck are they trying to protect?
Well, obviously you're going into camp and you're trying to pretend like that you're creating a quarterback battle between Carr, Rattler, Ben DiNucci. None of those guys seem like the guy you're wanting to roll out there the next 3 or 4 seasons.
I mean, but have they forgotten that Derek Carr, we don't even know if he's going to play football this year?
Everyone in New Orleans wants Derek Carr gone. We've seen people say, as soon as I see he is gone, I'm putting something on the grill. I'm marrying my girlfriend. I'm doing all types of crazy things if Derek Carr is gone. No, he's here to stay, it looks like.
Heartbreak homies.
I have a hot take. Well, I don't even know if it's a hot take after that pick. I think 100% what this move is to go along with the tank for Manning. So they want to. They are building that offensive line so Arch Manning can come in, fill his daddy's shoes, and have a decent situation around him. That's the only way this pick makes sense to me.
Also, there goes the rumor that Jackson Dart would not fall past 9.
Yeah. I mean, you got to think now. Okay, are the Giants going to trade up? I mean,
well, do they even have to at this point?
No, that's the problem. I don't know that they may end up with the guy that they wanted without moving.
Or the Steelers could move.
Well, hold on. Again,
there was a lot of rumors that the only 2 teams that had good meetings with him were the Raiders and the Steelers.
That's it.
Is Shador headed to Pittsburgh?
Or could it be smoke screens? Could it be that they're saying that so that Jackson Dart would fall and they could take Jackson Dart?
There have been a lot of confusing picks in the past, 10 minutes. I don't remember being this shocked by any picks last year.
My goodness.
Michael Penix?
Oh, yeah, Michael Penix. This is the most shocked I've been since Michael Penix.
Okay, let me get Mr. Fantasy. How many cigarettes has this guy gone through at this point? I mean, goodness. Spencer.
You're overreacting to this right now, boys.
Listen, the worse that this goes, the more the teams picking between 11 and 16 have got to be sitting there going, "Are you kidding me? This is what we get to pick from this?"
The Bears are on the clock. I mean, I don't even know what the Bears are going to do now.
Tyler Warren.
Oh, come on, baby. Give it to me.
You saw his face. He's taking a drag.
Good.
This draft continues to impress and stun. With the 10th pick, the Chicago Bears are selecting tight end Colston Loveland from the University of Michigan.
Okay, hold on. Go to John. John had this from the very beginning. We argued extensively, and he has been the only person I have heard say, you watch, he's going before Tyler.
What did I say on three-man rush?
This
Spencer, James watching this at home, and Tyler on the panel. What did I say? Colston Loveland is going to go before Tyler Warren. His player comparison is Travis Kelce. He's the better overall player. I'm just happy I was right.
I think that's a garbage take. All right. I think
Tyler
Tyler
Warren
is the superior tight end.
It just happened.
And he will show it.
The conversation surrounding Tyler Warren was that he was in any other draft, he would be the number one tight end if it wasn't for the draft with Brock Bowers. Very shocked by this, but Ben Johnson must find something he loves in Colston Loveland. What Joe said, if you don't block, you don't get the rock. Colston Loveland is a tight end who can catch the ball, who can block the ball. Wow, crazy.
Well, I think Ben is saying one thing. If you're a Bears fan and you're watching, or you're a Bears fan and you're wondering, this means that we're going to get an offense that moves the ball. An offense that gets out and lets Caleb be Caleb.
How would y'all react, boys, if at pick 12, the Dallas Cowboys select Shador Sanders?
This is wild.
Hey.
Uh-oh. The picks are rolling in now. And at the 11th overall pick, the San Francisco 49ers are selecting Georgia edge rusher Mikael Williams.
Whoa.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
I've seen Mikael Williams rising up boards. That's a great pick. You got Bosa, Williams.
Aging a little bit.
My goodness.
Look, man, one thing about these Georgia Bulldogs is that they swarm, and Mikael Williams all year was swarming to the quarterback. San Francisco, they get some youth at the edge spot, 6'5", 260 pounds, man. He can fit any system, but they think he's best fit in the base 4-3. I like this move for San Francisco.
It's a big frame. That's a big frame to grow into. That's a lot to work with. I love that pick. It's funny, Aaron. This has been crazy, so nothing's going to surprise me at this point. Me and you have talked about the possibility of a left field pick, of maybe Jerry's ditch effort to get Dion to coach this team.
Yeah, if you're watching this and we just re-signed a deal in Colorado. Listen, buyout clauses are built into all of these.
Yep.
Jerry Jones has no problem spending money. If you came to Dion and said, listen, I'm taking him here, I just need to have a conversation about what it would take.
And he did. By the way, just for those if you think that there's no chance Dion does that, or that would interest the Cowboys, if there was no chance, Jerry would not have made the phone call and they would not have talked if there was no chance. So who knows? Maybe there's this thing where it comes out that he says that if you take my son, maybe I'll think about it. This would be a very Cowboys move to take a shot where, if you remember, years ago, it took everything within that organization to keep Jerry from taking Johnny Manziel.
Yeah.
And maybe this time he says, you're not holding me back. I want Dion's boy.
Shout out Steve McMichael as the resident Bears fan over here. Mongo, 1985 Bears team. Also did some stuff in WWF back in the day. But yeah.
Man, this is... So let's just go over who we've got on the board. Ruby, I know you got it pulled up here.
Yeah.
Available, you have Shador, you have Will Johnson, Tyler Warren, Jalen Walker, who some thought would not make it outside of the 10.
Colts fans are screaming right now. They might have Tyler Warren fall to them at 14.
That would be crazy.
At 13, what does Miami do? They wanted Kelvin Banks. I don't think that's happening. They're not going to add a wide receiver. They got two really good ones.
I think that this is between Josh Simmons and Zabel. I'll be honest with you. I think that this is Josh Simmons all day long. If we're going offensive tackle, this feels like Simmons.
Now, as we get on, you're starting to see the stress weigh on the face. I know we're talking about all 32 teams, but I only care about one, not the 31 other, and that is Houston. And I'm looking at my offensive tackles dwindling, ladies and gentlemen. Dwindling.
Okay, we're about to have another check-in with our girl, Giselle. Going to see what's going on. We got to see these reactions, Giselle. We got to know, what are the people saying about this absolute insane draft so far? This has got...
A lot of surprises already, for sure.
If you could talk to GM Nick Caserio himself, who would you tell him to pick and why?
At the moment, when you look at all the tackles and offensive linemen off, you do got Tyler Booker. We need some interior help for sure, but now looking at the offensive linemen and everything that are going off the board, you might as well go get someone young, get a receiver. I think Golden's looking nice, man. Texas, for sure. Texas is the connection.
Okie dokie. Now that the first 10 picks of the draft have been announced, what are your thoughts and feelings?
It's going to be more movement than everybody thought. It's not going to be a stick and pick draft. The Tyler Warren right now is a surprise. Loveland went over Tyler Warren. I really thought he was going to be tight end one. So it's going to be more surprises for sure.
And thoughts about Travis Hunter going to Jacksonville Jaguars, one of our rivals?
The Browns payback, man. I feel like Deshaun didn't work out for them, so they was like, we're going to find the Jags. And the Jags, hey, hopefully they get a star, but we got Stingley for them. We got a great secondary. I feel like D'Amico's going to show up big and lock that down for sure.
Phenomenal. Thank you so much, Caleb. And tune in, follow us at Athletically Declined and Sports is Strong with yours truly, Giselle Strong. We'll catch you on the flip. Go Texans.
And we're back. Thank you, Giselle, as always.
Shout out to C-Dub.
Hey, man, I love those H-Town jerseys. I'm not a Houston
Okay.
fan, but I love those H-Town.
Take me to Spence. I got to ask this. Me and Spence have had buddies and balls. We've had the conversation. You know my feeling and my theory about tight ends. You've got two guys that are 6'6", 250. One more of a high point. How do you feel about a comparison of Loveland to a Jimmy Graham?
I think it's a great comparison because Colston Loveland was the type of receiver / tight end at Michigan where he was more like a slot receiver. He didn't get on the line, put his hand in there too much. He was in the slot running routes, and that is going to be a great complement for a Bears offense. Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze. Now you fit someone in that slot. He's going to complement Cole Kmet. I like the pick a lot. It makes sense, and it's probably because of Cole Kmet's presence, it probably is a better fit for the Bears with Loveland as opposed to Tyler Warren.
I would have to agree with that. Would you think, Aaron, that bringing in, we just talked about, Tyler Warren looking as, let's say, a Shockey, more of a Swiss Army guy. I think that's a guy that's going to be asked to do a lot of things. And with Cole Kmet there, he's a veteran. We've seen that there's production that can be done there. You don't need a lot of things. You need one thing real well.
Yeah, you need him to be the option, the check down option that can go out and get open. And be within eyesight of Caleb Williams, where everything is moving. And look at this. I see a lot of this year where Caleb Williams may have games where he's a little shocked he has time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very fair point. I think to your point, Ruby, something that you had said is they went and made signings. They got guys. They upgraded that O-line. That made this what I would consider more of a luxury pick.
Exactly.
You get to take one of those. These are the things where we have seen. And again, I'm by no means saying that these guys are the Kansas City Chiefs, but you've seen more of that kind of like taking when you've already got your main wide receivers and tight ends, you can take an extra shot on a wide receiver that's more of a shot in the dark, boom bust guy. And then in these situations where you don't need to take an offensive lineman and you can go take the tight end that you feel has the most upside from a pass catcher point. I like the pick. I don't like Loveland more than I do Tyler Warren, but I do like the spot that he has taken and where he's going.
And this is where you give credit to the Chicago Bears front office in the offseason, fixing what they need to fix. We talked about the trade with Kansas City, the free agent signing with the Atlanta Falcons center. They built their offensive line. They had the luxury of selecting either between Tyler Warren and Colson Loveland, and they ended up going Colson Loveland. It's not like my organization where we're going to have to be forced to do something at 25. Now, all our options, everyone who we wanted is gone. Chicago, good job fixing your O-line in the offseason.
Yeah, I'm just,
you look happy.
I'm extremely happy, and I'm excited to see there's a culture change happening inside the building. You saw it from the first time that Johnson walked in the building, that very first press conference. You had players showing up to the press conference without being asked. I mean, those are type of things that when an organization is changing culture, you see those type of things. And now you're going to bring in Colston Loveland, and it's going to be interesting. Shador looks awfully calm for a guy that we all thought was potentially gone by now.
13, to the Dallas Cowboys. What's going on, Dallas?
Man.
Would this shock the world right here?
Listen, the fact the Cowboys have the options they have at this pick, the fact that, Arizona is now looking at what they have with Kyler Murray. Could they bring somebody else in? It's very interesting now. Teams that probably thought they were going to have to stick with the quarterback they've got, now looking at, can we bring a guy in and let him sit a year?
Yeah, I would not. It's definitely going to be for the Cowboys one of those picks where we see probably take the entire 10 minutes. I think there's a lot to weigh in. If I'm the Cowboys, I don't think you could have asked for a better situation to be in, and I don't think you thought you would be in this situation.
No.
If you want to replace a Tyron Smith or a Zach Martin, you have the opportunity with taking a shot with a Joshua Simmons or a Zabel who's still there. If you want to go after a weapon, you've got Abuka, Matthew Golden there, and if you want to go on the defensive side, you have your pick of the cornerbacks. You have your pick basically of all of the linebackers, the edge guys. I mean, there's a lot on the board right now, and I mean, Amari Hampton, if you want your running back, is sitting right there. Or if you want to Travion Henderson, he's sitting right there.
Let me talk to him.
Heartbreak homies.
The only name I don't want to hear right here from the Cowboys
Golden.
as a Texans fan, I would like Golden to still be there at 25 because I don't like. I'm okay with Golden or Abuka, but I want both of them to be an option at 25.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Coach. I 100% agree with you. It looks like your option right now is, if you're a Houston Texans fan, Matthew Golden, and right now is looking good. But I'm worried about 13. 13, I've seen Matthew Golden mock draft to Miami, even though they don't need a wide receiver. I don't think Indy needs a wide receiver. 15 is interesting, ladies and gentlemen. 15 is very interesting.
And here we go. We're seeing Mikael Williams. Cowboys officially on the clock as it pertains to national media, but we are ahead.
Shout out to Spencer. He's like way far ahead of ESPN right now.
Yes, very much so. And I can see he is absolutely losing his mind as a stress ball, and that's exactly where I want him to be. That means something's cooking, baby.
Oh, I just got spoiled. We'll let Spencer do it just to make sure I'm correct, but we think it's Tyler Booker at 12.
There's no way. There's no way.
Oh, man.
The pick is in, and the rumors are true. At the 12th overall pick, the Dallas Cowboys are selecting Tyler Booker from the University of Alabama.
Good move by the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm looking at
Good job, Cowboys. I am shocked that Jerry Jones did not let the allure of Shedeur Sanders sway him from making the smart pick.
I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised that it's Booker. Because to me, I don't know about you guys, but I look at Booker. I mean, I look at him as a guard. I don't look at him as a tackle. And to me, at 12, I don't look at Booker as a guy that's going to. I mean, I don't know. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see taking a guard that's not at the level of like a game changer at 12. That just seems high. Am I off? Y'all feel different?
Ruby, did they panic to try to replace Zach Martin here?
You know, I think they did, and here's the thing. I understand why they panicked. You're going away from a for sure Hall of Famer to a potentially nothing. Tyler Booker, a lot of people consider him to be a day one starter. When you heard conversations about Tyler Booker, he is the Will Anderson Jr. of the offense for the Alabama Crimson Tide, which is one of the reasons why a lot of Houston Texans fans were high on Tyler Booker. You heard Will Anderson Jr. speak highly of Tyler Booker, as well as other Texan players. The Dallas Cowboys, they build the trenches. They get Booker. Dak Prescott, I know he was sweating a bit with Shedeur Sanders being on the board.
Well, now in
Tyler Booker.
Yeah, you see the reaction from the crowd. 13. Do we go defensive tackle? I can see Josh Simmons come off the board at 13.
Yeah. And you know what? If you're the Cowboys in round 2 now, you're going to have skill position players in round 2 that you probably didn't think you'd have.
Okay, what about this? You know, one of the things that has been a disaster for the Dolphins that we have seen is, and you know, I think Alex has talked about it, Nick Fangio coming to the Eagles. That defense has been horrendous.
Oh, so bad.
And we know they want to try and get rid of Ramsey. Do we see them go defense? You got Will Johnson sitting here. To me, I think the number one corner in this draft is Hairston out of KU. Excuse me, Kentucky, KU, wrong KU. I think that's your number one corner. You could take him, or if you want to go a Shamar Stewart or a Jalen Walker, they're both there for you.
No, that's why I would have to agree with you and go with Will Johnson, a cornerback out of Michigan. I believe it was 2 seasons with him without allowing a single touchdown. 6'1", 194 pounds. When you look at the division that they are in, the Patriots, the Jets, the other teams, a corner comes at a high market when you have some quarterbacks, pretty good wide receivers out there.
There we go.
Let me talk to you.
Yeah. Heartbreak homies.
With the pick by the Dallas Cowboys, they now have 3 Tylers on their offensive line. They have Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith, and now Tyler Booker.
Hey.
So that offensive line room is just a bunch of Tylers.
The T's.
I gotta say, I think I was high on Tyler Booker for the Texans at 25. I was pretty high on Booker. I think this was a reach at 12. I agree with you, Tyler. I'm glad that it went to the Cowboys, a team that I don't like, but they could have done so much more with this pick with all the options they had.
That's not even if you went BPA. And even if you went BPA in that position, I'm still like Greg Zabel's sitting there. You've got Joshua Simmons sitting there. I mean, I think that, to me, Zabel's a guy that I would rather take a risk on and move him to guard if you were going to do that.
So let me ask Ruby, is Zabel an option now for you think he makes it to 25? Is that somebody
25
you like?
is an option out of Greg Zabel, but that would break the Power 5 record that the Houston Texans only draft players from the Power 5. So Greg Zabel will stray away from that. Donovan Jackson out of the Ohio State, I think, is in play. We heard John Hickman bring up Josh Connolly Jr., tackle out of Oregon.
It's another one, yeah.
But the wide receivers, we're talking about Matthew Golden. We forgot about Emeka Egbuka.
Oh, I never forgot about Egbuka. That's my number one. I would actually prefer Egbuka to Golden.
Let me ask something. Does this show the Cowboys' belief in Dak Prescott?
I I would take it a step
wouldn't say
further.
belief,
Is
I
it
would
belief
say-
or is it stubbornness?
No, I think you're missing the kind of the elephant in the room here. I think it's their belief in Milton. You got to remember, they traded to go get Milton from the Patriots. I think you were looking at a situation to where they know if they're going to even look at moving on from Dak, they've got to rebuild that line to be able to support an inexperienced quarterback that's maybe a high ceiling but a floor. And when he's ready to step in there, you can't be walking into an O-line in shambles.
Milton's floor is in the basement.
Hey, it may be, but it was enough for them to make a move for a guy like that had a lot of trade value, and they brought him in. This was.
I hate to say it, but I really like Milton, and I'm sad that he went to the Cowboys. Because if Dak goes down, then I think he can carry that team. He's got an absolute rocket on his arm and he's mobile. The dude can get it. I think he only slipped down as far as he did was because of his injury coming out of college.
They had a lot of quarterbacks on that roster last year. Everybody was trying to figure out what are they doing, But I was in AT&T Stadium for a couple of games, and it was kind of crazy that backups were playing as well as they were, and they were in that Washington game. If it wasn't for a Hail Mary, they might be able to pull that thing out. I think they've got some pieces. It's just, can you figure out? You got so many missing pieces to complement. You're kind of at a point where you're like, I just don't want to see the Cowboys finish in the middle of the pack again. It's good for football if the Cowboys are competitive.
No,
I like
it when it's
middle of the pack. Or worse,
everyone loves it when they're terrible.
They can keep doing what they're doing as far as I'm concerned.
Everybody needs a villain, and the Cowboys being competitive is a villain that everybody likes to watch lose.
We've got enough villains.
We've
don't
got the
need
Chiefs.
One more.
Yeah.
This is
Chiefs
true.
are the new villains.
This is
true. We got breaking news.
Breaking news. What do you got for us, Spence?
The board is flying right now, and this might be what some would call another reach because at the 13th pick, the Miami Dolphins are selecting Tyler Grant, defensive tackle from the University of Michigan.
This is very, very, very surprising when you give me 1 second. Kenneth Grant, correct?
Spencer.
Kenneth
Who?
Grant.
Oh. Kenneth Grant.
I mean, was he like
what?
I mean, if you're looking at Todd McShay's board, he's the number 25 player on the board. He's the number 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth guy at that position.
I'm wondering what's going on here. Look, of course, 6'3", 331 pounds. You obviously love those measurements when it comes out on the stat sheet. It looks like we got something else brewing here. Other than that, Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle. I mean, we're talking about someone that was.
All right, the picks are starting to flow in again. At number 14, the Indianapolis Colts had a gift fall right into their lap. I don't think they were expecting this guy to be there. But at 14, they are selecting Penn State tight end Tyler Warren.
No surprise there.
Guy fits their offense perfectly, exactly what they need at that position. Especially with who you've got at quarterback, you're going to need to give him some confidence. You give him a big tight end that he can check down to, get a little, you put packages together where you got young quarterbacks that haven't proven themselves at the last places they were at, and now you can, put some stuff together where these guys can have, at the beginning of the season, a little confidence going into it with a big-time tight end.
Yeah, the question is, Giselle, who's going to be throwing him the football?
That's it.
Is it going to be Anthony Richardson, or is it going to be Daniel Jones?
See, that's crazy you asked me that question because I was going to prepare to ask you that question. I think at first glance it's Anthony Richardson so far, but I think down the line it just depends if Richardson's healthy or not.
I think it's Anthony Richardson's job to lose.
Yes.
I think they want him to just go in, beat Daniel Jones easily, and it kind of silences the Indianapolis Colts fans, okay, yes, we just saw him win a competition. Now we can go into the season comfortable with him as our quarterback one. Then you add in someone like Tyler Warren, who was surprisingly not the first tight end taken off the board, but this is who the Colts fans have been wanting all draft season. Tyler Warren, tight end out of Penn State. There was definitely a lot to love, a game-changing weapon, and it would not surprise me, Aaron, if Tyler Warren is not the number 2 receiving option for the Indianapolis Colts.
And there's been a lot of buzz amongst Colts fans that they're not super happy with some of the decisions in the organization right now. You know, they want to get back to the Peyton Manning years. They want to get back to the Andrew Luck years. They want to see that, and they're not thinking that the organization is headed in that direction. They got two kind of, I don't want to say lame duck guys at quarterback, but a guy that's injury prone with another guy who didn't play well in his last home. So, you know, you bring this guy in. Hopefully he's a building block to an offense that you could put together. And with the way that this draft is falling, there's going to be a lot of skill position guys available when they come back around. And maybe you get lucky and you can add another wide receiver to him.
I can definitely see that. I think for us Texans fans, Ruby, these Colts and Jaguar teams are making some moves that directly affect us in our division. How are you feeling?
Yeah, you know, the Jaguars make the insane trade and go get them a Travis Hunter. I'm not really worried about that one because Derek Stingley's going to lock up Travis Hunter, no doubt about that. And then on the other side, Nico Collins is going to be burning him deep. But Tyler Warren does worry me because if Shane Steichen plans to have him be a focal part of the offense, tied in with something that the Houston Texans did struggle with last year. Go check out the final game against Travis Kelce. He looked like he was back to mid-form. But offenses in the AFC South, they're gearing up as expected. It's an arm race right now. But they got their guy, so I'm guessing they're pretty happy. But me as a Texans fan, I'm like, damn, Colts did get their guy.
You and me both.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to weigh in on your question there, Giselle. I agree with Ruby 100%. The Tyler Warren pick by the Colts scares me significantly more than the
Travis Hunter one?
Than the Travis Hunter pick. Just because I think Travis Hunter is going to be a great player in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I think our secondary is well equipped to handle him on the defensive side of the ball, and on the offensive side of the ball, like, I don't think he's got anything for Nico Collins.
Mm-hmm.
If they line up one-on-one, I think Nico Collins wins that battle 9 times out of 10.
Oh.
But Tyler Warren, he could eat up our linebackers, and that scares me. So that one is the one that I'm like, oh, I don't like that one. But the Travis Hunter one, we saw it coming. I told Ruby I'd rather face him than Ashton Genty. So I was glad that's the way it went. Tyler Warren is going to be a problem for years to come.
Remember that, guys. You heard it here first with Athletically Declined.
6'5", 256, Penn State. John Mackey Award, first team All-American, Big Ten tight end of the year, first team All-Big Ten last year for Penn State. For those that thought this is crazy, this may explain a little bit of his production. Played quarterback in high school. And then rushed for 554 yards and 7 touchdowns in his junior season in high school.
That gives him such an advantage with his football IQ.
Athlete.
Just an athlete, and then like you see his highlights. He's catching the ball on the second level. He's catching it.
I mean, come on, that's ridiculous.
Absorbing a hit from the quarterback. They got a Ankin block. And that's what you want out of your tight end. I think Tyler Warren is going to be a day one impactful starter. And you know what, guys? We are about halfway through the draft, pick 14. How y'all feeling tonight?
I'm just really shocked at it. I don't know if it's that some of these teams were picking based on need or if they're trying to get too cutesy with saying, okay, I know we need this position, but rather than take the best guy at this position, we're going to take the third or fourth best guy at this position.
I feel like every NFL draft is like that. I think so many fans run into the whole, I want our team to pick this player, but they're going to end up playing this player instead. And for what reason, I don't know if it's just for a grab so another team doesn't get them or just to have them in their back pocket.
You know, it could be a little bit of both because, of course, you would want to upgrade at your, at your position. But if you can steal a great talent away from someone else, right? We saw the same situation when the Dallas Cowboys jumped the Philadelphia Eagles and took CeeDee Lamb, and Philadelphia ended up not looking pretty big in that moment. But overall, now me as a Texans fan, I'm looking at the board and I'm seeing Josh Simmons, I'm seeing Gray Zabel. But I'm also keeping an eye on these wide receivers, Matthew Golden and Emeka Egbuka. I'll even throw in Luther Burden in there.
Oh.
It's He's come on.
Turn it on over to the other gentleman over there. We got some no's.
Please no, Ruby, don't do this to me.
Talk to me. Talk to me.
Go. So go back and watch some old episodes of Three Man Rush. We don't be liking Luther Burden.
I don't be liking Luther Burden.
I do not like.
If he was on the Texans, he would be a burden.
Okay.
I think Luther Burden is going to be another John Mechie situation. Not in terms of play style; they're two very different players, but just in the fact of burning a high draft pick on a guy that it's like a 50-50 shot if he's going to pan out or not.
Yeah.
Give me Golden or give me Egbuka or give me an offensive lineman.
I totally see that because that kind of gives me PTSD when the Texans wasted their first-round pick on Jadeveon Clowney.
Whoa,
I wouldn't say they wasted
Jadeveon Clowney
pick.
out here catching strays.
Man, really, what did he do for the Texans, really?
Couple of
What was so memorable that he did for the
He was
Texans?
productive. Just because his sacks weren't showing up doesn't mean that he wasn't doing work out there.
I didn't say he wasn't doing work.
Yeah, but you made it
he
sound like he was a
didn't
bum.
play. He was not a bum, but he wasn't elite enough to make him more of a star player.
I see
My
what she's
saying
saying.
was
I
I
see
don't
what
think
she's
we
saying.
should have wasted a high pick on him. Looking back at it,
Well, I think everyone. I mean, looking at it now, it's easy to say
You
that,
would have gone
but
Khalil Mack.
No, I mean, looking back on it now, yes, obviously you would go with somebody like Khalil Mack, but everyone had him as the number one player that year.
can't argue that. That was
No,
fact
yes,
of the
it
matter.
didn't necessarily pan out to probably number one overall pick production,
Mhm.
but he was a solid player for the Texans.
Wait, I agree with you though, Giselle. If Burden is somehow there at round 2, heck yeah, grab him in round 2. Why not? But I agree. I don't want to spend a first round pick on the guy.
No.
Fair.
I'm like, ooh, gets me nervous.
I'm really hoping Spencer's about to tell me that we're going to see another Sanders in Atlanta.
No, he's shaking his head no. Oh, never mind.
Oh, no.
The suspense with Spencer.
It has slowed down significantly on the Twitter sphere. We are caught up to the live. I don't know what the Atlanta Falcons are planning on doing unless something comes through right now, but we are dead on the Twitter sphere. Is something big cooking right now because it's too quiet? It's one of those Western films. It's quiet. Too quiet. We'll keep you locked in.
I mean, you got to imagine that a lot of these teams that are picking in the next 5 picks, they're draft boards. They just walked up to them right now and erased everything and said, okay, now what are we doing? Because we did not plan on having Jackson Dart. We didn't plan on having Shador Sanders. We were not going into today thinking these were options.
Well, do you guys remember last NFL draft, the Falcons picked Penix Jr. and how much of a debacle that was? Do you think that there's chaos going on within that team room right now?
Listen, I love Atlanta Falcons fans. I love what Atlanta as a city, the way that they support their teams.
ATU.
I like Atlanta. They deserve something, and you owe it to them after what you did last year.
Let me talk to you.
So Dove Kleiman has tweeted and said that George Pickens has unfollowed the Steelers on all social media.
George Pickens!
Could he be on the move?
Come on, Houston.
Ooh, that's juicy.
He's been a part of trade rumors over the last couple of days, but he is no longer following the Steelers on Instagram.
That's just draft night, baby. That's
The drama.
Where's he going?
46 seconds left with Atlanta. What is going on?
They're lost.
Yeah, chaos. Chaos is literally breaking
Yeah.
out about this decision.
Just take Will Johnson, the best cornerback on the board. Look, no one's even on a phone call.
Nobody.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Come on, Spencer. Oh, we're going to find out what Roger Goodell.
Alrighty, Tyler's coming back.
Thank you.
We're pro switchers out here. It's like in a hockey match. John knows about that. And then Panthers.
Florida Panthers got another win tonight. We're 2-0 in the series, but we're talking about football tonight.
Thank you, Giselle. What? You guys can check more Giselle if you like what she's saying. She knows a lot about basketball and batting on the boards.
All right, they cut it real close, and I'm going to try to beat Roger Goodell on this. At pick number 15, the Atlanta Falcons are selecting edge rusher Jalen Walker out of Georgia.
Don't get cute. Don't try to do anything stupid. Don't try to, all of a sudden the analytics guys want to start piping in on it. The best player available is Jalen Walker. Go ahead and just take him.
Boys, check this out. Arizona has a quarterback. Cincinnati has a quarterback. Seattle, maybe.
Dude, I'm just mesmerized by the Jalen Walker tape. I can't get over this guy, Ruby. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Have you seen how big this man is?
I haven't paid attention to the edge market because I got two damn good ones myself and Will Anderson Jr.
That is true.
And Daniil Hunter, who signed an extension this offseason with the Houston Texans, by the way.
Hey, but one thing that is for certain, Aaron, that we have seen on multiple boards, we continue to call out from the past couple of weeks is that Jalen Walker was not going to be put in a linebacker role like we saw more of his usage at Georgia. This is a guy 6'2", 245. He plays way bigger, way faster than what you may see on a stat line. That dude has a knack at getting at a quarterback, and he is a hard-nosed bully-style pass rusher.
Yeah, you watched him when they played specifically Clemson, and there was a couple other games.
Texas.
Yeah, Texas, where he took quarterbacks who were at the time being talked about top 10 quarterbacks in college football, made them look very average at points in the game. And then even when he wasn't able to get to the quarterback, a lot of guys were making mistakes watching for where he is on the football field. And that's really, that's all you can ask a guy to do. If he can't get the sack himself, you want him to make the quarterback make a mistake, trying to figure out where he's at.
And this is something that to make note of. Banks, who a lot of guys had #1 offensive lineman on their boards, he gave this dude fits. Him and Mikael Williams gave Texas fits. That is a reason why people had questions, is because of that tape specifically. But I think there's a lot more to do with how good those two Bulldogs were this year.
Georgia, like you said, they swarmed to the football, and Jalen all year was able to get to the QB, man. Walker, I think, is going to be a threat for Atlanta. I think he fits the dirty bird, idea. I love it. Those Bulldogs, exactly. They play like Bulldogs, just angry and vicious.
Let me ask you something, Aaron. How do you like this comp? A thicker Hassan Reddick.
Yeah. So you got the same sort of I would call it east to west speed.
Yep.
He can really close out on a running back or a quarterback that's rolling out. In fact, he closes out. Sometimes you can see, we're watching highlights right now, sometimes you can see a running back or a quarterback look over their shoulder and see him, and then look back over their shoulder and they're getting hit. His closing speed is so fast on it. And I think, the one thing they always say you can't teach is speed. The rest of it, get him in a NFL weight room. You add a couple of pounds to him, and he's going to be really a problem at the next level.
I think this is one of those guys, too, where, John kind of mentioned on it. We were talking about Will Campbell. It doesn't matter how long your arms are when you got a guy like this. Speed, it has nothing to do with your arms.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter if he's bowling you or not. If he can get you a swim move, a spin move, and he gets you on a first step, step. It don't matter.
Well, then we've seen with like Aaron Donald, Khalil Mack, you bring in edge rushers like that can really get after a quarterback. It changes not just your defense, it changes the makeup of the entire team. When, your offense knows, hey, maybe we had a quick 3 and out, and maybe we saw some stuff that we just couldn't take advantage of, and your defense is going to come on and give you the ball back immediately. Mm-hmm. It gives you a swagger as a whole team of like, hey, our offense can be having a rough night, and our defense can hold its own. And a lot of teams right now, and especially the last couple of years, have been in a position where if the offense can't score every other series, they get too far behind, and the defenses just get burned. And
you look at Raheem Morris, a guy who was a part of that Shanahan tree, very familiar with McVay. Look at what McVay did last year, taking Braden Fisk, taking Jared Verse, very impactful guys on that team that allowed them to stay in the hunt a lot of the year because of the impact of those rushers. And I think if I'm Raheem Morris, I look at my buddy over there and going, you know what, I'm going to do the same thing. Give me Jalen Walker and let me just absolutely terrorize offensive lines off that edge. I love the pick.
No, great pick, and a pick that Atlanta's going to be very happy with. We were talking about it being a panic pick. I think this is best case scenario for the Atlanta Falcons. They get arguably the best player available on the board, and we talk about these day one wide receivers having an immediate impact. These edge rushers can come in, and they get to the quarterback, they start becoming a problem real early.
And we're seeing right now that media is, oh God, Mel Kiper.
Well, especially early in the season, if you're a team that maybe you're not super solid at quarterback, maybe it's going to take a couple of games for your offense to really get going. If you know that you've got some guys on defense that can come out there and set the tone and keep you in ball games, it's a lot easier, especially if you're again unsure at quarterback. If you haven't figured out who your number one wide receiver is yet, you can still buy yourself some time there.
And I'm confident in this offense. I'll be honest. Like you got to give Michael Penix some time. I'm going to give him a little bit more time than what he has. It was not impressive last year.
No,
I think it got better as the year went on. But you also had the breaking news. The pick is in.
All right, the pick is in, and at number 16, the Arizona Cardinals could have gone a lot of different directions. They could have gone towards offensive line. They could have gone a weapon, but they are sticking to the defensive line, and they are drafting defensive tackle Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss.
Good pick. Great pick. Good pick.
And guys, the first round of the draft.
Hey, that's a guy, Patrick Willis. He tapped, said, watch out for this guy. That's one of those guys there. There's a lot of hype, and I'm not going to say it in a negative way. There's a lot, we'll say, of potential from these incoming Ole Miss defense guys. A lot to like there.
I love that we're seeing the overcorrection now. Defensive guys are getting taken in the first round.
Yes.
You guys are hearing the reaction from Houston, Texas fans. Every pick that goes by, every time Matthew Golden is not selected, the roars are going to get louder and louder. Look, Walter Nolan was someone that we were talking about at 25 for the Houston Texans, immediately changing your defense, bringing in some youth at the defensive tackle spot. Walter Nolan, 6'3", 296 pounds, a 3-technique defensive tackle is going to get in there, make an immediate impact.
Listen, I'm looking at the picks coming up, and if you are Baker Mayfield sitting in Tampa Bay right now, you might just get a number one weapon at wide receiver.
Could you imagine a Buka?
I mean, are you kidding me?
I mean, how about at 18? We're talking about Njigba being the only guy there right now. You could be on the other side of one of your buddies.
What if Shador goes to Seattle?
Oh my gosh!
I don't think they would do that.
But he'd look good in that. He would look good in that.
He's right there.
That uniform.
I mean, if that happened, I'd feel bad for Sam.
I mean, listen, we heard from our boy Trayvon, his comp for Shador was Geno Smith. And Geno Smith, I mean, if that's the comp, and you could say Shedeur can have Geno's career. If you'd have told me that and Shedeur gets taken in the second round or the first round, I say, man, that's so you're going to take him in the first round. The best comparison is Geno Smith, but if you get him in the second round and your best comparison is Geno Smith, that just means he's going to be in the league for 13 years.
That's not a bad deal.
No, I mean. And, I'm not saying he's a Band-Aid fix for a team, but he may be more of a project. I don't want to, go back to it necessarily, but in Las Vegas, I'm not saying that I don't like Ashton Jeanty. I do think Ashton Jeanty is a talent, but if you're a Raiders fan, I think you need to be a little patient, because if you look at the schedule that Boise State had, it's not crazy. He's putting up a lot of yards against okay talent, and then they got blown out in their bowl game.
I mean, you're not wrong.
So it may take a little bit, Raiders. I think you got your guy, and I think he's the guy. But don't start looking at it and he's Barry Sanders.
You see, I don't really like, we say it because that's just been the narrative of Jeanty to a. I don't like him to a Marshawn. He don't play like Marshawn to me.
No,
he doesn't. I like him to.
I think he can do a lot of what Marshawn could do in short yardage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
just powering through a guy.
The Titans running back,
Chris Johnson.
No.
CJ 2K.
The current guy. He was with Dallas. Why can't I think of
Tony Pollard.
Tony Pollard.
That's not a bad comp.
I really like him to a Tony Pollard guy. I think he's going to be better than Tony Pollard. But I that's kind of what I feel like. Tony's kind of like, he's not a bad receiving back, but he also is kind of got that a little of an old school, like a poor man's Mixon style one cut to him. Like, he's not going to blaze you with speed.
All right, the pick is in at number 17, the Cincinnati Bengals. Another team that could have gone offensive line. They are going to go on the defensive side, and they are selecting Texas A&M Aggie, Shamar Stewart, with the 17th overall pick.
And this, you got to believe that this is where this is your hopefully Trey Henderson, nothing happens there. But if it does, my God, did you get an absolute monster of a talent.
And Burrow's been saying it without saying it, that they need some help on defense.
Yes.
Listen, Cincinnati, here's what I don't want to happen. I don't want 8 years down the road Cincinnati to look up and go, we may never have a Joe Burrow again, and we didn't put enough, not only on his side of the ball, but on the other side of the ball, to not make it to where every game has to be the Joe Burrow show, where he's got to go out there and play hero ball and win a game for you.
You do not want to look back and realize that you allowed a second situation of a Dan Marino type of thing go on.
Look, and with Cincy this season, they were putting up 40 points and still losing games.
That's wild. Insane.
It was historically bad. How the defense was for Cincinnati. They had to go defense here. It would not surprise me if they attack defense with the rest of their top selections.
I agree.
Their offense is there. They need help on the defense. This was a fantastic one for Cincinnati. And Matthew Golden, I know, you boys, you're good. Y'all got y'all's picks. Y'all love them. Me, I'm playing the waiting game. And I'm just waiting to see who falls there at 25.
And, going back to Cincy, to your point, Ruby, I think this is another team where you got to think that there's a possibility. They're looking at all these defensive linemen and edge guys going and offensive linemen to where there's not been one corner taken.
Nope.
You have a pick. You literally could get into that next round and second and have, maybe like 5 in under of the top corners at your disposal. Heartbreak, homies.
I think that's a great point, Tyler. I think that this is. It would be smart for Cincy to trade back in, if not in the tail end of the first, very early in the second, and like, hey, let's snipe two. They already got a good. I think this was a great pick.
Love it
by Cincinnati. Why not add to your secondary too? If nobody else is going to take them, we'll take them. And I think by the end of tomorrow, you could see we got Cincinnati's defense over on Mr. Fantasy's board over there listed as missing. Could they be found?
Spencer, let me ask you this. If you said all you got to do is put a defense together good enough to hold a team to less than 28 points and you can win ball games, I mean, come on.
They have to do what Joe Burrow wants them to do. That's why they paid all that money to T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and to Mike Gesicki. He now is telling them, do something about this defense. So they are listening to him in Cincinnati.
I mean, you got this. I hear this is what I love. You got Chicago doing what their quarterback has asked them to do. You got Cincinnati doing what their quarterback has asked them to do. This is the part of the player empowerment that I do like.
Okay.
When you let your star player come into a building and say, I can do these things well if you will get me that. And then he shows you that he can and you get the Jamar Chase, you get the DJ Moores, you go out and get a tight end, and now he's saying, listen, I'll take care of this side of the ball. What I need is where when we get into a situation where we're playing a divisional rival or we're playing a top 5 team, and I'm not going to be able to score 40. I'm going to be. We're gonna have to grind it out. It's going to be a lot of running. I need 21 to be able to win a football game, and I need you to be able to give me enough help on defense to give me a chance at the end of the game.
I think Harston, if you see him continue to fall in this draft, I think if I'm Cincy, you're out of your mind if you don't try and trade up to get that guy. I think that he is the number 1 corner in this draft. I think that he is a game changer. I think in a league that is ran by wide receivers. Also, in practice, who better for Jamar Chase and T. Higgins to go up against than that guy? My goodness. It would just be great. Aaron, let's give a little love here, boys, to some of our partners. Tell everybody what we got going on here in Dave & Buster's. Remind them of this place that we are here.
Listen, Dave & Buster's is not just a place to come play video games, although it's the best place to come play video games. Listen, you want to relive your childhood, you want to come in and play some arcade games. We were just out there. They've got the new UFC game is out there. They've got some awesome, almost look like old school Pop Shot, but it's Connect 4 version. You got the human crane machine that I'm trying to get my wife in at some point to try to do that. They have that stuff. They also have great food, unbelievable drinks. This is everything, and we don't want to talk bad about competitors. This is everything you would want Buffalo Wild Wings to be that it's not. And then they've got all the other stuff on top of it. You can bring the whole family out here. You want to sit and watch some games on Sunday, you can watch some games on Sunday. The kids can be playing games. There's all kinds of great stuff, and especially this Houston location. This might be the most beautiful thing. As a guy that's been 20 years in retail, this might be one of the most beautiful build-outs I've ever seen, and it feels like that there are people everywhere ready to help you. There's people working all over the place, staff. And they've been unbelievably friendly. There's no reason, if you're looking to do something with the kids, especially this is Houston, I love y'all, but I feel like I was swimming in humidity when we drove in yesterday. It's going to get hot during the summer. You can bring the whole family in here. The buddies, you can all show up, get some drinks, drink some brews, watch some football, and it's going to be fun. And there's a lot of listen, Houston Astros, a good baseball team. Come in here, watch Astros games. It's going to be fun. Watch your NBA playoffs in here. It's great stuff.
And I'll tell you one thing, we do not get dehydrated here in Houston. To your point, you get thirsty, you just breathe. It's that humid, my friend. The pick is in.
So the Seattle Seahawks, they were talking about potentially trading down. There was some team that was calling. They ended up staying where they're at 18. The Seattle Seahawks are selecting Gray Zabel from North Dakota State.
Great pick. Good pick. Oh, I love Gray Zabel. Love Gray Zabel. Ruby, if I'm a Texans fan, I'm starting to feel a little better because I want Josh Simmons. With the guys that are available, if it's between Josh Simmons However, the golden boy is still there.
Don't get me too hyped. Don't make me get the goosebumps on the forearm. But we are being patient. Patience is a virtue, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of the 7 fruits of the Bible. Look, I am excited to see where this plays out. But the Texans, I'm even comfortable trading up for Matthew Godin here. Like you're in you have been in the territory since 15 to trade up for Matthew Godin. He's only a couple slots away. Tampa Bay, they got Mike Evans, they got Chris Godwin. Denver, they have a wide receiving core. Steelers have a wide receiving core. Chargers, I could see them selecting a Golden, but they need offensive line help. Does Green Bay break their curse, get a wide receiver in the first round? I don't know. It's also not Minnesota.
Listen, if you're casual and you're saying North Dakota State, you took a what do they call a Division I AA school or whatever. North Dakota State is a powerhouse program. I mean, this is a guy that has won national championships at his school. This guy's played a lot of football. It's a good pick, and I think you might be shocked at how long this guy can play for. And if you're Baker Mayfield, listen, you just got help. You've got help now. That was a offense that threw a lot of balls down the field. They required a lot of things from their offensive line to get out and move, to buy a lot of time. They had a really, really, really good run game. Everything that Tampa Bay does, he was doing at the college level. The offense is very similar, and now he's going to go play. I'm an OU guy, not a Baker guy necessarily. But you could say one thing. Anybody that's played with him loves playing with him.
Yeah, I think Zabel's a guy for Darnold. He gets his left tackle that's going to protect his blind side there. I mean, this is a guy that is going to be able to keep him feeling good, which we saw with the Vikings. That's one thing I think that really helped Darnold is they protected him well, and I think that's what they're trying to do here in Seattle is protect him well. But Ruby, I think it's time we ask these Texans fans that have been so loyal here tonight who they want. If they're excited about Golden, why don't you find out?
I would love to. Hey, who do y'all want? Who do y'all want at 25?
We get excited about
Golden? Hey, let me get some noise, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, it is electric here in Houston, baby.
Let's go, Houston! Baby.
And you can find the Swarm on Athletic to Decline with Ruben and Spencer, Mr. Fantasy.
I love
every
this.
week.
I love this.
All right. Now this, man, the way this board has fallen, I don't even know. But you know what I do know? One thing I can be confident in, it may not be who they're going to pick here at 19 with Tampa. It's knowing that my drink's always going to stay cold, Aaron, and that is going to start with ice shakers. I don't know if you guys know about them. You should check them out. We got some custom AD ones here. You can use code 85, by the way, get you $5 off your order. You can reuse that code. You want to do that. It helps the stream. It helps us. It's going to help you because you're going to stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated, baby.
And it's hot here in Houston, as you heard.
It's very hot. It's getting hot in this room. I'm sweating. I feel the sweat in the back of my knees. I'm nervous, boys. I'm not sure what's going to happen here.
There's a lot of things they can do here, Aaron.
Yeah, they've kind of got a few different things that they need. It just depends on how specialized you want to get.
Hey, and also again, like, not making this the ad hour, but dude, we got to get another shout out to Skybox. Our boys over there in the war room are literally like been texting me, making sure that everything's staying up to date. They've been like, hey man, like we got to get a refresh in here. Like we're using a lot of internet, just to know that with everything going on here. Shout out Skybox. Y'all can check them out, skyboxsportsnet.com. You can get a ticker just like the one here. Use code 8015, get you 15% off. It is a consumer-friendly ticker. What do I mean by that? That means that you're not going to pay an arm and a leg for this thing. You're going to be able to get something that is feasible. You're going to get something for your man cave, whether it's the garage, whether it's your room, whether it's maybe the wife's going to let you put it in the middle of the living room. I think that'd be great. Mine kill me, but, it's something that would be great for all all situations, and I think it's something that every guy needs to have.
Mine's going in the bedroom.
Yeah, dude, and there's no better spot than Skybot Sportnext. Shout out to that guy. And again, cannot say enough about that team. They're going to stay 24/7. War Room is staying up to date. Here we go.
All right. We have a wide receiver off the board at number 19.
Oh, my.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are selecting Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State.
Hey, we said it.
We said it.
Oh, yeah. If I'm Baker Mayfield, I am doing every form of the happy dance that I know. And I know that man knows a lot of them. Look, watch this tape. This is a guy that you had Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave.
Yep.
You had Marvin Harrison Jr. and now Emeka Egbuka, who is a guy that is about, to me, the most for sure wide receiver in this draft. One of the best hands, a good route runner, great release. The guy's consistent. He does not drop the football. This is a guy with all those names, is your Ohio State Buckeye leader. He leads in their history university in receptions. With those names, that is absolutely insane that he fell down here. Baker Mayfield, you are going to continue your rise in that division.
I would look back at what Baker did with CD in college, and I would start looking at some of those tapes.
Yeah.
Because you're about to see a whole lot of that. There's going to be a whole lot of like, hey, Bubba, just go get open. I'll find you.
I think the Emeka Egbuka is a perfect blend between Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. I think there's some things with Olave. I think Olave's a better route runner than what Garrett was as coming out of college. I think that he has good release. I think Garrett has great release. Garrett's a little bit faster. I don't think that Egbuka's as fast, but I do think the route tree that Egbuka has in his bag is something that you're not going to see from a lot of receivers coming out of college.
The Bucs picked Emeka Egbuka.
This is wide receiver you, and you're about to see why. This is going to be an incredible addition. This is probably one of my favorite picks of this draft so far.
And
This
that's
pick
why we
hurt
want
my
to hear in
feelings.
Houston. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, boys.
Uh-oh. There's heartbreak over here in the Heartbreak homies.
Y'all know that I love Matthew Golden, but Egbuka was my guy, and this just really hurt my feelings. I know that's the unpopular take here in Houston.
No, it's
Hey, I get
okay.
it.
I like Emeka, and when you talk about why you wanted him, route running, separation, that sounds exactly like a Los Angeles Rams wide receiver. And who did the Houston Texans just bring in from the Los Angeles Rams? Tight end coach to be their offensive coordinator, Nick Caley. So when I was looking at an Emeka Egbuka, I saw route running, I saw separation, finding where to find the holes in the defense. Tampa Bay is going to love him. And you look at their trio, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Emeka Egbuka.
That's crazy.
For Baker Mayfield. That is disgusting. That is nasty.
And I'm going to tell you
Ruby,
right now.
we got to move up here, right? We have to be making calls to move up, right?
You have to. I was immediately thinking about 20, 21 maybe. I could see the Chargers taking a wide receiver. Well, I mean, they have Ladd McConkey.
I think running back.
Do the Broncos come in and snipe a wide receiver here?
Nah, I think the Broncos, I think Amari
Yeah.
Hampton or Travion Henderson, I think is going to be your guy here. I think if I'm Sean Payton and I really, really love what I got out of Kamara, Travion Henderson's probably going to be your guy here.
Travion Henderson would be the guy here.
The Bucs offense now has Baker, Bucky Irvin, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Emeka Egbuka, Jalen McMillan, and Kate Otten.
I'm going to give you a comp for Egbuka. This is a guy that I love, absolutely love. And I know Aaron. I think Aaron had to go take a potty break.
Go ahead.
This is an absolute marathon, guys.
Yeah.
So
like we're allowed to piss, right?
Yeah, we are. Keenan Allen, to me, is a guy I see when I look at Emeka Egbuka. A guy that just does all the little things right. He's not really, like, earlier in his career, I think Keenan Allen was one of those guys that was great catching in traffic, but he did the little things right. An incredible route runner, had a great route tree, was a guy that you could rely on. And that's a guy Baker needs. You can rely on Mike Evans, but at a certain point, Evans, he's getting up there. He's past the age of 30. You're going to see a little bit of a step back at some point. And we know that there has been injury issues on that team here and there with the wide receiver situation. I think Ibuka comes in, and again, this is a guy that Baker is going to be able to go to time and time again, and he is not going to let him down.
I look at Emeka Ibuka and I think about Brian Hartline, wide receiver for the Miami Dolphins so many years ago. A great route runner, a willing blocker, and I'm just excited for Emeka in his new team with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Let me get Mr. Fantasy. Mikey, can we give me the Mr. Fantasy for a second? Spence, as fantasy football-wise, how much do you love Ibuka with Baker Mayfield?
I'm not going to lie. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm sitting pretty solidly at a 6 for Emeka Ibuka with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We know they already have Mike Evans, guaranteed 1,000 yards. Chris Godwin will be back, and he was balling out before his big injury last year. They also had Jalen McMillan come on late last season. True. Now, obviously, Emeka Ibuka is going to supplant McMillan, but if you had him in Dynasty, you are devastated right now because Jalen McMillan, you might as well just throw away. And this doesn't even mention Cade Otton, the tight end. So Baker Mayfield, really, really good option for a late-round quarterback in fantasy next year.
Aaron, we were just talking about a pro comp to Ibuka. I said one of the guys that he reminds me of to me, the epitome of a wide receiver in the NFL that has made a living on doing all the little things right. He's not super flashy, and it's a guy you're pretty familiar with. That's Keenan Allen.
Yeah, so, Keenan Allen is the most reliable wide receiver in Chicago. And when you need to know that you need some yardage and this guy can make the simple catch, the simple play, you could throw it to Keenan Allen and he's never gonna drop the football. He's gonna do a lot of things that don't maybe necessarily show up on your stat sheet on Sunday, but he could do a lot of things. And plus he is a great leader in the wide receiver room. And if you're Ibuka, you're coming in to learn from Mike Evans.
That's incredible.
I mean, come on, your job just got real fun.
And a good coach.
Yeah.
I like Todd Bowles. I liked, he cut his teeth really as a head coach with the Jets. I don't think he did a terrible job compared to what we'd seen there. And I think that he has done an incredible job with learning. Again, Todd Bowles, a guy that's learned from his mistakes, that surround him with offensive-minded people. That defense has consistently been, if not in the top 10, they've been middle pack. You have not really seen the Buccaneers defense be bottom barrel. And I think that says a lot. There's been the Buccaneers over the past Todd Bowles era, consistent. Taking the reins from Arians, that's a big task. You moved on from a Super Bowl winning coach with that team. You moved on from Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski, Leonard Fournette, Ndamukong Suh. You had a monstrous team, and you have very quickly put things right back into playoff contention.
Yeah, this is gonna be a fun year.
Come on, Spencer. Come on, Spencer. Come on, Spencer. The pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to find out. I think God. Matthew Golden's on the board.
I think it's Amarian Hampton or it's Travion Henderson.
All right, the pick is in. The Broncos, a lot of people were thinking offense. They are going to bolster their secondary, and they're taking Texas defensive back Jahdae Barron.
Great pick. Great pick. Oh, my God. Barron is an absolute stud. This is a guy that was your anchor on the defense for Texas. An absolute ball hawk.
Yeah, in Texas, last year, a lot of yards, a lot of flashy stuff on offense. That's kind of what, makes you look at it and you're like, oh, offensive team. You go look at what Texas's defense was able to do to a lot of teams in the SEC. There's a reason that they were in the college football playoff. There was a reason that they had the success they had last year, and it doesn't have to do all with just the offense.
Man. Ruby, how you feeling?
Getting the itch. I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited. The Houston Texans, they can smell, they can feel their future wide receiver 2/1 in Matthew Golden. Are they going to have the cojones enough to trade up for him, or are they going to just remain calm, remain at 25, and let him fall? Josh Simmons is still on the board. It looks like he might be there at 25 for the Houston Texans. We're still talking about, okay. I am so excited.
We're gonna go cut to Giselle. We're gonna get the feeling, Texans fans. Excuse me. Here in a second, we're going to get to it. These Texans fans are getting rowdy. They are feeling the anticipation. You have Matthew Golden falling. Josh Simmons is still on the board. I mean, Ruby, you are getting about as antsy as I have seen you all night.
You see, this is, I think this is my first major event with Athletically Declined. This is the first time you guys are seeing me really antsy about this damn Houston Texans team.
Dude, this is crazy. I want to know. We should have set it up to where we could have gotten Strez in here because I really want to know what he's thinking right now. I mean, I don't think you can. Yes, you wanted a running back, but the running backs have all fallen, so you could get one in the second round. Again, it's a deep running back class. I think getting Barron right here. I mean,
wait. We got Spencer.
Hold on.
All right, so the pick is in at number 21. The Pittsburgh Steelers are going to bolster their defensive line, and they are taking Derek Harmon from the University of Oregon at 21 overall.
Shador is falling. Oh, my God.
Okay, what does this say to the Shador Sanders rumors and whispers around the streets as we've heard? Are we now buying that his attitude is what is allowing his stock to drop? Or is this, rightfully said, Aaron, you've been on record talking about how you remove Sanders and you put Smith. We're not even having this discussion of a first-round quarterback.
Yeah, this is one of two things. Either the rumors are true that there was some issues in the team meetings and that there were some teams that may have been a little antsy about it, or there's one team that started all those rumors and they wanted to see if they could get him to fall, and he is.
Man. It makes you wonder as Shador continues to fall, could we see the Browns make a jump and maybe be like, you know what, the Steelers didn't take him. We're going to go get him, and we're going to put him with Travis Hunter. Or excuse me. We're going to go get him. We're going to get him to replace Deshaun Watson. Are we ready? We are on standby.
On standby. I just keep on.
All right, here we go. We're talk.
Say hello and state your name.
How you doing? My name is Patty from Texas Zone 3.
And this is Killer Cow, Texas Zone 3.
Alrighty, gentlemen, how excited are we for tonight's NFL draft? The Texans have pick number 25. Who do you think we're going to end up taking home?
Matthew Golden. That's the Golden boy. We need him.
I think Matthew Golden would be a very good pick. Losing Dale and Diggs last year, we have to get CJ some weapons. So I think that would be not only a safe pick, but a good pick that you can come in and just plug right in. And I think from day one, he'll be, he'll contribute right away.
Alrighty, Texans, bring home our golden boy. Now, gentlemen, who is someone you do not want to see the Texans pick?
So I'm a Michigan guy at heart, go blue. So I don't want to see us go with Josh Simmons. That knee injury really bothered me as a left tackle. Coming into the league right now with a bad knee, not good. So that's the guy I do not want us to draft at all.
I don't have anybody in particular, but I do not want them to select an offensive lineman because I just feel like the fan base, because our offensive line was so bad last year, we're so hell-bent on getting anybody. So offensive lineman will make anybody happy, but don't reach for that pick. So I'm happy with more weapons for CJ, but I am not happy with offensive lineman.
I know that's right. Alrighty, fellas, who do you think Shador Sanders is going to be going tonight? What team?
Well, right here, Pittsburgh would be the perfect spot for him.
It's going to be Pittsburgh Steelers.
Steeler gang. Oh, it is not. Shador is still on the market. He did not go to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wow. Defensive lineman. Okay.
Good pick, but they don't have a quarterback.
No. I mean, you got Russell Wilson.
I mean, Russ is in New York. That was like the ideal pick for them. So now somebody's going to trade back up and get him. But he has to go in the first round, but he has to. He's a great talent.
Alrighty, you heard it here, folks. Remember, follow us at Athletically Declined and enjoy our NFL Live Draft Party here at Dave & Buster's Houston.
But he's a guard. I can at least give it. You're getting live interaction of us here on the panel, just absolutely mind blowing in this draft.
You know, so my wife's a diehard Dallas Cowboys fan.
Shut up, Brittany.
You know, we're talking about, you know, there's you know, some teams that are looking a little like maybe they went into it. Maybe some of these they really went into this and they had their guy, but it feels like it's some of these. If you needed that guy at that position, it feels like you took the second or third option.
Yes. It feels like you're taking guys that you could have gotten in the second round.
Yeah.
And now you're seeing what I would look at as the actual BPA, not looking at like necessarily a need, but like how do you pass this guy landing here?
Well, and if you get out of the top, I'll say the top 6. I think the top 6 picks.
I just got word the Texans are trying to trade up right now. I'm not sure if it's successful, but they're trying.
Spence? Hey, let's go to Spencer. Go to Spencer.
I don't know, boys. The Texans are trying to go get their guy.
We're hearing the streets are talking.
The streets are talking. There's a big buzz behind this.
The longer this goes, the more the Dallas Cowboys pick starts to look better and better. Because at least you could say, Zach Martin retired, we need a guard. We went out and got a guard.
But you know, I'm the more I'm thinking about it, it's like you're you know, to Brittany's point, you know, one of what she was saying was they're going and getting their need. And that may be true. And if the need and the biggest need, as it is that guard, and they feel like that is the best guard available, and they didn't like the other tackles as much compared to what the guard, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's a pick your flavor at that point. Then, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think the Creed Humphrey pick, too, for Baltimore, right? Or is it Saints? I think.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I believe it was the Saints. No one really, they were kind of like, why did he go there? I think this is a similar thing. That was the need.
Let me talk to him.
Yeah.
Hey, so Alex just asked me, he said, Johnny, you look nervous. Are you getting scared? Ruby, if we make it past the Chargers, we got to be safe, right? Knock on wood.
No, I would say yes. Okay. I do agree with that. If we make it past, because Chargers last season, Ladd McConkey. The year before that, Quinshon Johnson out of TCU.
Right.
So they've invested a first rounder, and I believe McConkey.
I think
yes, he was bottom first round.
He was correct. He was late first round.
So we're talking about going 3 straight years back to back wide receiver. I don't think that happens.
I mean, let me push back a little bit. Quinton Johnson was a bust. That was not the guy they wanted. And just putting out here, dark horse, could this be Trey Harris coming off the board? Because that would be a guy that could do a lot of the things you wanted.
That's great. Let him take Trey Harris, please.
Yeah, let him take Trey Harris.
Are y'all not?
You would think they go Will Johnson, cornerback out of Michigan.
I think that would be a pick.
Asante Samuel Jr. did not re-sign with them in free agency. Maybe they are looking for their number 1 cornerback. Will Johnson here, I think that would be perfect.
Out of Notre Dame, we were talking about him the other day. I think it would be a bit of a reach, but like, I don't know. I like him here too. Just anybody but Golden, I'm cool with.
Anybody but Golden.
Are you worried about
Benjamin
Green Bay
Morrison
possibly taking?
Benjamin Morrison, John.
I like
Green Bay don't take wide receivers in the first.
But you have
No, they don't.
But you have Shavon Rebel Jr. here also, and again, my number one corner is not off the board in Harrison out of Kentucky. I am blown away that we've had two defensive backs that could potentially be off the board if one of them is not Harrison. That's wild. Barron over Harrison is a crazy pick there for me.
This whole draft has been crazy. The Cowboys literally started a offensive line trend.
They did. You're 100% right.
All right. You got to think Chargers go Will Johnson. You got to
He
think.
has to. That's got to be a Harborough pick, right?
What does Green Bay need? Offensive line?
It's a guy that he recruited, very familiar with. He knows the culture fit he's getting. Big culture guy.
Spencer, please. If there was a time where I needed you, I need you right now. This is fun. The electricity is in the air, Tyler.
This is why this is my favorite day of the year.
I got a hot take on Houston Texans fans when we get a second.
Okay. Well, based off of your answer, I got a hot take about Chicago Bears fans.
No, this is a good hot take. This isn't a bad hot take.
Hey, can we get Mr. Fantasy real quick? I gotta check in. I need to know what the whispers. Spence, what are the streets saying? Because I'm hearing stuff about the Giants. They're trying to get up to be able to get their quarterback. We're hearing stuff going on about the Texans maybe trying to move up. What is this madness?
I'm seeing rumors of both these things. Obviously, with Shedeur Sanders' name still being on the board, there is rumors that quarterback-needy teams are trying to get back into the bottom of the first round to take Shedeur Sanders. We'll see what team ends up doing. Based on the information I'm seeing on Twitter, I think Shedeur Sanders will get drafted tonight, but who it's going to be remains a question. As for what the Texans are going to do, I think what we see the Chargers do is going to depend on if the Texans are going to be able to move up or not.
Go running back, LA.
Do you feel like, Spence, that we could see Golden just because of maybe if Harborough has fallen in love with him, be the pick here still on the board?
Well, as someone who's been a big defender of Justin Herbert, I have always said that is a quarterback that needs a speedy threat on his team. And he has not ever had that in his career. Matthew Golden would fit like a glove for Justin Herbert and the Chargers.
Dude, 56 seconds left. There's something happening.
Josh Simmons still on the board, Ruby.
I don't care about Josh Simmons right now. Let me care about Josh Simmons. Let me worry about him being drafted to another team, and I got Matthew Golden.
Aaron, I feel like that you're just completely just mind-boggled right now over there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the quarterback list, and there are going to be guys that are probably going to have to fight to get a job in the NFL just based on how many of these guys are falling at quarterback. Because now if you were a team that was thinking, hey, we need quarterback, but they're not going to be around when we're picking. Well, now guess what? Those guys are going to be around. So maybe you thought we're going to take Ewers in third round. Well, you may not have to take Quinn Ewers at the top of the third round.
Or if you're the Giants, you may be able to flip Thibodeau straight up for maybe a 31 or 32.
The pig is in. Come on, Spence.
I'll tell you what, they are tight-lipped this year. This is insane.
Listen, I'll say this about Texans fans. Listen, if you're Matthew Golden, somehow you see this and you somehow are there where the Texans pick you, you are coming into a fan base that literally they think the football gods are on their side, and I'm agreeing with them.
Chat, talk to me. What are we doing, chat?
This
Talk to me.
is crazy that he's here.
Dude, my heart's in my freaking stomach right now. Okay, come on, Spencer. Oh, that pick doesn't look good. Oh, they took Golden.
A pick with a lot of fantasy football implications. The Los Angeles Chargers, despite signing Najee Harris in the offseason, are drafting running back Omarion Hampton from the University of North Carolina.
That's such a good pick. I love that
pick. They very quietly just drafted one of the most underrated running backs to come out of college football in a long, long time. He played at North Carolina. No, they're not a big football school. It's a basketball school. A lot of people want to make excuses for his production and point at some of the teams that they played. But at the end of the day, you're looking at a guy that knows how to get out. That first cut, if you're looking at it right now on our live stream, that first cut he can make is really, really quick, make a lot of guys miss. And when he gets out into space, he doesn't look like he's moving, Jet, but he pulls away from guys in space.
I think this is Joe Mixon 2.0.
100%.
This is who I like. I think he does a lot well. He's a classic one-cut guy. He can catch the ball. He has deceptive speed. And I think that he's got burn you speed when he gets going. It's not necessarily straight line. He's got that burst where he gets off of a tackle, and all of a sudden you just can't catch him.
Where's my camera? Is this my camera right here?
Right there.
Listen, and I want to make sure that we clip this. I want to give a big shout out to our boy Ricky Waters, because guys like Amari and Hampton being drafted right now in the NFL, guys that can do everything, can catch, can run in space.
Yep.
That aren't built like your traditional running back. They're not a bruiser. That comes from guys like Ricky Waters back in the day being told they were undersized, they couldn't play that position. Guys like Amari and Hampton now are able to come into the league and really, really be special players. And I think he's going to have a really fun – Harbaugh, he is going to have so much fun playing for Harbaugh. And I think what we just talked about, I think this is Herbert your guy? Okay, well, you're about to find out, because you just gave him a weapon. You're taking a little bit of pressure off of him, and you're also giving him a guy that can come down and run real routes.
Yep.
And if you can get, whatever they've got it tied in there, you can really create some fun stuff and get creative and surprise some teams this year if you're the Chargers.
I think this is a situation where you saw what it did for C.J. Stroud when bringing in Joe Mixon. You're going to see the same thing with Herbert. You want to talk about Drake May being so good and being drafted high. That was his running back that opened up opportunities for him in college. And, I think that with Amari and Hampton, you're getting a guy that is going to be similar, again, in ways that you're used to if you're Harbaugh and you're Chargers fans. You saw with J.K. Dobbins, a little bit bigger, but again, a guy that does some similar things. Again, just a little bit bigger mass-wise, but closer to a Joe Mixon. I love this. I think he's going to fit in on exactly what they want to do. They want to throw the ball out in bubble screens. They want to push that guy in on a third down. He's an every down back, and this is going to be a dream situation if you are Herbert and you want to run some more play action stuff. Oh my God!
The Chargers ran the ball really well last year. Now they upgraded with Amari and Hampton, and it would not surprise me if Hampton is an early favorite for the offensive rookie of the year. He's going to get that respect, and once he gets going, the play action game gets going, and it might be pretty scary up ahead in LA in a couple of seasons.
Well, and I don't want to just pander to the Houston Texans fans that are here, but you guys have a guy that was very special to us in Norman, guy who fought through some adversity in Norman, some of his own making in Joe Mixon, went out to Cincinnati. I felt like he was underutilized there. I felt like he didn't get the respect he deserves. He comes into Houston. He's a veteran now.
Yes, sir.
He's a different player than he was in Cincinnati. And now you've got him, you've got C.J. Stroud. If you are the Texans and you can go out and you can get Golden, you really just made a lot of teams in your division very scared of what it is you're going to be able to do from a creativity standpoint. And it's going to be really, really fun. This next year with some of these younger quarterbacks, whether it's, I'll put Chicago in there, whether it's Washington, whether it's Houston, they're going to be able to be really competitive and scare a lot of teams a lot quicker than maybe traditionally a young guy's got to come in and spend the first 4 years just get his teeth knocked in.
And, I 100% agree. You look at our number one, Nico Collins, one of the best wide receivers in the game. Your wide receiver number 2 is going to be veteran Christian Kirk, and he's a threat in himself when healthy. But now you're talking about Matthew Golden being your number 3 wide receiver, the fastest guy in the draft. I've already talked about it many times. He has shown that he wants to be a Houston Texan. I'm pretty sure his heart's in his chest. My heart's in his chest. My heart's in my chest. Dude, I'm nervous, boys. I'm excited.
Let me tell you something right now. If you're Amari Hampton, you could not be coming into what I would say as one of the top 3 best offensive lines in the game. Let me read you off some names here. Rashawn Slater, Pro Bowler. Zion Johnson, Bradley Bozeman, Trey Pickens, Joe Alt. These are absolute towers at the front line that are going to make him being effective immediately an absolute breeze.
I would watch them in preseason. I think there's probably going to be a lot of people that are going to be tuned into those preseason games. Are they going to play a bunch of snaps? Probably not. But if he can if Harbaugh can get him worked into this offense early, and they could get him comfortable behind that offensive line, they could have a really, really fun special run.
All right, 2 minutes, 45 seconds left.
Green Bay on the clock. This is going to be a spot where look for defensive back to come off the board. Heartbreak, homies.
So this is not breaking news because nothing has been confirmed, but I'm sitting next to an Eagles fan, and there's talks Eagles may be trading up with the Packers at this pick. So just keep your eye out. Nothing's been confirmed yet, but
like, what's the criteria?
So to your point, John, that's something that we have seen. Howie, as you can see over on the board, there's a crown on that man's head for a reason, because if you're making a deal with Howie Roseman, you are probably getting fleeced in some way, whether you see it tonight or the next day or a year from now. At some point, you are going to realize that. And if he gets up here and he can take another guy, I don't know, Alex, how you would feel about this, but we have seen a lot of talk about maybe A.J. Brown getting put in a trade package. I don't think that it's needed necessarily in this situation, but how would you feel if there is something done there where it's maybe A.J. Brown, a player, and a pick? Is that something you think we could see here?
I was actually just sarcastically teasing John that A.J. Brown has been in the center of trade rumors, and if the Eagles traded up and took Matthew Golden, John said he would hate them more than he already does. If that
happens, you will see me strangle Alex live on camera.
That would be such a Howie move, though. I mean,
and are we crazy that when it comes to teams being talked about next year's Super Bowl contenders, everyone is still trying to come up with reasons to not pick the Philadelphia Eagles?
I mean, you're not wrong.
They keep.
The pick is in.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
There's about to be mayhem in this building because at pick number 23, the Green Bay Packers are selecting Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden.
What happened? Golden just got picked to who? No,
This is a very uncharacteristic Green Bay pick. They don't take wide receivers.
Oh
Never.
My God.
Never.
Oh, my God.
If you're Aaron Rodgers right now, you're breaking things.
Oh, my God.
You have what I think is one of the most crowded and question-marked wide receiving rooms with Wicks, with Dobbs. You've got, oh, my goodness. You've got a Watson. You've got Reed. There is
get your guy, man. Go get your guy. He's one pick ahead of you. Go get him. Go get him.
There is a lot of emotions here from Texas fans.
Well, and if you're a Texas fan, I understand you're frustrated because all Green Bay did last year was try to figure out who their number one wide receiver is. They spent all of last year trying to figure out who's going to be the guy, and you still you still are now going to have to try to figure out who's going to be the guy.
Well, I think it's because Reed was inconsistent. You saw him a lot more, and I think Spencer will be able to confirm this as Mr. Fantasy. You saw a lot of touchdowns out of Fantasy. You saw a lot of touchdowns out of Reed. And it was either if there was no touchdowns, you weren't getting a lot. You saw a lot of your short yardage get between Dobbs and Wicks, and nobody really knew who you were going to get, and just another guy would get thrown in there at certain times. I don't really know. I mean,
This pick doesn't make sense for Green Bay.
I don't think so. I mean, yeah. Heartbreak.
We are now officially the Heartbreak Boys because I am absolutely heartbroken by this pick. And I agree with Ruby. Why did we not move up and get him? Like, I don't get it. He was right there, and we just let Green Bay snipe him from us.
You're about to hear this room get really upset, and they should be. Very rarely do you have a guy who has said, I played at Texas, I want to play in Houston, and you don't go up there and get him.
Can I remind you of the last time that happened? 2005.
Yeah.
Vince Young. I mean, that is the last time that happened.
Yes.
And this is a Vince Young level botch to me. It is.
Because to your point, if Vince Young is taken by
the Texans,
Vince Young might have played more NFL football.
I mean, but you can.
Okay, I'm jumping in on this because I will not let this conversation continue. Vince Young was a bona fide bust in the NFL. It wouldn't have mattered what team he went to. He could have gone to the Texans, the Saints, or the Titans. He was bad as a starter. He had a negative touchdown to interception ratio his entire career. Bad NFL player. I'm sick of hearing about his name. It's been 20 years.
Jeff Fisher screwed that man up. If you listen to any of the interviews and the amount of crap that he had to go through with Jeff Fisher on a daily basis and the amount of just mental torture that guy put him through made him have to, again, that's to me one of those situations we've talked about.
And he's wearing the gold jacket too. That man wanted
He knows he wanted to be in Houston. He wanted to be in Houston. He knows that. He ain't dancing. He ain't smiling. Man,
look, I'm going to get on my soapbox for a second because I do not think there's enough credit being given to what the mental and the culture and the environment of these guys coming into are. Whether or not we know hindsight's 2020 on Vince Young, whether hindsight would be 2020 on Matthew Golden, if a player comes out, has their heart set on a place, and they want to be there, that mental drive to be able to make it work, make it happen, to be developed, to succeed, to be in that building extra hours, to be out on that field with the quarterback extra hours, it is different. You will not be able to convince me otherwise. Yes, maybe it goes out the same, but at least you could go back and look and go, you can't say that guy didn't give everything. You can go and look at Vince Young and say there was a lot of other issues, but there's also a very fair case. You can say that those issues came from the mental toll that entire situation took on him. And hopefully that's not what happens to Matthew Golden, because I think Golden is a great prospect. I think he could be something very special.
And not only is Houston missing out on bringing in a guy that wanted to come there, but you're missing out on bringing on a guy that wanted to be a part of the community in Houston.
Teammates with Tank Dell.
Like every single thing the Texans did, a happy birthday post, a contract restructure. Matthew Golden was liking the tweet. Look, I wish him the very best in Green Bay. I'll see you in 4 years when you sign with the Houston Texans in free agency, Matthew Golden. Dude, all right, now, Nick, you got to cook.
Pick us in, Vikings.
Don't say Josh Simmons.
This is going to be pretty bad for Texas fans, man.
Josh Simmons.
Because at 24 overall, the Vikings are selecting Donovan Jackson from Ohio State, guard.
See, I don't know why you'd be upset with this, because that means Josh Simmons is right there. I'd rather have Josh Simmons than I would have Jackson.
Trade back.
Why are you so against Josh Simmons?
We're not in a position to hope that he's 100% healthy. We need day one starting players, and you could argue that Josh Simmons probably won't be able to go week 1. I don't know, dude.
I think Josh Simmons has one of the highest ceilings in this class, personally. I think from an athletic standpoint, this is the most athletic offensive lineman in this draft. Yes, are you taking a risk? But Ruby, let's be honest. Every one of these linemen are what you would consider a tier 3 and 4 lineman. There is no one. There is not even a Joe Alt. There is not a Fashanu. There is not a Sayer. There's none of those guys in this draft.
So trade back?
I mean, to me, it's either trade back or you take Simmons. Because I think if you miss on Simmons, your only other option is hoping that Conley's there in the second round.
It would not shock me if they go Josh Connerly.
But what if the Texans are the team that trades with the New York Giants now? That would be very interesting.
Well, then let's see what happens. Let's see, because the Texans, the first 3 hours of this stream looked good. It looked great. The last 5 minutes, it feels like the ceiling has crashed down. So
do you feel like Casario's let you down here? You've waited. You've been patient. You have allowed the board to come to you, and you have let 3 picks essentially ruin your 2 shots.
I'm not going to say disappointed because it's round 1, and I'm not sure how the rest of the draft is going to play out. Am I disappointed after the last 2? Absolutely, because the guys we wanted, especially Matthew Golden, entering tonight, we were thinking, oh, it's a dream. He's going to be there at 15. No, just 2 selections ahead of you. Gone to the Green Bay Packers. And then your safe pick, Donovan Jackson out of the Ohio State, who played both guard and tackle for them. Gone to the Minnesota Vikings, who needed offensive line help. And you know what, man? The Minnesota Vikings came back to bite me in the ass because I jumped them in the bleacher.
Oh, we got breaking news. Breaking news. Tell me.
The Giants have traded up to pick number 25.
Let's go!
Where one can assume it's going to be Shedeur Sanders. I will confirm that pick. But the Giants have traded up to pick 25 with the Houston Texans.
Hey, let's go.
I got my crystal ball out.
There you go. Best case scenario.
Brian Dable is not trading back in here to let Jackson Dart fall out of this round. This will be the most shocking thing to happen if Shedeur Sanders is this pick and it's not Jackson Dart.
What's the trade?
How long have we been calling this? A month?
Yeah, he makes a lot of sense for them. He comes in, a lot of starts under his belt in college. He's played with a lot of big-time wide receivers. He's got a coach that really took him under his wing and developed him. And he's going to come into an organization that could really use a little bit of hope.
I just want to point this out. I know we're going to talk about this from the Giants angle with Shedeur Sanders, but just for the Texans' sake, this is extremely emblematic of a GM that just got sniped once or twice ahead of him. At the last minute, he trades out. Still waiting to hear the compensation, but he trades out because his guy isn't there. Nick Caserio, I hate to say it, it seems like you fumbled the bag in the first round this year.
I will say this, and I do agree with Spencer, but if the guy is not there, rather than dwell on the fact that you screwed the pooch a little bit, go ahead, trade back. If the Giants want to give you whatever to get up there, okay, then they'll let them do that. You're not going to take Shedeur. You're not going to take Jackson.
No. The value to me here is unreal. This is Tell me something good, Spencer.
Well, you got the compensation. I just want to update everyone. Texans are trading 25 to the Giants in exchange for number 34, number 99, and a third-round pick in 2026.
So
it's not bad.
That's pretty good.
That's not a bad
No,
it's not
you
bad.
could get Conley.
Yeah, we're trading up. We're trading up. We're trading up.
Listen, Ruby, I think he knows he messed up.
Absolutely.
And rather than
Absolutely. You got sniped, just like Spencer said. Why I was so excited, because I just felt like I was going to have to be forced to take someone at 25. That's not the case.
Looks like it's Jackson Dart. Say it. Same.
The Giants are getting their
able to move up and get him. They're getting the guy they need. They're going to spend less money on it, and there's still enough skilled guys. Jackson Dart,
unbelievable.
Put a star on the draft for the New York Giants after an absolutely abysmal year last year.
Yep.
You were featured on Hard Knocks, where people really quickly got a snapshot that you might not know what you're doing.
This is a guy that you're getting right here. If you're a Brian Dable, we have talked. If you watch the very first, you look at Jackson Dart, and you see some of those traits you saw in Josh Allen. You are salivating at the mouth because this guy has got one of the cleanest mechanics in this draft. This guy dealt with his wide receiver one being out. Most EC talent. He's got that it factor. You can look at McShay. Look at all of these other guys in the GMs in the league. They said at the combine, this is a kid that came out there and has that winning mentality. It's not this overconfidence. I need to be given everything that Shador has been notably said. This is a guy that's got swag. This is a guy walking into his quarterback that's got swag. This is a guy walking into his quarterback, and it worked out pretty.
I like the fact that they traded out. To me, that was the best case scenario, and that's what they did. Now you have you're taking advantage of the fifth-year option that you get from the first round. You have 3 first-round picks this season.
That's too much of a reach.
I mean, it's a thing because you missed out of your offensive lineman and your wide receiver. You got to go O-line. You got to go O-line in the second round.
That's true.
Conley's still there.
I'm still heartbroken by this.
Talk in your mic.
Yeah. I'm heartbroken.
I just feel like it's another blow to sit here and be waiting. It stings, bro.
Uh-oh, we got breaking news.
Falcons are trading back into the first round. The Falcons are trading up with the Los Angeles Rams into the first round per Jordan Schultz. Angeles Rams into the first round per Jordan Schultz.
For who? Did you just say Jordan Schultz?
Jordan.
So Atlanta's already got Jalen Walker. Still so much value on the board that they must see something that they think they can go back in and get. Listen, I know it sounds like we're overhyping Jackson Dart, and like I get it, but Jackson Dart is everything that Georgia hoped Carson Beck would be.
Yes, that's a great comparison.
And he comes into the building playing in big-time football, and he kept old. I know they're showing video of the Giants fans acting crazy, and that's fine. I don't think they even understand what they just got.
I mean, I think also too, like he's a guy that. I mean, when have you seen Jackson Dart really talk to the media?
None.
Reminds me like Eli Manning.
Yes.
A guy that's very to himself, maybe a little quirky. That's what I want.
More Eli, yes.
That's what I want. This is a guy that's coming in with This is a guy that personality-wise is more Eli Manning, but trait-wise, I'm looking at him as like a Russell Wilson maybe meets a Josh Allen. Those are the traits I see in him. And I'm sorry. I know that, and John's going to say this when we move over to him, there is the footwork issue, but I'm not concerned with it. That is a fraction of an issue when compared to how bad a mechanics issue can be at the next level.
Fellas, the compensation for the trade up by the Falcons with the Rams is in. The Falcons, this is a big one. The Falcons are trading pick 46, 242, and a first-round pick in 2026. And they are getting the 26th and the 101st overall pick.
Wow.
So sorry. I have not the biggest ears. Takes me a while to get this in.
My ears are big enough for the three of us. So
we got Strong Sports in the building, ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Sports with Strong.
Sports with Strong. She's strong on sports.
Let me talk to her.
Johnny the Dad.
Okay, so we're talking about Jackson Dart, and you hit the nail right on the head. Oh, hang on.
Suspense.
The pick is in. Atlanta is making a move back up with the Los Angeles Rams, as we know, and they are doing it to draft Tennessee edge rusher James Pierce.
Wow. Oh my God, what a great pick. God, what a great pick.
What do you think?
Brother,
What do you think?
Brother, you got Jalen Walker. You got Jalen Walker. And you got Pierce. Raymond Morris, brother. You're...
You literally just changed your defense.
2 picks.
With 2 picks.
Wow.
Let me talk to you. Heartbreak.
That's how you do it.
Talk about one. We were talking about Jackson Dart. You're right. I was going to bring up his footwork, but another thing with how he deals with the media, and he might be a little to himself, might be a little quirky. Reminds me of a Justin Herbert, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Which not a bad thing at all. I think the Giants got a good value there. Here's another thing I want to talk about, and as the only Texans fan on the main panel, Giselle, this is being mainly directed at you. Right where you're sitting not 5 minutes ago, Ruben was talking about how he's okay with trading back, and, at least we got some value. We weren't forced to take somebody. Now, after seeing that the Falcons were willing to trade a first-round pick next year, are you other people were off?
Phenomenal. Unfortunately, we weren't able to hold on to that 25th pick, but in all actuality, who were we really going to choose after Matthew Golden was gone?
I would have chosen to have another first-round pick next year and have
100%.
two first-round picks.
100%.
Which apparently the Falcons were offering, and we weren't answering the phone or something.
No!
I don't know.
Giselle, this is one of those situations I look at, we went through a situation, like, I'm going to kind of compare it to baseball with the Houston Astros, where with Tucker, that was the big thing, is like, you can't just let this guy walk. You got to trade him. You got to get value for things.
Yes.
And I do like, at least here, like, Caserio at least looked at it and said, I can't get the guy I want.
Right.
The gap between those guys in the second round are not enough for me to stay here.
Yeah.
And he got value.
Yeah.
Like, don't miss that. He got value.
There's value there, yes. But to his point, anyone would want another first-round pick.
Absolutely.
Well, listen, Houston's good. This is part. Listen, I as a fan of a franchise that has been abysmally bad for a long, long time. This is the way that the NFL draft is set up. This isn't the NBA. Like, if you are a bad team, you pick high. If you are a good team, you pick low. So this is just what happens if you're a good. And I think when you have as many pieces as Houston has, and you have your quarterback, and you have a lot of other things, taking a step back and evaluating and going, okay, what's the best we can do in the position that we're in? Yeah, we didn't get the guy we want. Okay, rather than sit around and lick our wounds, let's make the best of a bad situation. And he made a smart play.
And let's be honest, guys. You got a new offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a new offense. You're down Tank Dell.
Yep.
Okay?
Diggs is gone.
You're going to have to pay some guys. Okay? CJ's got to learn a new playbook.
Yep.
You don't have the offensive line to be able to really sit here and say the Texans are, I'm going to say it, are going to be a Super Bowl winning team right now, as it stands. That does not mean you can't be competitive, and that does not mean that a step back isn't a bad thing. It's not. You go into next year, let's just say hypothetically, Texans go in, they get a wild card spot, they do a competitive game, and let's just say it's the offensive line. Okay, you now have a higher pick, you have another pick, and you can now go into that next draft, who, John, you said it yourself, you think the next year's offensive line guys are going to be a lot better than they were this year.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. The problem with what you're saying is we still only have one first-round pick next year. We picked up an additional second-round pick, but I struggle to think that if the Falcons were offering a first-round pick for pick number 26, that they weren't offering a first-round pick for pick number 25, which means, like, I would 100% agree with what you're saying. If next year we were going in with 2 first-round picks, I'd be like, you know what? Screw this year. I'm ready.
He's a good GM. I think that he has made. He is.
I've been the biggest let Nick cook guy.
Well, let me finish.
Is.
I also, regardless of him being there or not, I think JD is also, for the Jets, was very aggressive on draft day. We saw it with the year that they got Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, JJ, Breece Hall. If you remember, they packaged 2 second-rounders to get back into the first round. So I would not get too worried about not having a first-round pick there. You could package 2 seconds to get a first.
But that's all, like, we could have had it already, Tyler. We could have had it in our hands already.
I get that, but you don't. So you got to get away from it.
No, I know.
You got to get away from it.
I get that. Even Nick Caserio is a GM. He's given me no reason not to trust him. Today is the first day in my history with Nick Caserio of being like, what the hell are you thinking, Nick? Like, what's the deal? I don't see the vision.
I mean,
I don't see the vision in this.
I think guys kept falling, and he just thought it's just going to keep happening.
But that's what the Patriot way is. Let's remember where he comes from. That Belichick way is you let the board come to you, and that has been to their benefit. Now, first year, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., you needed it's different. That's not going to happen every year. And I think that there is some misconception. Like the same thing with Jets fans. They think every year that the Jets were going to go in there and going to take like 5 picks. That is outrageous, okay? It doesn't happen. But you know what you did get when he did do that? You got a stud Pro Bowl guy that's going to be there forever, edge guy that you can hang. That's all you can say.
100%. You were getting a little spoiled, guys. We're getting a little spoiled.
I know. I don't disagree with anything that y'all are saying, but they were going to give us a first rounder.
Pick is in.
All right. We had a little bit of a wait in between these picks because everyone is still freaking out about the James Pierce trade and how much the Falcons just gave up to the Rams, selecting Georgia's safety Malachi Starks.
Great pick.
Wow.
Great pick. Me and James both agree that's the best. Just a little while ago, you took Hamilton, who a lot of people said was a generational safety. It's kind of interesting. I wonder if now you get in a situation where we've talked about this before. The quarterback, you got 4 years to be able to win with a rookie quarterback. Are we starting to see situations now where this is going to start applying to other key positions on these teams?
Yes, 100%, Tyler. We're in that era for that to just happen.
And I don't like it. Y'all know how I feel about it's a microwave generation. I don't like it's a race. It's like the moment these GMs and head coaches come in, they hit this timer and they're like sitting there and the owners are like, okay, you got 4 years. Let's see. I hate that. I think that there's no room for it leaves room for guys to, number one, I think, be creative. And if they're going to be creative, they're taking bold moves that could literally boom or bust. And we don't always want to do that. Not everyone is Howie Roseman. I'm going to continue to go back there because he is the best. But I think that we've got to get to a spot like Jackson Dart's not going to be asked to play week 1. And I love that. No. You're learning from Russell Wilson. Yep. You're learning from Jameis Winston. Again, whether or not you think those guys are good quarterbacks, I don't care, Aaron. They've got Brian Daboll. Daboll has his clay.
And you've got 2 guys that have been in the league a long, long time. They've both played in several different organizations for several. They can help you navigate the craziness that is going to be the New York media and the New York Giants fan base. And you can kind of just still be a little weird recluse if you want to. Because Jameis will talk to the media for you. You don't have to.
And you've also got 2 guys, Giselle, that historically have dealt with controversy throughout their career. Russell Wilson with the infamous audible at the line in the Super Bowl. Jameis Winston, obviously, first-round quarterback. You got a national championship, a lot of expectations, and come in, and you're the only guy to throw 30 touchdowns and 30 interceptions. Yep. But you're still here.
Yep. I'm going to pivot off really quickly. Who do we think is going to pick up Jalen Milroe? I have to put him on the map because we are both Tompkins alumni here at Katy, Texas.
Oh, let's go.
And it's Falcon Pride every second, every day, FP 1440.
Yep.
I'm cheering for you, Jalen.
I think this is Cleveland Browns. I think the Cleveland Browns from the beginning, they knew that they I don't think that they necessarily needed to get a Jackson Dart. I think if it fell, bottom line, I talked about this on 3-Man Rush. Me and Spence and James agreed that when you start getting into the Bills, the Eagles, the Kansas City Chiefs, those are prime spots where it's not going to cost you a ton to get back in there. And you could see a situation just like we've seen, like, not saying he's Lamar Jackson by any means, but Lamar Jackson, very similar situation. The Ravens saw that and said, you know, we want that 5th-year option. We're going to go get him. Yeah. And I think there is a reason. Again, we talked about it at the very beginning. It does not happen when they send out those invitations to the draft for first round, and they send another one. And they did that to Milroe. And I think that there has to be some fire to that smoke, regardless of how this board falls. If you're the Browns, you got to be looking at it and going, we need a guy like that. I know all the things. I get all the throwing. I think that he is worse off than even what Justin Fields was coming in the league. But I'll say this. I think that he's just as much of an athletic freak from a running standpoint as what Fields was.
Fair point. I just feel that when anyone goes to the Cleveland Browns, unfortunately, that's where they go to, like, die. It's just not a great organization. I just feel like that franchise has been chaos for decades.
Someone's got to change the culture, though, and I think in this situation we're at, Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but Stefanski's a guy that a lot of people have a lot of faith in.
Yeah, and you know the knock on the Browns is always going to be the same. When it feels like they're about to turn a corner, it's not happening fast enough for them, so they change it out. They change out offensive coordinator. They change out head coach. They just start moving pieces around instead of seeing if you can't build something. You know, I thought teams like Cleveland, when they saw what Detroit was doing and said, hey, like, let's let it take a little bit longer. Let's build it the right way. Let's try to make the adjustments we need to as a organization. I'm just always shocked that Cleveland, I always feel like they're just 2 years away from, like, letting it work.
Yeah.
And then instead they want to, like, throw it all out and start over.
I don't know.
I mean, listen, at the time I thought when Baker got drafted there, I was not happy about it. And then to watch them switch out offensive coordinators and head coach over and over and over, I thought, if you can't build culture around this guy, your franchise just may not be able to build it.
Yeah.
I got a question for you guys. How do we feel about coming up? The Lions pick is in. We got the Washington Commanders coming up with the 29th pick. To me, looking at that team, they made acquisitions that me and Spence on the ESPN radio show, Athletic Decline, we made the prediction when we were talking about needs when they got knocked out of the playoffs. It's that they needed another weapon. They needed to give Scary Terry another guy that could be on the other side of the ball with him. Jaden needed more weapons, and they got Deebo Samuel. Love that pick. Now I think this is the point to where you have got to address that running back position. And if it's not there, you got to go cornerback. I think with the Washington Commanders, you have Travion Henderson sitting there. Yeah. I think if you look at what Cliff Kingsbury likes to do, he's a very forward-thinking, progressive offensive coordinator. The things he did with Jaden Daniels, again, can't say enough good things about that and that personnel. Yeah. I think you had a guy like that's your Gibbs. That's a guy that can be a game changer in the pass game. You can do a lot of really creative stuff there. He can go out and he can be a slot guy. I would love that, but again, you still have the number one corner on my board with Hairston from Kentucky, and God knows Washington could use that guy.
All right. The Lions have made their selection at number 28 overall. They are taking Tyleik Williams from Ohio State.
Ooh, Buckeyes.
Not a sexy pick.
Not a sexy pick?
But you don't need a whole lot of pieces in Detroit right now.
Yeah.
You don't. Continuing to surprise me here.
Man, what's it like to be in that position? As a Bears fan, this is the first year we've not had to go out and draft some game-changing talent. If you're Detroit, you look at the board and go, you know, maybe we should add some depth.
Yeah.
We don't have
That's
to
what
go
they
out.
have to do.
Yeah, we don't have to go out and change the world here.
Can we bring Spencer in real quick? I got to get some answers here. Spence, I got to ask you, the way these boards have been falling, you got Mike Green out of Marshall. That's James West's favorite guy, still sitting there, and you take the Ohio State kid. You can go over to the edge position. You still got guys on this board like Josiah Stewart. I mean, you've got linebacker. You still the number one linebacker on the board. Which again, I know the Lions don't necessarily need him. You've got a lot of guys here, and even the corners. I mean, you would think that Detroit could use another corner, right?
Well, we see this all the time. Every single year in the draft, there's a team that does something that these are scratching our heads, wondering why Tyleik Williams. What is it that they see with him? Well, we know national championship winning defensive lineman. He seems like a type of guy that Dan Campbell can really get his hands on, mold him to fit into a defensive line that has a ton of guys on it, led by Aiden Hutchinson. So we say it all the time, if it's your guy, go get your guy, and it appears that the Lions, they got their guy.
You got to wonder, is there an appetite for kneecaps for this kid? One would wonder. Was that a deciding factor?
Love it.
I mean, he is definitely a very Campbell guy.
Very Campbell guy. I could not agree more there. I mean, this is a guy who knows winning, and I think that's valuable to a lot of these coaches here. You know, there's a reason why they won a national championship, and that defense, as we know, defense wins championships. And also too, when you look at the physical makeup of this dude, 6'3", 335, Aaron. 4'6'8". Holy Lord.
That is a fast, big guy.
I would not want to be Caleb Williams
facing him.
No.
No, Minnesota, Chicago. They just looked at a defense in Detroit that already had a lot of swag.
And you're shoring up a position too where you saw Aiden Hutchinson go down and what that did to their defense in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So again, like we had mentioned earlier, that's something that we saw the Jets do last year. Wasn't a sexy pick, but Will McDonald is an absolute freak of nature, and we saw that come into play when JJ went down, and that definitely helped. There's going to be a learning curve when you have to force those guys in like that, but I just don't think that Williams is going to be forced to do that, and you've got some of the best there. Dan Campbell has shown that, if anything, he has provided a culture for winning and for absolute some of the grittiest defense.
I just want to pivot really quickly. NFL statistics stated that Shedeur Sanders had a 3% chance of being left once the 28th pick came around. It's the 29th pick, and he's still available.
Continue to go back to this. That's one of the best ways to put it. If you remove Sanders from his back and put Smith, we are not having the same conversation. Like, I would have taken, may this be crazy, I would have taken Michael Penix over taking Shedeur Sanders, because I look at what are the big games he played in, Giselle. He didn't.
You're right.
You're talking about a kid that had his number retired for what? Again, respectfully, like, I don't understand, like, what the only reason we're talking about Shedeur Sanders is because he was a halfway productive guy that was throwing to the Heisman Trophy winning wide receiver defensive back. If Hunter is not on that team, even though Deion's there, I don't know if we're still talking about him the same way. I don't know if they're going to be on as many highlights. When you see Travis Hunter, you're seeing Shedeur because the ball's coming from him.
They had really good chemistry.
Very
My
good.
biggest thing, and I've heard this argument all night about Colorado retiring both Shedeur and Travis Hunter's jerseys. It's like, what did they do? What did they accomplish? They didn't win anything, and I totally understand that. My biggest understanding of it all is they helped put Colorado on the map. They didn't put Colorado back on the map. They put Colorado on the map. And that's primarily because of the culture that Deion Sanders, primetime, brought in. I think Travis Hunter, of course, deserves to have his jersey retired. I think the Shedeur Sanders is a little bit of a toss-up, but I understand it. I respect it. I don't think that's a normal thing by any means, but it's happened.
Yeah, and to me, it's just the wrong Sanders. It needs to be Deion if we're going to retire any Sanders,
100%.
personally.
Well, and we're
all right. The pick's in.
Pick is in.
The Washington Commanders are bolstering their offensive line to protect Jaden Daniels, and they are taking Josh Connerly from Oregon.
Pick. What a pick.
Wow.
Man, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest here.
Let's go.
I can see defeat. There is heartbreak on the Heartbreak homies' faces over there. John, I know you are going through it. And I have to say it. It's not rubbing it in. But as somebody on the outside looking in, Texans fans, this could not be going worse. But in this draft, you are losing guys left and right.
I think we've already lost the draft. Personally, like, this was the last guy that I was like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I think we've already lost. Maybe we sneak out of here with the Trey Harris or somebody that'll be serviceable, but we've already lost.
If it makes you feel,
I'm waving the white flag.
If it makes you feel any better, the Eagles have also lost because
won the Super Bowl.
Everyone, but
what do you mean?
But everyone in their division has gotten significantly better today.
100%. I mean, wow.
Washington was already hot.
Play the world's tiniest violin for the guy that has 2 Super Bowls and 3 Super Bowl appearances in the last decade.
You're right.
I don't
it's real
care.
rough. And we're going through our own struggles. All right, I'll just wipe my face with all our championship gear that I have.
I'm gonna go off camera so I can strangle Alex.
Oh, no.
Mikey, can you take me to Spence for a second? Spence, I got to ask you a question here. The Washington Commanders continue to do the thing that I have talked about and you have talked about time and time again. We have been on record talking about how Dan Quinn has not only learned from his mistakes, the new regime and ownership and management for the Commanders has absolutely taken this team to being in the top 5 in the NFL. I'm going to say top 5. As not only a team, as competitors, as a roster, they are doing the right things. You went and got Laremy Tunsil and then come out of this first round and stand your ground and take one of the last remaining offensive tackles. I mean...
Well, we know the famous statistic in the NFC East. There has never been a repeat winner in that division since 2004. Could we see the Commanders challenge the Eagles in the division this year? Everyone's already favored the Eagles as the Super Bowl champions. They should be the favorites.
Yeah.
But Jaden Daniels, Laremy Tunsil, and now Josh Connerly, there's some things being cooked up in Washington that you got to be a fan of. So, Eagles, better keep an eye on your shoulder.
Got us perspective.
And this is a team 4 years ago that was kind of like a punchline.
This was a Sam Howell team.
Yeah.
This was a Sam Howell team that had a bunch of guys where we were talking about, and me and John had talked about this. I'm a big Samuels guy. I like Curtis Samuels. We were talking, oh yeah, poor man's Debo. You got Debo.
Yeah, you got Debo.
You got Scary Terry.
Hey guys, let me give y'all some, not breaking news, but just an interesting quote from Brian Daboll, who was asked recently, who is going to be the starter? And he said Russ Wilson will be our starter in spring.
If you're a Giants fan, you have got to be looking at this, in my opinion, as the first official start of the Brian Daboll era. In my opinion, he finally gets his quarterback. You got Malik Neighbors. You got Tracy, who I know Spence is a big fan of. Your defense front line is stacked.
You got some movable pieces to work with.
You've got movable pieces to work with. I mean, you can still...
Bring in the hope.
I'm just telling you right now, if I'm the Dallas Cowboys, I am terrified of becoming the bottom feeder of that division.
Ooh, that's a possibility.
The New York Giants just put themselves, in my opinion, in a position to within the next 2 years, they could be in a tense battle between the Eagles and the Commanders if things pan out the way that we hope they do.
Wow. Man, what a come up for the NFC. What a come up. Perfect.
So we got the Buffalo Bills coming up here. This is going to be really interesting, too. A team that took a first-round wide receiver last year, Aaron.
Yeah, and they've got, a couple of guys, depending on what you want to do. Do you want to, give more pieces to Josh? You've got options now. And it's, you know, and I know Bills fans feel like they're getting a little impatient. They feel like they've got all the pieces they need to win. But you know, this is another team that 8 years ago was really tough to watch.
Yeah. I mean, you know, to me in this division with where it's going, I think if I'm the Buffalo Bills, there are two things. You know, I look back at the Tremaine Johnson move and allowing him to leave this team, and I always said that the moment Tremaine Johnson left, that defense was different. I firmly believe that. I don't know necessarily just the way the board's going. If you go linebacker here and try and help with Milano, who has had injury history,
yeah,
I think that would be smart. You could make another case that this would be a spot where we could see one of the top corners come off the board. I think that the heartbreak.
I'm just anxiously awaiting the Bills' announcement that they're going to take Trey Harris, just because that's the last player that I want in this draft is going to come off the board.
And I'll be honest with you, John, as much as I would hate that too, because I don't want to face him, just for my own.
It makes sense.
It makes sense, but also for my own gratification, I want him to go to the first round because I feel like he is a first-round talent.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think he worked really, really hard. I think he deserves to be drafted in the first round. I don't think it's his fault that a lot of teams in the top 15 got real cute and weird and made some odd picks.
He's the best. Beat him, Spence. Come on. Breaking news.
The Eagles are on the clock again. They have traded up to pick number 31 with the Chiefs. I still have not gotten the Buffalo pick in yet, but the Eagles are picking at 31. Still waiting on the Buffalo pick. I might not beat Goodell on this one. It's still not come yet.
That's interesting. Okay, take me to Alex. I got to ask. Alex, is this a spot where maybe we could see Mike Green come off from Marshall? We know how he loves his linemen. However, you lost CJ. This could be, if I'm just going to tell you guys right now, if the Eagles come away and get Harston out of Kentucky, Howie will once again blow my mind that he has waited this long. Maxwell. And that's exactly what I thought, that if they went defense, the Bills just got to steal, in my mind. That's the best cornerback, in my opinion, number one on my board. You watch the tape from Kentucky, Maxwell Harston is an absolute stud.
And had one of the hardest jobs in college football.
Yeah.
He's playing in Kentucky. You know, Mark Stoops is doing the best job you can at a basketball school. They're winning games, but they're not going to go out and win an SEC title anytime soon. The best that Kentucky can do is just continue to stay competitive. They asked this young man to do a lot of stuff on the defensive side of the ball to cover up a lot of problems that they had in the secondary.
Yep.
And he was able to do that against the best competition outside of teams not named Ohio State.
Yep. And I want to read you this man's intangibles. I absolutely love this kid.
And I hope he likes cold weather.
I mean, Kentucky gets pretty cold up there.
Yeah, but not Buffalo cold.
That's fair. 6 foot, 183 pounds. This is the kicker. Aaron. Kid's running a 4.28.
And you know what? At that height and that weight, you say, okay, the kid's real light. You know, okay, but even if you put a little weight on him, he's still going to have a lot of speed.
I mean, this is a guy going to be asked to cover Scary Terry.
Yeah.
He's going to be asked to cover CeeDee Lamb. He's going to be asked to cover Malik Neighbors. The Eagles got a guy that I'm just going to go backwards and say, right when you thought that the Commanders maybe start nipping at the heels to really get neck and neck.
It's the Bills that got him, right? Not the Eagles.
Excuse me.
Your voice started
Buffalo. My bad.
No, good God. If that
Washington's
was the
creeping up on Buffalo.
Sorry. Washington is still creeping on Buffalo. That's my bad. It's a long night, guys. There's been a lot of guys, a lot of madness. My brain's a little shot.
That voice getting a little raspy.
Dude, it is. I lost my mind with Jackson Dart. I that has been, if anything, even though like the Jaden Daniels thing, like I love that. That's probably my favorite one that I have been sniffing on.
And ESPN's running some of Maxwell's highlights right now. You look at these, a lot of times he's covering either a one-on-one or he's helping on the number one option on the field.
This guy is going to be – this is not a situation to me where, as a Jets fan, where you look at Sauce Gardner. The pick is in here with the Eagles.
All right, so the Eagles, they felt it necessary to move up one pick and swap with the Kansas City Chiefs. They burn a 5th-round pick this year to do so, and they are taking Jahad Campbell from Alabama.
I think he's still there.
Man.
Eagles just get better every year. Jahad Campbell, 6'2", 235 pounds. If you care about the RAS score, 9.88. The IQ is there, and we're just all over the field for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Howie Roseman does it again, boys, and it's like, it feels like every single year it's everyone else making a move and just the Eagles just staying put. And as you see here, all they give up is a 5th rounder to move up one spot. And once again, we're looking at the Eagles and thinking, how did you do it?
Aaron, first time in a long time that the Eagles have taken a first round, or first time in a few drafts that there's been a first round linebacker. This kid is Alabama. I mean, I'm going to give you a comparison. Patrick Willis.
No, it's not crazy. And, if you're the Eagles, you're looking at it, and yes, you just won a Super Bowl, but every defensive coordinator in the entire league is now watching film, trying to figure out how they can slow you down. And you check move, and we're like, well, we'll get better defense then. Like, okay, you want to, okay, cool. We'll get better on defense.
I'm wanting to confirm here that my thinking is true here. Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, but that now makes your middle linebackers Jacoby Dean. Nakobe Dean?
No. Bond.
That's who it is. Bond and Campbell.
Yeah, you're going to punch some people in the mouth this season.
And Bond just got re-signed, correct? My goodness.
And both of them are sideline to sideline linebackers. They're going to cover. They can do everything. They can rush. They can do it all. I would push this slow clap button we have here, but it's like a minute and a half long. We found out at the beginning. And here it goes. So, but yeah, I like the pick a lot. I like the linebacker pick. I mean, last year we proved we can sit back and just beat you with 4. We don't have to blitz anybody. And so this is just making it better and better.
I mean, this is just their backs. Bryce Huff, Nakobe Dean, Zach Braun, Nolan Smith, and now you're at Campbell, which is he's gonna solidify the middle. That is that's going to be your captain of that moving forward.
Well, and like to Alex's point, watching them last year, I kept saying, how are they getting pressure with 4? This is the NFL. How are you getting pressure with 4?
Just drafting great guys, 2 great edges, 2
so
great
deep.
defensive tackles, Jalen Carter,
They're so deep.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to get past that line, you got to now deal with an absolute monster in the middle of it. And this is something I did forget about, Aaron. And Ruby, you're going to remember this too. There's some compensation picks that are coming up. 33 is Cleveland.
And one last thing is, I mean, whenever the Eagles go into the drafting mode, Nick Sirianni went in there and he told Howie, we need to build O-line, D-line. Don't worry about everything else later. O-line, D-line is what we need to do. And they've just stacked every year. And now, I mean, they're one of the best offensive lines in the league, if not the best. And their defensive line is one of the best, if not the best. And
let's not make no mistake about it. Nick Sirianni may be the head coach, but the man that is running that team is Howie Roseman.
Yeah.
He is I'm just going to say he's the greatest general manager of all time in the NFL. The man doesn't miss. He doesn't lose trades. He doesn't miss his guy.
We could have drafted Justin Jefferson.
Other than the one, hey, that's a lot. That's really good compared to what some people
they
can say.
traded C.J. Gardner-Johnson for
Kenyon Green.
Yeah, I mean, we got rid of our trash, and
that's an
I mean, again, I'm not saying long game. So Howie's always playing the long game when it comes to that. But just look ahead, guys. 33, Cleveland's there. Shedeur Sanders has fallen.
What a sad night for the Sanders family.
Could we see Shedeur go there, or could we see Milroe jump Shedeur? That, to me, would be the biggest slap in the face and a very humbling experience, I think, for Shedeur Sanders.
Well, and we had some guys in the chat that were, like, excited Shedeur is dropping. And, like, listen, I get it. Like, at the end of the day, like, but I just hope some of these teams aren't taking out on him the fact that Deion is his dad and you don't want him around your program.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. Do you think it would get to that point?
Sounds like it already has.
But see, I just don't feel like that would be the reason. I think that you got to look at the quarterback and his ability. We have seen guys take risks on kids. We saw Johnny Manziel get a risk taken on him in the first round. Granted, Heisman Trophy winner, had a lot of big wins and big games. And I mean, I don't think it's far-fetched to say a way more established college quarterback than what Shedeur ever was. However, I do think when you're looking and comparing a guy like that to Shedeur, there have been far worse quarterbacks being drafted in the first round than Shedeur, even as much as I don't think that he's a first-round quarterback. I think if you're the Cleveland Browns and you've got what I would consider with your quarterback situation, it's kind of a gift. Because if you take Milroe, that is more of a project, I think, than you looking at Shedeur Sanders.
Kansas City quick picks up.
You got to think this is O-line, right?
Man, if they could take Josh Simmons, I'm going to be sick.
Let me talk to you.
Yeah.
Heartbreak.
I just want to say I am proud of ESPN for not just absolutely burying people tonight. Every year in the draft, they have this person had a drug addict family member. This person had sent some risky texts. I have not seen anything negative about anybody. I mean, we haven't been dialed in on the broadcast super hard, but I haven't seen anything that's trying to ruin somebody's life, which they usually do.
I miss that personally. I like it when they try and ruin people's lives.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think that's something that's missing from this year's draft.
Where are the salty girlfriends or family members looking for money?
I'm salty.
Like trying to just mess up someone's life.
I mean, well, Travis Hunter's got himself one that, you know, better get her to sign a prenup.
Can you bring me Mikey over to Spence? I got to ask a question here. Spence, we're looking at 33-34. Correct me if I'm wrong, those are compensation picks, correct?
No. Those are the first picks of the second round.
Okay.
This is not the end.
Hey, there's we've seen that before.
Compensatory.
Okay, let me give you a little hope, Houston. You still have Josh Simmons which I'm just going to take Josh Simmons. If I'm the Chiefs, I'm taking Josh Simmons right
Yeah.
now. But I think Ursary out of Minnesota is not a bad silver medal, if you will.
They will take offensive lineman Josh Simmons with the final pick of the first round.
Nick Caserio, look at me. There were reports that you told C.J. Stroud to stand back and let me cook. What did you cook tonight, buddy? Nothing. You decided to wait. You decided to let Matthew Golden fall to you. You got sniped. You decided it's okay. My safe pick, Donovan Jackson's there. You got freaking sniped. Nick Caserio, tonight, you were a joke. And you didn't do that. Hell, you didn't even try to go offensive line. You tried to go wide receiver, and you didn't even get that. I'm sick to my stomach, boys. I'm sick.
I'm not gonna lie to you. It feels really good not being the one having to make that rant.
It's ridiculous because now Cam Robinson is your starting left tackle. Jacksonville didn't want him last year. They traded him away. You know what? Minnesota didn't want him either because they didn't re-sign him in free agency. You brought in 2 guards who, according to PFF, were the worst guards in football, in Laquon Tomlinson and Ed Ingram, and you're going to tell me that the spirit of competition and culture is going to do it for this Houston Texan offensive line? I am sick because I seen it with Derek Carr, I seen it with Deshaun Watson, and I'm seeing it right now with CJ Stroud. Houston, learn from your mistakes. Protect your franchise quarterback.
I'm just going to say it, even though this is not a situation where I want to be, but Houston, we have a problem.
Well, it's just odd because the 3 teams that I think were in similar positions with Houston as far as young quarterbacks, a lot of pieces, they just had to make some moves to get some protection. That was Chicago, Washington, and Houston. And 2 of those teams did really well. And if I'd have gone into the draft and you just said, of those 3 teams, who do you trust the most, I would have said Houston.
And I would have agreed with you.
Let me talk to you.
We got heartbreak in abundance.
I'm going to kill myself. This is the worst feeling as a fan I've had of the Texans since CJ's been around, since Nick Caserio has taken the helm. This is the worst I've felt, and I hate it. I feel like, is this what you feel like every year?
Yes.
Like, I didn't think I would feel like a Jets fan today, but actually, you should feel great. You got an offensive tackle. We got nothing. Anyways, see you guys later.
Not only do you get nothing, but what pisses me off is when D'Amico Ryans on Monday says, we're not just going to pass up on a player because of an area of need. And just, you did nothing. This is year 3. We don't have time to play. We don't have time to wait. We are trying to get to places where we've never gone before. And here you are, guys. Here you are.
Guys, I'm hearing a lot of negativity. I haven't chimed in on this yet. So be the one to be optimistic for once. The Texans will enter day 2 of the draft tomorrow with 5 picks. 2 in the 2nd round, 3 in the 3rd round. If you don't think Nick Caserio is going to find some gems, let me just remind you of some of the guys he has found in these day 2 picks in the past. He has found Blake Fisher. He has found Kamari Lassiter. He has found Kalen Bullock. Just because the flashy names in the 1st round are gone does not mean that Nick doesn't still have a plan. In fact, me and Ruben did several mock drafts where we didn't go offensive line in the 1st round at all because we knew Jonas Savaiinaea would be there in the 2nd round on day 2. And I would be a very big fan of this draft if you start off with Jonas Savaiinaea, you put him in the interior of the O-line.
At 34?
And sure, why not?
I think you got Ursary.
Sure.
Ursary in Minnesota, I think would be, personally, I would.
Jonas Savaiinaea, Luther Burden still on the board. If you want a playmaker at wide receiver, that makes some sense too. There's still some potential there. This is not doom and gloom, guys. I need y'all to cool it. Let Nick get through the weekend. And here's the deal. Even if we go through the draft trades all the way to August, guys, and it's not Bill O'Brien, that's the GM. He's not going to give up 3 first-round picks for a Laramie Tunsil. I trust Nick Caserio. Let's just let him see this plan all the way to the finish line, and then we'll pass judgment. But let's calm down, fellas.
Ruby, can I fill this for you?
Go in, because I don't want to even deal with that. Go light up another cigarette, Spencer.
I think the problem here, and Aaron, we've talked about this a bit. This is unfortunately a 1st round that's filled with a lot of tier 3s.
Yeah.
A lot of tier 4s. And I think that's probably why we're seeing a lot more disappointment from Ruby, a lot of other Texans fans, is because we forget we're so used to coming into drafts, and this is such a unique one to where there is not a Joe Alt, as John has rightfully said. There is not a guy that you're going to hang your hat on and be like, this is going to be an absolute stud. Like, we're getting excited about guys that at their ceiling, we're hoping they become a 10-year starter.
Yeah, there's no Lane Johnson.
No. There's no Jason Kelsey's.
And, when we talked about it at the beginning, were there teams that were going to talk themselves into picks and talk themselves out of picks?
Right.
Well,
I mean, you had guys taken outside of the top 50. That's insane. Like, let's remember the famous, the one of the most famous, like, left field pulls in a first round that I can remember in most recent was the Bill Belichick strange offensive lineman. Now, granted, that turned into be not as bad as what we thought, but I can't remember the last time we had, and we thought this may go similar a little bit, but not to this level. Mike Green out of Marshall is still on this board, who some guys have as a top 5 pass rusher in this draft. And one side of it, I love it because we just love the chaos. And also I like the fact that you are really showing that every single war room has these guys ranked differently because of their own way that they're running, whether it's analytics, their scouting process. But on the other side, it makes you wonder, is it because there's no for sure thing that they're trying to take more risk and get cuter than maybe in years past we wouldn't see?
And there's a lot of quarterbacks coming out next year. Next year is a quarterback year. This was not a quarterback year. We love Jackson Dart. I'm not, but you've got guys coming out of college next year that are guys that can step in and probably play.
Let me ask you a question. If you were set in this draft class, let's say Jackson Dart came out last year, would you have taken Bo Nix over Jackson Dart?
I mean, hindsight ends up being 20/20, but I think Bo Nix had a lot of things that were hard to not like.
I agree. I would have taken Bo Nix over Jackson Dart. And again, it goes back to when you're drafting in this league now, I believe you're looking more at, okay, guys, are we trying to go off of upside in the percentages? What guy gives me a little bit more of a percentage, whether it's whether you're going from 50 to 51, 50 to 52, or maybe a guy's at 48%. Now, there's still a chance, but you're betting on a lesser, whether it be 0.5%. And I think that when you get to drafts like this, that's really, Cam Ward to Jackson Dart, that's about, to me, a 5%, right?
Yeah.
When I look at a Bo Nix to a Jackson Dart, I'm looking like a 10.
Yeah, and next year, there's a couple of quarterbacks next year that have got some question marks. You got Dylan Raiola at Nebraska.
Yep.
John Mateer down at Oklahoma on his second school. What is Nico going to do at UCLA? I happen to think nothing.
Allard out of Penn State.
Yeah, you got Arch is going to get a full season at Texas. So if you were a team that was coming into the draft and you had a need at quarterback, I don't know that you looked at this and said, outside of the 2 guys that are already off the board, there's a whole lot there I like.
And you got to be feeling too for Milroe, because you got that last minute invite, and out of respect, I think that's great they did it. But there was never a shot in my mind.
Don't even give me the invite.
You know what I'm saying, though? There was never a shot in my mind when this draft kicked off the way that it started in the first 10 picks that Milroe was going to get picked.
No. There's going to be a lot of guys that in what would be considered a normal year,
right,
that if they had put up the kind of numbers they had put up in college would be like making a lot of money today, and they are going to end up going second, third round. There are guys that played that broke records at their college, that played in college football playoffs, quarterbacks who are going to go in the third round.
I mean, I think we could potentially see. Now, I don't think he's going to go fall this much. But there is a chance because I'm looking at the wide receivers on the board, dude. I'm looking at the tight ends I'm looking at the cornerbacks on the board. I'm looking at just in general defensive backs. I'm looking at all the linebackers on the board. And there's a lot of good linebackers in this class. You could see Milroe and Shador potentially fall outside of 2.
Yep.
Like, that's a real possibility with the way this board looks.
Well, and if you're the Raiders and you like him, but you didn't like him enough for the first round,
that's a good call.
You're going to come out and make it work.
Yeah, that's a real good call.
And that's going to be really, really interesting. And, you got Cleveland is going to, have the first pick of the second round. The Texans are going to have, the second. New York, the Titans are going to have the third pick. And then what's, really interesting to me is the 5th pick of the second round, the 6th pick of the second round, Raiders, Patriots. No chance that either of those on Monday thought we're going to have this type of pick to choose from. And I will say Houston has a chance tomorrow to, and don't if I'm their GM, first of all, I stay off Twitter tonight. Yeah. Bad idea. You on there. And number 2, you don't actually need to know how mad the fan base is at you. You could probably figure it out when you roll out of the parking lot today and you're sitting in the car by yourself going, I don't know that I did the right thing. Okay, cool. There's a lot of talent that's going to be in the second round, and you pick early.
Yeah.
So right the ship tomorrow. Maybe it's okay that you get the wide receiver that was your 4th option. Maybe it's okay. Maybe you go back in with the guys and go, okay, who are some of the offensive linemen that we were talking about?
They're all gone.
We got to find something. If we can't get that, what can we package?
See, I'd still think
they need to be looking at what's available at trade. They need to be looking at that
Bottom
tomorrow.
line is tonight they screwed up. There's no other way to put it. Nick Caserio sat on his hands. He waited, and he got sniped not once but twice in back-to-back picks. Then he traded out of the first round. Fine, you had to do that, but then you see 2 offensive tackles who you met with, by the way, who you had conversations with, by the way, get drafted. So you didn't get sniped just 2 times. You got sniped 4 times. So,
as these guys were saying, if Atlanta was willing to give up a first rounder, man,
if you want your guy, go get your guy, man.
Heartbreak.
That is my biggest gripe with it. You're going to get sniped in drafts. It happens to every team. That's just going to happen. But Atlanta was offering up a first-round pick. And I'm looking at it like, do we really all that they gave up more than us for what we got was a 5th rounder. If I'm reading it correctly, I'll verify that in a bit. But are we really valuing a 5th rounder to not get a first next year? I don't understand it. I don't. This was an L.
So this is what I want to do real quick. Kind of round out the draft part because I want to get in and let John and Spence come sit down here with Ruby and go through the Texans draft and let them air out their grievances. Aaron, who was your winner of this draft?
I like what Tampa Bay did.
Yeah.
I think they did a really good job in adding a piece that they really, really needed.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a homer pick, but I'm okay with what Chicago did. It gives you a need. You took maybe not the best tight end at that spot, but you took the tight end that complements Kmet best.
Right.
I can be happy with that. And I'm okay that Dallas did the thing that they had to do and thought, let's go try to see if we can't replace Zach Martin.
Yeah.
At least create some competition in OTAs to see if we can find our guy to replace at guard. I think that's really, really interesting. And I think the Giants getting Jackson Dart
is probably, if you'd have told me that Jackson Dart was going to be a Giant before the draft started, I would have said, cool. So that's who they're taking at 3 then?
100%.
No, they got him at 25.
And got the one that we think is the most for sure generational, the one generational guy. Make an argument with Travis, but really the more sure thing in Abdul Carter, an absolute freak edge guy. You got both of those guys.
And Atlanta did okay.
Yeah, I love what Atlanta did. Atlanta walked out of there, I think, 2 guys, a guy on each side, man.
I mean, you're gonna be able to run east to. I mean, that's going to be rough. That you're going to have that kind of production.
Ruby,
so,
What's going on?
Who's your winner?
You know, I would say the winner tonight. Let me go back and check the board. It's been a rough couple of 10 minutes for me, boys. It's hard not to look at the Indianapolis Colts at 14. Tyler Warren, the guy that they wanted in the first place, falls to them at 14. Colson Loveland, first tight end off the board. Tyler Warren, people were talking about that he's the number 1 tight end off the board in every other draft except for the one where Brock Bowers, unfortunately, is the second. Would not surprise me whatsoever if Tyler Warren is the number 2 option for the Indianapolis Colts. Number 19, Emeka Egbuka as your wide receiver 3 to Tampa Bay. That's just absolutely filthy. Great route running, great separation. He's gonna have Baker Mayfield looking well. Those were some of my winners of tonight. And then, of course, I'll just go ahead and throw in Tennessee. You needed a franchise quarterback. You got someone who you thought was your franchise quarterback. Build around them, build the offensive line. Good job, Tennessee.
So my winners are obviously the Giants. I think the Giants come out of here the clear winner. You get Abdul Carter, you get your quarterback. You don't have to spend a lot to get him. You get him in the back end. You get that 5th-year option. Can't say enough good things. And the spot he went was exactly where I thought from the very beginning. Gives him the best chance to succeed. I agree with you guys on the Falcons. Aaron, I think from a defensive standpoint, the Falcons came out of here in that division very scary. They came in here as like question marked of what was going to happen with that team. I don't have any.
When they came in, if you'd have told me they won 10 games or they lost 10 games, I'd have been like, okay, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I am not as much concerned now with the quarterback when you got 2 guys like that on this team now. I mean, and then I think one that none of y'all mentioned, I think the Bengals, they came in here and not only got exactly what they needed, but they played the waiting game and let the board come to them. And you walked out of here at 17, Shamar Stewart, a guy who some had him being taken as high as the Saints at 9. Just great. Just absolute. Could not have been a better pick there for them. The only thing that I think they could have done is walked away with Abdul Carter, and we just knew that wasn't going to happen.
I got 3 teams to watch tomorrow that I think have an interesting. First of all, it's Cleveland because they're going to have 1 and 4. I think that's interesting. I also think, obviously we talked about the Raiders. I like, shout out to the GM and the team up in Chicago. We're getting 7 and 9 because that pick from Carolina comes over, and then I want to see what Tennessee does at 3. You got your quarterback now. What else are you going to go get?
And so mine is going to be a little bit of a homer here, but the Jets at 10. I think look at Arroyo out of Miami. I think you got the 2 best 2 best tight ends off the board. Do not be surprised if the Jets at 10 go and grab Arroyo out of Miami. Another thing to look at too is you have Will Johnson, the cornerback out of Michigan, still on the board. DJ Reed is no longer on the Jets team. They do have a need for a number 2 cornerback. I would love to see Will Johnson and Sauce Gardner. That would make me feel really good about that defense. Another one to look at is C.J. Mosley, getting up there in years. Could be a cap casualty. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets also took advantage of the linebackers being available there.
My heart's a little broken for Golden.
I know,
Yeah,
just watching him up there, man. wearing that gold, having the having the green reflect off it. Can't believe he's a Green Bay Packer.
But I will say this: it showed a lot of character. That ESPN running a video package of him, hyping up the crowd. It's Green Bay, doing videos and stuff. I know when we saw him walk through, you could tell this is not where he wanted to go, and to be able to look and go, okay, this is where I'm going to be. I need to let these fans know that I'm excited to be in the NFL and playing in Green Bay, even if it wasn't my first choice.
Right. Yeah. It's never fun seeing the defeat there. If I remember correctly, we had talked a little bit with Patrick Willis about he's a diehard Cowboys fan and going to the 49ers. It was like one of those things for him, but when you get there, you get involved in the culture. When the team wants you. Don't mean to say that as a cut, but you got the guy. So, hey, what we're going to do here, we're going to go over to Giselle. Giselle is going to be, again, in with the fans here. We got some stuff going on, and then right following that, we are going to have, just for you, Houston, straight Texans talk. We're going to have Ruby on here with Johnny the Dad and Spencer, Mr. Fantasy, finally getting to sit down for one of the first times tonight. And it has been a pleasure to be with you. We appreciate everyone on the stream. If I don't get to talk to you guys again when we sign off, love all you guys. Thanks for being here and being a part of the third consecutive Athletic Decline 2025 draft stream. Wow. Next year, as always, bigger and better. So wait and see.
Absolutely. What's going on, Giselle?
Hey, Ruben, how are you? How are we feeling?
I'm very heartbroken on what happened in the last couple of picks. Houston Texans just caught sitting on their hands, man. Matthew Golden goes to Green Bay. And, someone who was a safe pick for me, Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State, gone also. And then you see Josh Connolly Jr. Get drafted. Then you see Josh Simmons get drafted. And it's like, all right, what
are we doing?
Exactly. What are we doing now for Houston? But what about you? How was your draft day?
Honestly, it's a bummer. I think we were all expecting to see at least the Texans pick one player. We're like, hopefully someone good, obviously. Potentially Golden. There was a lot of buzz about that. We're like, come on, H-Town, take in your Golden boy.
Every pick that went by and it wasn't Matthew Golden, the cheers got a little bit louder.
We were so close.
So close. But now here we are about to discuss everything that went down. What was your favorite moment of the night? What was your favorite pick?
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? Travis Hunter.
Definitely.
Travis Hunter going number 2. I'm happy he's not going to die over at Cleveland, but it's bittersweet that he's over there in Jacksonville because that is one of our biggest rivals. They're a part of the AFC South Division, so I don't know how that's going to unfold, but it's going to be exciting to watch him play nonetheless.
Yeah, no, he looked good in that pink suit. He looked good
fuchsia?
Dancing around fuchsia. I'm sorry. Everything Jacksonville wanted to see out of Travis Hunter tonight, they got all of that, man. They should be, they should definitely feel excited. But what are your thoughts on Shedeur Sanders falling out of the first round? And this has to be one of the worst nights for Shedeur. You got to think, growing up as a Sanders, he's had everything given to him. He's probably never had to ask twice. And unfortunately,
I don't know about that.
He got to hear 32 teams not call his name.
I'm not surprised. Honestly, I had a feeling he was going to go in the second round. I would have actually been surprised if he went in the first. I didn't really see a fit for him first round with the lineup of the teams picking. But at the end of the day, he's coming off of such a high. He got the ability to be coached by his dad, help put Colorado on the map. He got his jersey retired. That's just not a normal thing. That doesn't happen very often. So it's okay that he didn't go in the first round. Pickers can't be choosers, and if he would have went in the first round, I don't think that would have helped him with his ego. I don't think that would have really helped him with his growth and development with whatever team would have picked him. I think the only team that I saw fit in the first round to potentially pick up Shedeur was the Pittsburgh Steelers. So for the Steelers to not pick him up, I wonder if something behind the scenes had to go around with that. You know, there were, Spencer, you may know about this, there was a lot of rumors and buzz stating that his interview didn't really go so well. I don't know if that had a huge impact on him being a first-round pick or not, but I would assume yes.
I think with Shedeur, it's a combination of a couple of things. It's the fact that, one, him as a prospect, not bad, but he's someone that I always kind of looked at him. He's like a Walmart brand of C.J. Stroud. A lot of the things that C.J. Stroud did really well, Shedeur did that in college, but on a much smaller scale and not nearly as prolific, right?
Right.
So I think
because
that's
what bowls did he play in? Like, what conferences did he win?
Correct. And this is all for a guy that has the ego, that has the the aura, and
He's a
he has
Nepo
all this.
baby.
He's a
Nepo baby.
Yeah, he's got a lot of baggage, and whenever you have baggage, teams can overlook that stuff if you are truly a prolific type of prospect. I just think NFL teams made a statement tonight with they don't think that Shedeur Sanders is as good as his ego says he is.
Right. I back that.
From DJ Bieniemy, a rare moment with Texas General Manager Nick Caserio. He's usually more secretive, but he's admitted one of the players that the Texans were willing to draft at 25 is still available in the second round. So I'm looking at who's available, Giselle, and I see Will Johnson, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Trey Amos, Luther Burden.
It's got to be Trey Harris or Higgins, right?
Man, I think Luther Burden could be an interesting guy here.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if it was someone like Will Johnson or Mike Green. That would be very surprising. Those are the best guys on the board still, though. I think they're going to get an offensive lineman. I really think there's an offensive lineman.
Who's left?
Yeah.
Who's left?
Yeah.
Like, who's left at 34
I mean,
that you weren't willing to take at 25?
That's fair.
Marcus
That's fair.
and Bo.
But we see this all the time. Teams have different evaluations than the general public.
Correct.
Sometimes they're higher, they're lower on guys. And that's what I always say. If it's something kind of out of left field, I always just will choose to back that's their guy. Yeah. They saw something on film. They heard something when they interviewed him. And it's just it'll make sense. Now, that doesn't always work out. I'll never forget A.J. Jenkins to the San Francisco 49ers years and years and years ago when the whole world was scratching their head about who the hell is this guy. And sure enough, he only played one down in the NFL his entire career, but he was a first-round pick. Ouch. Was an insane pick. But other than that, most of the time, I really feel like you see these guys usually work out.
Yeah.
It's the guys that get crapped on for, who is this guy? That was a reach. He's not this good. He's going to be there in the mid-rounds. And they reach on him. Bruce Irvin, Bobby Wagner, right? Like that infamous Seattle Seahawks draft class where they reached on everyone and they got an F. And then all three of those guys were massive, massive pieces to them winning a Super Bowl. So we got to hope for that being with Nick Caserio. I'm going to choose to trust Nick Caserio. I want to see out the rest of the weekend. I want to see what the Texans come away with. One last thing, and I'll let you go, John. The one last thing I want to mention, too, is because they have 5 day 2 picks, we forget that they can use those picks in trades for players that are on rosters right now.
Oh my God, that is a great point.
It is not necessarily that they are stuck in this vacuum of having to pick between prospects.
Right.
Maybe there's an offensive lineman out there somewhere that Nick Caserio feels he could grab in a trade with a day 3 pick.
That just feels like a panic move, man. It just this whole last end of the first round felt like a panic move. Everything from here on out is just going to feel like a panic move from Nick Caserio. And I see he's not trying, but he's defending himself on the press conference. And, of course, he's going to give his own spin on it. But we saw what happened. The 2 players that he wanted, gone 2 picks before him. And here's a tweet for John Crumpler that just really gets me, just really gets me upset. After months of talking about Kelvin Banks Jr., Josh Simmons, Josh Connerly, Donovan Jackson, Gray Zabel, Tyler Booker, the Houston Texans end up with none of them on day 1. I said, if you walk out of round 1 without Matthew Golden or an offensive lineman, you're going to get laughed at and everyone's going to clown you. And We're gonna see what happens tonight, but right now, I don't care how you split the trade back. The trade was fantastic. I like the trade.
Yeah.
Agree to disagree.
Talk to me.
All right, and I want to hear what all of you have to say about this. Okay, so here's what we got in the trade back. All right, so they got our number 25 pick. In return, we get pick number 34, pick number 99, and a 2026 third rounder. For one pick later, for the 26th pick, the Rams got a second-round pick this year, number 46. They got a 2026 first-round pick and a seventh-round pick this year, and the only additional thing they had to give up was a third-round pick this year. Are we really valuing a third-round pick this year, of which we have multiple, to not get a first-round pick for next year? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, you're leaving out a massive fact there. The second-round pick the Falcons gave up is 12 spots after 34. And that's a very, very big difference when you're talking about a pick this high in the second round. That's a big difference. And you can't just throw that aside.
No, I see what you're saying. Like, I understand that completely.
It's 12 spots in the second round and the third-round pick, and you don't have to give up whatever the fifth round or sixth round you said that they also had to give up to get that first?
They gave up a 2025. They gave up pick number 26 and a 2025 third-round pick that I don't think we know the number on yet. Or Schefter didn't know the number when this was tweeted.
I'll wait to see. Someone will put out like the draft pick valuator. They'll put out what the actual pick values for all those are, and we'll see if they actually got screwed. It was pretty mind-boggling what Atlanta moved up to do. Maybe it does end up a little bit more value, but I'm okay. I like pick 34. That gives you even more trade down spots tomorrow because I think a lot of people are going to already assume that 33 is going to be a quarterback. It's going to be Shedeur Sanders. That's going to be the assumption. So really the round 2 is starting with the Texans. They might get some calls for that spot as well.
Yeah, I feel like for a fan base, right, and we're for the fans by the fans. So I'm talking to the fan base here. We've been looking forward to tonight with potentially leaving with our star wide receiver number 2 or the guy that we know is going to protect our franchise guy in C.J. Stroud. And we had an opportunity where, hey, we didn't get any of those, but, hey, next year is going to be awesome. And I feel like for the fans-wise, to sit here for hours waiting for your pick and then to leave with nothing, it feels like an L. It feels like we took an L.
I said it was an L. And a lot of fans are saying, well, how can you call it an L when you still have 5 picks in the top 100? But, you're missing out. The first part of that was that he missed on 2 of his draft picks. The guys that he wanted, the guys who had met and had top 30 visits.
The guys who wanted to come here.
The guy was
and they made it known.
Dude, he had like a Titus Howard contract restructuring post.
Yep.
Who the hell, you told a little kid, I love the Texans, and I'm glad that Aaron brought up his first moment getting drafted. He did not look like he wanted to be in Green Bay. When he was doing that walk, he looked upset as ever. And great job by him for hyping up the crowd after. Of course, it is in Green Bay. You got to do that. But everyone, John, you saw the crowd.
The crowd died the second that Matthew Golden was selected. Everybody headed for the exits.
The pressure changed as soon as that happened.
Yeah, everyone started calling the waiters, close my tab, saying their goodbyes, taking pictures.
We were robbed.
We were just
of what
close.
Was going to be. This place was going to be absolutely electric. It was going to look like if the Texans got up there and said Matthew Golden's name, it was going to look like the Rockets just won the NBA Finals in here. It was going to be nuts. And we, as fans, were robbed of that because we were unwilling to make a move.
I don't really understand it. I think it's a bummer. I thought we were so close. I'm like, well, no one's called for Matthew Golden, and we're just there. Green Bay was number 24. I was like, just one more pick away, and it's us, and we're going to call our Golden Boy down to the H. And obviously, Green Bay swooped him up, and he's going to become a cheesehead.
I do have to apologize. Ruben, I think I jinxed us. I think I jinxed us. I tried to knock on wood right when I said it, but I said, Ruben, correct me if I'm wrong. If we get past the Chargers, we got our boy, right? And you said, I think so. And I immediately went to knock on wood and was immediately proven wrong. That was a heartbreak.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, by the way, the Packers went wide receiver. I thought last year, even though Tyler mentioned that how much depth they have, and it's true, they do have a lot of guys with names in that Green Bay wide receiver room, but they don't have a true number one wide receiver in that bunch.
Right.
And I think they're projecting that Matthew Golden, after how he was when he started his career at U of H, and last year when he was the go-to option for Quinn Ewers at Texas,
Yep.
I think he has the making of someone who is a number one receiver. I'm not surprised at all that he went there.
Okay, so all this negativity, let's look forward now with tomorrow's.
I've been looking forward.
Okay.
I'm not happy. I want to be clear on this. I'm not happy about tonight, but I think tomorrow there's some potential.
There's some spunk in the air for tomorrow.
Who are some
for
guys?
Sure.
I've got my guys that I'm still high on. I still want two of those are receivers. If we come away tomorrow with either Higgins or Trey, there's so many Treys in this year's draft. Trey from Ole Miss.
Trey Harris.
Trey Harris. If we come away with either of those two guys, it will soften the blow a little bit, in my opinion. Are there any of those guys for y'all?
I mean, we're big fans of Jonas Savaiinaea. I would love Jonas Savaiinaea. I think he could be a potential starter day one on the interior offensive line. I am a big fan of Luther Burden. He was lower than I had him lower than all the other wide receivers that have gone already off the board. But he's there. I would say him or Jaden Higgins would be great.
I was going to say,
the Texans.
didn't you have Higgins ahead of Burden, or was I mistaken on that?
I didn't have him ahead of Burden, but I'm very high on Jaden Higgins.
Okay.
I was very high on Jaden Higgins as someone that on a day two, like you could get a real steal of a wide receiver who could become like obviously we have Nico Collins, but he has the potential to be a legit wide receiver one in the NFL, in my opinion, in Jaden Higgins. So I would be ecstatic with either of them. And honestly, the other Iowa State wide receiver, Noel, is pretty good as well. I lean Higgins over him, but there's definitely some wide receiver talent there. And really, the offensive line, Ursary, fine, but Jonas Savaiinaea would excite me.
Jonas Savaiinaea would excite me. Trey Harris would excite me. A running back would excite me.
Oh, I would get real hyped for a running back.
Yeah, I love a good running back.
With these 5 picks in the top 100, you need to make something shake.
Huge.
I would suggest
Who's the running backs you are looking at?
Travion Henderson excites me out of Ohio State.
Either of the Ohio State guys, I'd be hyped
Any
with.
Buckeye.
Y'all guys said that Amari and Hampton was a Joe Mixon like a comparison.
Yeah.
I think Caleb Johnson is a Joe Mixon comparison.
I like Caleb Johnson.
6'1", 230 pounds. Actually has met with the Houston Texans.
Okay.
Who Quinshaw Junkins, the other running back from Ohio State, also met with the Houston Texans. So you could definitely get some pieces, but Texans are going to have to work tomorrow.
For sure.
Let me throw a name out there. I know it won't be second round. I know it probably won't be third round. But let me throw a name out there. We're talking about running backs. What would we think about a Cam Scatterbo? I know Spencer's already shaking his head. He knew I was going to say it.
I hate Cam Scatterbo. I do not see him succeeding in the NFL. I'm sorry. He's Peyton Hillis' Walmart brand. I just can't.
Peyton Hillis was on the cover of Madden. Why don't you show some respect?
That is the worst Madden cover of all time. It should have been Michael Vick.
Shout out to Madden 12.
Shout out to Madden.
I'll never forget watching that episode of Sports Nation where they revealed that cover, and it was Peyton Hillis. I was like, they robbed prime Eagles Michael Vick of a Madden cover. He should have been.
Michael Vick was never going to get that cover.
He was literally in the finals with Peyton Hillis in the fan voting.
He was too controversial at that time. He
made it to the finals of that fan vote, and a bunch of trolls put Peyton Hillis on the damn cover, and then he was out of the league in 2 years. But he did it for the white man, so I guess that's okay.
Shout out to Peyton Hillis.
He's a white.
Wherever he is.
Yeah, I agree. I think we got some work to do. One thing that is giving me hope,
We got to keep the faith, man. We got to keep the faith.
There's one thing that's given me hope. Spencer is the only one that will remember this from last year. I was heartbroken when the Texans didn't move up and get Cooper DeJean last year.
My God.
Draft, that's my guy. Move up back into the first round and get Cooper DeJean. We had the tools to do it, and we didn't. But what did we come away with? We came away with Kamari Lassiter, and he had an amazing rookie campaign.
Yep.
So hopefully we can keep that same energy tomorrow where, hey, we didn't get our guy in the first round, but the guy that we get in the second is going to pan out. Like that's what I'm drawing my hope from. Now, I still would love to have Cooper DeJean on this team. I still would love to have Matthew Golden on this team.
Hey, man, I'm happy he won a chip with the Eagles because the Eagles needed to win a Super Bowl with Saquon and Jalen Hurts. That's all I'm going to say about that.
I hate the Eagles with the fire of 1,000 suns, and I wish nothing good for them as a franchise.
Fire of 1,000 suns.
1,000 suns is crazy.
Metaphor. Love it.
Man, what a night, guys.
It was a bummer. It was a bummer. We didn't get to see our Texans pick anything, but we just got to be optimistic.
Two
keep
years
the faith.
in a row. 2 years in a row. One day we will do draft coverage, and the Texans will actually pick in the first round. One day.
But if you think about it, the last 2 years they haven't had a pick in the first round, but the 2 years prior they had two first round picks in each of those. So it's like they're just evening it out now, you know.
If you say so.
One of those was Kendrick Green, though, so we shouldn't really talk about that one.
Now I'm just wondering what the game plan is for tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah,
I think that's what we're all scratching our heads
I'm going to be
about.
glued in on the TV tomorrow at 6 p.m. We're not working the draft tomorrow, so we can just actually stress about what the Texans are doing.
Yeah.
So, I really think they're going to surprise someone, and I think Nick Caserio at 34 is going to, quote-unquote, reach for an offensive lineman, or at least it'll be perceived as a reach.
Correct.
But that's his guy. I've got to believe that he's going to get his guy.
Yeah.
Because what else can you believe? Can you believe that he's just an incompetent GM? I think he has earned enough of our trust over the years.
Yes, he has.
That he should get the benefit of the doubt, even though it does not look good right now. Yes, he goofed. He got sniped twice. That's fair.
4 times.
Some might say 4 times. But, again, he's earned the benefit of the doubt. He has hit on some day 2, day 3 picks that former GM Rick Smith never could hit on.
No.
Never could hit on. Now, he
Yep.
was nails in the first round, and that was something a lot of Texans fans took for granted, myself included. But I really think Nick's going to cook tomorrow. I've got to believe it.
He don't got a choice. Like
it's do or die, baby.
It's do or die. This is year 3 of CJ Stroud. And like I've been trying to harp on this whole draft process is
like we got a target on our backs, bro. We got Travis Hunter in our division with the
Tyler
Jags.
Warren was a good pick.
We gotta come on, bro.
The rest of the AFC South definitely closed the gap on the Texans today. I'll admit that.
I want to shout out Houston Stressens, who was here in the and did the pregame show. Tweeted out, went from blessing to stressing to depressing, and now just more guessing. Dude's got bars.
That's a bar.
Dude's got absolute bars.
Creativity A1.
yeah. The stress meter is definitely at a 10, and there's only one person who can calm that down, and that's General Manager Nick Caserio. Look, his back's against the wall, but with 5 picks still left in the top 100.
There's a lot you can do with that. You got to just be strategic.
Tonight, did not look good.
It was a bust.
And I'll say this for Nick Caserio. No one, I've been a big Nick Caserio believer. I will continue to be that. I have said time and time again, until Nick Caserio gives me a reason not to trust him, I will continue to trust him. I will say that with a caveat. Nobody is above reproach and criticism. I think as fans, we are justified in criticizing the organization's decisions. I am not trusting him yet. This is just the first thing that's got me thinking. So I'm not there yet.
I think everybody can agree with that.
It's just my stress meter is a little bit higher than it was yesterday. So that's all. That's what I'll say about Nick Caserio. I still love you, Nick.
Absolutely.
We still love you, Nick.
We just got to see what the hell's going to happen tomorrow.
Hey, there's
Anything
a lot
else
of
we got to do,
possibilities.
Spencer?
There's a lot of possibilities. Again, whatever they do at 34, I'm going to trust that that's what they really wanted to do at 25, and they decided to stockpile picks.
Yep.
I don't think it's a bad thing to have as many picks as I do. Don't forget that tiny trade they made before the draft even started with the Browns, where they stacked up even more picks in this year's class. They might just be trying to attack it by death by 1,000 paper cuts. You know, just have a lot of depth. That could be the move.
Well, hey man, with 5 top picks, man, 2 of them have to hit.
Man, at least 3.
Yeah,
I would love 3.
You need 3.
I
need 3 to hit.
I need, in order for me to consider this a success, in these 5 picks in the top 100, I need 2 day 1 starters and 1 good depth piece. That's going to be my metric for how they did.
You go Luther Burden and Tate Rallage in the second, and I'm happy.
That would excite me.
I'm okay with Burden. I'm much happier with Trey Harris or with Higgins. But just give me a wide receiver 2 at the end of the day. Just give me a wide receiver 2. I'm not even going to be picky at this point.
You have one. His name is Justin Watson.
Braxton Berrios. He's a white.
The white boy super squad's going to get it this year for the Texans wide receiver.
The exciting
core.
whites.
That's right.
The exciting whites. Oh my God, that's one of our favorite segments to talk about on Batty on the Boards. Especially in the NBA, the exciting whites, man. It's all the hype.
That's right. Well, guys, any closing thoughts?
Tonight was fantastic. Shout out to all the Houston Texans content creators who actually came out and supported us. The group chat, shout out to Barrett, H-Town Rundown, shout out to AD, Texans on 3 podcast, Pat and the boys, of course, Houston Stress is on, and John Hickman from Laquon, Texas. This was fantastic, boys. We killed it. Can't wait to do some more parties here.
Giselle?
It's always fun to be able to have all of us together in one place at one time, so that's always a blessing in itself. I mean, what a vibe. We were here at D&B. We had so much fan engagement. I appreciate all the people that were participating in my fan interviews. Love you guys for that. You guys really knocked it out of the park. You guys were so phenomenal with that. But in the meantime, this is just the start of NFL season. This is like our sneak peek preview to see how our teams will perform, what other teams are going to do to get stronger. Maybe some may be questionable, and we'll be wondering, is this player going to do well when it comes to the big leagues, or are they going to crack to the pressure and they just can't adapt? And I think that's the big case that we see time after time again, year after year, when it comes to the NFL draft. These players have a hard time adjusting to the pros coming out of college ball. So I'm excited to see everything, but in the meantime, you can catch us all collabing together at Athletically Declined. My personal is at Sports with Strong. If you guys are interested in NBA and all things hoops, please check out our collab basketball podcast on Athletically Declined at Batty on the Boards. It's a lot of fun. It's me, Spencer, and James. So shout out, James. I know you're in Georgia watching us.
Oh, no, that man's asleep.
He's been asleep for
that
hours.
Man's absolutely asleep. But yeah,
definitely.
Check out Batty on the Boards. We're going to have a playoff show next week. We'll be back on regular scheduled time, and we've got a lot of playoff basketball to break down, and we'll have some updates on some injuries.
Yep.
It's going to be a fun time. John?
So I want to shout out everybody. We had a great turnout tonight. It was a lot of fun. It was really cool seeing a lot of Houston Texans creators that I just watch as a fan. Houston Stressens, I have watched that guy's content for so long now.
Wow.
And I was like, I got to meet him and I was like, dude, I watch your content. It's awesome. Shout out H-Town Rundown, Texans on 3. Like, I watch all of these guys just as a fan, so getting to interact with them was awesome. And also, of course, 713 Sports. But, you know, me and Rubes go way back. So, I mean, I've been knowing him.
Hey.
But catch me and Ruben doing some wrestling coverage here in the next couple weeks.
Oh, WrestleMania?
Yeah, WrestleMania just happened. It was about like this draft, pretty disappointing. But the day after was really awesome. So maybe that'll be like this draft. So we're going to be doing some wrestling coverage over on the Talkin' Turnbuckle side with our boy Angel, with Cap, the whole crew. And one shout out, not football related, but shout out to the Florida Panthers, the one the one group of my fandom that did not disappoint me tonight, they went up 2-0, so that's cool.
Well, right on, guys. Well, tonight was awesome. Great stream. Shout out to everyone that made it happen. Mikey, Pink, the whole gang running stuff behind the scenes. The entire panel was awesome. I finally calmed down. I'm not so stressed out anymore. We made it. And this year I didn't get any picks wrong. There was only one pick I didn't beat Goodell on, but that was because the Bills were really weird with their pick.
Yeah.
But
we were all confused on that
We
one.
nailed all the picks this year, and we had them before ESPN, and we will do the same thing again in 2026. So
Wow,
for everybody
can't
here
wait.
at AD, this has been the 2025 NFL Draft Show. We will see you next year, and until then, y'all take it easy.